In the twilight of a post-apocalyptic world, the formidable Bai Xingshu was selected by a system just before his demise. The condition for his resurrection was to fulfill the wish of the original owner of a body in a peaceful realm, which was to marry into a wealthy alpha family. Thus, Bai Xingshu traversed into this new world, where he, through his own determination, showcased his prowess by defeating all fellow students during the martial arts demonstration. And on the first day of school, securing the top position in the entire institution. As the narrative unfolds, Bai Xingshu intersects with various characters including the aloof Professor Song Xiyan, the top-tier celebrity Cheng Yunxi, and the young General Lin Li. After rejecting the affections of numerous suitors, Bai Xingshu ultimately comes to the realization that his heart belongs to Sheng Yunchen Shen Geng. Chapter 1. I used to be medaled at the capital star of the Zhonghua Empire. A bus came to a halt at a station, and several passengers boarded, their gazes inevitably drawn to a particular spot. There sat a young man clad in a white shirt and black trousers, strikingly handsome, his serene profile gazing out the window, evoking a sense of tranquil existence. Yet, within, he was anything but serene. Bai Xingshu, a formidable figure chosen by the system, had arrived in this world to undertake a mission, possessing the extraordinary ability to control metal. Such a distinguished individual was lured here by the promise of a new world characterized by peace. For someone like Bai Xingshu, who had endured a life in a post-apocalyptic environment since childhood, this was an immense temptation. In his state of near demise, he readily acquiesced to the system's proposition, embarking on a journey to fulfill the aspirations of the original owner of this body. The original protagonist was cruelly betrayed by a wealthy alpha, and her wish was quite simple: to marry into an even more prestigious family than the scoundrel alpha, thereby Delhi. Veering a resounding blow to his pride, Bai Xingshu, upon traversing into this realm, became acutely aware of this desire, and while his inner turmoil was immeasurable, the most exasperating aspect was the system, which mismanaged the timeline of his arrival. They had been transported 4 years back, just as the original protagonist was about to commence her studies, blissfully unaware of the scoundrel alpha's existence. Consequently, the two tasked with fulfilling this mission were oblivious even to the identity of the very person they sought to confront. As if that were not enough, Bai Xingshu was taken aback to discover that the notion of peace in this world was yet another deception spun by the system. Among the passengers who had boarded the vehicle earlier, there lurked a rogue concealing a blade. Bai Xingshu quietly communicated with the system in his mind. This world is hardly tranquil. Host, how did you come to that conclusion? The system responded, astonished that I was once a wielder of metallic abilities. Bai Xingshu replied, leaving the system speechless. Ultimately, the world resembled a chaotic theater, and having crossed over, he resolved to make do with his circumstances. Yet, despite this resignation, Bai Xingshu turned his gaze toward the rogue. For reasons unknown, the rogue, meeting his calm eyes, felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hastily averted his gaze. Realizing his own unease, the rogue's expression morphed into one of irritation, and when he looked back at Bai Xingshu, his eyes were filled with malice. This delicate-looking young man, what could he possibly have to fear? He must have been well cared for, raised in an environment filled with happiness. If this individual were to perish, his family would undoubtedly be devastated, harboring the same resentment towards the world as he does. Host, he has set his sights on you. The system interjected hastily. Bai Xingshu responded casually. He was not taken aback. Inciting hostility was something he had always excelled at. Bai Xingshu cast a sweeping glance around the bus, ultimately resting his gaze upon the bright yellow handrail beside him. The bus halted, then resumed its journey. As passengers came and went, the bus gradually became less crowded. The vehicle entered an extended stop along the inter-district route. The assailant, who had been standing throughout the journey, seemed to have fixed his attention on the vacant seat behind Bai Xingshu, advancing towards him. As he closed the distance, the blade was drawn. Die! The assailant's face contorted in a snarl, his eyes gleaming with cruelty, arrogance, and delight. He reveled in the panic and terror of others. Yet, Bai Xingshu lifted his gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed. The last sight to meet the assailant's eyes was a flash of bright yellow. Thud! The assailant's body crashed heavily to the ground, the force causing him to bounce slightly. However, this was not the conclusion of the encounter. It was not just the assailant that bounced the blade in his hand did as well. The relinquished dagger hurtled toward the rear passengers with alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xingshu swung the handrail in a horizontal arc, intercepting the trajectory of the flying blade. The dagger veered off course. Meanwhile, a long and powerful hand reached out and seized the blade. Blood dripped down. Bai Xingshu was taken aback. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his figure exuding an air of elegance. Consequently, the bloodied hand was rendered even more grotesque by contrast. "I apologize," Bai Xingshu uttered, expressing regret. Had it not been for his own reckless swing, the young man's outstretched hand would have grasped the hilt, thus avoiding injury. "It was my overzealous action," the other replied, merely frowning as he examined the wound on his hand. There were at least 10 minutes until the next stop. He pondered how to attend to the injury when a tearing sound interrupted his thoughts. In the brief moment he glanced away, Bai Xingshu had crouched down and torn a strip from the clothing of the assailant. The passengers on the bus, whether they had registered the events or remained oblivious, fell silent as they beheld Bai Xingshu's innocent and unblemished face juxtaposed with this raw and forceful act. "Let me bandage it for you," Bai Xingshu offered, shaking the rag in his hand. "All right." During the process of dressing the wound, the system spoke, introducing the identity of the individual before Bai Xingshu. Shen Geng, age 18, a local of Capital Star, hailing from an ordinary dual-income family. He excelled academically from a young age, possesses good physical fitness, has yet to undergo differentiation, and his genetic testing reveals a 75 beta classification. He was admitted to the Combat Command Department of the Capital Military University with a score of 712. Mechanically completing the information report, the system could not help but inquire, "How did you accomplish that?" The system emitted a resounding beep. Bai Xingshu cleared his throat. "I feel that it is not entirely absent. Perhaps some elements have already taken root in my soul." The system felt an urge to sputter blood. In no wonder it was such a laborious endeavor to bring Bai Xingshu across. After tending to the injuries, Bai Xingshu glanced at the fallen bandit. "How shall we handle this now?" Shen Geng looked at the bandit, who was rolling his eyes and showed no signs of movement. "Someone has already reported it. The police will be at the station to take statements. You may need to provide a written account." After speaking, Shen Geng glanced at the handrail casually discarded by Xingshu on the floor, along with the 2 additional holes in it. "He busts that we will need to change buses. This vehicle clearly required repairs. Bai Xingshu replied nonchalantly, then heard the system's somber reminder. "Today is the university registration day. You have only 2 hours left to report. Military academies are strict about regulations and do not tolerate tardiness." Bai Xingshu. This time frame was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Yet as a newcomer from a post-apocalyptic world, he found it difficult to ascertain how long he would need to cooperate with the police and whether he might utter anything suspicious. He recalled the system's introduction. Shen Geng was a local. Bai Xingshu decisively extended his hand to grasp Shen Geng. "I am a freshman at the Capital Military University, new to Capital Star, and I am utterly unfamiliar with everything here. Would you accompany me while I take notes?" Shen Geng was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected request from Bai Xingshu. He hadn't anticipated that this formidable individual, who seemed capable of moving mountains, would require assistance for something as mundane as note-taking. Nevertheless, it was not a significant matter. "Certainly," Shen Geng replied, pausing briefly before adding, "I am also a freshman at the Capital Military University." "My name is Shen Geng." Bai Xingshu, he responded with a smile. Given Shen Geng's willingness to accompany him so readily, it suggested that their time would not be overly consumed, or so he thought. In the final 10 minutes before the registration deadline, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Capital Military University just in time. By this hour, the registration office was preparing to close, and the sight of the 2 arriving at such a late hour rendered the staff somewhat speechless. However, upon observing the duo's impressive appearances, they refrained from voicing any criticism and proceeded with their registration. Unfortunately, all the complimentary accommodations had already been allocated, but the instructors, noting that both were undifferentiated betas, kindly arranged for them to share a double room. Yet, Bai Xingshu found himself devoid of funds, with the semester's fee amounting to 1,000 star coins. He watched in dismay as his account balance dwindled to 2 digits. Fortunately, tuition at the military academy was fully subsidized, and provisions for various necessities were provided, sparing Bai Xingshu the anxiety of how he would afford his EXT meal. Shen Geng also noticed Bai Xingshu's balance and felt a bit embarrassed. "I apologize, I had no idea the record would be so intricate. Had they arrived earlier, they could have availed themselves of free dormitory accommodation, sparing Bai Xingshu this expense." Bai Xingshu, however, took it all in stride. "Let's not dwell on that. If it weren't for you, I certainly would have missed the report. Moreover, a double room is far more comfortable than a six-person one." What was past need not consume their time. Bai Xingshu closed the payment page decisively. "Let us proceed to the dormitory, my roommate." Ultimately, they discovered their double dormitory tucked away in a rather obscure corner. It was quite a distance from the lecture halls, the playground, and the training grounds. Only the teacher's area was in close proximity, making it exceedingly easy for instructors to catch them and assign them tasks. They both fell into a contemplative silence, immediately understanding why that teacher had been so generous with the discounted rate. Upon entering the dormitory, Bai Xingshu had little to arrange. He quickly finished organizing and began perusing the freshman handbook. Freshman competition? Class divisions? In the realm of military affairs, strength is indeed the ultimate truth. After the competitions, the top students from each department naturally ascend to the best classes in their respective fields. Securing first place seems rather challenging. Bai Xingshu frowned. In a genuine combat scenario, having been born in a post-apocalyptic world, Bai Xingshu would not fear anyone in this realm. Yet, the complexity of the interstellar age lay in the prevalence of advanced technology. Different departments feature varying competition formats. For instance, in the combat department, the focus is on mecha piloting. The matter of operating the mech truly eludes him. Isn't the goal to marry a formidable alpha noble? Having promised to fulfill the original owner's wish, Bai Xingshu is determined to strive towards that end. "As long as I am formidable enough, there will undoubtedly be numerous aristocrats who will take a liking to me." Bai Xingshu exudes confidence. This is wisdom gleaned from his experiences during the apocalypse. Once he rose to prominence, many influential figures from various factions sought to curry favor with him. Regarding Bai Xingshu's aspirations, the system merely scoffed. This era is far removed from the apocalypse. Personal prowess alone can no longer dictate everything. So how does one learn to operate a mech? Bai Xingshu, oblivious to the system's disdain, began to ponder his predicament. Host, within the mech combat network of this world, there are foundational tutorials for mech operation. The system swiftly provided a solution to the dilemma, outlining several pathways for Bai Xingshu to successfully obtain login credentials at the Capital Military University. Upon absorbing this information, Bai Xingshu concluded that, according to the system, his aspirations to learn mech operation today were utterly futile. Consequently, he turned to his roommate. "Shen Geng, the freshman competition is tomorrow. I have never operated a mech. Do you possess a login device for the mech combat network?" "You've never operated a mech?" Shen Geng was taken aback. "Aren't you from the combat department?" Shen Geng's face flushed with embarrassment, as if he had uttered something he should not have. Shitu Star, the most remote planet of the Empire. Without further inquiries regarding Bai Xingshu, Shen Geng directly produced a device resembling goggles and handed it to Bai Xingshu. "This is the login device." After reciting the plan for several minutes, the system responded. "The author has something to say." Chapter 2. Who says that merely standing guard? Bai Xingshu gazed at the login device before him, feeling an abrupt closure within his mind as the system momentarily faltered, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This identity proves quite useful. Bai Xingshu vividly recalled all the information pertaining to his mission, a fundamental skill for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, he would not forget the fact that the original owner hailed from a remote star system. At that moment, Bai Xingshu felt that every aspect of his incongruity in this world could be attributed to his distant origins. No one would deliberately seek to verify such claims. In fact, some might perceive that mentioning his background was akin to reopening old wounds, thus refraining from further discussion. Now, Shen Jian's actions only served to reinforce Bai Xingshu's convictions. The system, that this identity was not intended for such use. "Thank you." Bai Xingshu accepted the login device, noting Shen Jian's hand, which was still wrapped in bandages. "With your hand in that condition, is the freshman competition all right?" It's nothing serious. I'll just visit the school infirmary for a quick treatment, and it should be fine by evening, Shen Geng replied. Bai Xingshu nodded, mentally noting the remarkable standard of healthcare in this world. Before long, Shen Geng made his way to the medical office, while Bai Xingshu entered the Mecha Combat Network. The entry was swift as darkness enveloped him momentarily before brilliance emerged. Bai Xingshu found himself within the cockpit of a mecha, greeted by the somewhat trivial welcome. A speech directed at newcomers from the Mecha Combat Network. System? Bai Xingshu called out. He was not particularly surprised that the system could connect to the network after all. Regardless of its perceived limitations, it was indeed a bona fide system. Teach me how to operate the mecha. The following morning, Bai Xingshu returned the login device to Xinjiang. Xingzi Jiangji 11:42:48. Xinjiang was taken aback. These figures did not represent time, but rather the duration of the user's login, with Xingzi Jiangji being the user's nickname. A staggering near 12-hour span indicated that once he borrowed the device from Shen Geng, he had remained within the combat network without respite. This included the hours when one would typically be asleep. Moreover, the login device displayed that Xingzi Jiangji had logged off at the initial location. The initial location could only be accessed upon first login. This meant that Bai Xingshu had truly spent the entire night merely learning how to operate the mecha. He had only studied the Novice Guide of the Mecha Combat Network. Shen Geng found himself at a loss for words. This fundamental education is exceedingly monotonous, yet Bai Xingshu's ability to immerse himself in silent study for such an extended period has allowed Shen Geng to fully comprehend why he could ascend from a remote planet to gain admission into the Empire's most prestigious military academy. Such a level of diligence is indeed a distinct form of talent. However, individuals like Bai Xingshu, who have never before engaged with mechas yet aspire to enter the combat division of a military academy, are a rarity among rarities. Achieving significant progress with less than 12 hours of study is a formidable challenge. Surely, I cannot lose my roommate shortly after the semester commences? Unbeknownst to Shen Bai Xingshu, at this moment, under the guidance of the system, he has mastered all the fundamental operations of the mecha. Having learned to operate the mecha, it begs the question of how to engage in combat. Isn't personal combat experience of greater significance? Bai Xingshu possesses scant experience in mecha combat. Yet, the cohort of 17 and 18-year-old freshmen share a similar lack of experience, while Bai Xingshu holds considerable knowledge in other areas of operational experience. With composed determination, Bai Xingshu approached the assembly point for the new combat division students. What had once been a gathering filled with undercurrents of tension fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned in astonishment towards Bai Xingshu's entrance. At this moment, the freshmen had donned their standard uniforms. However, the attire on Bai Xingshu appeared strikingly distinct. The collar of the uniform perfectly accentuated the elegant curve of his neck, and the austere garment, cinched at the waist, emphasized his slender figure exquisitely. However, Bai Xingshu stood tall and straight, resembling a graceful orchid or a noble tree, making it somewhat uncomfortable for others to gaze too long at his slender waist. The collective gaze of the crowd left Bai Xingshu momentarily bewildered. He instinctively raised his head to glance at the assembly sign, confirming that he had not taken a wrong turn. Bai Xingshu inquired. Noticing Bai Xingshu's confirmation of his location and his continued advance, someone from the gathering finally approached him with a hint of caution, saying, "Excuse me, may I ask, if you are a new teacher?" "No," Bai Xingshu replied, shaking his head, and briefly introduced himself. "I am Bai Xingshu, a freshman in the combat department this year." Upon realizing Bai Xingshu's calm demeanor, the person grew bolder and began to chatter excitedly. "Why didn't I see you during the registration yesterday? With your looks, I surely wouldn't forget." "Enough." Silence. Came a sharp reprimand from a distance. Is there no sense of decorum? The individual who had spoken to Bai Xingshu subtly curled his lip upon hearing the command, but refrained from speaking further. Bai Xingshu raised his eyes towards the source of the voice and clearly saw a young man with an unruly demeanor. His clean buzz cut gave him an air of aggression. That is Lin Li, who recently evolved into an alpha, the second son of the Marshal of the 3rd Legion. The Lin family is a prestigious lineage with a history spanning 400 years, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 of the Empire's noble families. The system swiftly reported the identity of the man. This revelation prompted Bai Xingshu to steal a few more glances at Lin Li. It is either alpha or one of the top 10 noble families of the empire. This could be deemed the quintessential answer to his heartfelt aspiration. No matter how formidable the lineage of a lowly class family may be, it pales in comparison to this level of prestige. Lin Li prides himself on being the leader among the new combat students. Upon discovering that Bai Xingshu, who appeared delicate and frail, was indeed a member of the combat department, he instinctively labeled him as a potential hindrance, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. He intended to intimidate Bai Xingshu, yet the latter's unwavering gaze, filled with what seemed like admiration, somewhat alleviated Lin Li's irritation. In fact, it did more than just ease his discomfort. This parasitic flower relies solely on its beauty as a weapon. He must make it clear that the combat department is no playground. Host, it seems he really dislikes you. He doesn't even want to look at you. The system, having found its version of the answer, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Li's reactee. The system responded in confusion. Just blow him up, Bai Xingshu stated with unwavering certainty. Once you do that, individuals like him will flock to you incessantly. The new students did not linger at the assembly point for long, as they were soon ushered to the competition arena. Before them stood rows upon rows of mechas. The rules of the competition were straightforward. In this chaotic battle, survival until the end equates to victory. At the commencement of the competition, there exists a 20-minute grace period during which participants may freely conceal themselves, lay ambushes, and set traps, all subject. Oh, the ingenuity of the newcomers. For Bai Xingshu, comprehending the rules posed no significant challenge. The true difficulty for him lay in as he entered the cockpit of the mech and gazed upon the control panel. He fell into deep contemplation. This control panel is markedly different from that of the combat network. At this very moment, the instructors observing from the monitoring room erupted into laughter at the sight of the bewildered newcomers. Ahaha! This is the moment I eagerly anticipate each year. They fail to consider that the mechs made available for this group of younglings are hardly of commendable quality. In the combat network, even the most basic models are mainstream variant from the 27th generation onward. These newcomers have undoubtedly never piloted a 13th gene ration mech. Mainstream models are often inherited through lineage, many still retaining universal features. Now, it remains to be seen who will grasp this first. A 7 has already made a move that must be Lin Li. Indeed impressive, he is truly the son of Marshal Lin. His target seems to be Zhao Gao. Wait, that's not right. Where is he directing his attention? Is he intending to engage in Zone C? Zhao Gao has also mobilized. He is charging towards Lin Li. It's still the grace period, Captain. Should we issue a warning? He understood. Many of the new students noticed that two mechas, poised for confrontation, had come to a standstill, as if neither was willing to yield to the other, each begrudgingly vying to depart. Instantly, the other newcomers grew anxious. They understood that the later they left, the more they would suffer, as numerous individuals would likely be lying in wait outside our initial positions, ambushing them for points. Consequently, some of the increasingly restless students, disregarding all caution, hastily activated their mechas and advanced outward. In the monitoring room, the teachers observed the erratic movements of these mechas with amusement, thoroughly entertained by the antics of the novices. For the new students, the primary concern during this competition was class placement, while the teachers hoped the students would recognize their own lack of skill. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant in their responsibilities, keenly observing the actions of all the newcomers. Why is the C-16 mecha completely motionless? One teacher exclaimed in surprise. C-16, designated as Bai Xingshu's mecha, stood out amid the flurry of anxious students. Bai Xingshu calmly engaged in system diagnostics at the control panel, his mecha standing resolutely still as others flitted about. Unperturbed, Bai Xingshu displayed no signs of anxiety, while the system, observing the actions of others, grew concerned and issued a reminder. The safety time is about to expire. I understand. Do not rush. Bai Xingshu's lips curled into a smile as his hands continued their deft movements, his bright eyes capturing every action of the mechs outside. At last, the resonant buzzing that signaled the commencement of the hunt echoed through the air. In Bai Xingshu's pupils, several mechs charging towards him were vividly reflected, his smile widening. Who says that merely standing guard constitutes an ambush?
Chapter 3. Loading the gun is not done this way. A handful of individuals, quietly stationed outside the initial point, began to exhibit signs of impatience. They awaited the least experienced newcomers to emerge from within, eager to claim their victories. 15 minutes had elapsed since the designated safe time, yet no one had appeared. One of them murmured softly in frustration. This group had formed a temporary alliance, and upon hearing the remark, another scoffed derisively, as if mocking their own situation. What else can we do? It's simply a matter of larger fish devouring smaller ones, while the smaller ones feast on shrimp. Just like how we dare not confront those who left ahead of us, but instead remain here, ready to eliminate the inexperienced. Those inside surely thought the same. Rather than facing us, they preferred to eradicate those who, like them, remained trapped in the initial point past the safe time, ensuring that they would not finish last. After this self-deprecating comment, the communication channels within the mecha fell into a profound silence. Which student at the prestigious Capital Military University is not regarded as an elite in their own institution? Yet, only 2 days into their enrollment, they faced a harsh awakening, realizing that there are always greater individuals beyond their own realms. Although those present had made the best choices available, none felt particularly elated. However, a point of comparison could offer some solace. For instance, when I exited the initial point, there was still one mecha that hadn't moved an inch. It must have been eliminated. Well, regardless of the circumstances, we will not find ourselves at the bottom. In the channel, several individuals exchanged words, alleviating their suppressed emotions. When suddenly one person excitedly raised their voice, someone has emerged. Instantly, they all cast aside their futile feelings and swiftly entered a state of preparedness. The newcomers, having eliminated a number of those lacking in skill, would undoubtedly form cohesive groups for their endeavors. The essence of the newcomer competition lies in who can endure the longest. The principle of strength in numbers is well understood by all. They may not necessarily be much stronger than those who have survived the initial skirmishes. However, a single individual? The ambushing team was taken aback, gazing at the solitary mech that had evidently just emerged from battle. Was it a scout? There were no mechs following behind. Were they intending to consume him? Consume. More than one person swiftly made a decision. The operational mode of this lagging mech was not yet fully familiar to everyone, and its movements were severely restricted. This vanguard was so distanced from the subsequent personnel that it presented no opportunity for rescue, essentially offering itself as a sacrifice. Such a favorable opportunity was not one they could afford to miss. As the command to consume resonated, the first to act was not the ambushers, but the solitary mech of Bai Xingshu. The hatch opened, igniting, as the emblem of C-16 shone like flames, leaving behind an ethereal trail of light in the air. As the closest mech to Bai Xingshu emerged, it quickly identified its target and charged towards it at maximum velocity. The ambushed pilot felt a surge of panic, his instincts kicking in as he attempted to maneuver the mech away. Yet it was too late. He barely managed to shift his position when the colossal hand of the oncoming mech materialized before him. His pupils dilated in terror, engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. The cacophony of frantic error alerts blared around him, and moments later, the deafening clash of metal reverberated in his ears. However, the most profound sensation he experienced was the chaotic, disorienting ride that felt akin to being ensnared in a devilish pendulum. Was he to perish? He desperately fought to regain control of his mech, but all efforts were in vain. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and yet pass in an instant. Finally, his cockpit crashed to the ground, and light returned. In a haze of confusion, he began to comprehend the ordeal he had just endured. The mech that had charged at him, still maintaining its blistering speed, appeared to be barreling toward other mechs with reckless abandon. In reality, it deftly sidestepped the opposing mech at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, it extended its hand and, utilizing the inertia from its velocity, effortlessly extracted the cockpit of its intended target. With a swift kick, it sent the remaining mech carcass careening away, using it as a shield against incoming attacks from other mechs. The first unfortunate victim of this fray was left bewildered. This is absolute madness. This is not how mech battles are meant to be fought. Their entire ambush team consisted of merely 6 individuals, and under such a rapid offensive onslaught, they displayed a complete rout within a mere 5 minutes. The distant mech farthest from Bai Xingshu reacted swiftly, observing the utter collapse of the others. However, Bai Xingshu did not grant him that opportunity. How I detest deserters, Bai Xingshu remarked, promptly rising from the mech he had just incapacitated, brandishing his standard-issue weapon, and hurling it towards the fleeing mech. The several freshmen, still reeling from the swift execution they had witnessed, exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the instructor monitoring the scene was aghast. That's a gun. An assault rifle. It's not meant to be used like that. The asset management instructor clutched his chest, emitting a sound akin to an explosion, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of throwing an assault rifle. From the very beginning, Bai Xingshu had dismantled countless mechs along his path, treating every one of them as disposable items, which had already caused considerable distress to the instructor. Yet, he managed to convince himself that this was merely the normal attrition of the freshman competition. Bai Xingshu's ruthlessness in dismantling mechs was simply an exaggerated example. However, the act of throwing the assault rifle proved to be the proverbial last straw, prompting the instructor to erupt in a lamentation. It's all money. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to secure funding for our combat department? This display of exasperation, which left many speechless, posed no issue for Bai Xingshu, who merely pondered whether he had indeed eliminated the deserter. As for the reason behind discarding the loading guns, it is essential to note that weaponry attached to mechs is an advanced matter. Bai Xingshu has not undergone any training in mech combat, rendering him incapable of utilizing such equipment. Naturally, he opted for the method with which he was most familiar. After dismantling the cockpit of the mech and arranging it alongside several others in a neat row, Bai Xingshu began to relish the spoils of his conquest. To be precise, he was removing the worn-out components from his own mech and replacing them with the superior parts from his acquired trophies. In the midst of high-speed combat, involving grappling and kicking, Bai Xingshu's mech sustained considerable damage as well. In terms of replacing parts, he had become quite adept. As a metal manipulator, he excelled in assisting engineers to comprehend mechanical components. Given that all the mechs shared a uniform design, identifying and replacing damaged parts was a straightforward task for him. It was merely a matter of occasionally losing a few components during operation, which was inconsequential. Observing all this, the ambushers seated in a row began to comprehend why they had to wait so long for the individual from the starting point to emerge. It became evident that this formidable figure had been engaged in similar activities within the starting point. Now that we are safe, it is time to rest properly. The system's tone was imbued with a sense of gratitude, as if to say, "You have worked hard, esteemed one. Enjoy a cup of tea. It's nothing. This level of exertion is hardly tiring." Bai Xingshu felt not only unwearied, but also slightly unsatisfied. "I have a new combat idea that requires experimentation." The system was momentarily taken aback, hastily advising, "Your mech has already sustained significant damage. What will you do if you can't secure first place if you continue like this?" "If it breaks, I'll just switch to another one," Bai Hang replied, once again pushing the mech's speed to its maximum. "It's not a big issue." Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the arena, Lin Li and Zhao Gao were engaged in an intense exchange. Both possessed extensive experience in piloting mechs, quickly adapting to the old model, showcasing a dazzling array of combat techniques. Yet, there remained a discernible gap in their skill levels. A blue beam shot forth rapidly, engulfing the entire cockpit. The victory emblem appeared before Lin Li, who coldly observed Zhao Gao's frustrated demeanor as he pounded the control panel. For Lin Li, accustomed to winning against Zhao Gao, this victory elicited no particular emotion. Only the asset management instructor in the monitoring room felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears by the scene before him. This was the essence of a proper mech battle. The mounted weapon was a specialized competition tool, targeting and hitting the mech's simulated damage without inflicting any real harm. Who would dismantle a mech for fun? Unbeknownst to those in the monitoring room, Lin Li glanced at the disgruntled Zhao Gao before lowering his gaze to the numbers displayed on the screen. Remaining participants, 52. Lin Li was momentarily stunned, beginning to ponder the passage of time. Had he and Zhao Gao been engaged in battle for that long? Surely it had only been a little over an hour. Hadn't it? The combat department of the Capital Military University welcomed over 400 new students this year. Typically, in pursuit of rankings, most would prefer a cautious approach, leading many to disperse and conceal themselves rather than engage in a large-scale battle that could result in significant eliminations. However, at this moment, Lin Li observed the remaining participant count flicker and decrement to 51. Almost immediately, it changed to 50. Lin Li raised an eyebrow. He suddenly found this seemingly mundane and tedious freshman competition intriguing. Chapter 4, His Pheromone, is... The arena for the freshman competition was not particularly small. It took Lin Li half an hour to arrive at the site of the ongoing battles among the new recruits. Contrary to his expectations of encountering unexpected skilled individuals among his peers, the scene before him was one of utter chaos. The remaining participants had dwindled to 34. All engaged in this tumultuous battleground. Lin Li furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that something felt amiss. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Regardless of the underlying schemes at play, since all remaining freshmen were gathered here, eliminating them would bring this to a swift conclusion. It was merely a freshman competition. After all, Lin Li raised his firearm, the blue beam of light piercing through the air to strike the most ferocious mech among the fray. The once fervent battlefield fell silent in an instant. Just as the light grazed past, Bai Xing raised his head to regard this unexpected visitor. At the pinnacle of the scene, the wind seemed to embrace the mech. The king has arrived. The scene resembled a divine descent, evoking a desire within Bai Xingshu to whistle in admiration. Impressive, remarked the system, which had previously expressed its thoughts without any further concern regarding Bai Xingshu's first-place standing. Over the course of nearly 2 hours, the system had come to a profound realization. Compared to Bai Xingshu, a survivor forged in the crucible of the apocalypse, these newly admitted military academy students were indeed rather inexperienced. Bai Xingshu's proficiency in mecha piloting was hardly exceptional among the newcomers. The only commendable attribute was his remarkable reaction speed. Initially, his swift tactics that allowed him to eliminate foes with remarkable efficiency lost their efficacy against more seasoned opponents. However, this did not faze Bai Xingshu. In the face of the apocalypse and monstrous adversaries, weakness and powerlessness had become his norm. He swiftly adapted his strategy, employing a tactic of leveraging strength against strength, akin to flying a kite, skillfully drawing together the scattered newcomers, who would not desire to prey upon isolated mechs. For those reluctant to pursue, Bai Xingshu possessed ample methods to instigate their interest. Ultimately, the scene evolved into a chaotic melee. With his keen reflexes, Bai Xingshu navigated through the fray of battling mechs, continuously igniting the intensity of the skirmish. Should he cause excessive disruption resulting in considerable mecha damage, breaching the cockpit doors of enemy mechs to engage in hand-to-hand combat or forcibly commandeering them was well within his capabilities. Presently, Bai Xingshu piloted not the C-16 but the A-71, rendering the mechs he had previously transformed into mere footnotes in his ascent. The A-71 mech is accompanied by its own squad. Bai Xingshu lowered his voice, adopting a hoarse tone, and commanded with authority, "Take him down." The identity of him was unmistakable. With only 33 individuals remaining, they were essentially all from the same class. Surely, one would wish to showcase their skills before the first rank, wouldn't they? Even in defeat, one should possess the courage to lose honorably. Bai Xingshu skillfully delivered a stirring speech. As anticipated, his words silenced the channel instantly. That invigorating sensation of excitement began to stir within them. Bai Xingshu refrained from uttering any further words, for none were necessary. Lin Li's lethal beam, akin to the sword of Damocles, loomed over their hearts, prompting them to make a choice. All Bai Xingshu needed to do was ascertain Lin Li's attack selection, switch to another mech, and redirect the focus on Lin Li to the other squads. 30 individuals. 28. 26. At last, the blue light from the battlefield soared toward Lin Li. He evaded it. The second and third beams swiftly enveloped him. 1 against 26. Game over. Bai Xingshu spoke to the system. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a blur before his eyes. Lin Li's mech seemed to vanish in place, shifting positions thrice in the blink of an eye, evading the lock-on while effortlessly taking down an unsuspecting mech. The Lin family's 3 transformations. Bai Xingshu heard the gritted teeth and resentful murmurs of his teammates in the squad channel. Bai Xingshu did not inquire about the meaning of those words. He immediately vacated the location. 2 seconds later, a gap was created where he once stood. Lin Li's mech, marked with the inscription A07, loomed within the opening, illuminated by the waning sunlight, surrounded by the remnants of shattered mechs. The mechs that had relentlessly assaulted Lin Li froze in their tracks. Remaining numbers: 21. Although the number of opponents was still considerable, Bai Xingshu's recent maneuver had sown seeds of doubt regarding their perceived advantage. Sensing the rapidly diminishing momentum emanating from the other mechs, Bai Xingshu remained remarkably composed. He had long since grown accustomed to the notion that, in the end, one could only rely on oneself. With a tranquil mindset, Bai Xingshu took a moment to admire the strikingly heroic scene of Lin Li. Truly magnificent, he mused to himself before activating the mech communication channel. "Cover me." As his voice resonated, Bai Xingshu drew a loaded gun from the back of his mech and charged towards Lin Li. Those who had survived to this point were no weaklings. Upon witnessing Bai Xingshu's movements, even those who did not comprehend his intentions prepared to provide him with cover. Observing Bai Xingshu's valiant yet utterly unprofessional assault, Lin Li raised an eyebrow and refrained from evasion. Lin Li had never been one to shy away from granting a swift end to those courting death. His mech lifted an arm, and a blue beam surged towards Bai Xingshu. Anticipating this, Bai Xingshu swiftly raised his loaded gun, accurately deflecting the ray. The loading gun has been completely destroyed and is rendered unusable. A message popped up on the screen inside the mech. Bai Xingshu did not even spare a glance at the words. To him, there was no distinction between being damaged and undamaged. He was, in a physical sense, incapable of using it. The loading gun had always served but one purpose in his eyes. Bai Xingshu accurately hurled the loading gun, which sliced through the air with a swift whoosh, directly striking Lin Li's mech arm, instantly misaligning the angle of Lin Li's loading gun. Without affording Lin Li the time to regain control of his mech arm, Bai Xingshu had already closed the distance to Lin Li's mech within mere seconds. At this proximity, both parties could clearly observe each other's movements within their cockpits. This was the range for close combat in mechs. It was only then that Lin Li discerned the appearance of the individual daring enough to engage him in close quarters, momentarily stunned. It was that pretty little thing? Though Lin Li's mind faltered for a moment, his muscle memory propelled him to execute a counterattack instinctively. He launched a swift assault on Bai Xingshu's mech's power compartment. Lin Li was acutely aware of the weak points of various mechs. For Bai Xingshu to evade this attack, he could only alter his direction to the right. Bai Xingshu remained oblivious to Lin Li's strategy, yet he was keenly aware of his own piloting skills. He was no match even for a typical novice, let alone Lin Li. Only a fool would engage in a contest within an opponent's area of expertise. To win, naturally, one must strike in their own realm of proficiency. Bai Xingshu did not attempt to evade Lin Li's attack. Instead, he straightforwardly maneuvered his mech's arms to firmly grasp Lin Li's mech shoulders. In the midst of Lin Li's astonished gaze, the two cockpits collided violently. The front windows of the cockpit shattered, sending countless shards of glass flying. Bai Xingshu, having already unfastened his safety buckle, deftly withdrew the mech's control stick and leaped forward with vigor. The control stick danced in Bai Xingshu's hands, sending all obstructive fragments careening away. Amidst Lin Li's shocked expression, Bai Xingshu intruded into Lin Li's cockpit. "Don't move," Bai Xingshu commanded, landing with remarkable poise. He seized Lin Li's hand, which was poised to disengage his safety buckle, with one hand, while the other pressed the control stick firmly against Lin Li's throat, constricting his windpipe. "Now, do you wish to be second or 21st? Having never encountered such a scenario in a mech battle, Lin Li only then comprehended the gravity of Bai Xingshu's abrupt entrance into his cockpit, the sheer impact of the moment overwhelming him. Upon grasping Bai Xingshu's intent, Lin Li's expression darkened. Cursing under his breath, he shot a fierce glare at Bai Xingshu, his uncontrolled hand maneuvering the control stick to swiftly evade an attack from another mech. Observing Lin Li's reaction, Bai Xingshu chuckled softly, releasing Lin Li's hand as he attempted to unfasten his safety buckle. Once liberated, Lin Li's initial instinct was not to operate the mech, but rather to thrust a fist towards the hand that wielded the control stick. Bang! Just as Lin Li's hand regained its freedom, it was firmly slammed back onto the seat. "Oh, do you prefer to be in 20th place?" Bai Xingshu inquired, his tone teasing. With that strike, Lin Li had just eliminated another mech, leaving only 20 remaining in the arena. Lin Li's expression contorted as he exerted himself in vain, unable to extricate his hand from Bai Xingshu's grasp. Through the recent skirmishes and his current inability to break free from Bai Xingshu's hold, Lin Li came to a stark realization. He had lost. He, of all people, had succumbed to this individual who had driven him to exasperation in every conceivable aspect. A fierce blaze of anger ignited within him, yet he found himself utterly powerless, ensnared in the pilot's seat. "Just you wait." Lin Li spat those words through clenched teeth, venting his frustration by dispatching an approaching mech. 10 minutes later, the scene was left with only a solitary mech still standing, alongside two individuals still locked in a standoff within its confines. The announcement declaring the final results of the new student competition hesitated momentarily before sounding forth. The competition concluded with Bai Xingshu securing first place, Lin Li in second, and Deng Zilin in third. The aforementioned students, please proceed to the award podium. At this moment, Bai Xingshu finally lowered the control stick he had been pressing against Lin Li's neck. Observing Lin Li's face, dark as a stormy night, Bai Xingshu felt that, since the competition had concluded, a gesture of goodwill was in order. Thus, he attempted to adopt a more humble demeanor, offering Lin Li a friendly smile and saying, "I concede." This marked the most modest expression in Bai Xingshu's recollection. In response, Lin Li abruptly maneuvered the mech to rise. To Lin Li's surprise, Bai Xingshu resorted to this childish tactic. Caught off guard, he stumbled slightly and hastily grasped the back of Lin Li's seat to regain his balance. Bai Xingshu did not complain. Instead, he adapted with ease, holding onto the seat's backrest while savoring the subtle sensation of weightlessness as the mecha ascended. The wind swept through the cracked cockpit glass, brushing against his cheeks, and Bai Xingshu clearly beheld the sun slowly descending in the distance, casting golden rays that scattered delicately across the earth. The forest, bathed in the hues of sunset, echoed with distant animal calls and the chirping of birds. While the artificial buildings loomed closer, their inhabitants meandering lazily within their shadows. "How beautiful," he murmured softly to himself, his tone a blend of relaxation and envy for this world. Lin Li, who distinctly heard Bai Xingshu's words, found himself on an entirely different wavelength. As if those expressions of happiness and contentment rendered his own anger juvenile and unreasonable, it felt as if his fury had been punctured, deflating helplessly like a balloon. Lin Li pursed his lips and turned slightly to glance at Bai Xingshu. In that fleeting moment, the gentle beauty of the mountains and rivers reflected in Bai Xingshu's gaze seemed to settle deep within Lin Li's heart, radiant as a galaxy. Panic surged within him, compelling him to look ahead as if nothing had transpired. Then, he heard Bai Xingshu, undeterred, strike up another conversation. "Is this place near the sea? I believe I can scent the brine of the ocean," he remarked. Lin Li could only respond with a silent blush. The mech, which had been progressing steadily, suddenly accelerated and plunged into the station building. He could not comprehend why Lin Li had made such a sudden move. The observing system remained silent, contemplating whether it should inform its host that after Lin Li had differentiated into an alpha, his pheromone resembled the scent of sea salt. In Chapter 5, the sound of changing breaths revealed to Bai Xingshu that the awards ceremony would indeed showcase the champion's highlights. Various departments such as research and development, logistics management, engineering construction, and information warfare presented themselves before him. He was astonished to discover that a military academy harbored such a multitude of disciplines. Most surprisingly, among the champion's highlights from these departments, he spotted his roommate, Shen Geng, the champion of the Combat Command Department. In the surreal starry sky, two factions clashed, with Shen Geng's voice issuing command after command, rising and falling with the accompanying music. Within the blue team, several military branches executed the orders with seamless coordination, weaving through the enemy ranks like serpents, igniting brilliant fireworks amidst the cosmic sea, silently engulfing their adversaries. Though Bai Xingshu was not well versed in interstellar warfare, he found it difficult to grasp the content of the montage. Nevertheless, The resounding applause that surpassed that of other departments indicated that his roommate was indeed quite formidable. It could be said that those departments capable of clinching first place in the freshman competition were inherently strong. Instinctively, Bai Xingshu mimicked Shen Jian's stance, adjusting his posture. Soon, his own remarkably distinguished visage appeared on the ceremonial screen. The mechanized cockpit, paired with the sleek combat attire and the pure, innocent beauty of Bai Xingshu, creates a striking visual impact that is nothing short of overwhelming. "Isn't that Lin Li?" someone murmured in astonishment. The scene did not linger on Bai Xingshu's face. Instead, the camera swiftly zoomed in on the depths of his pupils, where multiple approaching mechs were vividly reflected. In this moment of peril, the focus shifted rapidly to Bai Xingshu's hands, where the white light emanating from the control stick illuminated his fingers, resembling polished jade. The crowd's gaze instinctively gravitated towards that fingertip, but they were given no time to linger. A series of quick cuts revealed the C-17 mech engaging in fierce clashes with its adversaries, the rhythmic impacts synchronized with the pulsating music, igniting the audience's fervor. Just as the spectators anticipated a relentless display of destruction, the visuals abruptly froze. The sudden silence was pierced by a crisp click that resonated in everyone's ears as Bai Xingshu released the cockpit's safety latch. Nearby, the enemy mechs drew ever closer, prompting a collective intake of breath. Even those not trained in combat, having studied at military academies, possessed a fundamental understanding of mecha operations. All were astonished by Bai Xingshu's reckless maneuver, yet within the frame, he demonstrated through his actions that such danger was inconsequential. The next scene following the unlatched safety buckle depicted Bai Xingshu leaping from the cockpit, landing at the entrance of the opposing mech's cockpit. In the footage, Bai Xingshu resembled a butterfly taking flight, dazzlingly captivating, drawing attention away from the ever-shifting background of the mech he was targeting. The awakening of the crowd from this exhilarating and utterly captivating spectacle was entirely due to Bai Xingshu's next move. He forcefully yanked the handrail beside the door and struck it heavily at the lock of the cabin door. Thus, the door of the cockpit swung open. At that moment, the minds of the new students from various departments were blank. How could this be possible? Yet it was undeniably true. In the next scene, Bai Xingshu was already seated in the newly opened mech, furiously commanding over the channel. "Eliminate him." As his voice echoed, the camera executed a swift 180-degree turn, focusing on the formidable mech. Charge. Block. Throw. The actions flowed seamlessly, as though victory was imminent. However, from every spectator's perspective, the majestic mech was depicted launching an assault on the power cabin. The footage slowed, accentuating the attack. There was no escape. Those watching the video suddenly realized this, their hearts racing. Just then the scene shifted. Bai Xingshu wore a triumphant smile. The audience experienced a first-person perspective, feeling the collision of the two cockpits. In this splendid moment, Bai Xingshu leaped, subduing his opponent. Due to the angle of the shot, it appeared as though Bai Xingshu was nestled against Lin Li, their breaths intertwining. "Don't move." Bai Xingshu's voice resonated for the first time, clear and piercing like a whisper in one's ear. Many present instinctively froze. Yet the edited footage portrayed a stark contrast. The restless beat of the drum surged, and within the frame, the suppressed Lin Li abruptly rebelled, the camera fixating entirely on the entwined hands of the two. That long, pale hand grasped tightly onto the strong, wheat-colored one, fingers swirling, twisting, and entangling in a fervent dance. Bai Xingshu observed the scene, a vague sense of peculiarity creeping over him. Before he could ponder further, he heard a curse from the individual beside him. Turning to glance at Lin Li, he was met with the sight of flushed ears and a grimacing expression. This wretched editing algorithm. What kind of material did those fools feed into it? Having uttered his frustration, Lin Li suddenly sensed the scrutiny directed at him. Who dared to watch his performance? Embarrassment ignited a fire within him, and he whirled to glare at the onlooker, only to collide with Bai Xingshu's pure, innocent eyes, which held a hint of bemusement. Lin Li. As if scalded by flames, Lin Li instinctively averted his gaze, staring at the sky and the ground, utterly unable to meet Bai Xingshu's eyes again. What was this reaction? Bai Xingshu mused that it was entirely reasonable for a defeated individual to feel embarrassed and infuriated when suddenly thrust into the spotlight, forced to confront their loss before all. The remaining count swiftly tumbled from 20, finally halting at 2, and in the next instant, an announcement echoed. The competition concluded, and Bai Xingshu emerged victorious in this battle system. The screen once more illuminated Bai Xingshu's visage. Sweat glistened like dew upon his face, irresistibly drawing the gaze towards the drenched combat uniform beneath. The venue, imbued with an air of tranquility, was marked only by the discernible variations in breathing. Yet, amidst this serene atmosphere, Bai Xingshu found himself yearning for the sound of applause. Where were the accolades? He believed his editing prowess to be commendable, perhaps even exhilarating. So why the absence of applause? Was there a flaw in the proceedings? Confusion enveloped him until a somewhat awkward inquiry from Lin Li pierced through his thoughts. Are you an Omega? Still grappling with the ABO gender dynamics, Bai Xingshu paused, only to realize what Lin Li was asking. How does one pronounce beta? In this apocalyptic world, where he had scarcely learned foreign languages, he opted for the most succinct response, no. I see, Lin Li replied unconsciously. It is well known that only alphas and omegas possess the ability to detect pheromones. Although omegas were scarce in the military academy, they had never been barred from enrollment in combat disciplines. Thus, upon witnessing Bai Xingshu's alluring demeanor on screen, Lin Li felt compelled to seek confirmation. Perhaps. Bai Xingshu noticed a hint of disappointment in Lin Li's expression. Had he inadvertently said something wrong? As he pondered this, the instructor in charge of guidance began gesturing towards Bai Xingshu and his companions, signaling them to ascend the stage for their award. Why did it seem that anyone he glanced at promptly averted their gaze? Bai Xingshu contemplated this in silence before addressing the system. Could it be that my performance was too impressive, resulting in an adverse effect? This was the only explanation he could fathom. System. No. You did very well. Feeling the system's frustration, Bai Xingshu responded. ? However, it did not matter that Bai Xingshu did not comprehend. Another party featured in the film understood perfectly well. As soon as the awards for the combat department concluded, Bai Xingshu remained motionless, while Lin Li surged forward, charging towards the teacher in charge, slamming his hand on the table. We demand an explanation regarding the champion's footage. Bai Xingshu blinked once, then twice, immediately mimicking Lin Li. He rushed to the teacher's position and joined in the demand. An explanation is imperative. The beleaguered teacher stared at the two before him. One was the youngest son of the Lin family, and the other was a fierce individual who dared to leap into a mecha and dismantle its door with bare hands. The teacher felt uneasy and forced a smile. Are you so desperate for money? Does a part-time job on campus solve all your problems? Can't you exhibit a modicum of self-respect? Lin Li was quite irked and began to chastise Bai Xingshu. In the face of Lin Li's impetuous remarks, Bai Xingshu rationally offered an explanation. They clearly had no intention of providing compensation. Any advantage we can secure is worthwhile. Lin Li remained displeased, but given the earlier scene in the room, he had to concede that Bai Xingshu's assessment was indeed accurate. Observing Lin Li's deflated demeanor, Bai Xingshu finally ventured to inquire about the issue that had piqued his curiosity since earlier. What exactly went awry with the champion's footage? This sentence left Lin Li, whose anger had yet to fully dissipate, utterly speechless as he gazed at Bai Xingshu. You have no idea what transpired. Yet you insist on confronting the teacher alongside me. Bai Xingshu chuckled, stating, although I am unaware of the situation, the championship footage belongs to me. You must be stepping in for me, so how could I let you face this alone? Lin Li found himself momentarily stunned by Bai Xingshu's assumption, only to soon hear the latter's continued inquiries. Lin Li replied, you fool. He scoffed. Chapter 6. The Boundless Freedom of XP Upon Entering. Bai Xingshu spotted Shen Geng engrossed in writing and drawing. Only after noticing Bai Xingshu's arrival did Shen Geng lift his head. In high spirits, Bai Xingshu waved and greeted him, hello there, champion. The smile was infectious, prompting Shen Geng to smile in return, hello, another champion. What are you working on? Bai Xingshu chuckled lightly and quickly leaned closer to Shen Geng, glancing at his work. Reviewing? As expected of a champion, you truly are diligent. Bai Xingshu's tone was filled with genuine admiration, which made Shen Jian's smile considerably more authentic. Throughout his life, Shen Jian had often been praised by others, however. Most of the accolades focused on his talent rather than his hard work. The effort he put forth could not merely be described as diligence. It would be an understatement to say he fought tooth and nail. After a brief pause, Shen Jian added, "But one must still pay attention to safety." Sitting upright like a jade pine, he maintained a composed demeanor, his hands resting calmly on the table and the pen held steadily in his grasp. Devoid of any casual fidgeting, his poise exhibited a level of refinement that was almost astonishing. This reminded Bai Xingshu of the privileged children he had encountered in the homes of the elite. Could he truly be from an ordinary family? Bai Xingshu pondered momentarily. The questioning system immediately grew displeased. The information I gathered is undoubtedly accurate. Very well. After all, Shen Jian was merely a beta. His social standing was inconsequential to Bai Xingshu. He casually acknowledged Shen Jian's admonitions, displaying an attitude that clearly indicated he did not take Shen Jian's words to heart. Shen Jian furrowed his brow, yet, recalling that Bai Xingshu hailed from the remote Cheetah Star, he considered that striving to escape such an isolated planet was likely a daily endeavor for him. Had Bai Xingshu not exerted himself to master the piloting of mechas, how could he have attained the championship? In the annals of the Empire's history, such a character's temperament was not one for him to critique. Reflecting on the heroes of the Empire's past, Shen Jian found himself intrigued by Bai Xingshu's thoughts. "May I inquire about a somewhat personal matter?" Bai Xingshu responded, puzzled about what personal issue could pertain to him. "Please go ahead. Over the years, few have managed to come from Cheetah Star. How did you accomplish it?" Shen Jian asked earnestly. Bai Xingshu paused for a moment. "Is such a thing difficult?" he inquired of the system. "The system here is quite self-evident. The original owner is also Bai Xingshu. You are all counterparts from different worlds, and ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to transact with our system." Bai Xingshu was taken aback. He had just come to know of this matter. This statement struck a familiar chord with Shen Jian, who straightened his back as if anticipating a legendary proclamation, his gaze sparkling with curiosity towards Bai Xingshu. "What is your goal?" Bai Xingshu took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. "To marry into a wealthy alpha family." Shen Jian.
Huh?
Shen Jian what? It was only then that Bai Xingshu noticed the bewildered expression on Shen Jian's face. "You don't know who Lin Li is?" "He is the youngest son of Marshal Lin from the 3rd Military District." Shen Jian felt an overwhelming sense of shock. How could someone come to the capital military university with such a life goal? Moreover, the goal was clear and the actions were evident. It was apparent that he had contemplated this deeply. Thus, Shen Jian was even more astonished. "Isn't it just a question? It seems there might be an issue with my championship footage. Do you know anything about it?" Bai Xingshu asked candidly. Shen Jian. Shen Jian sensed that shock could no longer encompass his feelings. Did Bai Xingshu truly not comprehend such matters? Had the West 2-star become so remote that even this basic knowledge eluded its inhabitants? Observing Bai Xingshu's genuine thirst for understanding, devoid of any pretense, Shen Jian paused for a few seconds in silence before ultimately providing a response. "Well, there is a segment at the end that contains implications of that nature." Bai Xingshu inquired, "In what aspect?" The ambiguity in their conversation left him perplexed. Shen Jian's lips twitched slightly. This individual truly lacked the ability to comprehend even the most subtle hints. Yet, to articulate his thoughts directly proved challenging for Shen Jian. Having been educated from a young age to adhere strictly to etiquette, he found himself without any prior experience in discussing such matters openly. Gripping the tablet tightly, he managed to maintain a calm and composed demeanor as he stated, in terms of reproduction. This response bewildered Bai Xingshu, prompting him to blink in confusion before casting a speechless glance at Shen Jian. Upon meeting Bai Xingshu's gaze, Shen Jian tightened his grip on the tablet even more. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Xingshu was utterly oblivious to his embarrassment. Instead, he openly expressed his astonishment at the vague response. "Is that truly sufficient?" This encompasses not only interactions between humans but also those with animals or even with other species. It's remarkably liberal. While Bai Xingshu had little interest in such matters, he was certainly well informed. To him, These borderline topics were hardly substantial, akin to a child's plaything. Shen Jian thought, what is this clueless individual looking down upon? His lips twitched. Bai Xingshu merely offered a casual remark, thereby concluding that he now understood the reluctance of the system during the award presentation, which had commented, "You performed admirably." It turned out that Lin Li had a preference for such things. Bai Xingshu stroked his chin, noting this down, then turned to Shen Jian and asked, "What are you doing?" Reviewing the situation. Shen Jian generously displayed the contents of the tablet for Bai Xingshu to glance at. Bai Xingshu quickly scanned the screen, noting that it was filled with numerous scribbles and annotations, most of which he could not comprehend. How industrious the people of this world are. He pondered that his potential victory in the upcoming freshman competition would largely rely on an element of surprise. He resolved to continue pursuing Lin Li, knowing he must exert even greater effort. "Could you lend me your login device once more?" Bai Xingshu inquired directly. Shen Jian hesitated for a moment before retrieving the device. Bai Xingshu accepted it, assuring Shen Jian that he did not intend to take advantage of him indefinitely. "The school has already found me a work-study position. Once I have some money, I shall purchase a second-hand device and treat you to a lavish meal."
Oh.
Shen Jian paid little attention to Bai Xingshu's words. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. As he observed Bai Xingshu donning the login device, he hesitantly spoke up. "In the future, perhaps you should refrain from discussing your ambitions with others. Or perhaps rephrase them." Bai Xingshu was taken aback by Shen Jian's sudden counsel. Indeed, the people in this world seemed quite sensitive. The video he suppressed of Lin Li had already sparked their wild imaginations. Those from a peaceful world are like sheltered blossoms. Their emotional well-being should certainly be nurtured. Bai Xingshu, always receptive to advice, readily acquiesced. "Then I shall tell others that I am striving to live better." Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's casual remark, Shen Jian immediately logged onto the battle network. He reached beneath his pillow and retrieved a few cherished volumes. Legendary Hero by Xian. To Survive, The Divine Dreamer Zhang Wuda. I Can Do Better, and others. Unbeknownst to him, his single utterance had caused Shen Jian's admiration for his idol to waver. After logging into the game, Bai Xingshu refrained from engaging in any rudimentary training. Departing from the starting point, he finally arrived at the expansive personal space. Countless mechas stood in formation before him, accompanied by a myriad of extravagant facilities such as modification rooms, beautification chambers, lounges, and reception areas. However, all these were in a grayed-out state, with only the basic mecha utilized during initial training illuminated. Selecting the mecha, he entered the preliminary battle. As the scene transformed, Bai Xingshu found himself seated within the mecha cockpit, confronted by a landscape reminiscent of a new student competition, characterized by plains interspersed with gentle hills. In the distance stood a mecha of the same model as his own. With a push of the control stick, the mecha soared into the sky. At 5 o'clock in the morning, an urgent alarm blared, jolting Bai Xingshu awake. What was happening? He gazed out at the still dark night, momentarily bewildered. Yet, as a guardian of the apocalyptic base, he understood that such sounds heralded no good tidings. Though his mind questioned the situation, his hands swiftly donned his attire. Even quicker than Shen Jian. "It is an urgent assembly. We must head to the grand playground." Bai Xingshu swiftly changed into his training uniform, disappearing like the wind from the dormitory in no time. Upon turning around, he realized his roommate had already vanished, leaving Shen Jian, who had just finished changing his clothes. Pondering, is he really that slow? Bai Xingshu was quick to set off, yet the distance from the senior dormitory was considerable. By the time he arrived at the grand playground, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Wasting no time, Bai Xingshu utilized the auxiliary system. "Where is the combat department?" Lin Li is 150 meters to the front right. The system provided a clear directional target. Soon, Bai Xingshu found himself near Lin Li, but he noticed that Lin Li was already accompanied by someone. How amusing it is that a junior from the Lin family, without mastering their own combat techniques, comes out to bully novices. Who among the Lin family could it be, the one who said, "Where there is action, there is progress"? Chapter 7. As he spoke your words. Hearing his own ID name, Bai Xingshu's attention shifted to that individual. Who is that? Zhao Gao, a male beta. Also from the 3rd Legion, the sole son of a general. The Zhao family has few descendants, yet each generation produces talents, making them a prominent family in the empire. The system's information was always provided with remarkable speed. On the day of the freshman competition, he was the second to activate his mech. But he lost in combat against Lin Li, ranking 53rd in the freshman competition. With this revelation, Bai Xingshu recalled the encounter and proceeded towards the two individuals. Lin Li immediately noticed Bai Xingshu, turning his gaze towards him, and his expression relaxed instantly, seemingly revealing a hint of a smile. In response to Zhao Gao's provocations, Lin Li maintained a calm demeanor, showing no reaction whatsoever, not even sparing a glance at him. This indifference left Zhao Gao visibly displeased. Naturally, he was keenly aware of Lin Li's every move, and this slight change in expression prompted Zhao Gao to look towards Bai Xingshu as well. Bai Xingshu had initially approached to inquire about what Zhao Gao was discussing. However, upon hearing the mocking remark, he raised an eyebrow. This is the S-class area, isn't it? Why is the 53rd here? This remark struck a nerve, causing Zhao Gao's face to darken. Do you even know how to speak? You opportunistic scoundrel. Taking the crooked path. Bai Xingshu rubbed his wrist. Are you implying that you can defeat me? His intent to engage in a duel was unmistakable.
Who fears a pretty boy like you?
Do you really think you are the best? Zhao Gao, known for his fiery temper, stepped forward with determination, reaching out to shove Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu cleverly sidestepped, evading Zhao Gao just as he was about to make contact, causing Zhao Gao to lose his balance and stumble. Observing the spectacle, some classmates could not suppress their laughter. Zhao Gao's anger intensified. Enough. Lin Li frowned at the unfolding scene, realizing that it was time for lineup. Yet, Lin Li's interjection was belated. The teacher in charge of the combat department had already noticed the conflict, loudly reprimanding them. What are you two doing over there? Step forward. Run 20 laps. Who just laughed? Run 10 laps. After everyone, including Zhao Gao, responded loudly with an I will, they glared fiercely at Bai Xingshu, taking the lead and swiftly leaving him behind. Bai Xingshu felt little emotion about this, perhaps even a twinge of regret. If only Zhao Gao were an alpha. He seems easier to deal with than Lin Li. A few words, and they're already circling around me. System. He had no words to offer. As long as the host was happy, that sufficed. After completing the 20 laps, an invigorated Zhao Gao took pride in finishing ahead of Bai Xingshu. However, what awaited him next was another round of physical training that needed to be completed. By the time the morning training concluded, Zhao Gao's legs and arms trembled, while Bai Xingshu maintained steady breathing. As someone who had survived in a post-apocalyptic world, Bai Xingshu understood the importance of conserving energy. He turned to Lin Li and asked, "Shall we head to the cafeteria?" Lin Li, slightly out of breath from the rigorous training, glanced silently at the unaffected Bai Xingshu and then at the seething Zhao Gao in his direction. It seemed he was even more agitated. Bai Xingshu, puzzled, asked, "Who?" He was momentarily taken aback. Lin Li observed Bai Xingshu's genuine reaction, realizing he truly hadn't anticipated that Bai Xingshu could forget Zhao Gao entirely after running 20 laps. But then again, it wasn't particularly significant. Lin Li brushed aside his previous remarks, clearing his throat awkwardly as he stated, "There was no need for you to assist me earlier. Zhao merely indicated that it was a matter of personal grievance against me. It was nothing significant." Bai Xingshu responded with a non-committal adding, "The same goes for the award ceremony. Your assistance was unnecessary, as it was merely an incident during the screening." Lin Li was rendered speechless. That screening was indeed related to me. Therefore, your comments are also pertinent to my situation. Bai Xingshu directly appropriated Lin Li's argument. Lin Li gazed at Bai Xingshu, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, he turned his head, pressed his lips together, and with a hint of lightheartedness and joy in his voice, suggested, "Let us go have breakfast." In the cafeteria, after the two had collected their meals, they found an empty table to settle down. Upon hearing a particular name, Lin Li turned sharply to Bai Xingshu and inquired, "You seem quite interested in him." Bai Xingshu replied, "One must pay special attention to remarkable individuals." This statement held some truth. He is rather brash and enjoys fighting. I once mentioned this to my family, but the elder said. Lin Li's teeth clenched slightly. "I have a short temper, and it would be beneficial for him to spar with me." He lacks common sense. Perhaps if I thrash him a few more times, he might develop some. Bai Xingshu pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Observing Bai Xingshu's expression, Lin Li sighed. It's fine. Feel free to laugh. Bai Xingshu chuckled softly. Your parents possess foresight. Your temperament has improved significantly. I won the freshman competition against you, and yet you still supported me. Just then, another party involved in the conversation approached. Zhao Gao approached with his food tray and plopped down into the empty seat beside the two, his tone laced with provocation. What are you two chattering about? Laughing like fools. Upon Zhao Gao's arrival, Lin Li seemed utterly disinclined to engage in conversation, while Bai Xingshu chuckled softly. We were discussing your family, particularly how you two might learn to get along. Zhao Gao was taken aback by this revelation and turned incredulously towards Lin Li. You actually brought that up just to amuse him? Lin Li, with gritted teeth, retorted, if you don't want to eat, then just leave. He couldn't even bear to glance at Bai Xingshu as he directed his ire at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, intrigued, cast a curious glance at Lin Li. Typically, Lin Li would dismiss whatever he said without a second thought. However, Zhao Gao refrained from further commentary, occasionally stealing glances at Bai Xingshu. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Gao remarked, honestly, upon closer inspection, you are quite handsome. This statement prompted Lin Li to instinctively eye Zhao Gao with wariness. Bai Xingshu, on the other hand, remained unfazed by the compliment. His appearance mirrored that of his youthful self, enhanced by the system's added effects of tranquility and charm, which were often favored among the elite. Noticing Zhao Gao's friendlier demeanor, as if they could engage in a normal conversation, Bai Xingshu casually inquired, what were you discussing with Lin Li during the physical fitness assessment this morning? This question completely diverted Zhao Gao's thoughts. He removed his wristwatch and placed it on the table, at which point a screen immediately popped up. After a few quick maneuvers, several videos began to play. The content was familiar to Bai Xingshu. They were the recordings of his battles from the Mecha Combat Network the previous night, albeit from a third-person perspective. In the novice section of the Mecha Combat Network, someone had utilized the Lin family 3 transformations, which had garnered considerable attention. Zhao Gao exclaimed with enthusiasm, having longed to discuss this with someone, only to be ignored by Lin Li. Now, he finally had the opportunity. Is the Lin family 3 transformations really that difficult? Bai Xingshu inquired with surprise. When it came to combat, Zhao Gao explained with a professional seriousness. His analysis revealed classic Lin family maneuvers, albeit somewhat awkwardly executed. Someone had retrieved Xingzh's personal information, confirming that it was a newly registered account with merely 16 hours of online time, indeed a complete novice. Zhao Gao scrolled through the video, observing the first battle, where Xingzh's mecha exhibited clear stuttering movements, lacking coherence. At this point, he attempted to execute the Lin family 3 transformations but failed, resulting in a direct hit. The match was a clumsy back and forth, with victory proving exceedingly challenging. However, in the second match, there was a notable improvement. His movements became much more fluid. By the 5th match, he successfully executed the Lin family 3 transformations. The progress was rapid, yet there were many flaws. Bai Xingshu listened intently and immediately inquired, what flaw? Initially, Zhao Gao had only intended to offer a brief insight into the state of affairs, never anticipating that someone would genuinely take an interest in his words. Glancing at Bai Xingshu, he noticed the latter's rapt attention to the screen, clearly engrossed in the conversation, which invigorated him. He was quite adept at dealing with the Lin family. Lin Li observed the lively exchange between the two, who seemed to have completely forgotten about his presence, and pursed his lips, ultimately directing his gaze solely at Bai Xingshu. It was evident that it had been Bai Xingshu who had initially invited him to dine together. Yet now, he had been entirely overlooked. Chapter 8. Completely forgotten, Bai Xingshu processed Zhao Gao's remarks and queried the system. Do you have any records on your end? A sense of relief washed over him. At that moment, Bai Xingshu realized he had been chatting with Zhao Gao for far too long and promptly gestured, just a moment, I'll be right with you. After speaking, he hastily devoured his breakfast, finishing it in mere bites. Lin Li was taken aback by this feat. How could one achieve such speed? There's no need to rush, he thought, but his minor annoyance dissipated, replaced by a look of resignation. Bai Xingshu did not perceive any urgency in his actions. Since ascending to prominence, he had no concerns regarding sustenance and had not worried about food for quite some time. However, in his youth, he had experienced periods when food had to be consumed quickly lest it be claimed by others. For him, eating swiftly had become second nature. Moreover, the culinary delights of this world are far more exquisite and tender than those he once savored. Bai Xingshu nonchalantly acknowledged this and turned to Lin Li, inquiring, "Where shall we attend class?" "The first training ground," Lin Li replied. Bai Xingshu then asked, "Where can I view the class schedule?" "Right here." Lin Li pointed. "You can inquire about this for me." The system chimed in within Bai Xingshu's mind, eager to demonstrate its utility. "I possess knowledge of all program-related matters." Bai Xingshu, feeling exasperated, thought, "I am merely attempting to entice him." It took him a moment to remember his intention to allure Lin Li. Yet the system failed to grasp this nuance, which struck him as rather foolish. System. ? One must present opportunities for others to shine. Bai Xingshu asserted confidently. Once you have defeated someone, simply expressing a request will prompt them to eagerly comply, seeking to prove their worth. System. He sensed something amiss. Yet Lin Li appeared genuinely enthusiastic. Perhaps nothing was amiss at all. Thus, the system began to doubt its own understanding. Could it be that it truly lacked comprehension of human nature? Bai Xingshu had initially intended to inquire further about the training ground, but this was thwarted. Just as Lin Li finished discussing the class schedule, a teacher approached him to discuss work-study matters, necessitating his premature departure. Lin Li silently observed Bai Xingshu's receding figure. Ignoring Zhao Gao's presence, he prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhao Gao addressed Lin Li, his tone finally adopting a serious demeanor. "Do you truly harbor feelings for him? It has only been a brief period." Lin Li instantly reacted as if someone had stepped on a tender spot. How could that be possible? With a dismissive glance at Zhao, "He is an alpha." It was evident that he was persuaded by Lin Li's words. An alpha indeed. Seeing your eagerness, I thought the combat department had finally acquired an omega after many years. The dialogue between the two remained elusive to Bai Xingshu, who followed his teacher to the office and gained access to the academy's maintenance room. For the next few months, you will assist the maintenance room staff. Whenever you have free time, you should go there. Teacher Song will send you the specifics of your tasks daily. Your remuneration will be settled based on your daily workload. Do you have any questions? Since the teacher inquired, Bai Xingshu felt no hesitation and pondered for a moment before asking, "Is Teacher Song easy to get along with?" The teacher considered for a brief moment. "He is a newly recruited young instructor from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, not much older than you, so he should be quite amiable." Bai Xingshu was taken aback. "Is the maintenance room for our department managed by the mechanical engineering side?" This query rendered the teacher momentarily speechless, as he gazed thoughtfully at Bai Xingshu. It wasn't the case before. But this year there is a greater volume and complexity of repairs required, necessitating a professional touch. Bai Xingshu raised an eyebrow, sensing an intriguing story behind it. However, the teacher, glancing at the time, urged Bai Xingshu to hurry as class was about to commence. Bai Xingshu arrived just in time at the first training ground. Finding his classmates already assembled, he was the last to arrive, even later than the instructor. "All right, everyone is here." The teacher's expression was grave as he introduced himself, stating, "My name is Lu Ping, and I am responsible for your training classes in Class S, serving as your chief instructor." Following this, Instructor Lu pointed directly at Bai Xingshu. "You are the first in the freshman competition. You shall take on the role of class leader." Caught off guard by the sudden responsibility, Bai Xingshu quickly realized that he was ill-suited for the position. It was evidently a troublesome task, considering he needed Lin Li's assistance just to decipher the class schedule. He needed to pass this responsibility on to someone else. Bai Xingshu promptly spoke up. "Teacher, I have taken on a work-study position at the academy, leaving me with little time. I propose that Lin Li assume the role of class leader." He continued. During yesterday's assembly before the competition, he proactively maintained order. After the event, he also stood up for our classmates, advocating for their rightful interests. This morning, while gathering for physical training, he stepped in to prevent conflicts. He displays a strong sense of responsibility and capability, making him exceptionally suited to lead our classes. Bai Xingshu presented his case, with compelling reasoning. Initially, Lin Li had no particular thoughts about Bai Xingshu being appointed as class leader. Traditionally, in the combat department, the position naturally fell to the top student. However, he never anticipated that his actions would be so highly regarded by Bai Xingshu. Lin Li gazed at Bai Xingshu, momentarily taken aback, as he realized the weight of his own words and deeds had garnered such recognition. Instructor Lu turned his attention to Lin Li due to Bai Xingshu's remarks, prompting Bai Xingshu to follow suit and direct his gaze towards Lin Li as well. As Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li, who seemed utterly oblivious and stared blankly at himself, he was suddenly taken aback. Oh no! He only remembered to shift the blame and completely forgot that Lin Li was the person he intended to entice. However, it appeared to be of no consequence. Bai Xingshu could only watch helplessly as Lin Li swiftly averted his gaze, completely disregarding him thereafter. Sigh. This task is exceedingly challenging. Bai Xingshu lamented the effort he had expended during breakfast, now rendered futile. The system detected Lin Li's crimson ears and noted. It surmised that its host was indulging in a moment of Versailles. Lu Zhudao had never anticipated that this little tyrant from the Lin family would actually feel shy. Initially, he had no intention of acquiescing to Bai Xingshu's request. After all, military regulations demanded absolute obedience to orders from above. Yet, witnessing Lin Li's reaction, he swiftly altered his decision. Lin Li, the class monitor of Class S, and Bai Xingshu, the vice monitor. Lu Zhudao reissued the command. Other committee members, conduct your internal elections after class, and the monitor will report back to me once concluded. Now, let us commence the lesson. As Lu Zhudao's words faded, the large screen in the training room illuminated, displaying footage from yesterday's freshman competition. Last night, I reviewed your performance during the match. In summary, it was a complete disaster. Lu Zhudao admonished, pointing directly at Bai Xingshu. Especially you. Just look at what you executed. The screen showcased Bai Xingshu's driving footage as Lu Zhudao critiqued each move with his teaching rod. Is this the correct gesture for operating the control stick? Relying solely on brute strength. Is that all you have? Are you unaware of the standard procedures? Moreover, in this situation, why do you not evade when you could? The mecha combat results in needless losses, relying solely on one's reflexes rather than skill. Lu, the instructor, thoroughly berated by Hangshu's performance throughout the freshman competition, even resorting to a barrage of criticism directed at the other students present. With such a lackluster level of expertise, Bai Xingshu managed to deceive them all, truly a collection of inept novices. Lu, an experienced disciplinarian, clearly knew how to chastise effectively. Initially, many students in Class S held an inflated sense of pride, believing themselves to be exceptional individuals. Yet, after half an hour of Lu's reasoned scolding, their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the depths of the training room. Lu observed their reactions with satisfaction, reveling in the effectiveness of his reprimand. However, when his gaze fell upon Bai Xingshu, he paused. Bai Xingshu's expression remained unchanged. He appeared contemplative, intently listening as a diligent student would. Having traversed through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he had faced countless adversities. What did it matter if Lu spoke harshly?
Indeed.
He was genuinely imparting knowledge, far more proficiently than Zhao could ever teach, as expected of a true educator. Bai Xingshu instinctively filtered out the superfluous elements of Lu's discourse, contemplating the valuable insights that remained, leading to a sudden enlightenment. His hands itched with anticipation. Lu, Bai Xingshu, are you dissatisfied?
Come.
Let us spar. The instructor's voice brimmed with fury, warning him not to presume that winning the freshman competition was a remarkable feat. Your abilities are such that you could not withstand even a single strike from me. Bai Xingshu automatically filtered out Lu's defamatory remarks, extracting useful information before lifting his gaze. Eyes shining brightly at the two resplendent new model mechas stationed in the training room. Lu, feigning anger, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his emotions completely disconnected. An uncontrollable flicker of fear even surfaced within him. He hastily exclaimed, "Not this. You wish." If these new model mechas were dismantled, he would truly face dire consequences from asset management. Lu pointed decisively to the simulation chamber. The simulation chamber housed a singular mecha cockpit, its control panel identical to that of a real mecha, save for the front window, which had been replaced by a display screen. This was far more realistic than the combat network. Bai Xingshu settled into the cockpit, placing his hands on the control stick, experimenting with the operational gestures previously demonstrated by Liu. Indeed, the maneuvers felt more intuitive, and his reaction speed had improved somewhat. As Bai Xingshu engaged in exploratory actions before the duel commenced, his movements were projected onto the large screen in the training room. The screen, previously utilized for instructional purposes, now displayed 3 segmented views, the cockpits of both parties and an overview of the mecha's combat status. Students observed Bai Xingshu's tentative explorations, and many erupted into laughter, perceiving him as a novice. However, Lin Li's gaze sharpened. Bai Xingshu's actions, from sequence to intensity, mirrored Liu's demonstration perfectly. Chapter 9. Why is he enticing? Ready? The voice of Liu, the commander, resonated within the cockpit of Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu ceased his explorations, placing his hands in the preparatory position, swiftly recalling all the knowledge he had acquired that day, and replied, "All right." No sooner had the words left his lips than he observed on the display screen before him that the enemy mech was deploying its energy cannon. Warning! Warning! You have been locked on. A second warning. You have been locked on. The lock-on occurred with alarming swiftness, and he had only just activated the mech. A moment of carelessness. Bai Xingshu had intended to close the distance between them rapidly, rather than operating the weaponry. Engaging in direct combat to disable the mech was his forte. Yet it was evident that Liu had no intention of granting Bai Xingshu any opportunity. He distinctly heard Liu's derisive laughter emanating from the cockpit. The students outside, observing the multitude of warnings flashing across the large screen, shook their heads in resignation. It was over. However, Lin Li disregarded these warnings, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Xingshu. The expression of Bai Xingshu remained unchanged as he swiftly transitioned the mech into combat mode. Full throttle. 10 energy cannons were unleashed from the opposing side, surrounding Bai Xingshu's position from multiple angles, leaving no room for escape. In the blink of an eye, the energy cannons descended. Before the astonished eyes of all, a battered mech, belching plumes of black smoke, erupted from the blinding light. The students collectively exhibited expressions of disbelief, utterly perplexed as to how Bai Xingshu had managed to evade capture. Yet, for Bai Xingshu, this predicament was merely a straightforward choice. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to minimize the extent of his injuries. The body sustained a loss of 37, with certain functions entirely incapacitated. The mecha cabin systems emitted warning tones. Bai Xingshu seemed oblivious to the alerts, darting away like a bolt of lightning. The smoke billowing from the mecha appeared to herald its ominous fate. Deep down, Liu, the chief instructor, believed the battle was over. Yet, driven by years of combat instinct, he remained in a state of readiness. Thus, when he witnessed Bai Xingshu's mecha soaring forth, he merely paused momentarily before swiftly reacting. Given Bai Xingshu's velocity, Liu had insufficient time to execute a lock-on shooting maneuver. However, as the lead instructor of Class S, he was never one to shy away from close-quarters combat. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Liu unleashed his long blade, charging towards Bai Xingshu, slicing through the air in a flash of silvery light. The students, who had initially admired Bai Xingshu's successful escape, gasped in shock. How could he evade this? The mecha on the screen swiftly provided an answer. For Bai Xingshu, there was no need to ponder this question. He did not require knowledge of the opposing mecha's potential maneuvers. In a post-apocalyptic world, encountering unknown entities devoid of any prior information was entirely commonplace. During battle, there was simply no time to analyze what peculiar tactics these entities might employ or how to respond appropriately. Bai Xingshu materialized behind the adversarial mecha, and Liu felt a chill run down his spine. How swift! In the monitoring room, as Liu presided over the battle between Bai Xingshu and others, he felt little sensation. It was only when he faced Bai Xingshu in combat that he truly comprehended the oppressive force of his quick reflexes. However, he was still too inexperienced. Block. Observing the armor that sprang from the back of the mech, Bai Xingshu swiftly relinquished the weapon that had become ensnared and retreated promptly. Yet, Liu had prepared a series of combos. Bai Xingshu quickly defended against the incoming blade. The mech sustained a 63 damage loss, with significant functions rendered completely inoperative, losing all capacity for movement. Lu gazed intently at the utterly shattered mech before him. He had initially believed that his counterattack would decisively eliminate Bai Xingshu. Yet, it did not. His strike had severed half of the mech's body, but failed to strike the intended power core. As he surveyed the mech, now devoid of combat capability except for basic movement, Lu could not suppress a sense of admiration. He marveled at how, even in such dire circumstances, the opponent still contemplated a counterattack. Lu delivered the final blow. The mech sustained an 87 damage loss, with all functions extinguished, marking the end of the simulated battle. As the simulation chamber opened, Bai Xingshu closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. 1 minute and 20 seconds, that was the entirety of his combat duration. It became clear to him what it felt like to contend against a seasoned mech pilot. He realized that he had very little capacity for resistance. To be precise, had his opponent not wished to conclude the battle swiftly and opted for close combat, he might not have had the opportunity to land that strike on the back. Lin Li approached Bai Xingshu's simulation chamber, noticing its stillness. He found Bai Xingshu with his eyes closed, leaning against the chair, striking a delicate and fragile figure. It seemed as though he mourned his swift defeat, stirring a pang of empathy within Lin Li. As Lin Li's voice resonated, he observed Bai Xingshu's eyes flutter open, reminiscent of a lotus blooming in serene waters, casting a gentle light upon him. Lin Li's fingers instinctively curled. Upon awakening, Bai Xingshu noticed Lin Li beckoning him with a crooked finger, misinterpreting the gesture as an alluring invitation rather than an expression of shyness. Bai Xingshu, bewildered, contemplated. Why is he trying to entice me? The system, entirely perplexed by Bai Xingshu's reasoning, could only respond with silence. With a hint of sarcasm, Bai Xingshu placed his hand firmly atop Lin Li's, utilizing the support to emerge from the simulation chamber. Feeling the warmth of Lin Li's palm, Bai Xingshu's mind raced. Grappling with disjointed thoughts, you successfully executed 3 moves in leading, quite impressive, considering the instructor initially claimed you wouldn't manage even one. The simulation chambers were not far apart, and Lu, the instructor, furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Li assisting someone. Upon hearing Lin Li's remark, his eyebrows arched in surprise. Lu snickered coldly. No way to escape? Come here. I'll give you a lesson. At this moment, other students timidly gathered around, sweetly addressing Bai Xingshu, Class Vice. How did you manage to evade the lock? When Shen Geng offered his assistance, he did so without hesitation. Lin Li stood ready to support him upon witnessing the visual challenge, while Zhao Gao, in moments of uncertainty, candidly shared his insights. With these precedents in mind, Bai Xingshu naturally would not withhold information from others. He took a board from a classmate and began to illustrate his entire battle strategy along with the relevant operations. To be frank, the concepts Bai Xingshu discussed were not particularly challenging. In fact, one might argue that for those capable of gaining admission to the Capital Military University and entering Class S, some of it was rather simplistic. All the operations were fundamentally basic, and the strategies for evading attacks were straightforward and clear. The only true difficulty lay in making these judgments and executing them within a second, or even less. In this regard, Bai Xingshu suggested that with more practice, it should not pose a problem. After all, Lin Li managed to evade the primary attacks, did he not? Bai Xingshu gestured towards the large screen. The classmates looked up at the display in silence. A thought crossed their minds. Was the lead deliberately missing in order to toy with the class monitor? Yet, this was of little consequence. Clearing his throat, Bai Xingshu shifted the topic, asking for their opinions on his recent performance. The classmates were momentarily taken aback by his request. Since the beginning of the term, they had scarcely interacted with Bai Xingshu and had assumed their champion possessed a rather arrogant disposition. Initially, Zhao had provoked him, mocking him briefly before dismissing him entirely. When class commenced, he had arrived late, and when the teacher appointed him as class monitor, he unhesitatingly declined. As for Bai Xingshu, he is perceived as a champion who revels in the adulation of others. At present, it appears that everyone is captivated by the gleaming brightness in his eyes, brimming with anticipation, making it utterly impossible to refuse him. Consequently, when Lu, the instructor, finished reprimanding the rebellious Lin Li and emerged, He found the students of Class S already engaged in self-initiated analysis and discussion, seemingly oblivious to his presence as their teacher. Lu's lips twitched in irritation. He couldn't shake the feeling that establishing authority within this year's Class S would be particularly challenging among this group of students. With a hint of frustration, he listened to their discussions. The students in Class S, each possessing their own strengths in mecha combat, exhibited a higher learning efficiency in their collaborative discussions than Lu's conventional teaching methods. Ultimately, Lu maintained a stern demeanor and called out a name, Deng Zilin, to the simulation chamber. This student secured third place in the freshman competition. Since the top two had already been addressed, it seemed fitting to sequentially challenge all the students in Class S. Initially, they analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of their respective maneuvers. But the nature of their discussions gradually shifted towards strategizing ways to defeat Lu. However, this proved largely ineffective, regardless of how they adjusted their tactics. The students could barely withstand a few exchanges, with many unable to last as long as Bai Xingshu. How impressive! Bai Xingshu couldn't help but marvel. With such prowess, why would he choose to be an instructor? Bai Xingshu was left in a state of confusion. Lin Li did not find it strange. In fact, he chuckled at Bai Xingshu's naive question. Do you think RS class at the Imperial Capital Military University is just any ordinary concept? This class comprises the most formidable students of the same year. They are either prodigies or come from affluent families. With a background of modest origins, he aspires to ascend. And we, as his students, will serve as his innate assets. Moreover, the children of his family are quite capable. It is likely that in a few decades, a new prominent family will emerge in our empire. It was only at this point that Lin Li realized he had overshared, a flicker of regret appearing in his eyes. How could he divulge everything just because Bai Xingshu asked a single question? Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu gazed at the large screen displaying the scene of the leader fiercely reprimanding a classmate, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The system emitted a resounding alert. A wish is merely a wish. Becoming part of a wealthy family is not an option. Bai Xingshu, having his thoughts laid bare, pouted. Since the original self is also me, how could I possibly resist the allure of becoming part of a wealthy family? No, that is unacceptable. TSK. Chapter 10. A Change of Target. For the members of S-Class, while Lu, the leader, could depart, they were not yet free to leave themselves. They still needed to elect other class representatives. Bai Xingshu had no intention of participating in this matter. He flashed the work order sent to him by the maintenance system to his classmates. I have to take on a part-time job now. The matter of Bai Xingshu's diligent pursuit of work-study opportunities became apparent to everyone as the training course commenced. Thus, no one attempted to stop him, except for Lin Li, who gently tugged at Bai Xingshu. Upon observing the feigned embarrassment on Lin Li's face after he spoke, Bai Xingshu seized the opportunity to jest. It's merely adding a friend. Why are you so anxious, class monitor? Could it be that you have feelings for me? Regardless of the truth, he decided to plant this notion in Lin Li's mind. After all, if he exerted himself tirelessly without the other party being aware, it would be a tremendous loss for him. Bai Xingshu's scheming was meticulous, however. Upon uttering those words, he was met with Lin Li's wide-eyed astonishment and palpable fear. Lin Li appeared utterly taken aback, as if struck by an overwhelming shock, leaping up and retreating several steps. Such a reaction would be rare, even in the face of a horror film. Bai Xingshu stared at Lin Li in disbelief, while the other classmates erupted into laughter. Vice Monitor, for heaven's sake, maintain your calm and graceful demeanor. Your words have terrified the class monitor, they exclaimed, sharing a hearty laugh. As the classmates engaged in tactical discussions and various analyses, a sense of familiarity blossomed among them, and they began to tease one another with abandon. Bai Xingshu, ever the good sport, let out a couple of playful hums and confidently declared, "What, do you not all like me?" His radiant smile resembled a multitude of blossoms flourishing in the void, an irresistibly vibrant beauty. And then, a profound silence enveloped the room. Bai Xingshu, your reaction is even more excessive than Lin Li's. He also emitted a loud noise. Why does everyone turn their heads away, unable to bear to look at him? Bai Xingshu felt indignant. Although he had never engaged in such seductive antics before, surely it couldn't be this bad. Bai Xingshu, What about his 40-meter-long blade? After some commotion, they simply created a group chat, with everyone included. In the end, Lin Li, unable to add anyone as a friend individually, felt wronged. Bai Xingshu, oblivious to Lin Li's subtle expression, waved goodbye to the others and exited the training room. Once outside, the smile on Bai Xingshu's face faded. Time to change targets. Lin Li won't do. Bai Xingshu's tone grew heavy. He only accepts omegas. He certainly recalled Lin Li's question at yesterday's freshman award ceremony, "Are you an omega?" This indicated that Lin Li was highly concerned about gender matters. Coupled with Lin Li's earlier reaction, Bai Xingshu easily drew this conclusion. The system also felt the weight of the moment. Could Lin Li be that scoundrel? There are not many families in the empire that can surpass the Lin family's prestige. Impossible. Bai Xingshu quickly dismissed the thought, his tone resolute. Lin Li's character is not that poor. What he had said at the beginning of class was entirely truthful. Moreover, he only likes omegas, so he would never toy with a beta's feelings. The system was swiftly persuaded by Bai Xingshu, instantly revitalized. I shall immediately seek my next target. The system's promise was indeed immediate. Soon, a list of alpha students from prestigious families at the capital military university materialized in Bai Xingshu's mind. On his way to the maintenance room, he made a brief note of a few from the combat department, intending to seize opportunities to engage with them later. Before long, Bai Xingshu arrived at the maintenance room. He swiped his information and entered. Expecting to see the esteemed teacher Song, he was greeted by an empty room. Raising his gaze, he quietly observed the vast maintenance space, cluttered with various disassembled mechas. Fixating on one damaged mecha that bore only half of the C-17 insignia, Bai Xingshu pondered. Why do these mechas seem oddly familiar? With a hint of nostalgia, he stroked his chin and reflected, I did quite a commendable job dismantling them. Had he not taken them apart, the prospects of this part-time job might have been uncertain. Bai Xingshu navigated around the maintenance area and entered the storage room. He was not adept at repairing mechas. This was the domain where he sought employment. His task involved meticulously organizing the spare parts in the warehouse and placing them in designated transport locations. This way, when the maintenance staff required specific parts, they could seamlessly retrieve them from the warehouse. It was efficient and convenient. This endeavor aligned well with Bai Xingshu's expertise. As a metal manipulator, when he was not on mission at the base, he often assisted various research institutes by relocating equipment. The abilities that merely revolve around violence are hardly commendable. The system noticed Bai Xingshu gazing at a warehouse full of components without making any moves and offered a friendly reminder. Is there surveillance in the warehouse? Bai Xingshu retorted. Then, let us conclude this swiftly. He closed his eyes, remarking, I still need to have lunch. As he spoke, an invisible aura enveloped the entire warehouse. Countless spare parts appeared to break free from the shackles of gravity, floating gracefully in midair, each piece seemingly imbued with life, shimmering with a cold glint. However, the creator of this splendid spectacle, Bai Xingshu, felt anything but light. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. The airborne components zipped through the air like lightning, crashing chaotically into the transport crates. He had overestimated the strength of his abilities in this world. This was barely 1% of his former prowess. Bai Xingshu found this hard to accept, while the system screamed in despair. Its energy. No wonder it had expended so much power to bring Bai Xingshu here. This was its blood and tears. Why did Bai Xingshu's soul carry such an abundance of abilities? Ignoring the system's breakdown, Bai Xingshu silenced it mercilessly and approached a rack of components. While sensing the spare parts related to his task, he also detected something else. He reached out and retrieved a Mecha Combat Network login device. Lacking the sophistication of his esteemed roommate, Shen Geng, this device appeared rather ordinary and outdated. Moreover, it was broken. Indeed, this is the maintenance room, designated for items that are no longer functional. After contemplating the login device, Bai Xingshu determined its irreparability and hung it prominently in the warehouse. Half an hour later, Song Xiyan received a system notification confirming the completion of the tasks he had assigned. With a composed expression, he rose, his silver hair swaying gently as he gracefully exited the mechanical engineering office. Once Song Xiyan's figure had completely vanished, the other teachers in the office finally relaxed. After all, he hailed from the esteemed Song family, who had the audacity to assign Song Xiyan to perform maintenance work in the combat department. It was nothing short of genius. Who wants to indulge in afternoon tea?
Me.
Since the commencement of the new semester's preparatory period, it had been half a month without the delightful refreshment of afternoon tea. Tears brimmed in their eyes. Little did Song Xiyan know how lively the office became after his departure. He calmly entered the combat department's maintenance room, pushed open the storage door, and was taken aback. Directly opposite hung an old-fashioned mech combat network login device. Attached to it was a note. "Teacher Song, I implore you to help me fix this." Song Xiyan pursed his lips, silently observing the note adorned with a crying, cute expression. He reached out and tore the note down. Opening the dormitory door revealed a familiar scene. Shen Geng was studying. After overexerting his abilities, he needed a moment's respite. Noticing Bai Xingshu's unusual demeanor, Shen Geng raised his gaze and immediately detected the other's fatigued expression, frowning. "What happened to you this morning? Did someone bully you?"
No.
Bai Xingshu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was untroubled. However, at that moment, Shen Geng was unconcerned with propriety. He closed the board in his hand, his tone even more serious than before. "Why does your complexion appear so poor?" His internal speculation had already veered towards the idea of bullying within the military. Bai Xingshu understood that the existence of his unique abilities was a matter he could not disclose. He was aware that this world did not accommodate such phenomena. Therefore, the only option left was to place the blame on Lin Li once more. It was merely a case of heartbreak. Bai Xingshu's voice remained unchanged. Lin Li did not accept beta. Shen Geng. His lips twitched. Upon receiving this answer, Shen Geng was at a loss for how to react. Theoretically, witnessing Bai Xingshu in such distress should have prompted him to offer comfort to his roommate. However, the reason was so flimsy that it left him devoid of any desire to console. It was only the day after the semester began, and his roommate's romantic entanglement had commenced and concluded with alarming rapidity. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why he had never heard that the youngest son of the Lin family favored omegas exclusively. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Shen Geng's eyes. Not dwelling on this matter any longer, he heard Bai Xingshu's continued sighing and opted to change the subject. "I believe Kang Youxin would be a good match. His family has a major general in the 6th Legion." By the time he spoke this, Bai Xingshu's voice had completely lifted, and he had regained his fighting spirit. Shen Geng. Could this person really have experienced heartbreak? Chapter 11. Am I the one to blame? After pondering for a moment about the general surnamed Kang from the 6th Legion, Shen Xiyan finally recalled who it was and gazed at Bai Xingshu in silence. "How do you know this?" Bai Xingshu waved his hand, effortlessly revealing the reason for the existence of the demonstration system. Without a hint of hesitation, he casually remarked, "He is in my class. We chatted quite a bit this morning." They even discussed how to confront their teacher, and the entire class engaged in lively conversation. "But this person only seems to favor omegas," Shen Xiyan interjected. Upon hearing the previous statement, Shen Xiyan initially found it quite agreeable, tinged with a hint of romance. Yet the latter part. Why would one want to confront him? Shen Xiyan felt that his roommate seemed to redefine his understanding of the world with every utterance. Bai Xingshu, utterly perplexed, failed to grasp why Shen Xiyan harbored such doubts. Of course, it's to attract his attention. Shen Xiyan. Bai Xingshu's reasoning was both sound and utterly absurd. Who is truly captivating, and what kind of attention is being sought? Is this genuinely a desire for romance, rather than animosity? Shen Xiyan sensed the urgency to rescue someone who was on the brink of a severe beating. After careful consideration, he resolved to address the matter at its core, straightening himself up and earnestly asking Bai Xingshu, "Who taught you to attract attention in such a manner?" Shen Xian's pupils dilated in shock. Are the customs on Shitu Star really that extreme? Shen Jian found it astonishing. Is it truly possible for them to capture your attention in such a manner? Bai Xingshu gazed at Shen Jian in bewilderment. How can that be?
They have not defeated me.
Shen Jian was rendered speechless. Observing Shen Jian's silence, Bai Xingshu's tone shifted to one of unwavering conviction. Therefore, as long as I triumph over my opponents, everything will be perfectly fine. Caught in the web of Bai Xingshu's reasoning, Shen Geng momentarily struggled to formulate a response. The system within Bai Xingshu clamored. In truth, it is merely your own reluctance to lose. Bai Xingshu adeptly silenced the system once more, exclaiming, "What a nonsensical truth! Are you certain this approach is genuinely effective?" Shen Jian gently inquired once again. "I believe that regardless of who it may be, it is challenging to harbor fondness for someone who has inflicted harm upon you." "Of course, it is effective," Bai Xingshu asserted with steadfast certainty. "Those whom I have vanquished will inevitably gravitate towards me. The intent is unmistakably clear. No one understands this better than he. Even in his current frail and pallid state, Bai Xingshu exudes a certain delicate beauty akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, not to mention his usual demeanor." In an instant, Shen Jian envisioned that Bai Xingshu's perception was entirely predicated on the desires of others to exert control over him. Suddenly, Shen Jian felt there was no need to persuade Bai Xingshu of anything. "Indeed, you are correct. In the future, should anyone wish to admire you," Shen Jian chose to phrase it more simply, "they should all be dealt a sound thrashing." Listening to Shen Jian's barely concealed gritting of teeth, Bai Xingshu pondered. "Have I inadvertently led my companion astray?" He absent-mindedly touched his non-existent conscience as he addressed the silent system. Nevertheless, deceiving his roommate had its advantages. For instance, Bai Xingshu could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Upon awakening from his afternoon nap, his abilities had regained considerable strength, and his complexion had improved markedly. Revitalized and brimming with energy, Bai Xingshu confidently entered the afternoon cultural class, listening to the instructor elucidate concepts such as computational principles, vacuum data, and various laws. Alas, a throbbing headache ensued, more intense than the one experienced earlier from overexerting his powers. In his previous world, Bai Xingshu had indeed pursued an education. As a metal manipulator, it was imperative for him to assist the research institute, necessitating a certain level of knowledge. Although his academic prowess could not rival that of the researchers at the institute, he was undoubtedly an intellectual in comparison to the average populace. However, this was the era of interstellar travel, and the cultural knowledge he had amassed during the apocalypse was evidently insufficient. Ultimately, he had no choice but to lift the system's silence, requesting explanations for every concept he found bewildering. He endeavored to absorb knowledge while simultaneously grappling with the information. Initially, Bai Xingshu had cleverly seated himself beside his new target, yet by the end of the class, he had scarcely found a moment to glance sideways. The atmosphere in the classroom was rather lackadaisical, with students not fully engaging in the lessons. The first lesson after the commencement of the new term consisted of fundamental and straightforward concepts, merely intended to ease everyone into a state of learning. However, the presence of Bai Xingshu cast a shadow over the class. Observing Bai Xingshu's unwavering concentration, a palpable pressure enveloped the other students. While they might have accepted a lack of ability in comparison to Bai Xingshu, it was the prospect of being outdone in attitude that truly unsettled them. What was the point of being in Class S if they could not match that? By the end of the lesson, even the teacher felt the weight of this pressure, hastening out the door. This year's Class S seemed rather daunting. As Bai Xingshu gathered his belongings, the other students finally exhaled, half jokingly, half admiringly remarking, "Class Vice, your level of focus during class is simply terrifying." In their military academy, a lecture spans an hour and a half, during which Bai Xingshu remained diligently engaged, fervently taking notes. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper resembled the relentless footsteps of a beast in pursuit, instilling a sense of urgency that left them no room for complacency. Upon hearing their praises, Bai Xingshu smiled. In the harsh realities of the apocalyptic battlefield, one could scarcely afford to be distracted for even a moment, let alone an hour and a half. One had to remain vigilant, attuned to every subtle change in the environment throughout nearly the entire day. He found it both endearing and delightful that in this world, mere concentration for an hour and a half could earn one such accolades. With a twinkle in his eye, Bai Xingshu remarked, "There's no other choice. I have less knowledge than you all, so I must exert myself a little more. After all, I hail from Shi to Star." He shrugged, prompting expressions of astonishment from his peers. "Shi to Star? Where is that? We've never heard of it." Fortunately, not all students were oblivious. Soon, someone knowledgeable provided a brief introduction. In summary, it is a rather remote little planet. It was once the westernmost territory of the empire, hence it was named Shitu. During the initial period of territorial expansion, it served as a border supply center, enjoying a brief period of prosperity. However, as the empire continued its westward expansion, with the emergence of new border planets such as Shiyuan and Shiping, Shitu fell into complete obscurity. Yet, upon reflection, it is not entirely difficult to comprehend. An exceptional and cunning sense of combat awareness, coupled with an extraordinarily diligent attitude towards learning, are indeed essential when transitioning from such a planet to the capital star. Not far away, Lin Li observed Bai Xingshu engaging in lively conversation with others. He had arrived early to the classroom that afternoon, selecting the finest seat for the class, and even reserving a spot beside him for Bai Xingshu. However, when Bai Xingshu eventually arrived and scanned the seating arrangements, he effortlessly chose to sit beside another classmate. That classmate appeared to be Cheng Yunxi. Lin Li furrowed his brow, glancing over at Bai Xingshu. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. During the physical training and tactical courses in the morning, Bai Xingshu had always been the first to come to his side. Why, now, was he seeking the company of someone else? Was it because he had formed connections with others in the class? Lin Li felt a wave of negative emotions swell within him. He was uncertain of the exact nature of these feelings, but he was acutely aware of one thing. He disliked the current scene before him. Under the scrutiny of others, Bai Xingshu was not oblivious. He soon sensed that someone was watching him. Turning around, he locked eyes directly with Lin Li. Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li's initially somber gaze transform into a state of frantic disarray. Suddenly, he appeared exceedingly busy, hastily gathering his belongings in a flurry before bolting away in a panic. Staring at Lin Li's reaction in speechless astonishment, Bai Xingshu thought, "Am I truly that terrifying?" Gritting his teeth, he launched a vehement complaint to his classmates regarding Lin Li, insisting, "I merely teased him a little." The others erupted into laughter. After all, the class president was a person of utmost seriousness. No one paid much heed to Lin Li's response. After a brief commotion, they quickly dispersed. Bai Xingshu glanced at his communicator, finding no new work assignments, but instead noticing a monetary deposit. From the combat department's asset office, a total of 280 star coins had been credited, bringing his balance to 1731. 67 star coins. It seemed the wages for the work he had done at noon had been settled. However, he distinctly recalled that his account had previously dwindled to a mere two-digit sum. Where had this additional 1,500 star coins come from? As he walked and scrolled through his transaction history, Bai Xingshu swiftly uncovered the information. It was a monetary reward for subduing a bandit earlier that morning on the bus. So, it turns out one could earn money in such ways in this world? He returned to the maintenance room. Although he had not yet received new work instructions, the receipt of his wages indicated that Teacher Song had visited the maintenance room and verified his completed tasks. So, had the device he entrusted been repaired? He checked for updates and opened the door. Bai Xingshu heard the sound of machinery in operation. He stepped inside, lifting his gaze. Beside the mech at the end of the conveyor belt stood a young man, as resplendent as frost, with silvery, shoulder-length hair and a faintly aloof demeanor, embodying the upright posture typical of all military academy personnel. Even while holding maintenance tools, he exuded an air of unapproachability. Yet, did Bai Xingshu truly concern himself with such notions of distance? Teacher Song. Bai Xingshu called out, waving at the distant Song Xiyan. "I am your assistant.
Bai Xingshu.
Is there anything I can assist you with?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Xiyan paused, casting his gaze downward. A radiant smile graced his beautiful visage, vibrant and dazzling, a stark contrast to Bai Xingshu's own demeanor. Noting that Song Xiyan merely glanced at him before disregarding him entirely, Bai Xingshu remained unfazed. He was not so vain as to believe himself the center of the universe. In any case, having greeted the teacher and asserted his presence, the fact that Song Xiyan did not dismiss him indicated tacit permission for him to remain. With his impeccable logic, Bai Xingshu felt at ease as he made his way to the storage room. Upon entering, he beheld the archaic landing module, almost entirely unchanged, hanging before him. Only the piece of paper he had affixed was missing. Had it been accepted or rejected? Bai Xingshu reached out, removing the landing module and pressing the power button. The indicator light flickered to life. Bai Xingshu was momentarily taken aback. Prior to this, his suspicions had leaned towards the notion that the login device was irreparable. However, it was now evident. Bai Xingshu reconfirmed that the device in his possession could indeed be activated normally. In an instant, his admiration for teacher Song soared. What a kind-hearted individual. Is attitude truly insignificant? Bai Xingshu had encountered various eccentricities among the researchers at the institute. These individuals are invaluable. Song Xiyan paused in his actions, observing the radiant smile of Bai Xingshu, which seemed to shine even brighter. That is an asset of your combat department. Song Xiyan calmly stated a fact. Bai Xingshu pondered over Song Xiyan's words and soon grasped the implication. All right, I will seek out the teacher from the asset office. Thank you, Teacher Song. Very well. You are truly kind, teacher. By the way, do you know if students can purchase second-hand old login devices from the school? Yes, they can. Teacher, do you think I could? Throughout the conversation, there was never a hint of impatience. He was earnest and patient. What a wonderful teacher. Bai Xingshu inquired of the system, are the cultural courses of the combat department the same as those in mechanical engineering? The system quickly verified the information. The combat department's cultural curriculum consists of 3 subjects: data analysis, operation planning analysis, and stargazing geography, with only the data analysis course content aligning with that of mechanical engineering. Bai Xingshu meticulously recorded the details before proceeding to the department's asset office. The gaze of the teacher there was imbued with a lingering melancholy, clearly aware of the circumstances surrounding Bai Xingshu. However, he feigned ignorance. After a round of haggling, the antiquated login device was ultimately transferred to Bai Xingshu for the sum of 2,400 star coins. The insufficient amount was tantamount to an advance on his future salary. As he gazed at his balance, which had dwindled back to double digits, Bai Xingshu felt a pang of regret, not because the price was exorbitant, but because he had researched the market. A second-hand version of this model often fetched over 3,000 star coins. In terms of functionality, the distinction between older and newer models was minimal, primarily a matter of aesthetics. Ultimately, it was merely a login device. Had he known he would have to purchase it, the damaged device would have warranted a much lower price. After having it repaired by Professor Song, its value had significantly increased. He mused that he should have bought it first, and then sought Professor Song's assistance. Bai Xingshu sighed in frustration. Yet, given the circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he finally possessed his own login device. He excitedly relayed the situation to Shen Geng, returning the login device that he had long borrowed. Shen Geng hesitated upon receiving it. Are you going to invite Lin Li? Wasn't he just heartbroken over Lin Li? Bai Xingshu thought his roommate was being overly dramatic. What is the matter? He's a decent person. He simply doesn't have a preference for betas. It's not personal. Lin Xia and I remain very good classmates. Just a moment ago, Lin Xia sent me a friend request. As he spoke, Bai Xingshu displayed the conversation thread between himself and Lin Xia to Shen Geng. Shen Geng. His confusion did not stem from Lin Xia, but rather from the person standing before him. The pace of developments in various aspects seemed rather swift. Just at noon, this very individual had appeared pale and distraught from a heartbreak, though he could not help but silently critique the situation. Shen Geng instinctively glanced down at the conversation thread Bai Xingshu had shown him. The chat window was conspicuously empty. After adding each other as friends, it was evident that they had exchanged not a single word. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured Shen Geng's attention was the fleeting typing status beneath Lin Xia's name in the chat window. These words flickered repeatedly, yet no message ever materialized. Shen Geng, what is happening? Bai Xingshu observed that Shen Geng's expression appeared somewhat off. Shen Geng pondered. You know Lin Xia's aversion to betas, is it credible? Bai Xingshu shot him a look that conveyed, what nonsense are you spouting? He tapped on the screen, and suddenly, a dozen names appeared in Shen Geng's friend list. How could you possibly think that adding a friend signifies romantic interest? Over half of my classmates have sent me requests. Do they all harbor feelings for me? After saying this, Bai Xingshu lost all desire to engage Shen Geng further on the topic. He deemed Shen Geng to be a novice in matters of love. He initially believed that Shen Geng was quite impressive in both physique and appearance, and surely possessed considerable knowledge in this regard. However, that was a misunderstanding on his part. During the apocalypse, Bai Xingshu had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to become stronger, never once considering such matters. The dynamics of a romantic partnership only served to affect the speed at which he drew his sword. Bai Xingshu's thoughts were quite transparent in his facial expressions. Upon realizing he was looked down upon, Shen Geng thought,
No.
This. It would be one thing if it were others. But what right does Bai Xingshu have to consider him a novice? Unfazed by Shen Geng's frustration, Bai Xingshu deemed there was nothing worth discussing. After sending a message to Lin Li about dinner, he promptly donned the neural interface. The Mecha Combat Network activated. The login led him to his personal space. Unlike the desolate scene from his previous visit, the space was now alive with various notifications flashing, all indicating 999 unread messages. With a relentless barrage of message alerts echoing in Bai Xingshu's ears. His head throbbed as he commanded, Mute. Understood. The system operated swiftly. With the absence of disruptive alerts, Bai Xingshu felt considerably better. What are all these messages? The system, reliable in processing diverse information, responded, The video of your last battle has gone viral, with comments praising you, some criticizing, friend requests, and invitations to duel. After listening to the barrage, Bai Xingshu concluded, All junk information. Please filter out for me. Understood. The system responded promptly, and soon all messages vanished, leaving no new notifications. Bai Xingshu was quite pleased with this outcome. He gazed at the weaponry accompanying his complementary mech and proceeded to access the marketplace interface. He filtered the options for loading guns by price, arranging them from lowest to highest. His eyes fell upon the standard loading gun marked at a promotional price of 9 star coins, and he hesitated before reluctantly confirming the purchase. The Mech Combat Network seemed astonishingly profitable. Even the most affordable item commanded a price of 9, which felt like outright extortion. Observing his already strained finances, Bai Xingshu felt a surge of indignation as he entered the battle matchmaking interface, determined to recoup his expenses. Have you seen that Xing Ji is online? Lin Li glanced at the notification that popped up on his communicator, a message from Zhao Gao. He paused his habitual action of checking the chat window with Bai Xingshu every 10 seconds to review the dinner invitation. For several hours, he had wrestled with whether to explain his actions to Bai Xingshu and how to articulate it without seeming odd. However, the thought of Bai Xingshu misinterpreting his intentions and believing he harbored disdain was troubling. Fortunately, Bai Xingshu had reached out first, and he did not harbor such suspicions. Moreover, he even proposed treating Lin Li to a lavish meal. As a member of the Lin family, Lin Li had indulged in a plethora of exquisite delicacies and typically felt indifferent towards extravagant feasts. Yet, upon receiving Bai Xingshu's message, he suddenly found himself infused with anticipation. With an uplifted spirit, Lin Li recalled that earlier in the morning, Bai Xingshu had expressed genuine concern. I am online. Chapter 13. How could you even? Upon seeing Lin Li's arrival, Zhao Gao was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Li, feeling that something was amiss. Nonetheless, he proceeded to share his observations of the match with Lin Li. Generally speaking, such solo battles do not tend to last very long. Lin Li's interest was piqued as he began to observe the match. However, the abysmal shooting skills displayed were enough to make Lin Li smirk, causing him to lose interest. He had anticipated that this would be an interesting endeavor, but given the poor performance, there was little to captivate his attention. Lin Li contemplated shutting off the shared view and logging out when, unexpectedly, the free mech on screen fired another shot with remarkable speed. Lin Li's gaze sharpened instantaneously. As a mech pilot, he instinctively heightened his awareness of the impending danger. There was nearly no interval between the two shots. It would not be surprising if both shots targeted the same location, yet that was not the case here. The second shot was evidently adjusted to track the movements of the opposing mech, altering its trajectory. It is well known that every movement of a mech requires the pilot's meticulous control. The entire process of adjusting the trajectory and firing would necessitate at least 30 operations. What kind of hand speed must one possess to achieve that? Lin Li experienced a profound internal shock as he witnessed the sudden shot, only to see it veer off course once again. Lin Li exclaimed in disbelief. How could it possibly miss? Such an admirable angle, such a remarkable series of shots. The enemy's mecha, clearly incapable of responding to that shot, still managed to veer off target.
Who is he tormenting?
Lin Li clenched his teeth in frustration. He felt an overwhelming compulsion to intervene personally and correct that shot. Sensing the exasperation in Lin Li's tone, Zhao Gao erupted into hearty laughter. It was delightful. Such experiences should not be endured alone. Once Zhao Gao felt a sense of ease, he proceeded to explain to Xing Jiangji. He was honing his shooting skills. In truth, Zhao Gao hadn't been particularly focused on Xing Jiangji. It was merely that he had gained some notoriety within the community. Initially, it was a competitive match against Xing Jiangji that had stirred his ire, feeling as though Xing Jiangji was deliberately trying to annoy him. Thus, he angrily shared their match video within the community. Such reprehensible behavior naturally drew unanimous condemnation towards Xing Jiangji. However, just last night, Xing Jiangji had garnered a bit of fame in the community due to the Lin family's 3 transformations match video, which many had remembered. Consequently, when individuals began to rewatch the video, discrepancies were quickly noticed. Isn't this the Lin family's 3 transformations from yesterday? How has his driving skill improved so drastically? Once this point was raised, others who recalled the previous video also began to echo the sentiment. The community was not lacking in hidden experts, and it wasn't long before someone emerged to highlight several of Xing Jiangji's shooting maneuvers from the video. The event Xingza will soon arrive is likely not a tormenting experience for individuals. Observing the first image, it is evident that this is the inaugural attempt of Xingza to wield a firearm. It is apparent that during the operation, the force applied was insufficient. He failed to lift it successfully on his first try, halting midway. On the second attempt, the positioning of the firearm was more accurate, yet it was clear that he was still unfamiliar with the loading process, as he did not adequately press the gun's foot, resulting in a significant recoil. By the third shot, this issue had been rectified. The interval between these 3 shots, as seen in the short video, spanned merely 40 seconds. I did not finish watching the entire lengthy video, as I fast-forwarded to the conclusion. The total duration was 53 minutes and 21 seconds. One must ponder. How long did it take for everyone to learn to load a gun? The final question posed by the esteemed individual on this floor rendered those subsequently questioned in tears. Let us not mention 53 minutes. The majority can master the art of shooting within a day and boast about it online. They have all noted that this individual, Xingza, is still actively engaged in combat online, challenging others to duels. However, it must be noted that Xingza is not particularly lacking in skill anymore. Although his shooting remains somewhat inaccurate, he often grazes the edges of his opponent's mech. Lin Li observed as Xingza relentlessly attacked. Within mere minutes, the opposing mech bore numerous wounds due to various projectile deviations. It appeared more akin to deliberate cruelty. Ultimately, this battle lasted a mere 17 minutes, an increasingly brief duration. Zhao gazed at the sign indicating the battle's conclusion, taken aback. Aside from a few unfortunate souls, the moment coincided perfectly with the arrival of a skilled player, who, after being struck in the cockpit by a single shot, concluded the battle in merely a minute or 2. It is noteworthy that this player's combat time has consistently been decreasing. One must understand that the matchmaking mechanism of the Mecha Combat Network gradually pairs players with increasingly formidable opponents as their winning streaks extend. Currently, Bai Xingshu boasts an impeccable record of victories. It appears he is on the verge of transcending the novice arena and entering the beginner tier. One can only wonder when he will ascend to the intermediate league. Zhao Gao felt a twinge of excitement and, upon turning his head, beheld Lin Li's virtual character executing a remarkably familiar maneuver. "Are you sending a friend request?" Upon uttering this, Zhao Gao noticed a sudden pause in Lin Li's actions, prompting an uncontrollable laugh from him. "You actually dare to send a friend request?" The player known as Xing Jiangji had blocked all requests. Lin Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Gao, as if to say that this remark implied Zhao Gao had also faced rejection in his previous attempts. Dismissing the dialogue box of the failed friend request, Lin Li continued to ponder. This Xing Jiangji maneuver seems oddly familiar. It was both a statement and a question. The mecha operations Lin Li had witnessed were largely familiar to Zhao Gao as well. The maneuvers that seemed recognizable to Lin Li should theoretically evoke a sense of familiarity in Zhao Gao too. Yet, Zhao Gao responded nonchalantly. Isn't it just someone from your family? Lin Li refuted, no. Even a distant relative's child would be thoroughly reprimanded for piloting a mecha in such a manner. There are far too many ineffective maneuvers, Lin Li commented critically. Zhao Gao pondered for a moment and found no fault in the matter. The pilot, Sheng Yunxi, exhibited commendable proficiency in operating the mecha with movements that could be deemed exemplary or even exceptional. However, there were numerous instances where he failed to utilize the right timing or overreacted. For example, he often misjudged the evasive maneuvers, opting for the incorrect dodging actions, only to realize his mistake and make last-minute adjustments. Additionally, even after successfully executing an evasive maneuver, he continued to fidget unnecessarily. It was perplexing to assess such a lack of combat awareness. One must understand that the ability to execute impromptu adjustments, particularly when they are ultimately successful in evading, requires an exceptionally high level of personal aptitude. The rapid-fire technique that had astonished Lin Li was not an isolated incident for Sheng Yunxi. A plethora of similar extraordinary maneuvers had circulated wildly across the battle network. This peculiar amalgamation of clumsiness and brilliance sparked a profound inquiry within the community. How on earth had such a combatant, possessing flawless techniques yet devoid of any practical experience, been cultivated? Zhao Gao was baffled by the question of how he could perform the Lin family 3 transformations. Lin Li, on the other hand, found nothing amiss. It was merely a publicly accessible skill. However, apart from the Lin family, others typically did not impart this knowledge to novices. Which teacher instructs elementary students in advanced calculus before teaching them basic arithmetic? Surely, even if one were not a child of the Lin family, the techniques would seem somewhat familiar. Zhao Gao was puzzled by whom they resembled. It felt as though he had encountered them before, yet he could not recall where. It is indeed unimaginable that while witnessing a mech battle, one is actually observing a compilation of a classmate's maneuvers. The outcome of everything appearing alike results in everything being utterly dissimilar. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Li uncertainly remarked, "It feels like the reaction speed of Bai Xingshu." Zhao Gao glanced at Lin Li, his expression impassive. Are you truly certain you cannot accept alpha? Having seen the champion's footage, this bears no resemblance to Bai Xingshu. Why would this individual think of Bai Xingshu at such a moment? Lin Li replied. What do you mean by accepting or not? He simply invited me to dine. Zhao Gao retorted. Who asked you that? Frustrated, Zhao Gao was exasperated. Dining together has no relation to whether one is alpha or not. Lin Li disdainfully remarked, you only favor delicate omega. Have you never dined with alpha or beta? Stop associating everything with romance and marriage. Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, was astonished. Have you even begun to consider marriage? Lin Li, irritated by the nitpicking, responded. If you wish to die, I shall accommodate you. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xingshu remained oblivious to the chaos outside, patiently fine-tuning his mech piloting skills. Much like he did while honing his unique abilities. Day after day, he persevered, not only in shooting, but also in those mech maneuvers that appeared cumbersome and excessive to Lin Li and his companions, were integral to Bai Xingshu's self-training and adjustment. Bai Xingshu has been persistently arranging and experimenting, seemingly engaged in futile endeavors, leading many to overlook the fact that he is, in truth, practicing adjustments. After all, the mech battles online do not result in real demise, and with training partners available, the more experiences one accumulates, the better. Textbooks and the experiences of others can only be regarded as knowledge. Transforming that knowledge into personal capability is akin to a young horse crossing a river. One must traverse it themselves to truly understand. However, to outsiders, it merely appears as if Bai Xingshu is practicing marksmanship. Within the community, there are those who marvel at Sheng Yunxi's dedication, having engaged in a 4-hour battle to create a shooting environment, raising the weapon and firing, repeating this action throughout. Patience and concentration were evident. Throughout the observation, there was no trace of impatience from Sheng Yunxi. This alone inspired admiration from those who initially regarded him merely as a talented individual. What they failed to recognize is that he possesses not only talent but also exerts more effort than they do. In fact, one might argue that diligence itself is a form of talent. Moreover, it transcends mere effort. Some have shared the combat footage from yesterday featuring Sheng Yunxi, showcasing that his proficiency with the loading knife is quite commendable. He restrained the urge to achieve victory with more familiar weapons, opting instead to silently enhance himself with the loading gun throughout today's battles. The community was moved by Sheng Yunxi's actions, prompting expressions of admiration and reflection. In the current realm of mech combat networks, where everyone fervently pursues victory and ranks, who still remembers the original intention behind the Empire's development of the combat network? It was meant to enable all citizens of the Empire to enhance themselves through this platform. Of course, these motivational platitudes circulating within the community are utterly foreign to Bai Xingshu. Were he to be aware, he would surely find it both amusing and disheartening. The entire process of Bai Xingshu's marksmanship training lacks any scholarly spirit. If victory is attainable, he would not hesitate to suddenly draw a knife amidst his shooting practice to strike his opponent. After all, it is all training. What does it matter what one practices? The sole reason he utilizes a firearm is quite simple. Opening a second mech equipment slot requires star coins. How frustrating it is that this combat network demands star coins for everything. Ultimately, after defeating nearly 30 novice players in the beginner arena, an unexpected special effect manifested before Bai Xingshu. The previously dull novice emblem shattered, revealing the iron-black words beginner level, encircled by two small clusters of tender green grass, materializing in front of him. Congratulations on leveling up to the beginner arena. The activity zone has been unlocked for you, and you may choose to enter from your personal space. The system of the Mech Combat Network emitted a notification sound. The activities available are rather diverse, including live streaming events where viewers can share in a 1 billion star coin prize pool based on viewership. There are also skin events, where players can receive free skins after participating in a certain number of matches during the event. Additionally, there are pay-to-win activities, competitive showcases, and strategy contests, among others. Such a myriad of activities left Bai Xingshu, who had little exposure to various gaming strategies, utterly dazzled. However, what intrigued Bai Xingshu the most was a doubles competition, which ranked participants based on the number of battles fought and their win rates, with the highest cumulative score earning a reward of 100,000 star coins. Alas, this grand prize was merely a tantalizing dream for Bai Xingshu, as it was clearly beyond his reach. The doubles event had already been underway for 25 days, leaving only 5 days until its conclusion. Even if Bai Xingshu were to find a partner and devote himself to intensive practice now, it would pale in comparison to the efforts of those who had been competing for over 2 weeks. Thus, what he truly desired was the participation reward, which included 3 activation vouchers for basic weapons and a team-exclusive sticker inscribed with the names of the 2 participants. This participation reward could be claimed after securing 3 victories in battle. Upon examining the 3 activation vouchers, Bai Xingshu realized they were just enough to allow him to exchange for a cluster array cannon for his mech, the very weapon that had been used to bombard him by Lu. Purchasing it would cost 299 star coins. He needed to find a partner. Chapter 14. All the onlookers laughed. Bai Xingshu contemplated this matter in his mind, making a mental note. He decided to engage in another match to observe the skill level of the novice arena and how it differed from the primary arena. When Bai Xingshu approached the event area, the spectators outside were practically beside themselves with anticipation. Before transitioning to the primary arena, he had been fighting continuously without pause. But now, upon entering the novice arena, there was an unsettling silence. Was he perhaps preparing to rest? No, he thought. I still wish to see if Sheng Yunxi would maintain his impressive streak in the primary arena. Just say it plainly, upstairs. You want to know when Sheng Yunxi's winning record will finally be broken, don't you? This marks an astonishing streak of 36 consecutive victories. Are you not intrigued? Alas, in a fleeting moment of distraction, so many matches have transpired, and it appears a new record for consecutive wins is within reach. How amusing! Are you aware of what the highest winning streak is? A staggering 127 victories stands as the benchmark he aims to surpass, merely traversing the novice village. The audacity to aspire for such heights is truly remarkable. As tensions visibly escalated, Bai Xingshu initiated a match in the beginner arena, thereby diffusing the imminent discord. Whether one hoped for Bai Xingshu to continue his triumphant journey or relished in witnessing a prodigy falter, they flocked to the spectator list for this encounter. Before long, Bai Xingshu's opponent was matched. A resplendent ID, adorned with shimmering effects, emerged before the audience. Bai Xingshu remained unfazed by such ostentation, merely reflecting that the beginner arena surpassed the novice village, as the matchmaking efficiency was significantly superior to his experiences in the latter. The spectators, however, were taken aback upon recognizing the ID before them. Van Speer. This renowned streamer in the beginner arena, known for his technical prowess, boasted an impressive win rate, ranking 74th among over 100 million participants. The astonishment was palpable. How could one be matched with Van Speer upon entering the beginner arena? The community buzzed with disbelief. Typically, matchmaking within the combat network pairs opponents of comparable skill levels. Have you forgotten? Bai Xingshu's remarkable 36 consecutive victories transcend arena boundaries, and such a high winning streak inevitably leads the system to select formidable adversaries. Upon witnessing this outcome, a multitude of onlookers began to murmur in astonishment. No one truly believed that Sheng Yunchen would emerge victorious, even though they fervently praised it within their community. After their expressions of disbelief, they called upon friends, rousing those who had already retired to witness the moment that marked the end of Sheng Yunxin's remarkable 36-game winning streak. The commotion outside had no bearing on Bai Xingshu, who remained focused on the distant figure adorned in black and gold, with shadowy wings faintly hovering behind it, ethereal lights dancing in the air, reminiscent of the fallen angels from the religious tales he had once heard. Bai Xingshu, is there a complaint mechanism for this combat network? This mech skin greatly hinders the ability to observe the weaponry of the opposing mech. Bai Xingshu struggled to discern the weaponry equipped on his opponent's mech. After a brief silence, the system responded. In the combat network, only in rookie matches do players have incomplete weapon slots. In other areas, combatants are fully equipped. Those who could afford the login device yet could not procure weapons and their corresponding slots were indeed a rarity. Among this select few, those who could navigate out of rookie matches armed only with a free mech and a single gun were even more exceptional. Bai Xingshu. Enough already. Despite his complaints to the system, he promptly adjusted his mech to a state of operational readiness. He had not forgotten the initial disadvantage he faced during his earlier battle with Liu. He never underestimated any opponent. Upon entering the combat zone, his adversary, Fan Miao, was equally taken aback upon recognizing his opponent. A free mech? Fan Miao was left in disbelief. The performance of the free mech is quite subpar, aside from newcomers. Hardly anyone utilizes it. It has been years since Fan Miao encountered a free mech in battle, and he immediately sensed something amiss. The appearance of a free mech at such a competitive level is far more alarming than encountering a fully equipped mech. As a streamer, Fan Miao quickly glanced at his live broadcast. Being a well-known streamer in the beginner arena, he certainly did not forget to go live to earn some income. Brother Mao, take a look at the viewer count. Fan Miao was taken aback. Viewer count? He clicked on the display interface, and the current number of viewers instantly appeared. 17. 329. 987. Fan Miao was stunned by this figure. Nearly 20 million viewers. This was approaching 1/5 of the beginner arena's total population. Such a scene was unprecedented even for a prominent streamer like Fan Miao. What is happening? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired aloud. Soon, a flurry of voices began to explain the situation to him. Fan Miao quickly grasped the gist of it. It turned out that the surge in viewers was derived from the influx of newcomers. The population in each arena had significantly diminished, but the beginner arena boasted a considerably larger crowd, numbering around 10 billion, more than the combined total of all other arenas. During mech battles, the activities and events hosted by streamers practically ensured that those who could win the favor of the newcomers would dominate. After all, they had the numbers on their side. But now, Fan Miao gazed at the ever-increasing viewer count in his live stream, feeling as though immense fortune was laid out before him. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes upon the free mech across from him. The rookie prodigy, having achieved an impressive streak of 36 consecutive victories, is now poised to face the ultimate challenge. As the countdown to battle unfolds under the weighty gaze of both competitors, the silence is palpable. Start. Although Fan Miao lacks the piloting finesse of Liu, rendering him unable to execute precise coverage with a cluster array cannon, his armored mech's performance far surpasses that of the school's simulation machines. Prepared in advance, Van Miao's weaponry fires at a velocity that exceeds Lu's. Yet, this is merely a singular offensive maneuver. Already primed for action, Bai Xingshu swiftly vacates his initial position, deftly evading the oncoming attack. The speed of his evasion is astonishing. Van Miao's expression tightens. He had not anticipated dispatching his opponent in one fell swoop, yet this level of evasion is beyond what a free mech should achieve. This signifies that his adversary's piloting skills are even more formidable than he had anticipated. Despite being mentally prepared for a challenging opponent, the pressure has undeniably intensified for Van Miao. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu has also taken note of the exceptional capabilities of the opposing mech, as well as its unpredictable maneuvering. He finds himself unable to immediately discern an angle for a counterattack. Impressive. Bai Xingshu's eyes gleam with excitement. He craves a rival of such caliber. Indeed, he has come to the junior arena for this very reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xingshu unfurls his weapon, executing a swift and clean 75-degree turn to evade Van Miao's renewed assault. While Van Miao remains largely unfazed by Bai Xingshu's two remarkable evasions, the spectators watching in silence are utterly astounded. How has his evasion technique suddenly improved so dramatically? Previously, in the novice arena, was he merely pretending? Within the live stream of Fan Mao, individuals were fervently expressing their astonishment, yet Fan Mao, engrossed in the battle, could hardly spare any attention for the chat room. He observed Sheng Yunchen, who adeptly executed an evasion maneuver, suddenly appearing at a shooting position. To be precise, Sheng Yunchen had intentionally evaded towards that direction, having already calculated his movement to this very spot. What remarkable judgment! Before the warning alert could even manifest, Fan Mao altered his anticipated actions. In a flash, Fan Mao's mech instantly vacated its original position. In the next moment, an energy projectile whizzed through, and before Fan Mao could exhale in relief, the system's alarm blared unexpectedly. Warning! Warning! Incoming energy projectile attack. Fan Mao abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see the very gun muzzle he had seemingly evaded moments ago now ominously aimed at him once more. Instinctively, Fan Mao's hands swiftly executed the mech's evasion protocols, yet the words it's overloomed in his mind. He watched as the energy cannon approached, and at that instant, his hand finally pushed down on the control stick. Too late. The transition from action to the mech's corresponding response required time, even if that interval was less than half a second. Yet often, the outcome of a match is determined in the blink of an eye. In Fan Mao's consciousness, he anticipated the arrival of the word LOSE, yet it did not come. Instead, he witnessed the energy projectile narrowly miss his mech as it smoothly transitioned to a new position due to his earlier maneuver. Fan Mao was momentarily unaware of what had transpired. Huh? Did it just miss? How could it possibly have missed? A look of bewilderment flickered in Fan Miao's eyes, while in his live stream, a multitude of viewers erupted in laughter. I had forsaken my role as an observer and deliberately entered the live stream to witness this moment. My curiosity was piqued by the expressions of those facing impending doom as they beheld such absurd marksmanship. How could one not find it amusing?
Miyu.
Why have you ceased to move? Do you not wish to act? Doghead, I was in stitches at Miao Ji's befuddled expression. I simply had to capture it for a meme. In the novice arena, inexperienced players floundered. No one was astonished by a missed shot. An attack that fails to hit its target. Is that not a commonplace occurrence? Thus, Bai Xingshu, who had never encountered such a scenario, found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering what scheme the opposing mech might be concocting, and hesitated to strike. The simultaneous silence from both sides for that brief second sent all onlookers into fits of laughter. It was utterly hilarious. Why was Xing Zhe not live streaming? I was truly eager to witness his reaction, questioning life itself.
Jeff.
Everyone could discern the bewilderment manifesting atop the heads of the two mechs. However, their moment of confusion was fleeting. Both soon regained their composure. Bai Xingshu reacted more swiftly, taking the initiative to fire a shot at Fan Miao's mech. Confronted with a stationary target, Bai Xingshu's marksmanship proved commendable, but Fan Miao activated his mech just in time, causing the energy projectile originally aimed at the cockpit to veer off course and strike directly into the left shoulder of the mech. The mechanical structure sustained a 7 damage, restricting movement in the left shoulder and rendering weapon slots 1, 3, and 9 unresponsive. The mech sustained damage, yet Fan Miao became increasingly composed. He scrutinized the opposing free mech and sensed something amiss. Under the circumstances moments ago, had the adversary opted for melee or area effect weaponry, the battle could have easily reached its conclusion. However, that was not the case. The opposing mech still chose to wield a weapon that could only fire single shots. This struck him as peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he soon discerned the underlying issue. Fan Miao realized with astonishment that the opponent appeared to possess only a single weapon slot. Chapter 15, Changing Winds and Establishing Healthy. Fan Miao was taken aback. How could this individual navigate the novice arena relying solely on a single loadout gun? Upon this realization, what had initially been a pursuit for popularity and a mere hope for victory suddenly unraveled his composure. Ranking 74 in the beginner arena was indeed commendable, but he had faced defeats before. Upon learning of the opponent's consecutive 36 victories, he did not feel that a potential loss would be unbearable. But this time felt different. Regardless of how many wins the opponent had amassed, he could not afford to lose to a free mech wielding a basic loadout gun. That would be utterly humiliating. Bai Xingshu sensed a sudden surge of fighting spirit from the opposing mech, and his demeanor grew serious. He maneuvered continuously, evading Fan Miao's relentless series of attacks. Yet it soon became apparent to Bai Xingshu that under such aggressive pressure, he could find no opportunity to retaliate. After the opposing side intensified their attack density, the single-shot energy projectiles loaded into the firing mechanism struggled to prove their effectiveness, often being dispersed mid-air by the adversary's onslaught. The shortcomings of this strategy are glaringly apparent. The loss of onboard energy is substantial, and an unwavering focus on offense inevitably diminishes mobility. No matter how skilled the mech pilot may be, they are still limited to 2 hands. Thus, the energy devoted to assault naturally detracts from maneuverability. Such combat techniques, when deployed against other mechs, are tantamount to courting disaster. Among the arsenal equipped to mechs, there exists a plethora of penetrating weaponry, rendering such tactics no different from those of a stationary target. However, Bai Xingshu here is armed solely with a basic energy projectile firing mechanism, leaving him utterly restrained. In the face of adversity and after several failed attacks, Bai Xingshu unexpectedly found himself smiling. His opponent exhibited commendable combat awareness, swiftly adapting to the situation and employing the most suitable tactics. He had gleaned a valuable lesson. Yet again, Bai Xingshu launched a series of attacks, all of which were swallowed by the torrent of projectiles, inflicting no damage upon the Fan Miao mech. Instead, Bai Xingshu occasionally suffered glancing hits, leading to a gradual depletion of his mech's integrity. His piloting skills had not yet reached the level required to fully evade such a high-density barrage. It was clear to all that he was on the verge of defeat. The Fan Miao mech boasted an ample energy reserve, given by Hongshu's current rate of energy loss by the time he was eliminated. The Fan Miao mech would still retain a significant amount of energy. To dominate in the novice arena only to falter in the primary arena for the first time is truly embarrassing. This is Fan Miao. If you possess the capability, then seize the victory. Initially, I had believed that Jiangji would emerge victorious. This is a situation where opportunity slipped by unseized. Is it permissible to say so? The tactics employed by Fan Miao are indeed quite despicable, as he is merely preying on the fact that Jiangji is armed with only a single loading gun. How can one possess such audacity? There is no prohibition against Jiangji carrying weapons. It is merely his choice to bear only a loading gun. Such arrogance warrants a downfall, and one should ponder the morality of tactics. After all, strategies ought to prioritize utility above all else. The community has begun its usual clamor, yet Bai Xingshu remains composed. He meticulously observes every attack from Fan Miao, discerning the opponent's condition. This relentless, imprecise assault can lead to predictable maneuvers, thus creating openings. The Lin family's 3 transformations. With Xiao's guidance, and recalling the training sessions where Lin Li employed this technique to evade Lu's relentless pursuit, Bai Xingshu has mastered it to a remarkable degree. Bai Xingshu vanished within the encirclement of Fan Miao's attacks, only to re-emerge suddenly behind him. He fired. Upon realizing that Bai Xingshu had disappeared from his line of sight, Fan Mao felt a jolt of alarm. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, but upon failing to locate the free mech, he hastily attempted to vacate the premises. Alas, it was too late. During his observations, Bai Xingshu had discerned Fan Mao's habitual relocation and anticipated his attacks. The mech sustained a damage of 16, with the left shoulder afflicted and the second weapon station rendered non-responsive. The 12th power unit was destroyed. Why did that shot go awry again? The Lin family's 3 transformations. I find it curious that in this battle, Sheng Yunchen did not utilize the Lin family's 3 transformations. It turns out he was merely holding back a secret weapon. Do not be overly jubilant. Now, with the imminent arrival of Sheng Yunchen, his backhand has been exposed. And Fan Miao will undoubtedly not grant him a second opportunity. After the community erupted in cheers, they could not help but begin to voice their pessimism. Indeed, the circumstances warranted such sentiments. Based on the location of his injury, Fan Miao swiftly deduced the whereabouts of Sheng Yunchen, pivoting rapidly to re-establish his focus on the opposing mech. Initially confident of victory, believing it merely a matter of time, Fan Miao became alert once more. Had it not been for his timely reaction, Sheng Yunchen's last shot could have struck the power compartment. He could not rely on the adversary's aim faltering each time. The longer the battle persisted, the greater the risk became. The uncertainty that Sheng Yunchen introduced was considerable amidst the previous flurry of attacks. He had refrained from employing the Lin family's 3 transformations, patiently biding his time. Who could guarantee that he would not unveil another lethal skill to deliver a decisive blow? The combat must be concluded swiftly. Fan Miao observed the loading gun of Sheng Yunchen. The vulnerabilities of the loading gun were not singular. Firearms are most effective against distant targets. Once the distance closes, they become ineffective. Ascending, maneuvering, and flashing, Sheng Yunchen displayed commendable reflexes. Yet Fan Miao's skills were not to be underestimated. With superior mech performance, he matched Sheng Yunchen's agility after reducing his offensive stance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. In the realm of mech combat, this was an exceedingly close distance. Fan Miao wielded his long knife with precision. The viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment in a flood of comments. The abrupt execution of the Lin family's 3 transformations by Sheng Yunchen had produced a captivating spectacle, and they could not help but feel regret for his impending defeat. Bai Xingshu gazed at the raised long blade of the spear, a smile gracing his lips. Having wielded such close combat weapons before, he understood that the mech, while swinging them, could not maneuver due to inertia. Thus, he had been patiently awaiting this precise moment. With a swift motion, Bai Xingshu released the loaded gun from his grasp. He was unfamiliar with energy projectiles and often missed his mark, but with metal, he was unerring. The million viewers lurking in the live stream of the spear stared in astonishment as the loaded gun hurtled towards them with unstoppable force. The cockpit shattered, plunging into darkness. And 4 letters materialized: lose. Neither the spear nor the audience could comprehend the rapid turn of events. What just transpired? Wasn't victory imminent? How could they have lost? A bug, perhaps? Baffled, the spear clicked into the mech battle community, where he discovered the final second replay in a trending post. The entire process of the reversal was vividly captured. The spear meticulously watched it over and over, ultimately confirming that the loaded gun, which had soared towards him, was released at the moment he executed his slash. His opponent had even calculated the position his mech would occupy at that very instant. It was as if the spear had voluntarily directed the cockpit into the path of the loaded gun. As the mech advanced, the very act of releasing the gun caused a shift in its trajectory. The spear's long blade descended, yet it failed to strike a vital point, merely severing a mechanical arm and a third of the weapons compartment. The overall damage was estimated to be slightly over 30. Fan Miao, along with the entire audience in the live stream, revisited the battle video. During the match, it was challenging to contemplate extensively, but upon reflection, Fan Miao quickly discerned that the instances where he was intercepted by Sheng Yunchen, allowing him to close the distance, were, in fact, deliberate maneuvers by his opponent. This was a trap. Fan Miao even suspected that the Lin family's 3 transformations, which compelled him to alter his entire strategy, were part of his adversary's scheme. Analyzing the situation in front of the live audience, he ultimately sighed, acknowledging, the loss was not unjust. Afterward, Van Mao casually opened the friend request interface and entered Xingzi Jiangji. As a streamer, his warm and cheerful disposition, coupled with a penchant for making friends, was entirely natural. He understood well what the public desired to witness. What a splendid narrative, a rivalry leading to camaraderie. Van Mao clicked to add the friend, only to be met with failure. His request was blocked by the other party. The system emitted a friendly notification sound. Van Mao responded with a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Screenshot taken. Here comes meme number 2. Yes, yes. This is the expression I long to see. Van Mao exclaimed. He is a technical streamer, not a comedic entertainer. Having such an audience was indeed a stroke of luck for him. Amidst the lively online atmosphere, Bai Xingshu, after completing this match, felt thoroughly satisfied and logged off to sleep, entirely unfazed by the match's significance. He did not even deem it perilous. Rather, he found the beginner-level battles far more engaging than those in novice matches. Quite delightful, indeed. Bai Xingshu contentedly went through his nightly routine before drifting off to sleep. In the morning, the customary physical training commenced, and Bai Xingshu found himself swiftly amidst the formation of the combat department without the need for systematic guidance. As the class vice captain, he stood prominently at the front of the ranks, rendering him conspicuous and easily observable.
Consequently,
Bai Xingshu sensed some members of Class G casting inexplicable glances filled with a hint of resentment in his direction. What could they possibly be staring at? Bai Xingshu pondered. Standing beside him, Lin Li reflected on the events he had witnessed the previous day. A hint of amusement lacing his voice. Perhaps they are reminiscing about the freshman competition when you dispatched them with your launcher. Bai Xingshu responded with confusion, questioning why, after a day had passed, anyone would suddenly dwell on such matters. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He discerned no malice in their gazes and chose to disregard it. Once the physical training concluded, the group engaged in conversation while resting. Some recalled Bai Xingshu's mention of his origin from Shi to Star and naturally shared a piece of news with him. Vice Captain, there may be new developments on Shi to Star. As they spoke, they showcased the headline of the news article. Transforming customs and establishing healthy, uplifting cultural habits, Shi to Star welcomes a cultural initiative. It seemed this initiative was proposed by the Crown Prince, aimed at caring for remote planets, with Shi to Star as the inaugural site. Others with insider knowledge chimed in, speculating that this was likely a royal decree, hinting at forthcoming actions. I wonder, one mused, this initiative appears rather sudden, with no prior indication. Was the atmosphere on Shi to Star previously poor? Bai Xingshu, having casually uttered a few phrases such as not really, quite good, and that's a good thing, did not pay much heed to the news. After all, he was not genuinely of the West Star lineage. Following his brief response, he observed as others began to deliberate on matters concerning royal policies. Noticing that he had little involvement in the discussion, he naturally tilted his head aside. Bai Xingshu then turned his attention to his new objective, seemingly calling out to someone at random, and inquired, Yu-Ji Xian, would you be free to join me for 3 rounds of duels in the Mecha Battle Network over the next few days? Lin Li, who had been engrossed in conversation with someone else, immediately raised his gaze upon hearing those words, directing his attention towards Kang Youxin. It seemed that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Bai Xingshu had indeed been frequently seeking conversations with Kang Youxin lately. This statement not only captured Lin Li's attention but also drew the gaze of everyone present towards Kang Youxin. Kang Youxin was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of Bai Xingshu's gaze upon him, causing an inexplicable warmth to flush his cheeks. Who could possibly decline an invitation from Bai Xingshu? I'm free, of course, Kang Youxin replied earnestly. However, he was not the only one to respond. Others in the class chimed in playfully, Class Vice. I'm free too. I'm especially free. The atmosphere erupted into a lively cacophony, with each individual vying to sign up and boasting about their win rates and rankings. Until a voice posed a question that brought the excitement to a halt. Has the Mecha Battle Network been hosting duo battle events recently? Upon this query, the entire class fell silent. Indeed, it seemed, there hadn't been any such events. In an instant, the eyes of the class turned towards Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu responded, What's the matter? Indeed, I have seen it. There are still 5 days left for the event, Bai Xingshu confidently asserted. The class fell into a deeper silence. After a moment, Someone cautiously inquired of Bai Xingshu, deputy class leader, "Which arena are you in?" Bai Xingshu replied, "The novice arena." "Is there a problem?" A classmate responded, "Deputy class leader, we should all be in the intermediate arena. Such events do not allow for interaction between different arenas." Bai Xingshu, Chapter 16. Generally speaking, it is advisable to add teachers. Urgently, Bai Xingshu prompted the system to check the participants from the adjacent class, ultimately discovering none were spared. They were all in the intermediate arena. The novice arena's level barely surpasses the passing mark, accommodating those who have transcended the novice stage of mech combat to reach an amateur level. Above the intermediate arena lies the professional tier, where active and retired military personnel, as well as students from various institutions, engage in competition. Those aspiring to attend military academies need only to establish a reputation in the intermediate arena, as certain military schools may offer special admissions. Naturally, this pertains to fairly standard military institutions. Bai Xingshu's targets, however, hail from affluent backgrounds, lacking neither resources nor training, and are currently enrolled in combat disciplines. It is entirely reasonable for them to have advanced to the intermediate arena at an early stage. Bai Xingshu, breakfast then class. This morning's lesson is on close quarters combat, and the instructor presented footage of Bai Xingshu during the freshman competition, showcasing his knack for delivering blows to opponents' heads and subduing Lin Li. Bai Xingshu exhibited remarkable skills. From the moment he entered the cockpit, every offensive maneuver was executed with precision and without superfluous movements. With a powerful thrust from his waist, he delivered a decisive blow. The instructor, having provided a plethora of analysis, offered both commendations and critiques regarding Bai Xingshu's somewhat unconventional techniques. Afterward, the instructor beckoned Bai Xingshu, saying, "Come out and practice with me, so everyone can observe how to properly handle close combat situations." Bai Xingshu glanced at the robust close combat mentor and then at his classmates. He rose to his feet, responding, "All right." 2 minutes later, the close combat instructor lay incapacitated. Bai Xingshu turned to his classmates and remarked, "It seems the instructor is rather occupied. Since we are all trained in close combat, would any of you care to practice with me?" The class stared at the unconscious instructor, collectively thinking, "Is this what being occupied looks like?" Bai Xingshu tilted his head, challenging, "Are you all too timid?" With those words, he ignited a fire within the entire class. Having chosen the combat specialization, there was no room for cowardice. Thus, Bai Xingshu organized the entire S-class, proclaiming, "Everyone, join me for intermediate-level training." With hands on his hips and a voice that resonated loudly, he unabashedly expressed his personal vendetta. After witnessing Bai Xingshu's radiant smile of triumph following their complete victory, the class could only seethe with frustration, lamenting, "This isn't our fault." One student, touching his face, exclaimed, "The vice class leader hits, but never strikes the face. I had plans this weekend to go out with my fiancé." Following this outburst, several others began to panic as well. They too have submitted their applications. At such a tender age, what young couple is not enveloped in affection? Bai Xingshu observed a certain classmate named Kong, who was vociferously expressing his excitement, and fell into silence. Bai Xingshu felt an urge to throttle the system, exclaiming, "Kong Yoshin already has a partner. Could this system truly not grasp the essence of reliability?" Faced with this accusation, the system felt aggrieved. Well, no one would explicitly mention their romantic partners in their civic identity information. The options merely included unmarried, married, and divorced. As a system, it had not contemplated this scenario, which was somewhat understandable, wasn't it? "I shall promptly re-verify." The system swiftly commenced its analysis, gathering information from various online sources. Before long, Bai Xingshu discovered that the illustrious alpha names previously submitted by the system had been drastically reduced by 4/5. Particularly, the esteemed battle-oriented alphas had nearly all been eliminated, leaving only Lin Li's illustrious name shimmering on the list. Bai Xingshu mused, "How is it that all these young individuals fail to aspire for something better?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Many prominent families still adhere to the principle of matching social standings. The exceptional ones are often recognized early and reserved, which is quite commonplace, the system remarked based on its collected data. Indeed, this perspective held considerable merit. Completely convinced, Bai Xingshu cast a sympathetic glance towards Lin Li, whose name stood out among the remaining illustrious alphas compiled by the system. Lin Li had been observing Bai Xingshu all along, lips pursed as he watched Bai Xingshu smile warmly at Cheng Yunxi. Cheng Yunxi, that fellow, with his unremarkable appearance, is still an alpha. What is there to admire? Yet, as Lin Li entertained this disparaging thought, another notion surfaced in his mind. Bai Xingshu, does he have a preference for alphas? However, after differentiation, the pheromones of alphas instinctively repel one another. Yet, on that day in the mecha cockpit, it seemed that Bai Xingshu did not reject his pheromones. Lin Li's mind was a chaotic whirl of thoughts, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Xingshu. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Lin Li's ears flushed crimson, as if Bai Xingshu had discerned his earlier unreliable musings. Fortunately, Lin Li possessed a commendable psychological fortitude. After his instinctive reaction, he quickly noticed the look of sympathy in Bai Xingshu's eyes. Lin Li was taken aback. In truth, Bai Xingshu's sympathy was rather straightforward. It seemed quite tragic that Lin Li, with such an esteemed background, had failed to attract the attention of any Omega. Bai Xingshu shook his head in lament, then instructed the system to eliminate the affluent alphas who only desired Omegas. In an instant, Lin Li's name, once at the pinnacle, vanished from Bai Xingshu's sight. Observing the scant few names before him, Bai Xingshu felt considerably relieved. Suddenly, the situation became much simpler. Though there was a commotion, Bai Xingshu did not merely resort to randomly attacking his classmates. After a bout of shouting, he took the opportunity to guide each individual on how to refine their techniques, providing hands-on instruction. In this era, warfare predominantly relies on formidable technology. The pursuit of close combat has reached its zenith, with Bai Xingshu, a stalwart of this apocalyptic struggle, standing out significantly. Upon awakening, the close combat instructor was greeted by the sight of his work being entirely usurped. Even more perplexing was the fact that Bai Xingshu, upon noticing his revival, proceeded to offer suggestions for refining his techniques. The instructor, confronted with this invaluable feedback, couldn't help but glance at Bai Xingshu's youthful visage. Ultimately, Bai Xingshu was dismissed from the close combat classroom, having already secured full marks for the semester. Henceforth, he would no longer need to attend this course, a blessing in disguise. With the absence of the close combat class, his time suddenly became considerably more abundant, prompting him to focus on his part-time job. However, upon glancing at the day's work assignments, Bai Xingshu noted a curious lack of tasks. Arriving at the maintenance room, he opened the door and was immediately met with the familiar sound of machinery whirring to life. Upon entering, he indeed spotted the elegant figure of Song Xiyan. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the maintenance room. Hearing the door open and close twice, Song Xiyan gazed curiously toward the entrance. Who had come and gone? Soon, the enigma unraveled as Bai Xingshu reappeared, stepping through the door with a small yellow flower in hand, his demeanor radiating the warmth of spring. Teacher. Upon noticing Song Xian's gaze, Bai Xingshu waved enthusiastically and approached swiftly, presenting the delicate flower as a token of gratitude. Song Xiyan instinctively took the flower, glancing at the remarkably familiar bloom in her hand, reminiscent of those adorning the verdant strip outside the maintenance room. I have already purchased the login device for 2,400 star coins, Bai Xingshu remarked, unable to suppress a wince at the expense. Yet, as the memory of last night's battles resurfaced, a smile broke upon his face. The login device proved quite useful. I triumphed in over 20 matches. Song Xiyan replied. Teacher, I still owe the asset office 700 star coins, so I can only offer you this. Upon saying this, Bai Xingshu felt a sense of satisfaction. I specifically chose the most exquisite one. It is inappropriate to pluck from the greenery, Song Xiyan remarked. Indeed. Thus, I only picked one. Bai Xingshu chuckled, displaying a message to Song Xiyan. I have paid the fine. Song Xiyan observed the notification, noting the 10-star coin penalty Bai Xingshu had incurred for the asset office. He fell silent, contemplating that typically, adding a teacher as a friend would not be conducted in such a manner. He also noticed, in tandem with this message, Bai Xingshu's account balance, 11.77 star coins. Lowering his gaze, Song Xiyan said nothing, placing the diminutive flower, which had consumed half of Bai Xingshu's savings, into his maintenance toolbox, claiming a designated spot for it. Bai Xingshu's face lit up with a smile, interpreting this gesture as a sign that Song Xiyan held him in decent regard. Thus, he began to formulate his own little scheme, inquiring of Song Xiyan, "Teacher, why is today's workload so scant? It doesn't even amount to a quarter of yesterday's. Yesterday's workload amounted to 280 star coins, with the meager tasks at hand today. How could one possibly earn even 100 star coins?" Song Xiyan, with his brown eyes fixed intently on Bai Xingshu, responded, "What I completed previously was a week's worth of tasks. The spare parts remain largely unused." Bai Xingshu had hastily completed an entire week's work, which resulted in Song Xiyan still toiling away. Unaware of the underlying resentment in Song Xiyan's words, Bai Xingshu pondered that without his extraordinary abilities, the work from yesterday would indeed take an ordinary person the better part of a day. As a student with limited working hours, dividing the tasks might very well equate to nearly a week. Yet, how could there be no work at all? This was his sole source of income. He yearned to experiment with other weapons on the combat platform. Without a partner for duels, this part-time job could not afford any mishaps. Bai Xingshu lifted his gaze to the partially repaired mech before him. If the unused spare parts were the reason for his lack of tasks, then they must be utilized swiftly. "Teacher, please instruct me on where to install which parts. I shall do it." Bai Xingshu's eyes burned with determination. Song Xiyan pursed his lips, sensing that his repair progress seemed to be undervalued. Chapter 17. West 2-star Song Xiyan, having lived for 24 years, was experiencing disdain for the first time. In just one day, he had managed to restore over 50 of a severely damaged mech. Where was the slowness in that? As the youngest professor at the Capital Military University, adorned with numerous accolades and titles, it is only natural that a certain degree of pride resides within him. Song Xiyan's lips formed a straight line, as if the atmosphere around them had grown colder. "Attach it here," he instructed, pointing to a component. Among the parts currently being installed, this particular piece posed the greatest challenge for novices. It required the aid of 3 different tools to secure it in place. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu stepped forward to the maintenance platform. The platform itself was modest in size, cluttered with toolboxes and spare parts, leaving scant room for movement, especially for 2 individuals. Once Bai Xingshu arrived, they found themselves standing in close proximity. Faintly, Bai Xingshu seemed to catch a whiff of fresh snow. Not dwelling on it, he reached for the component, amidst the prevalent scent of machine oil that filled the repair room. The tiny patch, no larger than a fingertip, was both light and thin, almost weightless in his grasp. Its material was unknown, yet it was metallic. "Which position is it meant for?" Bai Xingshu casually held the component in his hand, directing his question at Song Xiyan. Song Xiyan observed the patch in Bai Xingshu's hand with quiet intensity. This item, as delicate as a cicada's wing, typically required specialized tweezers to lift, and there were often instances of multiple pieces sticking together. Was it truly possible for someone to grasp it accurately with bare hands? After scrutinizing it for several seconds, Song Xiyan confirmed that it was indeed a single piece. Initially poised to mention the supporting tools, he refrained and instead gestured toward the damaged area of the mech. "The gap behind the silver pivot needs to be sealed with a rivet." Bai Xingshu surveyed the area, densely populated with various shafts and cables. It was no wonder that Teacher Song had toiled for so long to position such a slender chip. Contemplating this internally, Bai Xingshu's movements were nonetheless decisive. Grasping the chip, he deftly pushed aside the obstructive cables and simply pressed the chip onto the rivet. Completed. Song Xiyan. "Is that it?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Song Xiyan stepped forward to inspect the chip. It was remarkably standard and flawless, devoid of the residual bubbles that novices often encounter, making it impossible to discern that it had been applied by hand. With a complex expression, Song Xiyan looked at Bai Xingshu and pointed to another component. Once again, with bare hands, Bai Xingshu took hold and effortlessly inserted it. Unless the task required forceful intervention. Anything else, be it a fine wire or a half-person high wheel, Bai Xingshu executed with precision and ease. Observing the rapid pace of repairs, Song Xiyan found himself at a loss for words. Initially, He had questioned how Bai Xingshu managed to install so many spare parts in just half a day. But now all doubts had vanished. In this brief time, Bai Xingshu had matched over a day's worth of progress. Song Xiyan maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xingshu's words. The next component is in the third compartment on your left. Yet Bai Xingshu noticed that Song Xiyan's previously slumped shoulders instantly straightened, and even his back became more erect. Bai Xingshu refrained from laughing. In compliance with Song Xiyan's words, Bai Xingshu picked up the component, turned his back, and skillfully installed it in the corresponding position, seemingly oblivious to the small gestures of the other. However, his spoken words revealed no concealment. A teacher is meant to impart knowledge and engage in research. Such repair tasks are inherently more suited to my capabilities. It was unexpected for Bai Xingshu to offer himself words of comfort, or rather, few would think to extend such solace to him. Yet, Bai Xingshu ought not to voice such sentiments. Song Xiyan furrowed his brow, stating, "You are here to learn as well. Therefore, such matters should fall within his purview. Until now, I had no knowledge of how to repair a mech." At a loss for retort, Song Xiyan realized that in terms of oratory skills, he was utterly outmatched by Bai Xingshu. Observing Bai Xingshu's silhouette, which was turned away from him, it was evident that despite the laborious task at hand, he appeared genuinely joyful. Indeed, from the very first moment Song Xiyan laid eyes on him, he had never witnessed Bai Xingshu in a state of discontent. "How is it that you can find joy in everything you do?" Song Xiyan inquired. Previously, it had always been Bai Xingshu initiating the conversation, with Song Xiyan merely responding. This proactive engagement in dialogue was quite a rarity. Song Xiyan noted the pristine air, the perfectly comfortable temperature of the maintenance room, the pleasant scent of the oil, and the rust-free component in his hand. "The path I traversed earlier was adorned with splendid blooms, and the breakfast this morning was delightful. None of my classmates have ever been on the battlefield. Each one is easily swayed. There were no cries of despair, no signs of bloodshed, no one suffered from hunger, nor did anyone tremble as they approached the wilderness. He cherished every moment spent here. How wonderful it is." Observing Bai Xingshu, with each utterance, his smile seemed to grow ever more radiant, as if the words he spoke were of immeasurable worth. Song Xiyan remained silent. As Bai Xingshu, assigned to him as an aide from the combat department, Song Xiyan possessed the personal profile of the student. Was she to star truly that lacking? No wonder the royal family prioritized it, aiming to initiate new cultural endeavors there. Song Xiyan lowered his gaze. The final point pertains to parts replacement. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu did not respond as he had in the past, swiftly retrieving spare parts. Instead, he turned with a puzzled expression. Bai Xingshu pointed towards the adjacent mech shell. "Teacher, aren't we going to repair this area?" Following his gesture, Song Xiyan observed a remarkably intact shell. He did not question Bai Xingshu's curiosity. Instead, he retrieved his instruments to conduct a probe on the mech shell. The detection results indicated a level 3 fracture. While not severe, it certainly fell within the realm requiring repair. Previously, the mech shell appeared flawless, with no dents or visible damage, and the functional assessments had revealed no internal issues. Which is why Song Xiyan had not inspected the shell before. "How did you notice it?" Song Xiyan inquired, intrigued. Of course, it was Bai Xingshu who sensed it. Effortlessly installing these spare parts, Bai Xingshu undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities. While utilizing his powers, he instinctively senses the surrounding metal, maintaining it in a state readily under his command. He is fully aware of the cracked metal plate beside him. However, expressing this knowledge is out of the question. Therefore, Bai Xingshu lightly tapped the mech shell and flashed a radiant smile at Song Xiyan, stating, "I remember striking this spot back then." To preempt any future confusion from Song Xiyan, Bai Xingshu moved aside to the edge of the railing, gesturing grandly as if proclaiming, "This is the territory I have conquered." He declared to Song Xiyan, "All of these mechs were disassembled by me." Song Xiyan. He recalled the complex expression on his combat teacher's face when they mentioned arranging for a work-study student to assist him. Upon his arrival at the maintenance room, seeing the plethora of mechs needing repairs had not surprised him. But now, as he gazed at the workshop brimming with mechs, he felt a sense of disorientation. It dawned on him that his relentless efforts since yesterday were all due to Bai Xingshu. Even his initial decision to work overtime in the combat department stemmed from Bai Xingshu. After a brief silence, Song Xiyan could no longer contain himself. Is this the reason your savings amount to merely 11 star coins? Bai Xingshu.
Wow.
That's an incredibly harsh remark. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Xingshu appeared utterly drained, as though he had not yet recovered. The moment Shen Geng beheld Bai Xingshu's despondent expression upon entering, he could not shake the feeling that this scene seemed hauntingly familiar. After all, he had witnessed it just the day before. Cautiously, he inquired, "You haven't experienced another heartbreak, have you?" Bai Xingshu could only ponder. How could he possibly endure such a devastating blow twice in such a brief span? Observing the deepening gloom on Bai Xingshu's visage left Shen Geng at a loss for words. He had merely intended to jest, yet his words struck painfully true. He had thought that Lin Li's rapid departure had been swift, but it seemed Bai Xingshu's new interest had outpaced that failure with alarming speed. Shen Geng scrutinized Bai Xingshu's face. It was utterly perplexing. What could be the reason this time? Did he not have an affinity for betas? Shen Geng found himself genuinely intrigued. He had encountered many striking individuals, each cycling through lovers with remarkable ease, yet he had never witnessed someone like Bai Xingshu, handsome, yet perpetually failing in matters of the heart. Bai Xingshu lifted his gaze to Shen Geng, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Ah, the third blow had landed. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xingshu muttered, "He has a fiancé. Well, that was undeniably a valid reason for heartbreak." Shen Geng offered a hollow chuckle. Reflecting on Bai Xingshu's two recent relationships, he sincerely suggested, "Perhaps this is fate. Why not focus on your studies and strive for success instead?" Shen Geng spoke with utmost sincerity. Bai Xingshu fell into deep contemplation. System. Silence yourself. Chapter 18. Even if one knows. Shen Geng pondered, isn't Bai Xingshu's pursuit of each objective rather hasty? Among the young alphas of the imperial aristocracy, not all had been funneled into the capital's military academy, nor would anyone proclaim loudly, "My father is XX," within the confines of the military school. Such brashness would invite trouble. How did Bai Xingshu manage to unearth one noble alpha after another? Shen Geng found himself utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire about Bai Xingshu's latest target, he caught sight of Bai Xingshu gazing at him with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Under such a scrutinizing gaze, Shen Geng felt his heart skip a beat. A wave of panic washing over him. Before Bai Xingshu could utter a word, Shen Geng hastily interjected, "I am a beta." Although he had yet to undergo differentiation, Bai Xingshu's lips twitched in amusement. "Thank you very much." Despite never having confessed, it appeared he had already faced the sting of romantic failure thrice. "Of course. I am aware you are a beta," Bai Xingshu replied, exasperated. "We share a dormitory, and I also know you are not from a noble family. I merely wish to inquire which district you belong to in the combat network." The combat division predominantly consisted of intermediate arenas. Seeking assistance from classmates in other classes within the preliminary arenas felt somewhat inappropriate, especially since he barely knew them. Moreover, it seemed most of them had either been eliminated directly by Bai Xingshu in the freshman competition or had been indirectly thwarted by him. Ahem. Shen Geng, being from the command division, appeared to be a suitable candidate to consult. As a result, what is this person thinking? Bai Xingshu is at a loss for words. However, the intense reaction from Shen Geng. Bai Xingshu gazes at Shen Geng with curiosity. "Do you only prefer omegas? What is it about omegas that is so appealing?" Having never encountered an omega before, Bai Xingshu is intrigued. Shen Geng, relieved from the false alarm, exhales deeply, yet feels a twinge of embarrassment due to his own overthinking. Nevertheless, unable to suppress his sarcasm in response to Bai Xingshu's confusion, he remarks, "Not everyone who comes to the capital military university is here solely for romance." Shen Geng's slender fingers caressed the densely written notes on the board before glancing at the array of tactical books sprawled across his desk. "I am here to become the best and most formidable." Bai Xingshu rests his chin on his hand, observing the unwavering determination on Shen Geng's face as he articulates his beliefs. Subsequently, he mimics the earnest expression on Shen Geng's features. As Shen Jian awaits Bai Xingshu's response, he queries, "What are you doing?" Shen Jian notices the peculiar expression on Bai Xingshu's face. "You looked quite charming when you spoke just now. You seemed to light up instantly." Upon saying this, Bai Xingshu performs a whimsical wow gesture, appearing particularly endearing. "So you wish to emulate my demeanor to attract others, is that it?" Shen Jian, momentarily speechless, finds himself reluctant to engage further. Yet Bai Xingshu's subsequent remark compels him to respond. "Moreover, you seem less artificial altogether." "Artificial?" Shen Jian is taken aback. Bai Xingshu realized he had misspoken, uttering a soft sound. "It's not that I mean to refer to a mere automaton. Rather, it's about sitting with one's body, hands and feet aligned along a standard line, exuding an aura of meticulous craftsmanship and noble elegance." He imitated Shen Jian's usual demeanor, sitting gracefully at the edge of the bed. Given Bai Xingshu's mastery over his own physique, this imitation posed little challenge. The placement of objects was also deliberate, arranged as though they were exquisite art pieces on display. Even when books were spread open on the table, there was no hint of disorder. Even in casual training attire, the upper garment always appeared impeccably smooth, devoid of wrinkles. When it came time to change into sleepwear, every button was fastidiously fastened to the very top. Bai Xingshu cited a plethora of Shen Jian's actions and behaviors, each reflecting an extraordinarily high standard of conduct, one that is difficult for the average person to attain. Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's words, Shen Jian was taken aback, utterly unaware that his every word and deed had been scrutinized by Bai Xingshu, and that they were fraught with inconsistencies. Instinctively, Shen Jian sought to amend himself, subconsciously adjusting his legs. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding what a proper sitting posture should entail. Observing Shen Jian's sudden embarrassment, Bai Xingshu chuckled. "There is no need to concern yourself with these matters. Aren't these behaviors merely a testament to your own ideals?" In other respects, Bai Xingshu was unsure. But having witnessed Shen Jian's imitation, he felt rather fatigued. Nevertheless, Shen Jian persevered. The underlying struggle was palpable, even if not examined closely. Maintaining high standards for oneself is not an erroneous endeavor. After expressing his thoughts, Bai Xingshu once again offered his affirmation, and I found it all quite delightful. Shen Jian gazed at Bai Xingshu, who regarded him with complete approval, and could not help but smile in return. Observing his increasingly charming roommate, Bai Xingshu remarked, "Speaking of which, when I first encountered you, I wondered if you hailed from some aristocratic lineage." After all, such elegance was something Bai Xingshu had only witnessed at high-profile gatherings among the meticulously groomed offspring of the elite. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by the system's information. It was only after Bai Xingshu interacted with Lin Li and the others that he realized that individuals from genuine aristocracy seemed to eschew such pretentiousness. In fact, Lin Li was relatively discerning, valuing decorum, but Zhao Gao was a stark contrast. Although Zhao Gao also belonged to a noble family, he exhibited no concern for appearances whatsoever. Bai Xingshu shrugged, concluding that it was entirely a product of my overthinking. Shen Jian, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his head, refraining from responding to this remark, and pretended to scrutinize the notes in his hands, nervously fidgeting with his notebook. In truth, he had not overthought it at all. Shen Jian, whose real name was Sheng Yunchen, was the sole offspring of the current emperor of the empire. Desiring to distance himself from the title of crown prince and the weight it carried, he chose to enhance his appearance and alter his identity, entering the capital military university under the guise of an ordinary student. However, aside from his looks, name, and family background, everything else was achieved through his own efforts, studying, taking exams, undergoing physical evaluations, and navigating the same procedures as all the other students. Completely genuine, devoid of any pretense. Observing Shen Jian's subtle movements, Bai Xingshu assumed that Shen Jian was about to resume his studies and quickly inquired, "Wait, which arena are you in on the Mecha Combat Network?" This topic rendered Shen Jian momentarily flustered. Given his identity as Sheng Yunchen, he had long since reached the intermediate arena on the combat network. However, Shen Jian, having not spent much time there due to various studies and examinations, was still in the novice arena. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Jian admitted that he had just claimed he would strive to be the best and most formidable. only to be caught off guard by a question about his status on the combat network, which felt like a slap in the face. Yet, upon receiving this answer, Bai Xingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Ah?
Suddenly caught off guard, Shen Jian was momentarily taken aback. Bai Xingshu, thinking Shen Jian had not understood, promptly elaborated on the situation. Afterward, with hands clasped in prayer, Bai Xingshu gazed earnestly at Shen Jian. I beg you, these 3 vouchers are of great significance to me. With sparkling eyes, Bai Xingshu's enthusiasm was palpable. Faced with the proximity of Bai Xingshu, Shen Jian found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Observing Bai Xingshu's elation at his agreement, Shen Jian was suddenly struck by a puzzling thought. How had Lin Li managed to reject Bai Xingshu, declaring his preference solely for omegas? Bai Xingshu, after a moment of joy, abruptly noticed the books strewn across Shen Jian's desk, causing him to pause. Clearing his throat, Bai Xingshu finally expressed a hint of embarrassment. Will this interfere with your studies? Shen Jian gazed at Bai Xingshu, who then followed his gaze to his own desk, finally comprehending Bai Xingshu's intention. It was quite straightforward, a mere glance. Completely bewildered by the contents of the books, Bai Xingshu recalled the cultural class he was to attend shortly. Oh no! Bai Xingshu inhaled sharply, hastily commencing his urgent preparation. Upon arriving at the classroom, he sought a favorable position for the lecture. He believed he could manage the combat class without much difficulty, but the cultural class was genuinely concerning. With no room for negligence, as he scanned for the optimal seat, his eyes met Lin Li's. Lin Li occupied a prime spot in the front row, the best vantage point, and with a subtle gesture of his right hand, he beckoned to the vacant seat beside him, his chin slightly raised, resembling a poised feline. No, that wasn't quite right. He resembled a savior in times of need. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Xingshu approached and swiftly took a seat beside Lin Li. Upon noticing Bai Xingshu had indeed settled next to him, Lin Li stifled a smile that threatened to surface, feeling a sense of inner contentment, yet could not help but tease Bai Xingshu. What is this? Not sitting beside Song Xiyan today? Bai Xingshu paused, quickly glanced around to ensure no one else had noticed Lin Li's remark, and cautiously leaned closer to Lin Li, lowering his voice. So you noticed, huh? Initially, Lin Li was taken aback by Bai Xingshu's sudden proximity, his head swimming with confusion. And, before he could fully immerse himself in the moment, he heard Bai Xingshu speak. Upon grasping the deeper meaning behind Bai Xingshu's few words, Lin Li's mind was instantly overwhelmed. When Lin Li spoke, he did not truly believe it. Song Xiyan was undoubtedly an alpha. He merely felt that Bai Xingshu seemed to harbor certain affection for Song Xiyan. Thus, his words were initially intended as mere jest. However, Bai Xingshu's reaction was evidently telling. For a fleeting moment, Lin Li genuinely wanted to seize Bai Xingshu and inquire how he could possibly be attracted to Song Xiyan. That fellow, what did he possess that could compare? Lin Li clenched his teeth, feeling a thought burrowing incessantly in his mind, yearning to break free and take root. He heard Bai Xingshu's voice soften, almost like a tender plea, as he whispered, "Don't speak so loudly." The warm breath brushed against Lin Li's face, causing his throat to constrict. Lin Li tightened his fists, casting a sidelong glance at the embarrassment gracing Bai Xingshu's features. It was because of someone else. He already had a fiancée. Lin Li heard himself utter those words. I know, Bai Xingshu replied. Lin Li gazed deeply into Bai Xingshu's eyes. Even knowing, did he still harbor feelings? Noticing Lin Li's lips pressed tightly together in silence, Bai Xingshu exhaled, as if to say that this was an affirmation. Previously misled by the system, he had foolishly set his sights on Song Xiyan, a man already bound to another. How embarrassing it would be to admit that. His lifetime of wisdom, gone to waste. Suddenly, Bai Xingshu realized a pressing question. Do I appear too obvious? He cautiously leaned closer to Lin Li, his voice a mere whisper. Lin Li inhaled deeply, fixating on Bai Xingshu's bright, untainted gaze, devoid of any distractions. Quite evidently, Lin Li dared not look at Bai Xingshu again. The situation was undeniably apparent. Bai Xingshu, feeling quite pleased with himself, thought, "See, I am quite skilled at pursuing someone. Even this system cannot perceive it." The system remained silent. Chapter 19. Speaking to one's beloved during this lesson, Lin Li was restless, while Bai Xingshu remained, as usual, fully focused. Having prepared in advance, Bai Xingshu had already grasped many specialized terms, allowing him to comprehend the majority of the lesson. Unlike yesterday's cultural class, which had left Bai Xingshu on edge with the fear of missing any word from the teacher, today's session was a strategic analysis, starting from the very basics. To Lin Li's eyes, this meant that Bai Xingshu felt anxious sitting beside Song Xiyan, yet was entirely at ease next to him. Lin Li's lips involuntarily curled downward, unable to suppress the tumult of irritation and bitterness within. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Li to claim ignorance regarding his feelings toward Bai Xingshu. Even if he had never contemplated the idea of harboring such feelings for an alpha before, it was undeniable now, especially for one who was infatuated with another alpha and lacked discernment. Lin Li gazed at Bai Xingshu. The latter, engrossed in his studies, possessed a resplendent and refined visage, devoid of the typical aggressiveness associated with alphas. Instead, he exuded an ethereal tranquility that was almost enchanting, making it difficult to perceive him as an alpha. When will you undergo differentiation? Lin Li abruptly inquired of Bai Xingshu. Betas, having a lower pheromone concentration, typically experience differentiation later than alphas and omegas. The military academy's assessments were thorough, and the projected differentiation timelines were quite accurate. According to the system's provided information about his original self, it seemed he was nearing that time. Such a long wait, Lin Li mused, furrowing his brow. He contemplated that once Bai Xingshu completed his differentiation, the inherent pheromone repulsion among alphas would naturally sever any lingering feelings between them, whether on his part or Bai Xingshu's towards Song Xiyan. Previously, Lin Li had enjoyed a close relationship with his elder brother, Lin Li, but after both had undergone differentiation, their proximity within 2 meters became unbearable without the use of suppressants, leading to instinctive frowns. An alpha unbound to an omega inherently harbors a combative instinct towards another unbound alpha. It is part of their nature. Once experienced, one could never truly fall for another alpha. It matters little, differentiation or not. The distinction is negligible, Bai Xingshu casually remarked. He had taken the time to familiarize himself with matters concerning differentiation, utilizing fragmented moments such as during his commute to school or while attending to personal hygiene to learn about various topics. The differentiated beta is merely slightly superior in physicality compared to the undifferentiated, with no other notable distinctions. In fact, no preparation for differentiation is required. One simply needs to sleep, and the process is completed effortlessly. This nonchalant attitude of Bai Xingshu left Lin Li feeling somewhat stifled as he tightened his grip on the pen in his hand.
Indeed.
Bai Xingshu had little reason to concern himself with the matter of differentiation, as it ultimately changed nothing. Song Yunxi had a fiancée, and their relationship appeared quite harmonious. With this thought, Lin Li turned to glare at Song Yunxi, who merely responded with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, the teacher on stage erupted with a roar. Lin Li, if you do not wish to attend class, then go run 10 laps outside. Observing Lin Li's retreating figure as he exited the classroom to run, Bai Xingshu twirled his pen, slightly bewildered. What seems off about Lin Li? The system responded, based on human hormonal analysis. Lin Li exhibited a 90% probability of being angry just now. Bai Xingshu found nothing particularly aggravating in the situation, and Lin Li's tone when addressing him had been quite gentle, entirely devoid of anger. Thus, Bai Xingshu arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps you should focus on being a system. It seemed best for the little malfunctioning system to refrain from analyzing human affairs. Without Lin Li occasionally engaging in conversation with him, Bai Xingshu's class proceeded smoothly. Afterward, he randomly selected a fortunate classmate to inquire about aspects he found difficult to comprehend, simultaneously acquiring several notes from other students to corroborate and enhance his learning. Bai Xingshu returned home laden with knowledge. He has grown increasingly fond of this world. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Xingshu was somewhat surprised to find Shen Geng absent. The Combat Command Department was indeed closer to their dormitory than the Combat Department. However, given the safety of the school environment, Bai Xingshu merely felt puzzled for a moment before quickly immersing himself in his studies. Bai Xingshu remarked, "Why does that sound so peculiar?" Shen Geng, taken aback by the comment, inquired, "What seems strange?" After pondering briefly, Bai Xingshu suddenly realized the source of his discomfort. He had often heard such phrases from those who undertook missions in the wild, expressions typically reserved for loved ones. This was the first time he had encountered someone directing such words towards him. Never mind, Bai Xingshu brushed off the topic and asked Shen Jian, has something happened? After understanding the situation, he deduced that it was likely a replay of the events from the previous morning. Thus, he inquired, did you win? Upon hearing this question, Shen Jian attempted to maintain an air of modesty, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Yes, we won. Bai Xingshu was astonished. Shen Jian was the champion of the Combat Command Department, undoubtedly representing Class S from that department. Each Class S instructor was assigned the finest students, particularly in a core subject such as combat command. Bai Xingshu had faced Liu, the leader from their combat department, and he understood the formidable challenge of securing a victory against them. Lin Li had already established himself as the most skilled among the new students of their cohort, particularly in the art of mecha piloting. However, under Liu's leadership, there was scarcely any room for resistance. And Shen Jian won? Bai Xingshu reevaluated the academic prowess of his roommate. After 2 hours of effort, fortune played a role in the outcome. Shen Jian succinctly summarized the situation. Bai Xingshu dismissed this modesty. Seizing opportunities is, in itself, a manifestation of one's strength. Shen Jian, listening to these repetitively self-evident words, couldn't help but smile. Who wouldn't he relish such affirming and commendatory remarks? Especially since Bai Xingshu expressed them so effortlessly. Thus, Shen Jian emulated Bai Xingshu. Offering praise in return, you always manage to see the good in others. Shen Jian pondered. How did Bai Xingshu's previous statement sound somewhat ominous? Yet, observing Bai Xingshu as he held the login device, Shen Jian thought, fine. Shen Jian produced the login device and promptly devised a meticulous plan. Once online, I shall add you as a friend. Where there is a will, there is a way, correct? The new login device allows for monitoring usage statistics, and Shen Jian had already noted Bai Xingshu's account name during the initial borrowing. Bai Xingshu hesitated for a moment, recalling that he had instructed the system to block all messages. However, this was not a significant issue, as it could be reversed shortly. After all, the only surge of activity had occurred the previous night, and it had been blocked for a day, so it was unlikely anyone would continue to be so idle.
Indeed.
Bai Xingshu replied. After adding each other as friends, we shall proceed to the shared space to discuss how the mechs should be configured. Tentatively, you shall assume the role of the primary attacker, while I shall serve as the support. In Shen Jian's perspective, the division of labor between the two was rather straightforward. One focused on combat, while the other specialized in operational command, adhering strictly to their respective expertise. Very well, Bai Xingshu replied, acknowledging that it was prudent for professionals to engage in their designated tasks. He understood this principle. After outlining the responsibilities that lay ahead and confirming there were no objections, the two logged into the combat network. With remarkable efficiency, Bai Xingshu instructed the system to lift the restrictions. However, he was soon inundated with an even greater volume of messages than the day before, which overwhelmed his personal space. Bai Xingshu was taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated the persistent patience exhibited by individuals in a peaceful world when they found themselves with idle time. Upon casually opening a couple of messages, he discovered they were filled with criticisms, accusing him of arrogance for merely winning a few matches and suggesting that disabling all notifications was quite the feat. Is this world really so limited in its malice and aggression? Bai Xingshu mused. The system interjected. You really shouldn't find such things endearing. It urgently urged Bai Xingshu to temporarily remove his rose-tinted filter regarding the world. Bai Xingshu replied.
Oh.
In truth, he had not reached the point of finding such individuals charming. Nonetheless, there was no need to elaborate on this to the system. Closing the notification, Bai Xingshu made no effort to sift through the deluge of messages for Shen Jian's friend request. He was not foolish. Once Shen Jian's friend request comes through, just to prove it, he instructed the system, adding, and continue to filter out these messages afterward. A few seconds later, a new ID appeared in Bai Xingshu's sparse friend list. Polaris, the most prominent star in the sky. In the past, during his nocturnal ventures in the wilderness, Bai Xingshu often sought out the star for guidance. Upon contacting Shen Jian's ideals, He quickly grasped the significance of his ID. Indeed, it was likely a name conjured by Shen Geng. After accepting the friend request, an invitation to share space from Shen Geng promptly followed. Upon clicking accept, Shen Geng's figure materialized beside Bai Xingshu, accompanied by the mech he operated. This standard-issue combat mech, currently in active service, was instantly recognizable to Bai Xingshu, who had recently attended a related course. He noted that the armaments fitted on this mech were strictly military-grade, which somewhat surprised him. Although Shen Geng's profile indicated a background from a typical dual-income household, the appearance of Shen Geng's everyday items suggested a certain affluence. Many of his personal effects bore a design that hinted at additional expenditures. Bai Xingshu had initially anticipated witnessing a more ornate mech akin to the Van Spear. However, his mild astonishment paled in comparison to Shen Geng's reaction. Upon observing Bai Xingshu's free mech, Shen Geng stared at it for nearly a minute. Still unable to fully accept his assessment, he turned to Bai Xingshu and asked, "Is this merely equipped with a single weapon slot?" Chapter 20. I won't be able to. What's the matter? Bai Xingshu questioned, unable to comprehend why Shen Geng seemed so surprised. When he had previously solicited Shen Geng's assistance, he had mentioned his financial constraints. Shen Geng was indeed aware of Bai Xingshu's monetary limitations. However, there exists a significant distinction between merely lacking funds and being in dire poverty. "Perhaps I should lend you some money," Shen Geng suggested, unable to restrain himself. "Otherwise, even if you acquire a cluster array cannon, you'll have nowhere to store it." Bai Xingshu saw no issue with this proposition. He raised his hand to make an adjustment and replaced the loading gun on his mech with a loading blade, stating, "Isn't there a weapon slot available?" "No need for concern. I just purchased a login device from the department yesterday, so I am a bit strapped for cash at the moment. In a week, I shall have surplus funds." After completing a task for Song Xiyan, the consumption of parts naturally increased. Today's wages amounted to 109 star coins. But due to the department's insistence on settling outstanding debts, Bai Xingshu's account remained empty. Nevertheless, his personal debt was not substantial, merely 700 star coins. Therefore, once these few days passed, "I certainly won't be short on funds this semester." Bai Xingshu chuckled. He had dismantled his mech extensively, and repairing it over the semester would pose no challenge. Observing Bai Xingshu's thoughtful consideration, Shen Geng refrained from further commentary. Moreover, he had never encountered anyone piloting a mech with only one weapon slot. He was genuinely curious to see how such a mech would fare in combat. In this initial stage, Bai Xingshu, a newcomer, is likely to encounter opponents who are merely ordinary individuals in the two-player combat matches. In the worst-case scenario, even if he faces two adversaries alone, victory remains within his grasp. Consequently, Shen Geng chose not to dwell on this matter, swiftly transitioning to another query that piqued his curiosity. "Regarding Shita Star, upon your admission to the capital military university, did you not receive any form of reward from the local authorities?" It stands to reason that Bai Xingshu is the first individual in many years from Shita Star to gain admission to the capital military university, and thus, he should have been awarded some form of monetary prize. Has the atmosphere on Shita Star deteriorated to such an extent? Indeed, there was a reward. However, the capital military university provides accommodations, meals, and daily necessities, essentially alleviating any concerns once the student arrives. Therefore, after purchasing the spaceship ticket, he donated the remaining funds to an orphanage. This choice, particularly for someone from an orphanage background, represents a remarkably astute decision for the future. From this, one can discern that the original individual possesses intelligence, decisiveness, and a remarkable capacity for endurance. Yet, how is it that upon entering school, he became so infatuated with romance? Bai Xingshu found this perplexing, and Shen Geng shared his confusion. He had anticipated hearing dark and sinister tales from Bai Xingshu about Shita Star. But instead the conversation was quite normal, even heartwarming. The authorities reward outstanding students, and in turn, those students channel their financial rewards towards orphans, granting them opportunities to forge their own paths. How heartwarming indeed. Yet, there remains an inexplicable sensation, a sense that something is amiss. Shen Geng, momentarily bewildered, cast a glance at Bai Xingshu, who appeared to maintain an optimistic and positive outlook on everything. Perhaps it is merely that Bai Xingshu is a person of good character. Song Xiyan did not inquire further. Instead, Bai Xingshu questioned him about his choice of mecha. Why did you opt for this particular model? This query could be deemed a matter of common knowledge. As a tactical commander, it is imperative for me to possess a thorough understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of various mecha models. There is no better way to gain such insights than by personally piloting these machines. The combat division operates similarly, however. They ultimately select a single type of mecha to specialize in. After all, within the military, there are not numerous mechas available for selection. At this moment, Bai Xingshu recalled an important fact. The Mecha Combat Network is, after all, an official platform developed by the Empire for mecha battles. While enticing the public to engage and enhancing the overall combat proficiency of the populace is one objective, a more significant aim remains to cultivate a greater number of qualified mecha pilots at a lower cost. Compared to those extravagant, high-end mechas, it is likely that these reasonably priced, standard models are at the heart of the combat network. Bai Xingshu pondered this notion. In essence, encountering standard mechas on the battlefield could prove more perilous than facing those ostentatious models. Shen Geng casually replied that it was acceptable, as many ordinary individuals also utilize standard mechas, and there are not many professionals in the beginner arenas, making encounters less frequent. Following this, Shen Geng began to discuss their respective mecha configurations with Bai Xingshu. However, there was little of substance to converse about, as Bai Xingshu possessed only one weapon slot, with the choice limited to 2 options. Since it was merely an inconvenience to his roommate to engage in a cooperative duel, Bai Xingshu had no intention of utilizing the unfamiliar loading gun in such a setting. Opting instead for the loading knife as his weapon and securing his position as the vanguard, he left the configuration of long-range and support functionalities to Shen Geng. Listening attentively to the discourse on mech weapon configurations, Bai Xingshu absorbed the insights regarding which physical weapons are suitable for swift assaults, the types that excel at creating blockades, and the efficacy of various combinations, including force field armor and jammers. Pondering over these thoughts, he discreetly opened the shop to glance at the prices. Alas, the shop was closed. Let us enter, Bai Xingshu sighed heavily. Noticing his subtle movements, Shen Geng suppressed a chuckle. They proceeded to form a team, register, and enter the matchmaking seamlessly. As the battle commenced, it was Polaris versus Drop Pig, with the latter charging ahead. Shen Geng, observing the 2 standard mechs opposite them, fell into contemplation. How peculiar that after discussing the standard mechs with Bai Xingshu, they would encounter them so soon. Meanwhile, the 2 opposing mechs, upon seeing their adversary's ID, were also lost in thought. Xingzi Jiangji had recently gained considerable notoriety within the community, and they were certainly aware of it. Before clicking for the duo battle match, they had indulged in some gossip around the community. Curiosity piqued as they wondered how Xingzi Jiangji had been online for so long without engaging in combat. Following the defeat of Fan Mao at the hands of Xingzi Jiangji, the community was even more intrigued about what kind of opponent he would face next, and whether he could secure another victory. There are even several rankings featuring participants in live broadcasts, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Xingzi Jiangji, who has specifically chosen this moment to await a match with him. This represents a tremendous influx of traffic. Just yesterday, after Fan Mao's event concluded, they directly distributed over 60,000 star coins, leaving others envious. To their astonishment, it turned out that the 2 of them were matched with Xingzi Jiangji. They emitted a painful cry, not because they faced him in battle, but rather, why had they not gone live? Such a significant sum of money. With hearts aching, they watched the rapidly increasing number of spectators displayed on their screens, who soon began to ponder, who is Polaris? Individual combat data is publicly accessible. One can easily search for an ID and find the information. The spectators swiftly uncovered Polaris's basic details. Polaris has participated in 187 matches with a staggering win rate of 91, achieving a maximum winning streak of 17. While a streak of May 17th appear neither remarkable nor insignificant, the relatively low number of matches played, 187, is striking. Many players have engaged in far more battles during their novice phase. However, when considering the 91 win rate, it becomes somewhat terrifying. This implies that his victories are evenly distributed. During the novice phase, losing just a few matches would make such a statistic unattainable. Therefore, This suggests that Polaris has been skillfully managing his win rate from the very beginning, deliberately keeping a low profile. There is indeed a certain level of prowess in that. Naturally, when some individuals are unable to add the elusive friend, they turn their sights towards the North Star. Thus, another wave of failed friend requests ensues. All they can say in response is, truly, it is a friend worth pursuing. The outside world fervently analyzes the situation surrounding the North Star, while Bai Xingshu and Shen Geng remain remarkably composed, observing the opposing mechs. To the left stands a defensive standard mech, and to the right, an offensive standard mech. Their weaponry harmoniously interlinked, showcasing professional synergy. Shen Geng swiftly communicates the situation to Bai Xingshu. They are likely to use you as a breakthrough point, considering that the free edition possesses only one weapon slot, making it appear particularly vulnerable. I will prioritize blocking that defensive mech. The defensive mech is quite effective against melee weapons, so be cautious in your movements. Understood. Bai Xingshu maneuvered the mech to equip a blade, entering a state of readiness. Meanwhile, the two opponents quickly unified their strategy: eliminate the elusive friend. Regardless of whether this battle ends in victory or defeat, as long as they manage to take down the elusive friend, it will be deemed a triumph. Although the judgment process may be flawed, the outcome remains correct. As the countdown to readiness concludes, Bai Xingshu is immediately met with concentrated fire. Prepared, Bai Xingshu evades the onslaught like a serpent, while Shen Geng swiftly launches a blocking attack against the defensive mech. However, it proves futile. Shen Geng watches as the defensive mech, despite sustaining damage from the hail of bullets, charges resolutely towards Bai Xingshu, displaying an unwavering determination to eliminate him. This can nearly be regarded as a strategy of reckless abandon, a one-for-one exchange. In comparing the mecha conditions of both parties, it is evident that the losses are catastrophic. Completely unforeseen, this predicament left Shen Geng frowning as he promptly revised his tactics. He spoke into the communicator to Bai Xingshu. Ascend. Retreat from above. I will cover you. Bai Xingshu had also noticed that the defensive mecha had broken through Shen Geng's encirclement. The mecha was severely damaged, but several weapon slots were still operational. The defensive mecha, merely an enhancement of protection, suffered from reduced mobility compared to standard mechas, yet its offensive capabilities remained commendable. Originally prepared to confront the enemy's long-range mecha, Bai Xingshu suddenly found himself in a dire situation of being attacked from two fronts. However, Shen Geng observed as Bai Xingshu's mecha altered its stance and accelerated towards the long-range mecha. The opposing mecha, recognizing Bai Xingshu's maneuver, deployed its shield. Ignoring the adversary's taunts, Bai Xingshu remained resolute. Shen Geng furrowed his brow and raised his voice. Bai Xingshu, trust me. Ascend. Bai Xingshu's calm reply resonated. Shen Geng, it is you who must trust me. Shen Geng was momentarily taken aback, observing the unwavering resolve of Bai Xingshu's mecha. In less than a second, he made a decision. Very well, I shall eliminate the defender. Shen Geng redirected all his weapons, previously prepared to support Bai Xingshu, and aimed at the defensive mecha. If the enemy intended to engage in a one-for-one exchange, then so be it. Shen Geng issued an order for an assault, and countless shells rained down upon the target. However, his gaze was not fixated on the results of his own attack. Instead, he turned his attention to Bai Xingshu. Given the current distance, unless Bai Xingshu charged forward, bearing the brunt of the enemy's munitions like the defensive mech, he would be unable to inflict any damage before the opposing mech activated its shield.
Yet,
such an option was non-existent. The defensive mech might barely withstand the onslaught, but a freely provided mech would undoubtedly falter. As the defensive mech was obliterated, his assault cascaded towards Bai Xingshu, establishing a pincer movement. Shen Geng clenched his fist. Although he had prepared for Bai Xingshu's defeat, envisioning a 1-against-2 scenario, it was entirely different from sacrificing Bai Xingshu to secure victory in battle. He had never devised such a strategy. Yet, Bai Xingshu had expressed his trust in him. Shen Geng remained steadfast, his eyes unwavering. Suddenly, the free mech, in a state of sprint, hurled the loading knife it wielded, executing a maneuver he was thoroughly familiar with, the Lin family's 3 transformations. Shen Geng watched as the standard-issue loading knife of the free mech accurately penetrated the cockpit of the enemy mech. Almost instantly, two system notifications echoed in his ears. Friendly mech sustained 27 damage. You have achieved victory. Chapter 21. The free mech possesses this. Chapter 21. The free mech possesses this. Shen Jian gazed at the WAN displayed before him, exhaling a long sigh of relief. It had been a considerable time since he had engaged in such a nerve-wracking battle. Upon returning to the shared space, Bai Xingshu had already arrived ahead of him. Bai Xingshu's expression remained as relaxed as ever, seemingly unaffected by the intense battle that had just transpired. Perhaps the confrontation held no capacity to evoke any excitement within him. Only he remained in a state of astonishment. Who could have anticipated this? Shen Jian was aware that it was only on the evening of the first day of school, when Bai Xingshu borrowed a login device, that he first encountered mechs. Whether the final strike that soared forth was a stroke of luck or a testament to skill remained uncertain in Shen Jian's mind. However, the fact that Bai Xingshu managed to extricate himself from the encirclement with only a 27 loss to his mech's integrity demonstrated his remarkable prowess. It had only been a brief period. Shen Jian felt a deep admiration. Truly impressive. Bai Xingshu scrutinized Shen Jian's expression, confirming the sincerity behind his words, and chose not to elaborate further. In the desolate wilderness of the apocalypse, where the elimination of aberrations often required teamwork, mutual trust among comrades was paramount in Bai Xingshu's mind. Given the role he was assigned as the spearhead, it was imperative that Shen Jian's initial reaction not be to prematurely judge Bai Xingshu's capabilities and demand his withdrawal before he had a chance to respond. Should Shen Jian's first instinct upon emerging have been to question why Bai Xingshu disregarded his orders, their partnership would have been irrevocably severed. Nevertheless, it appeared that a consensus had been reached. Bai Xingshu smiled radiantly. Then let us proceed to the next match. Agreed.
Click.
Matchmaking initiated. The battle looms ahead. Polaris versus Half Sugar Cola, the kettle returns. Shen Jian beheld two standard mechas materializing within his line of sight. Shen Jian mused. Isn't the probability of encountering standard mechas in today's novice arena rather high? During the preparation phase, he succinctly briefed Bai Xingshu on the opposing situation. As anticipated, Bai Xingshu once again became the focus of concentrated fire. However, this time, the two enemy mechas refrained from executing the extreme one-for-one exchange maneuver. They maintained a steady approach. Despite the differing tactics, their intent remained clear: to eliminate Bai Xingshu, irrespective of victory or defeat. Shen Jian pondered. Do free mechas possess such a capacity for animosity? In a state of perplexity, he employed various strategies to extricate Bai Xingshu from peril, only to witness a familiar scene from the previous round. One of the mechas besieging Bai Xingshu revealed a flaw after a series of maneuvers. Observing this flaw, Shen Jian immediately focused his attention and swiftly voiced a warning. It's a trap. Their back shield is in launch mode. However, his alert came too late. Unaware of the enemy mecha's rear condition, Bai Xingshu acted with greater swiftness than Shen Jian's warning. The loaded blade in his hand was already released ahead of time. The adversary, prepared in advance, executed a counter, fully absorbing Bai Xingshu's lethal move with their shield. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. In light of this turn of events, Shen Jian refrained from further commentary. In the course of combat, it was inherently impossible for everything to proceed smoothly. There was no need for words. Bai Xingshu gazed at the two opposing mechas, which presumed their victory was assured, as they left themselves wide open, and he thought, I possess more than just a single blade. Shen Jian questioned, is it possible to carry two weapons with only one weapon slot? In reality, there may still be possibilities, yet in simulation games, no matter how realistic they may appear, they remain mere data. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. At that moment, Shen Jian witnessed the true meaning behind Bai Xingshu's so-called. Not merely the presence of a single blade. Shen Jian stared in astonishment as Bai Xingshu evaded an attack once more, swiftly turning to dislocate the arm of his mech in the blind spot of his adversary's vision before hurling it toward the enemy. A classic reenactment. The thrown mechanical arm crashed violently into the cockpit, heralding the complete disqualification of the opposing unit. This scene left not only Shen Jian in a daze, but also stunned the remaining enemy mech. And then, there was nothing further. Bai Xingshu executed a sudden blink and appeared directly beside the eliminated mech, demonstrating what it truly meant to dismantle an opponent piece by piece, each fragment serving as a lethal projectile. Shen Jian found himself once again entranced by the sound of the system notification ringing in his ears. Friendly mech sustains 16 damage. Victory achieved. He struggled to cast aside the peculiar images from the final battle, yearning to ponder something more mundane. For instance, how could he encounter such formidable opponents in both matches? Shen Jian mused. Both teams possessed commendable skills. Typically, those aspiring to military academies would demonstrate this level of proficiency in the preliminary matches. They were not inclined to chase after the accolades of the rankings but rather aimed to meet the standards for advancement to intermediate arenas, where they could further hone their abilities. Upon reflection, Shen Jian calculated that their overall level could indeed place them within the top 200 of the leaderboard. He glanced at his own winning streak. Excluding the duo matches, his record comprised merely 5 consecutive victories. This should not be the case. Shen Jian turned to Bai Xingshu and inquired, "How many consecutive victories have you achieved?" Shen Jian. "Is that it?" A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to pose a crucial follow-up question. "How many matches have you played in total?" Bai Xingshu replied, 37 matches. Shen Jian. "Does that not imply a win rate of 100? Well, the case is solved." The corners of Shen Jian's mouth twitched. He had suspected as much. The standardized mechas in the novice arena were not so easily mastered, and one could not simply be matched with any opponent. A high win rate and consecutive victories would likely lead to encounters with more formidable adversaries, a fact Shen Jian pointed out rather bluntly. Bai Xingshu, puzzled, gazed at Shen Jian. "Isn't that better? Competing against stronger opponents allows for greater improvement." In the novice arena, he could wield the loading gun with reckless abandon. It was only upon entering the intermediate arena that Bai Xingshu truly experienced the sensation of combat. Indeed, it seemed so. Were it not for his current desire to remain inconspicuous, he might not have paid attention to his consecutive victories. It was a curious phenomenon. Prior to Bai Xingshu, Shen Jian had not observed anyone utilizing the loading knife in such a manner. The reason was simple. Few could skillfully wield a mecha to accurately throw a loading knife. Firearms with automatic targeting and system assistance were far more effective and powerful. Who would prefer the art of throwing knives? Moreover, unless a knife struck a critical area, such as the cockpit or power chamber, hitting elsewhere would bear little significance. It is needless to say that the probability of successfully hitting is quite low. For most drivers, wielding a blade is far more advantageous than discarding it. Yet just moments ago, the flaw of the opposing mech could only be exploited by Bai Heng's throwing knife. This was clearly a deliberate misdirection. How could the adversary anticipate that Bai Heng would resort to a throwing action? Shen Jian felt an urge to glance at the combat network community, but was promptly halted by Bai Heng's indifferent remark. "It is only natural to have guessed. After all, I have employed this tactic numerous times. During the previous freshman competition, I eliminated around 30 to 40 classmates with this very maneuver." As he spoke, Bai Heng gazed skyward. "According to the roster, those classmates should currently be seated in Class F, right?" Bai Heng shook off the thought and shrugged. "Moreover, I have utilized this strategy extensively on the combat network, and I am quite astonished that someone has finally managed to counter it." Bai Heng had long entertained the notion that others might be able to counter his moves. He would never stake his entire existence on a single tactic. Plans A through E are the hallmark of a survivor's combat mentality in a post-apocalyptic world. Those who rely solely on a single maneuver would have perished long ago. As for dismantling the mech, which left everyone present utterly astounded, it was even simpler for Bai Heng. Crafting weapons on the spot is indeed an essential skill for survival in such dire times. After all, that was an entire mech's worth of metal, a sight that would bring Bai Heng to tears in the apocalypse. Listening to Bai Heng recount his illustrious feats, Shen Jian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this year's combat department freshman. What should I do? This encounter with old adversaries, or perhaps with others who have previously expressed their grievances about bizarre knife-throwing opponents, is indeed intriguing. Having witnessed the peculiar tactics of Bai Xingshu in battle, it is difficult not to feel the urge to critique. Shen Jian even considered that the recent duel might soon be featured on the community platform, with sensational headlines such as a player in the Mecha Combat Network brutally slain by the corpse of their own friend. At this point, there is little left to say. Let us proceed to the next match. Shen Jian declared. Very well. Click, match. Facing such a formidable duo for the third time, Shen Jian found little cause for astonishment. This match held no particular significance either. Initially, the opponents aimed to focus their attacks on Bai Xingshu, but after a few exchanges, they appeared oddly hesitant, as if something was amiss. They seemed torn between aggression and trepidation. Consequently, it did not take long for these two to swiftly shift their target to Shen Jian. Shen Jian was at a loss for words. It was his first experience being treated as a mere soft target. Ultimately, Shen Jian triumphed in a 1 versus 2 scenario, employing nothing but his refined mecha piloting skills to dispatch both adversaries. The trio of duels concluded. Although the total duration from their online presence amounted to merely over 40 minutes, Shen Jian inexplicably felt utterly fatigued in both body and spirit.
Yeziven,
who harbored a profound passion for singing yet possessed a tuneless voice, regrettably became a composer instead. Upon unexpectedly traversing to the interstellar era, he transformed into a merfolk. Heaven knows he had dreamt of possessing the enchanting voice of a siren. With tears streaming down his face, Ji Ziyuan promptly recorded a song and uploaded it to the Star Network. The well-traveled and erudite interstellar populace had never encountered such an excruciating melody. Every race across the cosmos that dared to listen succumbed within a mere minute, fainting in despair. The citizens of the stars gazed in outrage at the title inscribed on the song, the enchanting melody of the mermaid to heal your soul. Do they not comprehend the rarity of a mermaid's song? It is the singular remedy capable of alleviating the rampant mental turmoil of interstellar beings, and its efficacy diminishes with each listening. With the impending extinction of the mermaid race, every composition is a celestial treasure, deserving of utmost reverence and absolutely forbidden from desecration. The denizens of the Star Networks unleashed a fervent assault on the audacious composer who dared to exploit the mermaid's essence. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a severely afflicted individual from the interstellar community awakened, only to discover that the excruciating pain in his head had miraculously subsided. Bewildered, he shared this revelation online. Could it truly be a mermaid song? The interstellar populace erupted in further fury, deeming him an accomplice of the composer, brazenly propagating such easily debunked falsehoods. Countless individuals scoffed, retrieving their mental measurement devices, witnessing their own mental turmoil indices plummet. Meanwhile, Ji Ziyuan, after a refreshing slumber, opened the Star Network and beheld his glorious ascent to the pinnacle of trending topics, with comments overflowing with effusive praise. Tears of joy streamed down his face. He had finally achieved it. His voice had, at last, garnered the recognition it deserved. Ji Ziyuan took to her account to share a message. Once, my singing was deemed unmelodious by my kin, and henceforth, I believed I had lost the ability to sing. This is the first song I have created after my rebirth, and I am overjoyed that everyone in the cosmos can appreciate it. I have finally mustered the courage to sing once more. To express my gratitude for your support, I have decided to host an online live concert. At that moment, the entire Star Network fell into silence for 3 seconds. What should one do when faced with a fragile-hearted mermaid who ceases to function upon hearing the truth? One can only indulge her. From that day forward, the inhabitants of the galaxy donned masks of anguish. Chapter 22. Can this fellow provide him? After 3 battles, all outcomes diverged from his expectations. This caused Shen Zhan to doubt the validity of his rank as the top freshman in combat command. Perhaps it was somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, it was a relief that it had come to an end. Shen Zhan inexplicably felt a sense of ease. I am logging off. But you have yet to claim your reward, Bai Xingshu reminded Shen Zhan. Shen Zhan was indifferent to the meager rewards from the duet battles. Yet since Bai Xingshu mentioned it, he found it convenient to click on it. Thus, 3 vouchers and a sticker reading Polaris Xingza will arrive appeared in Shen Zhan's backpack. The sticker was a soft pink, adorned with a small heart in one corner. Shen Zhan recognized this as a subtle ploy by the platform to encourage players to participate in duet battles. Though it was merely a small heart, many were indeed swayed by such tactics. Now, as Shen Zhan gazed at the sticker bearing the IDs of both himself and Bai Xingshu, he found it rather peculiar. In Shen Jian's mind surfaced a memory from midday when Bai Xingshu had invited him to engage in a duo battle, during which a misunderstanding had occurred. Unable to resist, Shen Geng cast several glances at the sticker, his curiosity piqued about how Bai Xingshu intended to utilize it. He then raised his gaze to Bai Xingshu, who, without a moment's hesitation, casually stuffed the sticker into the compartment of his backpack before swiftly seizing 3 activation vouchers for basic weapons to peruse the marketplace. Shen Geng thought, "I am logging off now." He reiterated his statement. Bai Xingshu rummaged through the marketplace for quite some time, deliberating over what to exchange. Each item seemed appealing to him. However, in the end, he exited without redeeming anything. Initially, he had considered exchanging for a cluster array cannon. The melee weapon was a blade, while the ranged weapon was a gun. The array cannon was classified as an area effect weapon. The varying categories of weaponry held considerable priority for Bai Xingshu. Shen Jian's combat style was distinctly unique, characterized by meticulous planning. While others wielded pulse guns, he would have already prepared disruptors. As opponents deployed dense arrays, he would have set traps in advance. He possessed the ability to anticipate, or, rather, manipulate others into believing that a particular moment was opportune for an assault with a specific weapon, ultimately leading them to inevitable defeat. In essence, he resembled a patient hunter, devouring his prey with minimal cost. Throughout the duo battle, Bai Xingshu received no system notifications regarding damage to allied mechas. Shen Jian concluded the match with a flawless record, incurring 0 damage. In the beginning, Shen Jian spoke of the necessity to familiarize oneself with every type of standard mech to enhance command in battle. One might speculate that Shen Jian has mastered every weapon as well. Hence, it is no surprise that his mech combat style is characterized by directness, speed, and precision. This is evident in the advanced driving technique known as Lin's 3 transformations, which encapsulates the entire Lin family's approach to mech piloting, swift and unpredictable, leaving one in constant suspense regarding his next position. When he does appear, it is akin to the scythe of death, harvesting the life of his target without fail.
What?
Then should be my own combat style? As a wielder of metallic powers, Bai Xingshu undoubtedly possesses his own systematic approach to combat. However, this ability diverges from the realm of mechs. What advantages can he leverage in mech battles? It seems that Bai Xingshu's only edge lies in the superior tactile perception afforded by his affinity for metal, a quality he feels no need to relinquish. Ultimately, Bai Xingshu extended his hand and selected a rather ostentatious defensive equipment from the marketplace. Within the mech combat network community, discussions flourished, much like Shen Jian had anticipated, centered around the brutal display shown by Bai Xingshu in the second team battle. I believe that the tactic of employing a mounted gun is quite effective, wiping sweat. This must be the final resort for him, since there exists a method to counter his flying knives. It would be prudent to keep an eye on his mech's mechanical arm. I wonder what you all are so anxious about. Has the 4th team battle commenced?
No.
There has been no movement. I noticed that Polaris has gone offline. Does this imply that only 3 rounds were played? Is this the conclusion for tonight? It has only been a matter of minutes, and yet the game has ceased? Surely, the player has not yet perfected their shooting skills. Remains online. Though I am uncertain what they are doing in their personal space, as it has already been 10 minutes of inactivity. Are they perhaps intimidated? They must be aware that the top players on the leaderboard are targeting them, which prompted a switch to duo matches. Completing 3 rounds only to be apprehensive about facing formidable opponents, thus hesitating to continue. Please has achieved a 3-game winning streak. What do they have to fear? In the final round, the 2 mechs only dared to eliminate teammates. What concern should harbor? The community erupts in minor disputes every 10 minutes, yet this one concluded swiftly. Has opted for solo matchmaking. Their opponent is the rank 56 player. Instantly, a throng of spectators surged into the mech combat arena. All eyes fixated upon the newly styled free mech, rendered speechless. The resplendent 12-winged radiant plume dazzled, capturing everyone's attention. This is widely recognized as an aesthetically pleasing yet functionally deficient piece of equipment. The 6 pairs of large wings are crafted from remarkably sturdy materials, capable of enveloping the entire mech when fully retracted. As resilient as a tortoise shell, this represents its sole virtue. However, its significant drawback lies in its sheer size. And in an effort to bolster defense, its design is inherently curved for shooting. Consequently, even when fully extended, it obstructs various weaponry within the mech, hindering their utilization. Many individuals purchase this item solely for the purpose of capturing screenshots or photographs. Few would consider wielding such a contraption on the battlefield. However, now it exists. The entity, known as Jiangji, has entrusted its sole weaponry slot to this defensive apparatus. A collective breath was drawn as the community was accessed, revealing a prominent statement floating in the forefront. I know what you seek to understand. The 12 chicken wings are composed of a total of 800 metallic feathers, crafted from titanium crystal steel. This titanium crystal steel is capable of insulating against the majority of damage inflicted by energy-based weaponry. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jiangji extended a hand, retrieving a metallic feather from the ammunition cache of the defensive gear position behind him. The crowd gazed in a daze at the 56th ranked player, Cat Shou, as the entire mech morphed repeatedly into a spiky form before being dispatched. Posts concerning Jiangji in the community fell into a silence for several seconds before someone finally spoke. I find myself nostalgically recalling the days when Jiangji wielded a blade. How many consecutive victories could he possibly achieve? Does he possess any weaknesses now? It has only just dawned on me how formidable physical weaponry can be. Wake up. The chicken wings are only powerful in the hands of a being like Jiangji. I am a professional in the design of mech weaponry. Bladed weapons lack long-range capabilities. Compact-ranged physical weapons are easily influenced by environmental factors, leading to trajectory deviations, while larger ones suffer from insufficient range and require substantial launch energy. The reason energy-based weaponry has evolved into the predominant form of long-range armaments is not without justification. Yet, it is peculiar. When operated by Jiangji, these physical attacks seem to transcend such limitations. The finesse employed by Jiang is truly remarkable. Who could fathom how he manages to wield such skill with a mech? To speak candidly, his evasion techniques are rather pedestrian, merely reliant on swift reflexes, indicating that there is ample room for advancement in this area. Let us not jest. There are numerous contenders in the lower tiers whose evasion skills surpass those of Jiang, and it may be necessary for someone from the intermediate ranks to descend into the fray. Jiang has commenced another matchmaking session. Soon, a throng of spectators surged into the viewing area. If in the previous instance, the audience was eager to see whether Jiang's winning streak would be interrupted, this time their curiosity revolved around which fortunate soul from the leaderboard would be selected by him, destined to experience a treatment akin to that of a hedgehog. Opponent, rank 41, Nikolai Nola. Upon seeing this name, the quick-witted among them had already posted in the community, inquiring how long Nikolai could endure without succumbing to defeat. In the blink of an eye, both contenders materialized on the battlefield, and silence enveloped the crowd once again. They beheld Jiang, wielding a loading gun.
Crash.
Could this individual not adhere to the expected protocol? Let there be no nostalgia for the days when Jiang wielded a loading gun. He should truly engage in this weaponry. Are they aware of the immense value of a 39-game winning streak? After utilizing his exchanged 12-winged radiant back feathers, Jiang validated Bai Xingshu's vision for his mech operation strategy. Continuing to use this weapon thereafter would hold little significance. Thus, it is only natural that he continues to practice with a loading gun, as it remains a crucial component of combat training assessments. As for suddenly storming into the cockpit with a loaded weapon during practice, isn't that rather commonplace? Currently, the opponents matched against Bai Xingshu are formidable, and the duration of each match has notably extended, ultimately leading Bai Xingshu to log off after merely 2 encounters. He still needs to review the notes provided by his classmates and prepare for tomorrow's cultural lesson. Time is truly of the essence. With the dawn of a new day, it begins once again with early morning physical training. Bai Xingshu faintly perceives the sound of his combat network ID. What is happening? He inquires of Lin Li, wondering why it seems that everyone is in the know. Upon hearing this question, Lin Li smirks. He has been keeping a close eye on the situation surrounding Jiangji these past few days, and indeed, Bai Xingshu appears intrigued. Bai Xingshu glances at Lin Li and smiles. Well then, I would appreciate it if you could share the details with me later. Chapter 23. He told me never to. Lin Li clears his throat, naturally indicating his willingness to comply. Following the conclusion of the physical training, it seamlessly transitions into a multitude of individuals discussing matters with Bai Xingshu. Lin Li, Bai Xingshu truly possesses remarkable charisma. Lin Li grits his teeth. What appears to be flawless technique in the eyes of the novices is fraught with issues when scrutinized by the students of Class S. After all, Bai Xingshu's overall piloting skills are largely a product of emulating his classmates. Just as he cannot compare to Lin Li in the application of the Lin's 3 transformations, his other skills also pale in comparison to those of his classmates who have dedicated themselves to mastering these techniques. This is a perfectly fair assessment. However, when many remarked that these maneuvers seemed familiar, Bai Xingshu merely smiled without responding. No one doubted that Bai Xingshu was indeed a formidable presence. After all, the individuals in Class S had largely been subdued by Lin Li, and none had experienced the might of Bai Xingshu's flying blade. The video clip was a brief affair, lasting just over a minute, and did not include this aspect. Naturally, no one would think of Bai Xingshu in this context. It was through the words of his classmates that Bai Xingshu learned about the existence of a community within the Mecha Combat Network and shared much about himself. He resolved to explore it further. In the morning, as customary, there was a practical training session focused on advanced driving techniques. This included the Lin's 3 transformations, a critical maneuver Bai Xingshu would employ at pivotal moments. The advanced technique taught in this session was called rapid switching, a method requiring the swift change of the weapon in use, necessitating the completion of 13 operations within a single second. It was somewhat simpler than Lin's 3 transformations. After the instructor explained the sequence and demonstrated it once, he encouraged the students to practice independently. As soon as the instructor stepped off the stage, Bai Xingshu was seen executing the entire set of operations flawlessly at the simulation console. The instructor observed him closely. Bai Xingshu looked back at the instructor with an innocent expression. "You already knew how to do this?" The instructor confirmed. Bai Xingshu maintained his innocent demeanor and artfully replied, "I have already mastered it." The instructor let out a soft chuckle. He certainly comprehended the true implications behind Bai Xingshu's artistic response, not allowing himself to be misled by mere words. Previously, during the freshman competition, this mentor had been in the monitoring room, having witnessed firsthand how Bai Xingshu initially maneuvered the mecha. At that time, it was indeed astonishing that Bai Xingshu possessed such skills. With his silver tongue, he was aware of the events occurring in close combat class, internally scoffing while paying a bit more attention to Bai Xingshu. Fortunately, this course did not require him to engage in any sparring with the students, so, since Bai Xingshu was capable, he might as well be utilized as free labor. The instructor promptly assigned Bai Xingshu a task. "Now, you and I shall observe whether others are committing any operational errors." "Understood." Bai Xingshu responded eagerly. Observing Bai Xingshu approach his classmates from Class S once more, "Why is it always you?" Even though Bai Xingshu was the champion of the freshman competition, the gap between them should not be so vast, lamented the students internally. However, when Bai Xingshu genuinely reached their side, his fair, slender hand grasping theirs as he meticulously instructed them on the sequence of 13 operations, quite delightful. Lin Li, who also possessed this technique and was similarly conscripted by the teacher, "Sometimes, I feel that knowing most advanced piloting skills isn't necessarily a good thing." Ultimately, Lin Li glanced at those classmates who required Bai Xingshu's guidance and, reaching out, pulled the expectant Song Xiyan, who was eagerly awaiting Bai Xingshu, towards his designated area. "Class monitor?" Song Xiyan questioned in confusion. Then he saw Lin Li offering him a benign smile. Song Xiyan, he fell silent, oblivious to this minor interlude. As the class concluded, Bai Xingshu felt rejuvenated and made his way back to the maintenance room. Upon entering, he noticed that Teacher Song was absent, and the maintenance room was enveloped in a serene quietude. The mech that had been repaired yesterday had already been removed, and the new mech required only a few minor adjustments, thus necessitating only a handful of spare parts. Bai Xingshu swiftly completed the work list assigned to him for the day. He did not rush to leave. Since Teacher Song had not explicitly instructed him not to come yesterday, he surmised that Teacher Song would likely visit today as well. Bai Xingshu extended his hands towards the damaged mechs. When Song Xiyan stepped into the maintenance room, he distinctly heard a series of clicking sounds from the keystrokes. Turning his gaze, he saw Bai Xingshu seated within the cockpit of a mech not far from the entrance, swaying his head as if operating the mech. Song Xiyan was uncertain. Observing Bai Xingshu's hand placements, he felt they were somewhat uncharacteristic. Before Song Xiyan could scrutinize further, Bai Xingshu had already noticed his arrival. In a matter of moments, Bai Xingshu leaped down from the cockpit. Song Xiyan watched in astonishment as Bai Xingshu gracefully descended onto the platform after leveraging his strength several times, covering a height difference of 3 to 4 meters. Completely forgetting his previous doubts, Song Xiyan pursed his lips and spoke sternly, "Adhere to the safety protocols within the maintenance room." "Understood, teacher. I shall not do so again." Bai Xingshu, ever so astute, swiftly moved past the matter at hand and, with a playful demeanor, inquired of Song Xiyan, "Is your presence here at this hour due to a class?" "Not at all," Song Xiyan denied, raising his hand to pass the tablet he held to Bai Xingshu. "It's for you." Without a second thought, Bai Xingshu accepted it, speculating aloud, "Teacher, have you prepared today's materials as a presentation for me?" As he spoke, he activated the tablet. The home screen was pristine, containing only applications for note-taking and research, alongside electronic versions of combat-related textbooks. Bai Xingshu paused, glancing up at Song Xiyan, who maintained his characteristic aloof expression and reiterated, "It's for you." Hearing Song Xiyan repeat this phrase twice, Bai Xingshu's eyes twinkled with intrigue. The evident care with which Song Xiyan had prepared the tablet was unmistakable. Kindness in this world is a rare gem. Given that this was a thoughtfully selected gift for him, it seemed unreasonable to decline. Yet, Bai Xingshu remained curious as to why Song Xiyan would bestow such a tablet upon him. "Repairing mechas is a task assigned to me by the department, and your assistance comes without compensation." Since the Capital Military University had already compensated Song Xiyan, his involvement in the combat department was unlikely to yield any additional remuneration. In contrast, Bai Xingshu, serving as an assistant, could earn a modest sum from organizing spare parts. Since Bai Xingshu does not even possess the login device for the Mecha Combat Network, he must procure one from the department after it has been repaired. Consequently, Song Xiyan surmised that Bai Xingshu would also greatly benefit from this tool that aids in recording coursework and facilitates learning. Indeed, as Song Xiyan had anticipated, Bai Xingshu utilized the standard notebooks distributed by the department during classes. However, this did not hinder his studies. His mind operated like a system, far superior to recording notes with such a rudimentary device. Yet, who would despise receiving a thoughtful and appropriate gift meticulously considered to meet one's needs? A teacher. Thus, let us complete the repairs on this mecha today. Bai Xingshu was instantly invigorated. Song Xiyan glanced at the severely damaged mecha, which was currently less than one repaired.
No.
Song Xiyan's expression was one of indifference. "I need to rest." Bai Xingshu, TSK. Song Xiyan fixed his gaze on Bai Xingshu, feeling that Bai Xingshu's audacity toward him had grown increasingly bold. Song Xiyan pressed his lips together. Previously, when he had displayed such a demeanor toward others, they would instantly fall silent, becoming meek and compliant. Yet Bai Xingshu merely interpreted it as an invitation for conversation. Thus, after receiving the gift, Bai Xingshu opened his mouth, fully expressing his emotional gratitude, showering Song Xiyan with unreserved praise. "Teacher, let me tell you, yesterday you taught me how to install the axle, right? I tried it last night. You know the 12-winged radiant back feather, don't you? The equipment from the Mecha Combat Online realm. I am uncertain if it exists in reality. Nevertheless, the feathers are connected via a pivot. Just yesterday, with a gentle twist, I effortlessly detached all of them without inflicting any damage. As for the mecha arm, you previously cautioned me to be wary while installing the boundary device, as improper handling could potentially lead to the entire mechanical arm falling off. Yesterday, I simply reached out and crushed the boundary device, and indeed, it was astonishingly easy to twist off the mechanical arm. Utterly perfect." Listening attentively to Bai Xingshu's exaggerated praises, Song Xiyan suddenly felt that maintaining the mecha was rather enjoyable. At least it spared him from hearing Bai Xingshu's baseless accusations. What he had imparted to Bai Xingshu was merely guidance on how to utilize it. Song Xiyan's hand involuntarily trembled, a strong urge to tap Bai Xingshu on the head surging within him. Shun Jian, ever vigilant, glanced towards Bai Xingshu, fearing yet another glimpse of his despondent demeanor. It was truly enough for a roommate to experience a heartbreak daily. However, today, such a scenario evidently did not unfold. Bai Xingshu appeared to be brimming with vitality and exuberance. Finally, Shen Geng exhaled in relief, his gaze falling upon the tablet that Bai Xingshu held. He casually inquired, "Did you purchase something from the department again?" "I was busy working in the maintenance room," Bai Xingshu replied cheerfully, "and the teacher there gifted this to me." Shen Jian recalled that it had only been 3 days since Bai Xingshu began his work-study program, yet the teacher there had already gifted him such a valuable item. When Bai Xingshu held it in his hands, Shen Jian had not paid much attention, as the tablet appeared to be quite ordinary at first glance. However, after Bai Xingshu showcased it, Shen Jian realized that it was the latest model of recording tablet, worth no less than 10,000 star coins. As he gazed at his roommate's face, which was as picturesque as a poem, and considered his charming demeanor that could easily attract admirers, Shen Jian took a deep breath and endeavored to maintain his composure while inquiring, "What is the name of the teacher from your work-study program?" Shen Jian fell silent, lost in contemplation. How had Bai Xingshu managed to connect with such a prestigious alpha? The Song family had long been known for their scholarly pursuits, with most members occupying esteemed positions in various research institutes and educational establishments. Their influence felt far and wide, although they seldom engaged in politics or military affairs. When they spoke, even the royal family would listen attentively, unable to disregard their words. Moreover, Shen Jian had encountered Song Xiyan, who had won the Galaxy Cup. He had attended the event as a member of the royal family. Song Xiyan exuded an air of nobility, embodying the essence of an unshakable scholar, impervious to worldly distractions. Shen Jian felt it was premature to form judgments merely because Song Xiyan had gifted Bai Xingshu a tablet. Thus, he asked Bai Xingshu, "Did Teacher Song say anything else to you?" Bai Xingshu contemplated for a moment, excluding the remarks urging him to install spare parts. It seemed there was only, He insisted that I should no longer address him as teacher. Chapter 24. Teacher Song is likely to be. Shen Jian suddenly felt a pang of pain in his head. Bai Xingshu's words were truly difficult to dismiss without further reflection. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Bai Xingshu's statement, Shen Jian's initial reaction was not one of indignation at Teacher Song's unprofessional conduct towards a student, but rather, Shen Jian hastily urged himself to clear his mind and cease his ruminations. Nevertheless, Shen Jian gazed at Bai Xingshu, whose face bore a hint of embarrassment, seemingly shy. "Congratulations?" Shen Jian pondered briefly before uncertainly voicing his thoughts. It felt as though he was being subtly mocked. In the afternoon during cultural studies, Bai Xingshu approached and remarked, "Lin Li, you always arrive quite early." The words struck directly into Lin Li's heart, and being already burdened with guilt, his gaze flickered as he cleared his throat awkwardly and attempted to cover up, saying, "My dormitory is relatively close." Bai Xingshu responded with an "oh," retrieving his class materials and placing them on the desk. Lin Li then noticed that Bai Xingshu had taken out a tablet. Shen Jian discerned that it was the latest model, and Lin Li certainly recognized it as well. He, like some others in the class, had applied for weekend outings from the department, similar to the tablet he had previously used and now lay idle. He certainly noticed that Bai Xingshu was using the free notebook provided by the school and was aware of his financial struggles. Lin Li had originally contemplated offering Bai Xingshu the idle tablet he had, reasoning that since he had brought it along, it would be difficult for Bai Xingshu to refuse. However, Lin Li pursed his lips and casually inquired, "Weren't you using a notebook before? Where did this tablet come from?" Bai Xingshu glanced at the tablet in his hands, feeling increasingly self-conscious about the attention it was garnering. Wasn't it something everyone in the class had? It didn't seem particularly special, after all. It was merely a large writing screen. Yet, what sort of teacher would unexpectedly gift a student such a valuable item, especially to someone who was financially constrained and needed to work part-time to save money? Lin Li narrowed his eyes, asking, "Which teacher gave it to you?" This retort made Lin Li sense something was amiss. He possessed an acute instinct for these matters and immediately pressed further, "Who else has inquired about it?" "My roommate," Bai Xingshu replied, increasingly perplexed. "Why are you asking these questions?" The simplicity of this question left Lin Li momentarily speechless. Indeed, what right did he have to question such matters? He found himself momentarily stumped by this inquiry. In that brief interlude, other classmates also noticed Bai Xingshu's new learning tool and exclaimed in astonishment, St. Radiance 188 Max. Class Vice. Where did you get this? It's the latest model and quite hard to come by. The sudden exclamation immediately clarified a prior doubt for Bai Xingshu. It turned out that the board gifted to him by Song Xiyan was quite renowned. No wonder everyone inquired about it. Which teacher is so generous? Such an item starts at no less than 10,000 star coins, and with the current price surge, it would surely cost at least 20,000. Some classmates were enviously salivating. Naturally, there were many who shared Lin Li's perplexity. Why would that teacher bestow such an expensive gift without reason? It seemed rather unusual. Although the students in the combat department's Class S came from relatively affluent backgrounds, it did not imply they were oblivious to the realities of life or had no comprehension of the worth of 20,000 star coins. This sum was significant for most students, and a flurry of cautionary words soon followed, urging Bai Xingshu to be cautious. Listening to the chorus of chatter, Bai Xingshu promptly cast aside his confusion regarding Lin Li's attitude. It appeared that everyone had these questions. Upon hearing that the department would not compensate Bai Xingshu for this particular task and that the teacher had personally subsidized him, the classmates were astonished. This teacher Song is remarkably kind. Why don't we have such benevolent educators? Tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes. Their principal instructor, Lu, was notorious for extending class time by more than an hour on the very first day, reprimanding the entire class. Following that, the close combat instructor, after dismissing Bai Xingshu, once again chastised the entire class. The advanced driving instructor this morning was relatively lenient, merely berating anyone who made operational errors. In their high school days, each of them was a cherished prodigy, cradled in the palms of their teachers. Yet now, their lives are fraught with hardship. However, when everyone finds themselves in a similar predicament, few perceive the stark contrast of their current circumstances. After all, in a military academy, one ought not to harbor lofty expectations of the instructors as gentle and nurturing figures. Nonetheless, upon learning about a particularly kind and gentle teacher from another department, a palpable shift in sentiment occurred. With the vigor characteristic of military students, one individual, tears glistening in their eyes, implored Bai Xingshu, Class Vice. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the maintenance room to assist you. I yearn to glimpse what a gentle teacher is like. It feels as though I've forgotten the very essence of gentleness since the commencement of our studies. Bai Xingshu was momentarily rendered speechless by this declaration. He acknowledged that Song Xiyan was indeed a commendable person, yet gentle? That notion seemed difficult to reconcile with Song Xian's persona. Nevertheless, observing the sudden excitement of his classmates, Bai Xingshu blinked and replied, "If you wish to come, then by all means. Teacher Song will surely appreciate your presence." Bai Xingshu sensed that Song Xiyan rather enjoyed lively company. Amidst the jubilant cheers, however, Lin Li maintained a rather stoic expression, despite his own inquiries going unanswered. It seemed that when others posed questions, Bai Xingshu would readily expound at length. Lin Li felt his mindset was somewhat askew, yet he could not help but indulge in his own thoughts. Haha, I share the same sentiment. By the way, I'll borrow something for the vice class leader. Writing in a notebook feels like such a waste of time and is rather inconvenient. With a hint of frustration, I previously left a message asking the steward to retrieve the useless board from my home. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 individuals chimed in with agreement. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Lin Li felt a pang of guilt. A peculiar scene unfolded in his mind, envisioning a scenario where, had this incident not transpired today, he would present the board next Monday, only to be met with a collection of boards from others, creating an odd spectacle of 5 or 6 tablets piled before Bai Xingshu. Lin Li found himself at a loss, uncertain whether the early submission of the board by others was a blessing or a curse. What's the matter?
Bai Xingshu inquired.
Lin Li looked up to meet Bai Xingshu's concerned gaze. You are quite popular, Lin Li remarked half-jokingly, yet with genuine sentiment. Sensing the subtle bitterness in his words, Bai Xingshu chuckled softly, his laughter bright and affirming. But you're the class leader, he replied. I cannot compare to you. Bai Xingshu's face radiated with praise and acknowledgement, prompting Lin Li to smile in return. Yet, his heart was troubled by something else.
Today,
he was unprepared to engage in combat simulations for further practice. His primary focus was not on piloting the mecha or enhancing his marksmanship. Instead, He faced the daunting challenge of tomorrow's cultural studies, which would involve the most difficult data analysis for him. Bai Xingshu needed to diligently catch up on the mathematical knowledge that had left him behind in this era. However, prior to this, Bai Xingshu, as a visitor from the apocalypse, found himself rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of the future world's digital landscape. Yet, with a system at his disposal, these challenges were far from insurmountable. He had not forgotten the discussions held earlier in the day regarding the impending arrival of the Xingzi. When Zhao Gao had initially mentioned it, Bai Xingshu had paid little heed, as Zhao's emphasis had been solely on the Lin family's 3 transformations. It appeared to be a tactic from the Lin Li family, which he had clandestinely studied. Thus, the astonishment and documentation from others seemed entirely reasonable. Today, however, his classmates spoke of the battles intrinsic to the Xingzi. Such opportunities, where numerous individuals provided specialized advice tailored to one's circumstances, were exceedingly rare. Consequently, Bai Xingshu was quite eager to discern how others within this community analyzed their own combat experiences. With this anticipation, the interface of the Mecha Battle Network community unfolded before him. A cacophony of disputes, gossip, and various discussions, including greetings directed at the platform's officials, materialized before his eyes. After perusing several pages, he found scant information pertaining to mecha technology. Instead, fervent debates raged over whether AAA or BBB was superior, with dozens of individuals embroiled in heated arguments. Bai Xingshu thought to himself, "What on earth is this?" In a moment of exasperation, he instructed the system to search for content related to the Xingzi. In no time, over 300 discussions dedicated to the topic appeared in unison. Yet, the titles of these threads seemed no different from the chaotic posts he had encountered on the homepage moments ago. It was merely a transformation of those ABAB ID names into the phrase "the journey will soon commence." Even Bai Xingshu encountered a certain noble of Fanmo, who is the offspring of my family steward. I hold a fondness for him and have bestowed upon him all my wealth, while I am left to pilot a free mech with only a single weapon slot in the battle arena. He, on the other hand, lavishly enjoys my riches, driving my luxury car, yet publicly claims that I am but his family's servant. When his true identity was revealed, Fan Mao implored for my forgiveness, weeping as he clutched my pant leg, exclaiming, "The journey will soon commence, but I am with child." Bai Xingshu felt a sudden concern for the mental state of individuals in the interstellar realm.
What manner of absurdity is this?
Chapter 25. Majestic and Solemn. There was utterly no desire to delve deeper. Bai Xingshu decisively instructed the system to extract all combat analyses pertinent to him. The results concerning the journey will soon commence were indeed plentiful, yet most bore little utility, merely extolling the brilliance of his maneuvers, filled with boastful accolades. Bai Xingshu began to question whether the journey will soon commence spoken of was truly his own. Perhaps his classmates' earlier remarks were more objective. Upon further reflection, he found no fault in their observations. With billions of individuals in the community, most were mere spectators, casually engaging without earnest analysis of pertinent issues. They evidently favored sensational content over genuine discourse. It seemed quite reasonable that he could not compete with the specialized mech pilots in his class. After he entered this world, the discussions he engaged in were not with classmates like Lin Li or Zhao Gao, who possessed exceptional driving skills, nor with top-tier warriors like Lu Zhudao. Consequently, Bai Xingshu subconsciously felt that such individuals were abundant in the world. He somewhat overlooked the fact that the Capital Military University is, in essence, the pinnacle of mecha combat education. After perusing a couple of pages, Bai Xingshu intended to close the community and cease wasting time, but the system intervened. Wait a moment. This was the first time the system had spoken in such a manner, prompting Bai Xingshu to instinctively halt his actions. In the posts I just searched, "There is a message you might want to see," the system announced. Bai Xingshu thought to himself. The implication of this statement was almost as if it had directly stamped the words, "I harbor ulterior motives" on its surface. He understood that his system was not particularly astute, but this level of ineptitude was rather pronounced. The system responded. QAQ, after teasing the system and observing its exaggerated display of distress, Bai Xingshu chuckled softly, feeling relatively good, and refrained from tormenting the system further. All right. I will take a look," the system exclaimed, "Cack," As if fearing that Bai Xingshu would retract his decision, a post promptly leaped before him. Fan Miao disclosed the revenue from yesterday's live broadcast of the battle against Sheng Yunchen. Originally, Fan Miao's live stream attracted around 500,000 to 600,000 viewers, but during that particular event, the online peak soared to nearly 10 million, resulting in an astonishing profit of 63,000 star coins. My goodness, the traffic is simply terrifying. Why doesn't Sheng Yunchen come to draw me in? Just come and crush me. Although he was aware of the system's malevolent intentions, Bai Xingshu could not help but feel that this was exceedingly malicious. Setting aside the subsequent mental pollution, the system proceeded to present him with several opponents he had previously battled, along with their earnings from the live broadcasts on that very day. The half-sugar cola publicly shared the revenue from their dual combat live streaming event, amounting to a total of 16,000 star coins. After losing his child, he hosted a supplementary live stream where he discussed the psychological journey of his battles with Sheng Yunchen, garnering an additional 2,000 star coins. Some earned merely a few thousand, while others amassed over 10,000. It was truly a matter of mere moments to ascend from poverty to affluence. Reflecting on his own account, which still held a meager 11.77 star coins, Bai Xingshu thought to himself, he should not harbor any sympathy for the system. Community. Shut down. Yet, this little demon of a system was beyond his control, incessantly sowing seeds of temptation in his mind. Host. Being within a military academy is akin to being an active-duty soldier. You're not permitted to engage in these money-making endeavors. Bai Xingshu's work-study activities could be categorized as internal events, serving as compensation for him, and were granted special approval. When on break outside, there are no such restrictions. Why not apply for weekend outings? The system was striving to exert its cunning intellect. Faced with this temptation, Bai Xingshu resolutely declined without a hint of hesitation. No. As long as I have enough money, that is sufficient. He recalled the disturbing content he had just witnessed. Now, he could choose to ignore it. But would he still have that luxury if he were to engage in live streaming? Some earnings could only be deemed as money that rightfully belonged to others. Engaging in such activities pales in significance compared to repairing teacher Song's mecha. During the process of repairing the mecha, he genuinely acquired knowledge. There was no need to fixate on trivial matters. As long as one ascends to the pinnacle, everything desired will naturally follow. Bai Xingshu remained remarkably composed and clear-headed. As a formidable figure in a post-apocalyptic world, he was no stranger to temptation. He could acknowledge the value of the tablet gifted to him by Song Xiyan without feeling unworthy, and when faced with shortcuts to quick wealth, he remained indifferent. Bai Xingshu possessed a profound understanding of his own desires. With just over 1,000 star coins in his possession, he boldly engaged in negotiations to purchase a login device. Even when he had merely 20 star coins, he was willing to part with 10 for a delicate flower. Much like the original self, who generously donated the majority of their funds to an orphanage before venturing to study on Capital Star, Bai Xingshu held little regard for money. The system was momentarily taken aback by Bai Xingshu's words, diligently processing its data on human behavior. Was it truly possible for someone not to be fixated on amassing wealth? As Bai Xingshu prepared to tackle his mathematical studies, the system contemplated his earlier statement. Once one reaches the summit, everything desired would naturally be at their disposal. Hesitantly, the system inquired, "What do you wish for upon reaching the pinnacle?" Bai Xingshu was puzzled by the system's question. It was one thing for others to inquire, but the system itself was aware of the answer. Bai Xingshu replied, "Of course, I desire peace." Wasn't it the very reason he accepted the mission? To witness a world enveloped in peace. What was there to question? The system stared blankly at its host, sensing an inexplicable anomaly. Reactivating the data, I reflected on Bai Xingshu's journey from the past to the present, along with the messages conveyed. The system abruptly exclaimed, "Your task is to marry into a prestigious alpha family, not to become one yourself. This fellow has never changed." I understand. It won't delay anything," Bai Xingshu retorted casually before silencing the system. The night passed in unusual tranquility, followed by physical training. And this morning's practical session was led by Lu. Naturally, it commenced with a series of combat tutorials. On the Mech Combat Network, my mech was equipped with only one weapon slot, rendering the practice of the newly learned technique rapid switch impossible. However, Bai Xingshu did attempt to demonstrate it under Lu's guidance. The outcome was rather negligible. A disparity in strength cannot be bridged by a single technique. Among the class, I ranked in the middle tier. A modest achievement. After enduring a round of combat and subsequently receiving a scathing critique regarding our inadequacies, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Then, among the students of Class S, those who had not initially intended to visit the repair room to see the gentle teacher found themselves irresistibly drawn to the idea. People inherently possess a tendency to conform. When the majority of a class decides to go, it naturally transforms into a collective endeavor. At the entrance of the repair room, the students of Class S stood in unison, filled with eager anticipation as Bai Xingshu opened the door. The sounds of machinery whirring emanated clearly from within. Bai Xingshu cheerfully announced, "Ah, the teacher has already arrived." As he spoke, Bai Xingshu made his way towards the maintenance room. Filled with a mix of shyness and anticipation, the crowd softened their footsteps, closely trailing behind him. In just a few paces, they entered the maintenance room, where the silver-white figure, reminiscent of a snow-covered cedar, stood before them. The damaged mechas and the whirring machinery loomed like a formidable fortress, majestic and solemn. The group felt an unshakable sense of unease wash over them. As if sensing a disturbance, the cedar-like figure turned, a piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd like a chilling wind enveloping them. They all froze, motionless. Only Bai Xingshu appeared unaffected, cheerfully waving at the figure. "Teacher, my classmates wish to come and lend a hand. They are quite capable," he exclaimed loudly. Feeling the weight of that icy gaze upon him, the scrutiny intensified. How terrifying. Chapter 26. What a hellish joke. Suddenly, they became aware of an unsettling realization, or perhaps a question. Was Bai Xingshu's perception of people truly objective? The students of Class S observed the jubilant Bai Xingshu, who was engaged in a one-sided conversation with Song Xiyan, in silence. Some even dared to steal a glance at Lin Li, who, in their perception, was entirely synonymous with the term unruly. Initially, Bai Xingshu's choice of Lin Li as class monitor was undeniably sound. After assuming the role, Lin Li diligently managed various class affairs. However, this does not imply that he is amiable or easy to get along with. In Bai Xingshu's perception, Lin Li is perhaps seen as a well-behaved individual who is considerate of others. The gentle and charming teacher Song, and the thoughtful and attentive class monitor Lin. What a farcical jest. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Li found himself the subject of silent mockery as he observed the two conversing animatedly before him, his expression icy. Although Lin Li had taken the initiative to visit the repair room, his sole intent was to gain a deeper understanding of Bai Xingshu. It is only natural to wish to know more about someone one is fond of. Regarding teacher Song Xiyan, after learning about the tablet incident, Lin Li did not dwell on it excessively. There were many who, like him, sought to curry favor with Bai Xingshu. The previous day's incident with the tablet revealed that several individuals had openly admitted to contemplating such actions. Therefore, how many shared similar sentiments, but dared not voice them? Apart from Cheng Yunxi, Lin Li had not witnessed Bai Xingshu exhibit any particular interest in anyone else. Moreover, since Lin Li had pointed out Bai Xingshu's affections, it seemed that Bai Xingshu had learned to restrain himself, no longer displaying any special inclinations. Yet, the situation had changed. Bai Xingshu was notably proactive towards Song Xiyan, more so than with anyone else. Observing Song Xiyan's striking features, which were difficult to conceal beneath his cool demeanor, Lin Li struggled to suppress the surge of unease within him. Naturally, Song Xiyan noticed Lin Li's unwavering gaze. Few would dare to regard him so intently. Even imbued with a profound sense of hostility, subtly stirring his alpha instincts. Following his gaze, a sharply aggressive and wild visage emerged in Song Xiyan's line of sight. The jealousy etched upon that face was unmistakable. Song Xiyan lowered his eyes, glancing at Bai Xingshu beside him, who was ardently attempting to convey just how reliable and useful his classmates were. Such fervor, entirely captivating. It was hardly surprising that the current scene unfolded. Song Xian's expression softened slightly. "Let it be," he declared. From the very beginning, Bai Xingshu understood that Song Xiyan would not refuse. However, upon receiving this affirmation, His face lit up with joy as he swiftly turned to his classmates, discreetly gesturing a victorious V sign, silently mouthing, "I told you the teacher is wonderful." Bai Xingshu's countenance radiated pride. The students of Class S responded in unison. "Indeed, it's truly splendid." Soon, all the classmates received the components they were to repair. Arriving at their designated positions, Song Xiyan harbored no intentions of making things difficult. He assigned them tasks that were straightforward. In simple terms, it was work that merely required hands. Yet, even with such simplicity, mistakes inevitably arose among these students. For instance, a screw that should have been placed in hole A was mistakenly installed in hole B. While the students of Class S were indeed exemplary, their excellence lay in combat, rendering them novices in the realm of mechanical engineering. Nevertheless, ample justification remained merely justification, and innocence in error was still error. Whenever such a situation arises, Song Xian's gaze would manifest behind them. A mere utterance of incorrect would instantly induce a cold sweat. They hurriedly dismantled the incorrectly assembled components, trembling hands following Song Xian's directives. Lin Li silently engaged in his task, seemingly holding his breath. Though his pace was not remarkably swift, he had never faltered. As he tightened a nut, Lin Li glanced towards Bai Xingshu's position. Bai Xingshu was tackling the most challenging aspect of the mecha component installation with apparent ease. It was evident that he relished the interaction with the metallic parts. Lin Li, initially feeling somewhat discontented, found his spirits unexpectedly lifted. When Bai Xingshu turned his head, he caught sight of Lin Li, who was not working but observing him. Lin Li's expression softened. He had just begun to shake his head when he suddenly noticed Song Xiyan observing them. He again neglected operational protocols, carelessly jumping into the mecha. The smile that had begun to form on Lin Li's face faded once more as he watched Bai Xingshu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after barely passing the task. Suddenly Lin Li spoke. "Teacher Song, are you an alpha, beta, or omega?" Bai Xingshu was taken aback and replied directly, "I have never considered this. Why should I care? It seems rather impolite to ask someone such a question." His uncertainty about the social norms of this world was evident. At this point, Bai Xingshu cast a suspicious glance at Lin Li, questioning why he suddenly seemed concerned about Song Xian's gender. Lin Li couldn't possibly have fallen head over heels for Song Xiyan at first sight, could he? Reflecting on this, Bai Xingshu adjusted the mental image of everyone entering the maintenance room. It seemed that Lin Li had indeed shown a peculiar interest in Song Xiyan from the very beginning. Was it true that Lin Li was attracted to this type? It was entirely dissimilar to himself. Bai Xingshu couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. However, in a bid to avoid repeating the emotional missteps of his past, Bai Xingshu quietly remarked to Lin Li, "But I believe that Teacher Song is most likely not an omega." Lin Li had just been elated by Bai Xingshu's earlier comment. Why should I care about that? When he heard Bai Xingshu's quiet reminder, he was well aware that Song Xiyan was not an omega. That faint instinctive hostility he felt indicated that Song Xiyan was, more likely than not, an alpha. Lin Li gazed at Bai Xingshu with a mix of exasperation and confusion. How could this person think that he had any interest in Song Xiyan? Lin Li, speechless, clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Fool." Bai Xingshu, suddenly insulted, looked utterly bewildered. Observing Lin Li's abrupt silence and his return to work without acknowledging him, he scratched his head. Was he no longer relevant? As expected, Lin Li ceased to show any interest in Song Xiyan thereafter. Bai Xingshu thought to himself, "Oh, so it was a case of embarrassment from having his thoughts exposed." However, the immediate coldness upon realizing that the other was not an omega seemed rather heartless. Bai Xingshu sighed and shook his head. Chapter 27. A force to reckon with a group of individuals busied themselves for nearly an hour, and just as the time for lunch approached, their efforts reached a conclusion. When Song Xiyan announced that they could leave, the students of Class S were almost moved to tears, each of them cheering and darting away with the swiftness of hares. Observing their exuberance, Bai Xingshu chuckled softly. Song Xiyan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xingshu and coldly remarked on his behavior. "Petty." Bai Xingshu immediately turned his beaming gaze towards Song Xiyan and replied, "But the teacher also played along, did he not?" After speaking, Bai Xingshu leaned against the railing, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the departing figures of his classmates, his expression softening. How delightful they were. Song Xiyan regarded Bai Xingshu, who seemed to be lost in the moment, and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, as Lin Li followed the throng, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It appeared he had not seen Bai Xingshu. The juxtaposition of warmth and coolness created an oddly harmonious atmosphere. Lin Li halted, feeling an inexplicable distance from Bai Xingshu at that moment. However, it was merely a fleeting instance. In the next second, Bai Xingshu noticed Lin Li's gaze, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. He waved at Song Xiyan beside him and came rushing towards Lin Li. "Are you waiting for me?" Bai Xingshu leaned closer to Lin Li, peering in with eyes full of mirth. That dazzling smile left Lin Li momentarily entranced, and he replied softly, "Yes." "Haha, then let's set off." Bai Xingshu laughed heartily, exclaiming that he had heard the third cafeteria was serving sweet and sour ribs. Wow, sweet and sour ribs. Bai Xingshu was so elated that he almost broke into song. Yet for Bai Xingshu, the joy seemed to end there. In the afternoon, cultural class data analysis ensues. Review. Review, review. Supplementary classes, supplementary classes, supplementary classes. Finally, Bai Xingshu lets out a loud exclamation, crashing his head onto the desk. Shen Geng observes Bai Xingshu's escalating state of frustration and cautiously inquires, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Bai Xingshu replies, taking a deep breath. Raising his head, his gaze emanates a fierce intensity as he sets aside his board and books. With another deep inhale, Bai Xingshu dons his gaming headset, exclaiming, "I need to engage in some combat to unwind." Shen Geng watches as Bai Xingshu collapses onto the bed in an instant, feeling a pang of sympathy for those opponents who will soon face the tumultuous spirit of Bai Xingshu. Contemplating this, he glances at the book in his hands. Suddenly unable to continue reading, it dawns on him that he is yet to witness Bai Xingshu in a one-on-one battle. Thus, it seems quite reasonable for him to go online and check. With a hint of trepidation, Shen Geng retrieves his gaming device and activates it. In his friend list, there are scarcely any contacts, yet the only one online is Bai Xingshu, easily identifiable. As he observes the status indicating matching, Shen Geng promptly selects the option to spectate. Upon entering the spectating mode, he finds that Bai Xingshu has completed his match. The words Jiangji versus Jiutian Yinhang materialize before Shen Geng, and an inexplicable sense of unease washes over him. Quickly, with his keen observational skills, he discerns the source of his discomfort. In the corner of his view, the number of spectators is rapidly escalating. The translucent gray font appeared so inconspicuous. Yet the numbers were wildly fluctuating. In the blink of an eye, Shen Geng witnessed the viewership surpass the monumental milestone of 1 million. It couldn't be. Since Bai Xingshu went online, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. How was it possible to attract such a multitude of spectators so swiftly? Shen Geng was astonished. However, he soon found little reason to remain in awe, as both mechs had already entered the battlefield. Gazing at the magnificent 12-winged luminescent feathers adorning Bai Xingshu's mech, he fell into a contemplative silence. He recalled the time he had suggested providing Bai Xingshu with funds to equip additional weaponry. A wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Geng. Indeed, it had been a completely futile suggestion. With such formidable defensive equipment, there was hardly any need for additional weapon slots. Shen Geng felt as though he could foresee the outcome. Bai Xingshu, armed with an extensive arsenal on his back, would wreak havoc. Yet, as the battle commenced, Shen Geng realized his earlier assumptions were misguided. During the preparation phase, Bai Xingshu unfurled all of his wings. The 12 pairs of wings spread wide, transforming the free mech into an angelic figure descending from the heavens. However, once combat ensued, it became a veritable demon among demons. The speed at which he maneuvered eclipsed even the most enhanced mechs equipped with various attributes on the platform. In the blink of an eye, the mech named Jiangji evaded all incoming attacks. To be precise, the term evaded scarcely sufficed, as the opponent's weaponry was discharged at Jiangji. Even before the projectiles could reach their intended target, Jiangji had already distanced itself a good 6 or 7 meters away. This deviation can be unequivocally described as a complete misfire. Who would have thought that the 12-winged radiant back feathers could be employed in such a manner? Shen Geng was lost in contemplation, only to realize that his thoughts remained rather myopic. With astonishing speed, Xingshu approached the enemy mech, executing a sudden pivot. With a resounding clap, those immense and resplendent wings struck the enemy mech with ferocity, not only dislodging the weapon from its grasp but also knocking the entire mech askew. Shen Geng was left in a state of deep reflection and silence. How had Bai Xingshu managed to orchestrate each step of the battle in such an unforeseen manner? Shen Geng gazed intently at the unfolding scene. At that moment, he harbored no doubts about Bai Xingshu's impending victory. Rather, it was the manner of that victory that intrigued him. As a strategist in combat operations, Shen Geng instinctively began to extrapolate the battlefield dynamics. He envisioned the most ludicrous method for Bai Xingshu to triumph, using those 6 pairs of grand wings to dispatch the enemy mech. However, Shen Geng soon discovered that Bai Xingshu was indeed more adept at dismantling the mech directly after delivering that earlier strike. Seizing the opportunity while the opposing mech struggled to regain its balance, Bai Xingshu mounted it, extending his magical claws to completely dismantle the machine. As Shen Geng stared in a daze at the myriad of flying components and the shattered mech shell, he found himself at a loss for words. The frenzied state of Bai Xingshu was rather frightening. Shen Geng swallowed hard, realizing that during their previous duel, Bai Xingshu had indeed shown him some mercy regarding his mental state. Quietly, Shen Geng logged off. Just as he placed the device down, he noticed that Bai Xingshu had also disconnected. The once dismembered spirit of Bai Xingshu seemed to have lifted considerably, and he eagerly immersed himself in his studies once more. An hour later, Bai Xingshu, once again engulfed in a frenzied state, picked up his device with a menacing aura. Shen Geng recalled that the last match, titled The Coming of the Line, had attracted over 6 million spectators, a number that certainly did not go unnoticed within the combat network community. As anticipated, he spotted a dedicated discussion thread for The Coming of the Line on the homepage. Upon clicking it, he found a group of individuals huddling together in trepidation. Does anyone else feel that today's match was rather intimidating? I hardly dared to breathe, constantly fearing he would suddenly leap out and assault me. What immense rage! Is it permissible to say such things? How terrifying. Truly, a god-slaying force. Absolutely incredible. Jiao Tianyin, having just concluded a match, sobbed uncontrollably for 10 minutes in the live stream. It was utterly devastating. Yesterday, The Coming of the Line was absent, but today he sporadically logged in, and in this state. Do you think he might have suffered a heartbreak? Upon reading this last comment, Shen Geng felt a shadow of unease flicker within him. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Bai Xingshu's heartbreak could not rival the fear he currently inspired. Shen Geng cautiously closed the community interface, and a few minutes later, Bai Xingshu removed his device and resumed his studies with renewed focus. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Bai Xingshu's expression darkened at a visible pace. Noticing this change in expression, Shen Geng paused his movements, reflecting on the well-being of those online, and coughed lightly before speaking. Is there anything you don't understand? Would you like me to teach you? As he spoke, Shen Geng gestured towards the data analysis book spread across the table, which was also a required course for the Combat Command Department. Bai Xingshu looked up at Shen Geng, his eyes brimming with tears. Yes. Shen Geng, having taken over Bai Xingshu's coursework and gleaned a slight understanding of his academic progress, couldn't help but feel perplexed. How could someone with this seemingly middle school level of understanding gain admission to the capital military university? Initially, Shen Geng believed this would be a burdensome task, given Bai Xingshu's pained demeanor that screamed of academic struggle. However, once he began teaching, he discovered that Bai Xingshu might not have been exaggerating. He was able to absorb the material rapidly. When his thoughts wandered into a dead end, a gentle nudge would prompt a swift realization. Often, Bai Xingshu merely needed someone to help him analyze where his reasoning had faltered. By the time the tutoring session concluded, it was already late into the night. Closing the textbook, Bai Xingshu exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you were here. I was considering jotting down all these questions to ask Teacher Song tomorrow. After completing his lesson, Shen Geng began to tidy up his belongings, preparing to take a rest. Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's remark, he paused his actions and turned to look at Bai Xingshu. Teacher Song? It was a perfect opportunity to repair the mecha while engaging in conversation, making full use of his spare time. Shen Geng gazed at Bai Xingshu in silence, remarking, "But Song Xiyan's major is mechanical engineering." Bai Xingshu failed to grasp the implication of Shen Jian's words. Thus, Shen Jian elaborated further. Song Xiyan's specialization lies in mechanical design, modification, and maintenance. His studies were pursued at a non-military institution. In contrast, the data analysis curriculum we are studying is specifically tailored for military operations. Bai Xingshu, now understanding, realized. So, it means Song Xiyan is entirely unacquainted with the data analysis course. A misjudgment indeed. However, Bai Xingshu had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, in the journey of life, one cannot avoid mistakes completely. Ultimately, Shen Jian had already imparted this knowledge to him. With a sense of admiration, Bai Xingshu expressed, "How do you seem to know everything? I haven't even taken the time to understand these matters. You truly are remarkable." The breadth of knowledge required in combat command is so vast. Shen Jian remained silent, hesitant to respond. Everyone claimed that Feng Fei, the scion of a prominent family, was infatuated with Shen Yunzhou, yet only Shen Yunzhou was aware that Feng Fei had traversed realms solely to conquer him. He could hear the dialogues between Feng Fei and the system, for he was the genuine protagonist in a tale where the true heir was despised by all. Once Feng Fei succeeded in his pursuit, he would be free to depart. How wonderful that would be! Shen Yunzhou unhesitatingly leveraged Feng Fei and his system to elevate his company. Resources, technology, talent, and projects were all optimally selected by the system. The only cost incurred was a modicum of goodwill. Before long, Shen Yunzhou's company soared to great heights. Observing this, the Shen family came to confront him, berating Shen Yunzhou for his lack of filial piety and calling him an ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing Feng Fei's furious voice exclaiming, "You despicable people who would sell your own children, you are not even worthy to carry Shen Yunzhou's shoes." Shen Yunzhou could not help but smile at the fervor with which Feng Fei expressed his disdain for the system. He desired to keep Feng Fei by his side. However, Feng Fei soon discovered that no matter how kind he was to Shen Yunzhou, his goodwill value remained stagnant. Did Shen Yunzhou truly possess no heart? Feng Fei felt a surge of frustration directed at the system. Observing the forced smile on Feng Fei's face, Shen Yunzhou felt a pang of sorrow. In due course, Feng Fei noticed that Shen Yunzhou's goodwill value began to rise. Watching it ascend rapidly, Feng Fei was beside himself with excitement. Feng Gong, Shen Shou. Feng Gong, Shen Shou. All my friends are from the opposing family. How infuriating. Chapter 28. A Reason to Smile. When Shen Zhan gazed at him in silence, Bai Xingshu cleared his throat. Had he inadvertently exposed his ignorance of this world with his previous question? Bai Xingshu wisely chose to bypass this topic, standing upright. "I am going to take a shower." With that, he swiftly retrieved his sleepwear from a nearby rack and, in the blink of an eye, was at the bathroom door. A faint rustling sound lingered for a few seconds, followed by a distinct thud. It was Bai Xingshu shedding his garments, leaving only a pair of four-cornered shorts. The noise of tossing his soiled clothes into the laundry basket echoing in the air. Shen Zhan closed his eyes, reminiscing about the first time he encountered such a scene, when his pupils had trembled in shock. He felt utterly at a loss, uncertain of where to place his hands and feet. This was undeniably too intimate. Although both were males destined to become betas, the notion of two beta males marrying was, in this world, a commonplace occurrence. At that moment, Shen Zhan felt a desire to engage Bai Xingshu in conversation, yet witnessing Bai Xingshu's complete nonchalance and unpretentious demeanor made initiating such a dialogue exceedingly difficult. It seemed that to speak would imply he harbored some inappropriate sentiments toward Bai Xingshu. Fortunately, Shen Zhan had only experienced that initial shock. Thereafter, he learned to avert his gaze promptly. After all, Bai Xingshu's movements were always swift. The time it took for him to undress and dash to the bathroom was less than 10 seconds. Bai Xingshu was remarkably efficient. By the time Shen Zhan had arranged his various books and belongings, he had already finished his ablutions and emerged from the bathroom. Shen Zhan cast a glance at Bai Xingshu, who, as expected, was clad in loose-fitting pajamas, the collar wide open, exuding an air of comfort and casualness, occasionally revealing a glimpse of his chest with his movements. Shen Zhan felt a mixture of emotions. wanting to say something, yet hesitating. Bai Xingshu, however, continued to act as if he had not noticed Shen Zhan's expression. Give it up. This is sleepwear. Sleepwear. He could never be like Shen Zhan, buttoning his pajamas all the way to the top. Why not just eliminate him? After a night devoid of events, the customary early morning physical training commenced. The military academy maintained a consistent schedule, and Bai Xingshu and Shen Jian had cultivated the habit of rising at this hour. Though today Bai Xingshu arose even earlier than usual. When Shen Jian awoke, he was astonished to find that Bai Xingshu had even styled his hair. Such an act was utterly inconceivable for Bai Xingshu. The result, of course, was undeniably pleasing. Bai Xingshu's demeanor resembled that of a whimsical prince, existing solely within the realm of fantasy. To receive his attention felt like an honor worth celebrating. Yet, to the newly awakened Shen Jian, it resembled a scene from a horror film. Bai Xingshu, undeterred by Shen Jian's reaction, continued to mimic his mannerisms, pacing around the dormitory while familiarizing himself with this posture, stating, "This morning, we have a close combat class, which I need not attend. Hence, I wish to observe the lectures of other instructors. Given my rapport with Teacher Song, I doubt I will be turned away even if I merely audit a class. After our physical training concludes, I intend to visit the Department of Mechanical Engineering. At that moment, I will represent the image of the combat department. I cannot afford to tarnish this prestige." Listening to Bai Xingshu's grandiloquent declarations, Shen Jian felt disinclined to respond. Ultimately, it was evident that Bai Xingshu yearned to flaunt himself before Teacher Song, for the ideal of marrying into a wealthy family. Bai Xingshu truly exerted considerable effort, Shen Jian mused with a touch of displeasure. Shen Jian harbored his own opinions on the matter, primarily regarding the mannerisms he had adopted in an attempt to approach that teacher, Mr. Song. Regardless, it seemed quite peculiar, didn't it?
So, what now?
Bai Xingshu slightly raised his chin, evidently pleased with his current appearance. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jian ultimately remarked, "In the presence of those unfamiliar with you, it should pose no issue." Bai Xingshu sensed a deeper meaning in Shen Jian's words, raising an eyebrow. "And what of those who do know you?" he inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. Shen Jian replied earnestly. Bai Xingshu, feeling an urge to retaliate, suppressed his impulse to strike. Soon enough, the time for physical training arrived. Under the playful assault of Shen Jian's remark, Bai Xingshu refrained from displaying his usual demeanor during the session. Yet Lin Li couldn't help but notice the subtle differences in Bai Xingshu's appearance. Although clad in the same military uniform, he appeared decidedly more refined, and his hairstyle seemed meticulously arranged, quite unlike his usual self. Bai Xingshu cast a glance at Lin Li, recognizing his keen observational skills. Truly, he was worthy of being an exceptional combat major. Such perceptiveness is a hallmark of a commendable warrior. Lin Li's lips pressed together in a straight line. What could possibly draw Bai Xingshu to the Department of Mechanical Engineering? It was undoubtedly for Song Xiyan. Lin Li felt a pang of jealousy. In truth, he had observed the close rapport between Bai Xingshu and the esteemed teacher, Song Xiyan, during his visit to the maintenance room yesterday. However, Bai Xingshu's remark about not needing to know Song Xiyan's gender had temporarily quelled Lin Li's sensitivity to rivalry. Yet now, watching Bai Xingshu, he couldn't shake the feeling. Lin Li tightened his lips. How could anyone believe that Bai Xingshu harbored no feelings whatsoever for Song Xiyan? In the past, Bai Xingshu had never treated Kang Youxin in such a manner. It was likely that Bai Xingshu still fancied Kang Youxin, blissfully unaware that he had already transferred his affections elsewhere. Even if Bai Xingshu had indeed redirected his feelings, he seemed entirely oblivious to it. This thought deepened Lin Li's sense of bitterness and injustice. However, he was resolutely unwilling to offer Bai Xingshu any hints. Good. Bai Xingshu responded with a lively tone. Yet, contrary to the speculations of Shen Jian and Lin Li, the true purpose of Bai Xingshu's endeavor was not Song Xiyan. His actual target was Jiao Rong. Previously, the system had filtered through all the elite alpha students within the school, and Jiao Rong's name had emerged among the final selections. He was in the mechanical engineering department, also part of Class S, and was currently the most accessible single alpha from a prominent family for Bai Xingshu. After failing to secure Kang Youxin as his objective, Bai Xingshu had been single for several days without any progress. If he did not make an effort soon, the system would surely become restless. Where is Jiaorong now? Bai Xingshu inquired of the system. Soon, the system provided him with a location, not too far from where he stood. Taking a few steps forward, Bai Xingshu soon spotted his target. Jiaorong, an alpha, appeared rather unremarkable in appearance, yet was the third son of the influential Jiao family. From the identification photo provided by the system, Bai Xingshu perceived Jiaorong as quite tranquil, but from a distance, he sensed a certain gloominess about him. As though his mood was rather dismal, Bai Xingshu hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether this was indeed the opportune time for an introduction. However, having consulted the system regarding the schedules of the S-class in 2 different departments, he noted that the times for his close combat class and Song Xiyan's mechanical engineering class did not coincide significantly. If he were to forego today, he would have to wait until next month. He was indifferent to the delay, yet he could only imagine the system's dismay. It would be ideal if he could add a friend or 2. Bai Xingshu gathered his thoughts and adjusted his posture, emulating Shen Geng's demeanor to present himself as both striking and approachable. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings until, as if struck by a revelation, he spotted Jiaorong and his companions. His eyes lit up, and he hastened towards them. With a blend of restraint and slight embarrassment, Bai Xingshu addressed Jiaorong, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where teacher Song Xiyan is located?" Jiaorong had noticed Bai Xingshu the moment he entered his line of sight. He was striking, captivating, effortlessly becoming the focal point of attention. Moreover, it was Bai Xingshu. The capital military university housed numerous departments, yet it was improbable that anyone would be unaware of who the new champion of each department's competition was. Not to mention, Bai Xingshu's champion video was particularly memorable. After observing Bai Xingshu's despondent expression as he sought assistance, Jiaorong chuckled enigmatically and pointed into the distance. "Proceed straight down this path, then take a left. You will find a greenhouse." Bai Xingshu distinctly heard the breath of those behind him freeze as Jiaorong's words lingered in the air. A fleeting glance revealed the astonished expressions etched upon their faces. Bai Xingshu smiled, looking at Jiaorong with a look of gratitude. "All right, I understand. Thank you." At these words, Jiaorong's smile deepened. "You're welcome." Following the path indicated by Jiaorong, Bai Xingshu could feel the weight of Jiaorong's gaze fixed upon him. "Host, the direction you are heading towards is a forbidden area." The system could not help but remind him as Bai Xingshu proceeded as instructed. Bai Xingshu's eyes remained calm. His step steady, "I know." As Jiaorong belonged to Class S, there was only one answer to Bai Xingshu's inquiry about where his teacher Song Xiyan, which was for Jiaorong to directly escort him to the classroom. Initially, Bai Xingshu had intended to delay slightly, allowing himself to arrive precisely on time, engage in conversation, express his gratitude, and thus establish a connection, making it natural to later propose adding each other as friends or expressing thanks over a meal. However, from the outset, Jiaorong had not provided that singular answer, but instead offered the most malicious one. Bai Xingshu was well aware of the implications of the forbidden area. On the day of registration, he had already memorized the entire map of Capital Military University included in the freshman handbook. The green building of the Department of Mechanical Engineering was a confidential research institute, and ordinary students were not permitted entry. If Bai Xingshu truly followed Jiaorong's words and has passed through, knocking on the door, what awaits him next is a series of scrutinies and perhaps even disciplinary actions. At that point, even if he claims that it was Jiaorong who guided him, it will be of no consequence, for from the very beginning, his rationale for entering the Department of Mechanical Engineering was tenuous at best. The outcome for Bai Xingshu is all too predictable. He does not dwell on what he might have done wrong to invoke such profound malice from Jiaorong. In this apocalyptic world, such baseless hostility is alarmingly commonplace. Bai Xingshu stated calmly, "System. Affirmative." Chapter 29. Simply being devoured by an aberration in the system's assessment, Bai Xingshu's emotions remained remarkably placid, and Jiaorong's actions stirred not a single ripple within him. Thus, the system could not contain its curiosity. Is that all? How could that be? Do I appear so easily bullied? Bai Xingshu found himself puzzled by the system's perception of him. Was he not ruthless enough when dismantling others' mechas last night? Bai Xingshu, I am contemplating how to address this matter. Haven't you dealt with such situations before? The system responded in astonishment. Of course, I've handled many. Having ascended to the pinnacle of this post-apocalyptic world, Bai Xingshu had encountered a myriad of experiences. However, in the past, I would simply grab those fellows and toss them into the wilderness. Reflecting on trivial matters only signifies an abundance of leisure. One could simply be consumed by the otherworldly to remedy such idleness. Bai Xingshu sighed after speaking, contemplating. I cannot simply seize Jiao Rong and cast him into the confinement zone. A moment's thought revealed that such an action would surely bring misfortune upon himself as well. The troublesome aspect of a peaceful world is the necessity to adhere to rules. Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's words, the system began to tremble slightly. Uncertain of how to proceed, it recognized this as its moment to shine. The system commenced to relay its collected methods for addressing such situations, according to protocol. You may report the situation to the school and... Bai Xingshu, having listened briefly, succinctly summarized, I understand. It means to inform the teacher. The system, still in mid-report, faltered. Do you have a record of what Jiao Rong just said? Bai Xingshu interjected, interrupting the system's deliberation. The system responded promptly, yes.
Send it to my tablet.
Understood. Meanwhile, Jiao Rong, observing Bai Xingshu's departure, was approached by a companion who timidly inquired, Isn't this rather inappropriate? The individual was met with a chilling glare, prompting an immediate shiver of fear, silencing any further remarks. In a buoyant mood, Jiao Rong made his way to the classroom. Unlike the combat department, the primary course in mechanical engineering primarily occurs within the training facility. On this day, Jiao Rong chose a seat towards the back. He harbored a certain aversion towards attending Song Xiyan's classes. Song Xiyan always exuded an air of cold scrutiny, as if he equally regarded everyone with disdain. In the eyes of this instructor, each individual appeared as a trivial fool. Or rather, anyone subjected to Song Xiyan's piercing gaze could not help but question their own intelligence, wondering if they had once again displayed foolishness. At just 24 years old, this PhD holder, a burgeoning scholar, recipient of the prestigious Mufflower Award, and champion of the galactic competition, boasted an array of accolades that shone brilliantly.
It was no wonder that others felt this way.
Being from a prominent family, with a similar age and aligned academic interests, it was only natural for Jiao Rong to be compared to Song Xiyan, the exemplary child of others.
Now,
finding himself as one of Song Xiyan's students, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction from every conceivable angle. Just as Jiao Rong grappled with his irritation, he unexpectedly caught sight of an individual who should not have been there, Bai Xingshu. Jiao Rong instinctively tightened his grip on the book in his hands. Bai Xingshu entered the classroom with a composed demeanor, navigating through the astonished and bewildered gazes of his peers to take a seat behind Jiao Rong. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Bai Xingshu softly inquired of the student already seated there, May I kindly request this seat? The student, under the tender gaze of Bai Xingshu, felt his cheeks flush crimson, staring blankly at him for several seconds before managing to respond, or rather, failing to respond at all. He did not question why Bai Xingshu, clearly not a member of their class, was present here. Sure, take it, I'll leave right away. He seemed to spring up, neglecting to organize the items strewn across his desk, and simply clutched them in both hands, taking the entire chaotic collection with him. In his flustered state, he heard a soft chuckle from Bai Xingshu. It was neither mocking nor merely amused. Rather, the tone conveyed a sense of delight, as if he had just witnessed something exceptionally endearing. His already flushed cheeks grew even warmer. He heard Bai Xingshu express his gratitude. Yet he fled in disarray, and only after settling into his new seat did he feel a pang of regret. Was it too impolite not to have said you're welcome? However, no one noticed the slight vexation of their classmate. Others hesitated and glanced towards Bai Xingshu, uncertain of how to address the situation. Should they inform him that he had entered the wrong classroom? Yet, such a statement would not be a mere reminder, but would come across as an unfriendly dismissal. Moreover, observing Bai Xingshu stride purposefully to that seat, there was an undeniable sense of intention. It hardly seemed as though he had erred in his choice of location. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. To others, he appeared as a stunning and graceful beauty, seated politely behind Jiao Rong, smiling radiantly at him. A sight both pleasing and picturesque. Yet only Jiao Rong could sense the oppressive aura emanating from him, a feeling akin to a fearsome, ferocious beast lurking behind, poised to rend flesh from bone at any moment, suffocating him with dread. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. With an air of intimidation, Bai Xingshu moved gracefully, retrieving a board from his bag. Initially, he had intended to attend the class alongside Jiao Rong, although he now found himself seated behind, rather than beside, Jiao Rong. The aura of intimidation he emitted accompanied them, serving as a different form of mutual familiarity. Bai Xingshu casually twirled the pen in his hand, then gently tapped it against the desk. His spirits lifted as he observed the person in front of him, his entire body quivering in delight. How amusing! He chuckled to himself. The system detected Jiao Rong's temperature had altered due to fright. Moments later, the class bell rang. The moment Song Xiyan entered the classroom, he sensed something was amiss. The gaze of the entire class in the Mechanical Engineering Department, Class S, seemed to converge upon a singular point. Turning in that direction, he unexpectedly spotted Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu, ever enthusiastic, waved at Song Xiyan, nearly shouting, "I'm right here." Song Xiyan. The observing classmates. Song Xiyan paused momentarily as he approached the podium but ultimately chose to disregard Bai Xingshu's presence. Class is in session. As expected, Bai Xingshu attentively absorbed the lesson. When the class bell rang, Song Xiyan concluded his teaching, announcing the end of the session. Unlike in the past, he did not exit the classroom directly, but instead approached Bai Xingshu's seat. Song Xiyan cast a downward glance at Bai Xingshu and inquired, "Did you understand?" "Not at all." Bai Xingshu's lighthearted tone carried a hint of defiance. Upon noticing Song Xiyan's actions, all the students who remained were utterly astonished. How audacious it was for someone to speak to Teacher Song in such a manner. As the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone anticipated an imminent storm of reprimand, they heard Song Xiyan let out a light huff. And then nothing further happened. The moment passed. The students' pupils widened in disbelief. Neither Song Xiyan nor Bai Xingshu were individuals who concerned themselves with the reactions of others. No one cared about the psychological responses of their peers. After a brief laugh at Bai Xingshu's expense, Song Xiyan directly inquired, "What brings you here?"
To report.
Bai Xingshu proclaimed loudly, "Excuse me, do you know where Teacher Song Xiyan is? Just proceed straight down this road, then take a left, you will see a green building." All eyes immediately fixated on Jiao Rong. Chapter 30. The entire exchange was rather straightforward. To an outsider, it might seem devoid of any complications. Yet, within the Mechanical Engineering Department, everyone was acutely aware of what the green building referred to. None present were foolish. They quickly grasped the malicious intent behind Jiao Rong's indication of the path. In that moment, Jiao Rong's longing to be the center of attention was fulfilled. As he beheld the scornful, disdainful, and repulsive gazes of his peers, the emotions he had suppressed throughout the entire class surged forth uncontrollably. Almost devoid of rational thought, Jiao Rong abruptly stood up, turned around, and reached out to smash Bai Xingshu's tablet that was playing the recording. However, Bai Xingshu was quicker. Bai Xingshu effortlessly extracted the tablet, lifting it high above his head, which rendered Jiao Rong, who attempted to destroy it, both awkward and amusing. Those present immediately confirmed the authenticity of the recording Bai Xingshu played upon witnessing Jiao Rong's actions. However, it was Jiao Rong's vehement, venomous accusation that truly substantiated the evidence. "You actually recorded it. How dare you record it?" Bai Xingshu, observing Jiao Rong's expression, could hardly contain his amusement, responding in a languid and casual tone, "My apologies, I accidentally pressed the button earlier." Upon hearing this, several classmates erupted into laughter. The tablets they utilized for note-taking were equipped with a one-touch recording feature, making it exceedingly convenient. Many had experienced similar mishaps, inadvertently triggering recordings while walking, resulting in unexpected audio snippets. At the moment Bai Xingshu spoke, no one doubted his words. Rather, they found Jiao Rong's predicament to be a fitting stroke of misfortune. Truly, the wheels of karma turn without fail. As the faint laughter echoed around him, Jiao Rong's animosity towards Bai Xingshu intensified, his gaze turning venomous. Although he remained silent, Bai Xingshu could discern the menacing implication in his glare. "You are finished." To this day, Jiao Rong harbored no remorse. In response to such malice, Bai Xingshu chuckled, for it appeared that his adversary was blissfully unaware of who was truly in peril. I am a student of combat. I am not well-versed in the customs of your mechanical engineering discipline. Bai Xingshu's voice was clear yet laced with confusion, as a single statement drew the matter between the two individuals directly into the realm of their respective departments. In our combat division, trust is paramount. We must be able to rely on one another on the battlefield. The final remark from Bai Xingshu bore a hint of grievance, encapsulating a profound sense of betrayal, having extended trust only to be forsaken by the one deemed trustworthy. Without uttering a single word of blame, he seemed to articulate everything that needed to be said, exposing familial discord to the public eye. Some students, particularly empathetic, displayed expressions of shame and anger, casting increasingly disdainful glances at Jiao Rong. Retracting his gaze from Jiao Rong, Song Xiyan turned to Bai Xingshu, asserting, "I shall provide you with an explanation." His voice was cold and resolute, resonating with conviction. Bai Xingshu lifted his gaze to Song Xiyan, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. However, rather than ceasing his discourse due to Song Xian's promise, he pressed on, stepping closer and lamenting. All those engaged in combat rely on the mechs designed and manufactured by your mechanical engineering department. We entrust our very lives to your hands. Upon hearing this, Song Xiyan furrowed his brow, contemplating Bai Xingshu in silence. Nevertheless, not all students from the mechanical engineering background remained mute. One individual, incensed, rose abruptly, rebuking Bai Xingshu. Jiao Rong does not represent our entire mechanical engineering cohort. Our contributions from the rear are by no means lesser than anyone else's. Bai Xingshu turned to the person who had spoken, momentarily taken aback, as if momentarily unable to process the situation. This surprise swiftly morphed into an expression of regret and embarrassment. "I apologize, I misspoke. That was not my intended meaning. I am simply feeling a bit overwhelmed at the moment." In her eagerness to clarify, Bai Xingshu's words became somewhat jumbled. The classmates, initially incensed, found themselves momentarily silenced by her rapid apology, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Thus, their stirred emotions were redirected towards Song Xiyan. "Instructor Song, individuals like Jiao Rong should not remain in Class S. We cannot have such people among us. Instructor Song, this situation is far too detrimental. If we keep Jiao Rong, how will the combat division perceive us? Furthermore, Fu Chuan and Ji Hanqiu have always attended classes together with him. Were you both merely spectators while he directed others? Have you lost your integrity in such a servile manner?" Instructor Song, the fervor of youth often leads to impassioned outbursts, and in the heat of the moment, some even resorted to throwing objects at Jiao Rong. The commotion in Class S quickly drew the attention of other teachers. Ultimately, Jiao Rong was escorted out of the classroom by the security staff, and after a brief understanding of the situation, he was taken away by a teacher from the administrative office who was responsible for such matters. Song Xiyan observed the unfolding events in silence. Despite having assured Bai Xingshu that he would provide clarity, it seemed that, in the end, this matter had little to do with him. The other students followed Jiao Rong outside, while students from other classes began to gossip, discussing the matter at length. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu, another key figure in this incident, was forgotten in place. Unperturbed by the unfolding drama, Bai Xingshu turned to Song Xiyan with a bright smile. "Teacher, it's time for us to work on the mechas." Song Xiyan pursed her lips, her expression less than pleased as she replied in a low tone, "You could place a bit more trust in me." Bai Xingshu looked at Song Xiyan, puzzled. "I have assured you that I will provide an explanation. There is no need for you to elaborate further on the matter," Song Xiyan stated coldly. Bai Xingshu dismissed Song Xiyan's admonition with a smile, continuing to look at her cheerfully. "So, do you believe that I am the type to bring trouble upon you?" Song Xiyan was taken aback. "This matter has nothing to do with you, teacher. And isn't the current situation rather advantageous? The Jiao family is a prominent name in the empire. It would be best for you to steer clear of such complications. Just consider the hassle it entails. Even if the Jiao family manages to suppress this issue, Jiao Rong will have lost the face to remain in Class S, or even at the capital military university altogether. I believe that is sufficient. You stepping down from the podium to listen to my grievances is already a clear indication of your support in this matter." Bai Xingshu maintained a light-hearted tone. having explained his perspective and sought to reassure Song Xiyan with a nod of affirmation. While he had indeed reported the incident, he had never intended to involve Song Xiyan in it at all. In the eyes of Bai Xingshu, Song Xiyan was merely a newly appointed teacher at the school. Despite his remarkable abilities, he found himself in a position of vulnerability, often subjected to bullying, relegated to the combat department to toil alone on mecha repairs. To all appearances, he was a pitiable figure, an unanchored instructor within the mechanical engineering department. When Bai Xingshu perceived that Song Xiyan was determined to shoulder this burden alone, he was taken aback. Could this truly be within Song Xiyan's capabilities? The provocative remark aimed at the entire mechanical engineering department escaped his lips without hesitation. Song Xiyan was utterly unprepared for Bai Xingshu's intention behind that statement, which was, in fact, to extricate himself from the situation. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xingshu's thoughts unexpectedly turned to protecting him. Song Xiyan gazed at Bai Xingshu, his heart pounding audibly in his chest. Chapter 31. Ultimately, Song Xiyan quietly followed Bai Xingshu towards the combat department's maintenance room. Along the way, he gradually shared the circumstances surrounding Jiao Rong with Bai Xingshu. The new student competition in mechanical engineering bore a striking resemblance to that of the combat department. Fong Tao, the champion of mechanical engineering, hailed from an ordinary family, while Jiao Rong secured only the runner-up position. In the days since the semester began, Jiao Rong had already set his sights on Fong Tao. The Jiao family had a long history of political aspirations, yearning to penetrate the military sphere. With military power came greater influence. Previously, the alphas from their lineage could only attend standard military academies. Jiao Rong was the first to gain admission to the capital military university. Although he was merely studying mechanical engineering, his position within the military hierarchy remained somewhat peripheral. In pursuit of the new student competition's championship, the Jiao family undertook extensive research and preparation. Jiao Rong felt that Fong Tao had usurped his championship. Thus, when Bai Xingshu triumphed over Lin Li and secured the title, Jiao Rong perceived it as equally despicable and shameless as Fong Tao's actions. After listening to Song Xiyan's words, Bai Xingshu contemplated briefly, nodded, and cheerfully remarked, "I also think Lin Li is quite a decent person." Song Xiyan, is that truly the essence of what he meant? Observing Song Xiyan's speechlessness, Bai Xingshu burst into laughter. "I understand that the teacher is attempting to console me. However, Jiao Rong's thoughts and motives are ultimately inconsequential. Delving into their psyches is merely a waste of time. I need only to reflect on whether I have erred in any way. I haven't, so that suffices." With that, Bai Xingshu leaned in curiously towards Song Xiyan, sporting a mischievous grin. "But teacher, your earnest efforts to engage me seem rather amusing." Song Xiyan. He averted his gaze, refusing to meet the lively countenance of Bai Xingshu. Noticing Song Xiyan's evasive demeanor, Bai Xingshu leaned in again. Is the teacher upset? Please don't." Teacher, I was wrong," as Bai Xingshu's playful voice echoed. The corners of Song Xiyan's typically straight lips could not help but yield to a slight smile, revealing a few pixelated points of amusement. After a busy afternoon in the maintenance room, Bai Xingshu calculated that with just 2 more days of diligent work, he could settle his debts. In high spirits, he returned to the dormitory. Today, it is evident that Bai Xingshu's meticulous grooming is intended for a significant encounter with Song Xiyan. Thus, when Shen Geng noticed Bai Xingshu's return, he was particularly vigilant, observing that Bai Xingshu was no longer in his previous disheveled state. This revelation brought him a sense of relief, yet he inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment. "What is that expression?" Bai Xingshu mused, scrutinizing the complex emotions displayed on Shen Geng's face, perplexed. Shen Geng, equally bewildered by his own expression, exchanged glances with Bai Xingshu. Ultimately, he chose to dismiss this trivial matter and candidly congratulated Bai Xingshu, saying, "It seems this time went quite smoothly." "What?" Bai Xingshu found himself struggling to comprehend Shen Geng's words, a second wave of confusion washing over him. Shen Geng cast a sideways glance at Bai Xingshu, clarifying, "A new romance, perhaps?" Realization dawned upon Bai Xingshu, followed by shock. "You noticed?" he exclaimed. Wait a moment. Was his demeanor this morning merely an attempt at concealment? Shen Geng regarded him in silence. Anyone could see that, he remarked. Bai Xingshu was taken aback by his own ineptitude at hiding his feelings. Nevertheless, since his secret had been exposed and he had already experienced embarrassment before Shen Geng, he decided to be forthright. Actually, it was another failure. Shen Geng was baffled. How could Bai Xingshu still wear such a cheerful smile after a setback?
Then,
Shen Geng heard Bai Xingshu lamenting his failed attempts to woo Jiao, expressing how he was covertly sabotaged by Jiao, only to turn the tables and humiliate him in front of the entire department of mechanical engineering. Initially surprised to learn that Bai Xingshu's target was Jiao instead of Song Xiyan, Shen Geng pondered how Bai Xingshu was so well acquainted with the elite alphas from other departments. However, as Bai Xingshu continued his narrative, Shen Geng swiftly dismissed this trivial concern. Jiao. Shen Geng's expression darkened. Such casual malice towards a fellow student could only be described as sociopathic. This matter could not merely be resolved by leaving the university. Observing Shen Geng's visibly agitated demeanor, Bai Xingshu patted him reassuringly on the back, saying, "You may not understand, but the offspring of affluent families often have multiple members groomed for success. By cutting off Jiao path upward, I inflict a far greater pain than mere elimination. Especially with a scoundrel like Jiao, who cannot bear to see others thrive. He initially sought to expel me from the military academy, and now he faces expulsion himself. Truly poetic justice." Bai Xingshu then recalled that Shen Geng also came from an ordinary background and was one of the champions of the freshman competition. Noticing Shen Geng's ire, Bai Xingshu immediately inquired, "Has someone been bullying you as well?" Shen Geng was taken aback by how suddenly Bai Xingshu had connected the situation to him. As he observed the suddenly serious expression on Bai Xingshu's face, Shen Geng felt a warmth in his heart, his demeanor softening considerably. He shook his head, saying, "No, initially some were resistant, but ever since I managed to best the teacher that one time, everyone has been quite obedient." Bai Xingshu replied, "That is indeed a viable solution. Subduing everyone with sheer force is a tactic that Bai Xingshu had often employed in the past, simple, swift, and effective. In any case, should anyone bully you in the future and you find yourself at a loss, just let me know." With a firm pat on his chest, he added, "Look at the outcome for Jiao. I excel at dealing with such individuals." Seeing Bai Xingshu brimming with confidence, completely unaffected by Jiaorong's situation, Shen Geng's expression softened.
all right.
In the afternoon, during cultural studies, he thought it unreasonable to always have Lin Li reserve a seat for him. Bai Xingshu arrived at the classroom even earlier than the previous day. However, this time, not only was Lin Li present, but the other classmates had also mostly arrived. As Bai Xingshu stepped into the classroom, he was immediately struck by the palpable atmosphere of anger that enveloped the room, causing him to halt in his tracks. What on earth had transpired? He contemplated retreating to the classroom entrance to discreetly check the class group messages he had previously overlooked. Yet his classmates denied him that opportunity. The moment Bai Xingshu entered the room, all eyes converged upon him. Bai Xingshu sensed the seething fury in their gazes. Yet he discerned that this ire was not directed at him. What was going on? Bai Xingshu cautiously inquired, "What is the matter with Jiao?" A fellow student slammed the table in frustration. Unlike Shen Geng, who regularly scanned the online news each evening and maintained a meticulously organized daily schedule, Bai Xingshu had no habit of browsing the internet after the advent of the apocalypse. However, within Class S, there were always those who reveled in the vast expanse of the online realm. Shortly after the incident involving Jiao, a student from the Department of Mechanical Engineering emerged in the exclusive campus community to reveal the shocking details. Such treacherous and malicious individuals, who would betray their classmates, would astound anyone, especially in a military academy that places great emphasis on unity and cooperation. The entire community was thrown into an uproar. Initially, the combat department merely observed in astonishment, intrigued that such a character could arise from the mechanical engineering side. As the details unraveled, the situation took a turn, and the shocking revelations struck closer to home. The victim of this incident was none other than Bai Xingshu. Instantly, the once leisurely onlookers from the combat department's Class S erupted in outrage. Their classmate had been wronged. Apart from Bai Xingshu, The other students from the combat department all resided together, and without the need for online discussions, a single roar of indignation spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Class S. They all flocked to the community, ready to confront Zhao Rong and demand an explanation from the mechanical engineering department. Once the commotion subsided, the students turned their attention to their class group, only to find it eerily quiet. The students collectively gasped, realizing that Bai Xingshu had suffered in silence, without confiding in them. Such injustice. Thus, they did not seek out Bai Xingshu online. Instead, they orchestrated an offline encirclement. Bai Xingshu. Chapter 32. Understanding the situation upon grasping the essence of the matter, Bai Xingshu immediately felt a sense of relief. Observing the expressions of frustration among his peers, he was both touched and somewhat embarrassed. Glancing left and right, he finally cleared his throat and awkwardly inquired, "How did you all come to know about this?" Before Bai Xingshu's arrival, his classmates took turns enumerating his alleged crimes of withholding information, which escalated their indignation to its peak. However, upon witnessing Bai Xingshu's rare display of shyness, their anger dissipated, leaving them at a loss for how to confront him. Who could possibly remain irate at such a vulnerable Bai Xingshu? It felt utterly unjust. Within their hearts, they silently protested, yet the flames of their frustration flickered and diminished, leaving only a faint ember to sustain their fade of bravado. Enough chatter. Just confess. The students continued their fierce interrogation. This time, Bai Xingshu obediently recounted the events of that day, articulating them without the embellishments he had offered to Xin Jian, devoid of personal sentiments that would accentuate his prowess or cleverness. Nevertheless, upon concluding his account, he tilted his head proudly, exclaiming, "I did not bring shame upon you. I have avenged this grievance on the spot." Let me tell you, when Zhao Rong was led away, his face was ashen. Perhaps he had never before encountered such a scene of disdain. The entire department of mechanical engineering watched as he was taken away. As long as he still had a shred of dignity, it was impossible for him to return to school. When Bai Xingshu uttered these words, he revealed his most sinister and calculating visage. The students gazed at Bai Xingshu's menacing demeanor, which lacked any true intimidation, silently turning away, showing a camaraderie that did not diminish Bai Xingshu's confidence. Each exchanged glances of reluctant encouragement, urging one another to take action, until their eyes landed on Lin Li. Lin Li, in silence, tapped on his tablet, and then, addressing the still seething Bai Xingshu, spoke in the gentlest manner possible. "Allow me to share a copy of the imperial military law with you." Bai Xingshu. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xingshu queried the system. "What does this mean?" The system whirred into action, and after 3 seconds, responded, "No substantial outcome has been caused. A lenient approach could result in merely a warning. However, should the matter escalate, expulsion is possible. In a serious inquiry, it could be addressed under the imperial military law. Military academy students are considered active military personnel. According to the imperial military law, inducing others into military restricted zones and entrapment of active military personnel carries a minimum sentence of 3 years and a maximum of 5 years. According to imperial regulations, individuals with any criminal record are ineligible for any official internal positions. Given the prominence of the Zhao family, even if Zhao Rong were expelled from the capital military university, he could still maneuver his way into another prestigious institution. The military path has proven to be a dead end, and following the footsteps of family to re-navigate the political landscape yields the same result. Thus, the most malicious scheme devised by Bai Xingshu has come to the attention of his classmates in Class S. It appears that the class vice president is rather naive and blissfully unaware, never imagining that one day they would be associated with the term Bai Xingshu. Nevertheless, as long as his classmates find joy in it, that is all that matters. Bai Xingshu silently took a seat beside Lin Li and discreetly inquired, "How did you all come to know about this?" Lin Li glanced at Bai Xingshu and proceeded to share a link to the school community. Upon accessing it, Bai Xingshu discovered multiple dedicated threads concerning this matter on the first page alone. It was no longer merely about Zhao Rong's actions towards Bai Xingshu. Observing Zhao Rong's adeptness at scheming against Bai Xingshu revealed that this individual was certainly no newcomer to such treacherous conduct. From Zhao Rong's targeting of Fong Tao to his half-threatening, half-coercive recruitment of underlings in Class S, Revelations from former classmates emerged, exposing his past misdeeds. The community fervently condemned Jiao Rong, uniting both new and old grievances against him. However, the mechanical engineering department had yet to release any official statements. Bai Xingshu asked the system to verify whether any information had been disseminated elsewhere that he might have overlooked, but there was none. This was indeed peculiar. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xingshu discreetly messaged Song Xiyan to inquire about the situation. Song Xiyan replied promptly and succinctly, "Don't worry." With that, Bai Xingshu felt reassured. As the community was closed, Bai Xingshu ceased to continue his observations. Lin Li occasionally cast furtive glances at Bai Xingshu, who was engrossed in sending messages via the communicator on his wrist. Although Lin Li could not discern the content, he noted that Bai Xingshu had searched for the official response from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, which yielded no results. Observing Bai Xingshu's composed demeanor as he shut down the community, Lin Li could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "There is no need for concern. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the weekend," he remarked. During the first week of enrollment, numerous students sought permission to return home. With only 2 days for the weekend, those who could make the journey home were likely locals. The capital star was a place where even a casual toss of a brick could inadvertently strike a noble family. Everyone possessed some degree of status. Moreover, many, like Lin Li, were not at all inferior to the Jiao family. Given the uproar today, the Department of Mechanical Engineering had yet to quell the unrest, and when these students returned home in the evening, they would undoubtedly voice their grievances to their families, causing considerable distress for the Jiao family. By then, they would not merely wish to shield Jiao Rong, they might even contemplate casting him into outer space. "I am not worried," Bai Xingshu asserted, though his irritation towards Lin Li was palpable. "Teacher Song assured me and instructed me to remain at ease." Lin Li responded with a terse silence. This statement did little to comfort him and instead ignited a sense of bitterness within. "You sought him out in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, yet he failed to protect you, and you still believe his words?" Lin Li scornfully remarked to Bai Xingshu. "All he says is that he will provide an explanation, yet it is others who have taken the person away." Grateful for the rapid recording and video capabilities of the learning tablet, multiple individuals documented the entire incident involving Song Xiyan's peculiar behavior as reported by Bai Xingshu. Lin Li clearly observed that Song Xiyan uttered only 2 phrases throughout the ordeal. Bai Xingshu, having been wronged, approached Song Xiyan to voice his grievances, and yet, he astonishingly responded with merely 2 statements. Moreover, when Bai Xingshu posed his doubts, Song Xiyan even frowned. What was he thinking? Lin Li was infuriated, completely taken aback by Lin Li's unexpected reaction. Bai Xingshu paused momentarily before hastily attempting to clarify matters with Song Xiyan. After Jiao Rong was taken away, it was just a private conversation between Bai Xingshu and Song Xiyan, and naturally, he wouldn't casually discuss it with others. However, Lin Li's direct misunderstanding of Song Xiyan was an entirely different matter. Bai Xingshu elaborated on Song Xiyan's reactions and his own thoughts to Lin Li. In conclusion, Bai Xingshu even patted his chest and assured Lin Li, "Teacher Song is truly a wonderful person." After hearing Bai Xingshu's words, Lin Li's heart could no longer be described merely as bittersweet. It shattered into a million fragments. "Does that fellow, Song Xiyan, truly require your protection?" Lin Li genuinely wished to shake Bai Xingshu awake. Yet, in the end, he could no longer contain his emotions and, with great difficulty, inquired of Bai Xingshu, "Do you truly harbor such affection for Song Xiyan?" Chapter 33. Bai Xingshu stared at Lin Li in astonishment. He was not foolish and certainly discerned the implications behind Lin Li's words of affection. Bai Xingshu had never contemplated that he would be perceived as a lovesick individual in someone else's eyes. The kind of mindless devotion to one's partner, regardless of how unworthy they may be, is truly exasperating, especially when one feels compelled to defend them fervently, leaving friends in utter frustration. Such is the phenomenon of being infatuated. Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li's face, contorted with suppressed fury, and felt a twinge of remorse. Yet, seeing Lin Li in such a state brought him a peculiar joy. The warmth of knowing someone cares enveloped him, particularly since Lin Li had previously harbored feelings for Song Xiyan. Now, having concluded that Song Xiyan had wronged him, Lin Li was resolutely committed to defending Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu struggled to suppress a smile. After all, it is generally ill-advised to laugh in the face of someone else's anger. Nevertheless, the delight seeped into his voice as he explained, "I do not harbor feelings for the teacher, truly. I simply have faith in their integrity and their commitment to justice. I trust you immensely as well. Please do not misconstrue this as romantic affection. To me, the teacher is merely that, a teacher or perhaps a friend at most. I am quite capable of distinguishing between affection and indifference. I assure you, my feelings towards a teacher are identical to those I have for you. There is no distinction. You need not worry." Hearing Bai Xingshu's unwavering assurance, Lin Li could only respond with a quiet "Thank you," his shattered heart feeling no less fractured. Though he did not reveal his own feelings, it felt as if Bai Xingshu had unequivocally rejected him. Yet, as Lin Li gazed into Bai Xingshu's bright, trusting eyes, he thought to himself, "What a fool." In that moment, Lin Li was uncertain whether he was speaking of Bai Xingshu or himself. Classes commenced and concluded. The joy of the holiday evidently lifted spirits, as several classmates, before departing, recounted tales of their parents, playfully declaring that they would report Bai Xingshu's deeds to them upon their return. Bai Xingshu could confidently report to the teacher. They, too, could inform their parents. The phrase "to report" resonated with the same weight as when Bai Xingshu had once declared it to Song Xiyan, leaving a profound impact. Bai Xingshu found himself in a state of bemusement, sensing that he had inadvertently taught his classmates something of great significance. During dinner that evening, the number of individuals applying to leave the school was substantial, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the cafeteria staff. Yet, the gaze directed towards Bai Xingshu was markedly more intense than before, an amalgamation of curiosity and intrigue. He vividly recalled that during the community incident, those who rallied to his defense were not solely his classmates from Class S. There were also students from other classes and grades, many of whom he did not know. Yet, they stood resolutely for Bai Xingshu, driven by a sense of justice and fairness. After a moment's reflection, Bai Xingshu decided to express that he was fine, extending his gratitude for the support and concern. However, this felt somewhat peculiar. Thus, he raised his hand and, with a smile, formed a large heart above his head. A soft chuckle escaped from someone in the crowd, as Bai Xingshu, typically solitary due to residing in a different dormitory and often accompanied only by his Class S peers, had cultivated an aura of serene elegance that maintained a certain distance from others. In essence, he was a figure to be admired from afar, yet not to be approached casually. They were entirely unprepared for the sudden arrival of Bai Xingshu, which led them to feel that he was not as inaccessible as they had previously thought. Consequently, some individuals naturally approached him for conversation, and within mere moments, the dialogue swiftly evolved into a lively exchange. Bai Xingshu was able to engage with anyone effortlessly. Initially, the discussion revolved around the matter concerning Jiao Rong, to which Bai Xingshu casually remarked that there was nothing to worry about, expressing confidence in the school's handling of the situation and suggesting that there was no need for such agitation. As the conversation progressed, the topic unexpectedly shifted to the challenges of academic courses, the strictness of the teachers, and the disillusionment with military school life, which was far from their expectations and not at all glamorous. They expressed envy for their peers in the capital city, who could apply to return home on weekends, as they too longed for their families. The once vibrant atmosphere in the cafeteria transformed into a cacophony of complaints and lamentations. Observing Bai Xingshu and the other students, the teachers remarked, "Those who still have the energy to cry should be subjected to extra training." The teachers, whom the students had deemed strict, coldly indicated their disdain, marking a check next to Bai Xingshu's name. Although the incident involving Jiao Rong stirred considerable unrest among the students, from the school's perspective, it was merely a trivial matter. No matter how influential the Jiao family was, it bore no relevance to the military. The fact that the Jiao family had been unable to exert substantial influence within the military over the years was telling. When Jiao Rong was initially taken away, a resolution was already determined at that moment. He would be dealt with in accordance with established protocols for similar incidents. The empire has stood for many years, and countless similar cases have arisen, none of which present a unique circumstance requiring distinct handling for Jiao Rong. What remains is the referral to a military tribunal, which will assess Jiao Rong's attitude towards confession to determine the specific sentence. As for the lack of communication with the students, it primarily benefits those who choose silence. On one hand, given the students' uproar, the Jiao family seeks to quell unrest, which necessitates yielding some concessions to the military. Previously shelved project applications can be renegotiated. On the other hand, this situation allows them to scrutinize the students' dispositions. Those fervently denouncing the institution in pursuit of justice are of no concern. Every soldier must possess a degree of valor. Conversely, students who remain indifferent or entirely disengaged, exhibiting a stable temperament on the battlefield, are viewed favorably. However, those who waver after mere hours of uncertainty, indulging in conspiracy, and casting grave doubts upon the institution, exhibit a disposition that is troubling and will be placed on the list for focused educational intervention. It is acceptable if they can amend their ways. If not, such temperament may either lead them to transfer to ordinary schools or result in their assignment to peripheral positions with minimal influence upon enlistment. Bai Xingshu, having questioned and unjustly implicated the entire mechanical engineering department, was also included in this list for close observation. Nevertheless, Bai Xingshu subsequently displayed remarkable composure, refraining from any further provocative actions, leading to a temporary release. It was only when he actively sought to soothe his classmates' fervent emotions that he was entirely cleared from scrutiny. After finishing dinner, Bai Xingshu encountered Lu, who had been waiting for him. To be precise, Lu had deliberately awaited his arrival. The decision regarding whether to publicly disclose the outcome of Jiao Rong's situation rested with the school. However, it was essential to provide a response to the victim. Upon seeing Lu, Bai Xingshu felt a flicker of understanding and approached him briskly, his voice light. "Leader, has there been a resolution regarding Jiao Rong's matter?"
Lu,
who had been pondering how to broach this topic with Bai Xingshu, inwardly lamented the futility of his efforts. Maintaining his composure, he succinctly informed Bai that Jiao Rong had been sent to a military court that afternoon. Without pausing, he transitioned to addressing Bai Xingshu's ideological education. "The remarks you made in the mechanical engineering class have affected the relationship between two departments. Therefore, I must issue you a warning and impose a penalty." Within the community, some students reacted to your comments with sweeping generalizations against the mechanical engineering department, which understandably caused some irritation there. One individual's actions cannot be deemed representative of an entire group. If outsiders were to hear of Jiao Rong's actions and claim that all students of Capital Military University behave similarly, would you find that just? Nevertheless, considering the context of the situation and your prompt apology to the mechanical engineering department, the penalty is provisionally set for this semester. You are not permitted to enter other departments without authorization. Lu's tone was stern, yet the penalty itself was rather mild. Essentially, it merely serves to convey to the outside world that our combat department is indeed imposing penalties on students. After all, a typical student would not aimlessly wander into other departments. Bai Xingshu remained unfazed, yet the system was struck with a thunderbolt of realization. The prestigious alphas that required Bai Xingshu's expertise were all situated in other departments. Chapter 34. Upon hearing the system's lamentations, Bai Xingshu finally grasped the crux of the penalty issue. His smile was utterly uncontainable. He had indeed forgotten about his mission. In that moment, the system's wails grew even more pitiful. Listening to the sorrowful sounds, an elated Bai Xingshu hesitated, contemplating whether to silence the system outright or offer it some consolation. Ultimately, he opted for the latter. After all, this situation was markedly different from before. If left unsoothed, the system would likely create further disturbances once the mute function was lifted. Thus, Bai Xingshu spoke, "It's merely one semester. It's not a significant issue. Theoretically, we were supposed to begin our pursuit of the elite alphas in our junior year, and now we have an additional 3 years at our disposal. I have already filtered out numerous targets within the first week of the semester, and the remaining alphas on the list are few. Even if we commence next semester, it will progress swiftly." He was not shirking his responsibilities. This was merely an unavoidable circumstance. Bai Xingshu's tone brimmed with confidence, which caused the system to momentarily concede that his assertions held merit. However, upon reprocessing Bai Xingshu's words within its programming, it suddenly recognized a disconcerting truth. Indeed, after a mere week since the commencement of the semester, Bai Xingshu had set his sights on 3 targets: Lin Li, Kang Youxin, and Jiao Rong. However, All his attempts to engage with them ended in failure. The alpha list provided to Bai Xingshu was intended as a guide for his pursuits, not as a directive to eliminate the names therein. Frustrated, Bai Xingshu silenced the increasingly vocal system, preferring the tranquility it once offered. The failures were hardly his fault. They stemmed from the individual shortcomings of those involved. He exerted considerable effort during each endeavor, after all. Upon witnessing Bai Xingshu's restrained smile, Lu, the overseer, furrowed his brow, realizing that his earlier stern admonitions had failed to convey the gravity of the situation. He added sternly, "This leniency is granted solely because it is your first offense. Should there be a recurrence, the consequences will be severe." Bai Xingshu cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement, and responded with a loud, "Yes, Supervisor." He then privately reassured himself, "I merely wished to avoid implicating teacher Song Xiyan. It was not a genuine belief." They had already caused enough trouble for teacher Song, who diligently repaired mechas in the workshop every day without charge. To burden him further with personal issues would reflect poorly on the competence of students from the combat department. In light of this situation, Bai Xingshu adjusted his manner of speaking once more, recognizing the need to emphasize a sense of unity when addressing the faculty of the combat department. "I can resolve this myself," Bai Xingshu declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhu gazed at Bai Xingshu for an extended moment. Initially, after watching the video, he had perceived Bai Xingshu's remarks as thoughtless. At the tender age of 18, youthful innocence often leads to impetuous decisions, a common occurrence, especially among cadets in a military academy. The presence of such individuals is indeed abundant. As the combat instructors reviewed the footage, none suspected that Bai Xingshu was calculating. Rather, they were struck by his choice to apologize immediately after being challenged, rather than engaging in conflict, a truly commendable act. Students with such amiable dispositions are exceedingly rare within their ranks. Ultimately, the reality of the situation seemed even more astonishing than they had anticipated. Lu Zhu did not question the authenticity of Bai Xingshu's statement. He himself felt that the Bai Xingshu in the video appeared overly composed for his age. A child contemplating such matters. Lu Zhu scoffed softly, yet who could resist appreciating a student who stands up for their teacher? From that point onward, Lu Zhu refrained from further comments regarding the incident. His tone softened as he conveyed the final matter at hand to Bai Xingshu. "You need not attend the close combat class any longer. If you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, you may come to me directly for that lesson. Your chaotic driving skills, if attributed to my guidance, would be a source of embarrassment." As for this matter, it was originally the instructor of the advanced driving course who suggested taking on Bai Xingshu. But let us disregard that. It is of no consequence. After all, who wouldn't he teach Bai Xingshu? The primary objective was merely to prevent this individual from running amok. Ultimately, it was his responsibility as the lead instructor to elucidate the situation to Bai Xingshu. With no qualms, Lu, the lead instructor, directly took away a student who had been previously reserved by someone else, stating, "Since you are at school this weekend, report to the training room at the same time as your class." This was clearly an indication of his intention to conduct a one-on-one lesson. Bai Xingshu was elated. Yes. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Xingshu prepared to share this delightful news with his roommate. However, upon opening the door, he found the room eerily empty. The familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. It was at that moment he recalled that Shen Geng was also a local from Capital Star. "This person didn't he even inform me before applying for leave?" Bai Xingshu utilized the system as a sounding board for his grievances. Once again subjected to the system's imposed silence, its fragile heart shattered into countless pieces as it sobbed in accusation. "I have always been by your side. You treat everyone better than me." To this, Bai Xingshu harbored no remorse. "I've grown accustomed to it. After all, you aren't human, are you?" He had spent his entire life as an anomaly, and his sensitivity towards non-human entities was merely a slight inclination. Compared to other anomalies, Bai Xingshu felt he had treated the system with the utmost reverence. Moreover, he had not treated anyone better than the system. Reflecting on Jiao Rong, "I wonder if I have been rather kind to you." Bai Xingshu was exercising his ability to comfort others. The system responded, expressing deeper sorrow regarding Jiao Rong. Is there truly a comforting system like this? After teasing the system, Bai Xingshu approached his desk, picked up a data analysis book, and then put it back down. No, if he was to attend Director Liu's class tomorrow, he ought to refine his shooting skills today. He recalled the time when he first entered the combat network community, where numerous voices praised his efforts in shooting.
Ah, yet another harsh critique.
During the previous 2 classes, Bai Xingshu had never employed a loaded gun against Director Liu. Such an act would be utterly humiliating. He intended to bring forth his finest skills to confront Director Liu. However, with one-on-one instruction on the horizon, it was inevitable that Director Liu would gauge his shooting proficiency. With a grave expression, Bai Xingshu grasped the login device. The announcement of Xingzi Jiangji going online sent a hush over the entire community, a stark contrast to the usual lively atmosphere. Just last night, Xingzi Jiangji had only logged in twice, yet the ferocity displayed in those instances completely reshaped their perception of a novice overlord. The ferocious beast truly reduced opponents to tears in a physical sense. Now, those who could match with Bai Xingshu were all esteemed figures on the leaderboard. Many admired him, and upon witnessing their favorite overlord being bullied, they were filled with righteous indignation, dominating the community throughout the day. They dared not provoke him. Yet, watching Xingzi Jiangji in battle was still a spectacle to behold. Such players, who consistently bring forth new surprises in every online battle, are indeed exceedingly rare. Before long, the number of online spectators for the impending match began to surge at an astonishing rate. Chapter 35, Bai Xingshu. Each battle is imbued with its own purpose. For instance, familiarizing oneself with mech piloting, practicing evasive maneuvers alongside classmates, and venting the tumultuous emotions accumulated from recent experiences. Yesterday was about emotional release, and Bai Xingshu did not concern himself too much, as long as he logged off after the match. Today, however, was about honing his marksmanship, prompting Bai Xingshu to open the information panel. His combat network ID, mech configuration, and the number of spectators following the match were all prominently displayed. Nearly 2 million, and the number continued to rise. Bai Xingshu was taken aback. This figure exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. He had assumed that everyone was merely observing his battle videos and discussing them within the community. As he watched the match complete and his opponent materialize, Bai Xingshu pondered. Although the community members exhibited somewhat eccentric behavior, they harbored no ill will towards him and seemed genuinely fond of him. Reflecting on the commendations he received from classmates in the cafeteria for his heart gestures, under the solemn gaze of all, they witnessed the free mech, during the countdown to battle, extend a heart towards the opposing mech. The spectators were left speechless. The enemy mech, identified as Hardcore Little Fish, felt a tinge of fear. The atmosphere today seemed even more peculiar than that of yesterday. Fortunately, the Hardcore Little Fish observed the weapon being wielded by his opponent, a loaded gun, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It is well known that there is only one weapon slot in the game, Xingzi. In terms of difficulty ranking, it is as follows: Hell level, chicken wing; hard level, loaded knife; normal level, loaded gun. There is no easy level. If it is indeed a loaded gun, victory is not beyond his grasp. The Hardcore Little Fish steadied his nerves, watching the countdown to battle reach its conclusion. Unlike others who commenced with a barrage of fire upon Xingzi, a strategy long proven ineffective, he maintained his composure during the preparation phase, positioning his covering weapon and aiming at his adversary. His objective was to provoke Xingzi into executing an evasive maneuver at the outset of the encounter. With astonishing speed, which earned him the moniker Hardcore Little Fish, he darted to the side of Xingzi. This location constituted a blind spot to the gun's barrel. The Hardcore Little Fish exploited a reaction time of less than a second, during which Xingzi was unable to pivot the weapon and could only choose to evade his assault. All he sought was to ensure that Xingzi could not evade every attack. The offensive he had meticulously prepared at the start was now unleashed. There were no surprises, no unforeseen twists. Just as the Hardcore Little Fish had anticipated, Bai Xingshu executed a sudden shift, altering his trajectory to evade the onslaught. There was no cause for disappointment. Opponents of their caliber were exceedingly difficult to eliminate. After all, just as he had anticipated, a portion of his attacks still landed on that free mech. Several bullet holes emerged, slowly emitting wisps of gray smoke, marking the evidence of the mech's scorching. The damage to the machine stood at 2 Hardcore little fish assessed the extent of the damage inflicted on the mech, both of them being speed-oriented fighters, where the contest lay in who could strike faster. With the attributes of his divine mech, he believed that as long as he could continuously replicate this offensive maneuver. Hardcore little fish fixated on Xingzi Jiangji, his mind racing, suddenly sensing something amiss. He noticed the screen before him flickering with red light. It was at this moment that the fully concentrated hardcore little fish became aware of the system alert ringing in his ears. The damage to the mech had escalated to 11, with the left shoulder sustaining injuries and the first weapon slot rendered unresponsive. When did this happen? Did Xingzi Jiangji just attack him? The spectators were equally astonished. From their vantage point, they had not witnessed when Xingzi Jiangji executed the attack. Someone urgently captured the spectator video, rewinding and slowing it down to scrutinize the sequence, only then discovering the nature of the attack. The community's exclusive discussion, regardless of fan sentiment, erupted instantly. What technique is this? I can't comprehend it. Screenshot. Evading while simultaneously delivering that shot was simply magnificent. Has Xingzi Jiangji employed this tactic before? Goodness, how does he manage to unveil something new every day? Is this also an original attack technique by Xingzi Jiangji? Much like that chicken wing slap followed by a frenzied dismantling? Absolutely stunning. It seems I could potentially learn this maneuver from the coach. After swiftly traversing several floors, only one individual emerged to provide clarification. Do not be overly excited. This is a sudden switch, a technique quite common in intermediate arenas. Developed over 3 centuries ago as an advanced driving skill. Among enthusiasts of mecha combat networks, many are well-versed in this technique, which requires no special explanation. They understand it inherently. Is this indeed a sudden switch? Wow, I didn't realize it could be employed in this manner.
Indeed.
Those adept in this skill have utilized it to swiftly adjust the orientation of their weaponry on several occasions. However, the plethora of techniques employed by the experts makes such a minor application seem inconspicuous. Yet, since there's only one weapon position in Xingzi Jiangji, this technique's application stands out remarkably. But even with a sudden switch, executing an attack at the very moment of repositioning requires an astounding reaction time. Hey, are you new here? Ever since Xingzi Jiangji made its debut, hasn't the most apparent advantage been its reaction speed?
Terrifying.
Members of the community can record videos and analyze them in reverse to discern exactly what transpired. Yet, for the hardcore player, there is no such opportunity. It was only after being struck for the 3rd time that the hardcore player realized the rapid changes in weapon orientation. The previously perceived safe attacking position was, in fact, non-existent. How is one to contend with this? The pressure on the hardcore player surged dramatically, yet he did not relent. Swiftly recalibrating in search of a more suitable and secure attack position, yet by the time the formidable little fish was eliminated, no such position had been discovered. Or rather, the safe spot that was identified proved to be exceedingly confined, beyond his capability to reach with precision. The match concluded. Bai Xingshu gazed upon the victorious effects before him and commenced a review of this round. 56 shots. Bai Xingshu paid little heed to the circumstances of his opponent, silently reciting this number in his mind. It represented his total shots fired in this match, significantly fewer than in his previous encounters with loaded firearms. The rapid switching technique afforded Bai Xingshu the substantial advantage of swiftly redirecting his aim. In the past, after firing a shot, even if he swiftly repositioned himself to pursue his adversary, accurately redirecting his aim was a formidable challenge. Now, with the implementation of rapid switching, he could afford to miss a shot once, adjust his aim before the opponent could reposition, and launch a second attack. This was crucial for Bai Xingshu. Previously, he could only practice his shooting skills shot after shot, but now, he had been granted an opportunity to err. Bai Xingshu etched the sensations of adjusting his aim time and again into his memory before finally assessing the damage sustained by his mech at the conclusion of the match. The damage stood at 41, more than he had anticipated. His current adversaries were indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. He reflected further on the tactical approach employed against the formidable little fish and pressed the matchmaking option. Meanwhile, the defeated little fish quickly regained his composure. After all, this was merely a routine battle, and he had experienced losses in the past. Moreover, when contrasted with the unfortunate souls who were dismantled by the relentless force, The outcome of this match held little weight for the resolute little fish. He even took it upon himself to eagerly spectate, curious as to who the next fortunate individual chosen by the relentless force would be. Thus, he witnessed his own battle strategy resurrected in this conflict, employed by none other than the relentless force itself. In one moment, your tactical approach shines brilliantly. In the next, it belongs to me. Yet, this was not the most disconcerting aspect. The most difficult pill to swallow was that the relentless force executed it far more adeptly, consistently landing in safe positions with precision. Little Fish. Chapter 36. With the swift transitions, Bai Xingshu's performance with the loading gun improved remarkably. However, he remained uncertain whether he could capture Lu's attention. Early on a weekend morning, Bai Xingshu arrived at the training room's entrance. During non-class hours, access to the training room was strictly controlled, requiring Lu's presence for entry. Consequently, Bai Xingshu began to scrutinize the door's security measures, ultimately concluding that it was entirely secured with metal fixtures, which he believed he could dismantle. Alas! A sense of exhilaration washed over him. When Lu finally arrived, he found Bai Xingshu gazing intently at the top of the door, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, reminiscent of Lu's own admiration for his prized mecha. Lu. This Bai Xingshu, regardless of what he observes, possesses such a profound gaze. Even the act of staring at a door exudes a sense of deep affection. However, gazing at the door is certainly far more preferable than watching classmates. Recalling the moments in class when students would furtively glance at Bai Xingshu, Lu Zhudao suddenly felt a throbbing headache. He stepped inside. With a stoic expression, Lu Zhudao approached Bai Xingshu and opened the door to the training room. Upon entering, he did not immediately guide Bai Xingshu to the simulation pod. Instead, he inquired, "Do you engage in mecha practice during your free time?" Bai Xingshu responded affirmatively, mentioning that he had acquired a login device for the combat network from the department. Lu Zhudao was not surprised. During the freshman competition, as the designated primary instructor for Class S, he had observed the matches in advance to familiarize himself with his future students. Bai Xingshu's performance left a lasting impression on Lu Zhudao. The seemingly contradictory words raw and ferocious were vividly embodied in Bai Xingshu. Despite Lu Zhudao's harsh criticism of Bai Xingshu's entire performance during the first class of the semester, it was evident that aside from the asset management instructor, the other teachers had applauded when Bai Xingshu subdued Lin Li. His audacity and determination were remarkable. Everyone had doubted him, claiming that his tactic of dismantling the cockpit door would be futile against Lin Li, who would never allow anyone to approach his mecha. Yet, Bai Xingshu shattered their expectations. Subsequently, during class, Lu Zhudao called out Bai Xingshu's name in reference to his earlier combat. Although merely a night had passed, Lu Zhudao could distinctly perceive Bai Xingshu's significant improvement compared to the freshman competition. He no longer charged recklessly while piloting the mecha. In just 2 days, Bai Xingshu will return to class, having made significant strides in his skills. He has already begun to adeptly employ mecha techniques in a combinatory manner. No one can achieve progress without effort. It is evident that Bai Xingshu has dedicated considerable time and thought to practice during this period. At school, the only avenue to hone mecha piloting skills is through the Mecha Combat Network. Lu, the instructor, reached for a combat network login device from the display screen. "Let me see your battle records." Bai Xingshu hesitated, recalling his few encounters using the loading gun. On the bright side, he had not faced defeat. He glanced at his personal information and selected the option to replay his battle records. The screen displayed all the combat videos, revealing a total of 52. Lu was taken aback. "Is that all? You've never used the combat network before?" he asked, surprised.
No, Bai Xingshu replied.
Lu pondered the implications of this answer and proceeded to block the advanced piloting course instructor. It was best not to let this individual hinder his student's progress. After completing this action, Lu did not inquire further, instead opting to casually select a recent and brief video to assess Bai Xingshu's current performance in battles against opponents. Soon, Lu beheld the extravagant 12 wings adorning a free mecha. Lu remarked, a youth perhaps 18 or 19, it is understandable to desire aesthetics. Yet, what of the weaponry? Why is this mech empty-handed, with all weapon slots sealed? Lu, the instructor, had yet to realize that there existed mechs with only a single weapon slot. He instinctively felt that Bai Xingshu had simply forgotten to equip weapons for this round. It was no surprise that this match lasted only 2 minutes. Then, Lu witnessed a scene of devastation. Lu pondered, is there truly no issue with my studentess mentality? He turned to Bai Xingshu, who wore an expression of mild embarrassment. I was focused on learning data analysis. Data analysis, that is understandable. Upon hearing the name of the course, a thought instinctively flashed in Lu's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. After all, he was now a teacher. Lu adopted a stern demeanor. Didn't he inquire about that? Let us rehearse this round again. Lu made slight adjustments and 2 mechs, identical to those in the video, were holographically projected before them. Your use of the 12 feathered wings is quite innovative, combining defense and speed. The inherent sturdiness of the wings compensates for the lack of weaponry. Lu offered a compliment, as this application of the wings sparked some new ideas for him regarding weapon usage. However, your chosen position is incorrect. Do you see the weapon port from this angle? Your opponent's ability to respond to sudden situations is inadequate. Had they activated that weapon immediately, they could have extricated themselves without delay. Lu, the instructor, pointed to a suitable offensive position on the holographic display with his teaching stick, cautioning about the knife in the opponent's right hand, which could easily parry one's attack with a swift counter. In the realm of combat, as long as one is willing to invest financially, everyone can possess identical mechs and weaponry. Combat techniques can be mastered with sufficient dedication, yet individuals still vary in strength. The disparity lies in their ability to respond effectively in real time. Those who once faced Bai Xingshu found themselves utterly powerless, swiftly subdued, and dismantled by his prowess. However, Lu perceived a multitude of countermeasures available. Judging by his opponent's arsenal, it was evident that this was an aggressive player. Should he evade Lu's current strike, he would. To navigate such scenarios, one must. Lu conducted a strategic analysis from both perspectives against Bai Xingshu, who raised his own inquiries during the discussion. Subsequently, they reviewed 2 videos showcasing Bai Xingshu's battles with others, some wielding firearms, others brandishing blades. Lu refrained from critiquing Bai Xingshu's weapon handling skills. Such techniques were for the students to hone themselves. The instructor's role was to elucidate what is right and wrong, to provide problem-solving strategies and applicable methods. Although he felt a twinge of irritation upon noticing Bai Xingshu's erratic shooting and rapid adjustments to the trajectory, Lu suddenly gained insight after viewing a recent video featuring a weaponized firearm. At the outset, the matter discussed with Bai Xingshu regarding the misjudgment of positional choices during his use of the 12 back feathers has indeed been rectified. Lu, the instructor, recalled the exact moment he had opened that video, which was merely the day before. Has it truly been amended so swiftly? After a moment of contemplation, Lu turned to Bai Xingshu, his expression unreadable. Enough for now. Let us directly engage in the simulator for some practice. Witnessing a promising student often evokes a sense of cherishing talent. However, encountering an exceptionally gifted individual can incite a desire to unleash a good thrashing. Do you know how long it took for him to realize the issue and amend it? In Chapter 37, Bai Xingshu had no objections. After listening to Lu's extensive insights, he was eager to implement his combat strategies practically. Yet, within mere 2 minutes of entering the simulator, he was decisively defeated. In that confrontation, Lu targeted every vulnerable spot with precision, treating his opponent not as a student, but as a formidable adversary. Bai Xingshu reflected on his previous training session, during which he had managed to endure for over 2 minutes. This time, however, he found himself with almost no capacity for retaliation. Having analyzed several of Bai Xingshu's combat videos, Lu had discerned his opponent's fighting tendencies, allowing him to strike with even greater ferocity. Continue. Rapidly reviewing in his mind where his responses had faltered, Bai Xingshu acknowledged, understood. In the second round of battle, he again lasted just over a minute. The alterations he had attempted to implement were still well within Lu's expectations. Bai Xingshu did not perceive his combat awareness to be inferior to that of Lu Zhudao. Yet, where had he faltered? He reflected once more on the recent match. Bai Xingshu once again heard Lu Zhudao's unwavering voice. Continue. Yes. In the third battle, he lasted 1 minute and 37 seconds, 10 seconds longer than in the second round. He had swiftly altered the position of his weapon, leading Lu Zhudao to mistakenly believe he intended to attack with the loaded gun, when in fact, the focus was on the flying knives in his left hand. This maneuver compelled Lu Zhudao to adjust his attack rhythm to evade the knives, thereby delaying the action by 10 seconds. However, such a minor alteration still failed to effect significant change in Lu Zhudao's hands. Lu Zhudao's voice remained steady. Continue.
Yes.
In the fourth match, he once again returned to a duration of over a minute. This time, the adjustments he made failed to yield any new impact on Lu Zhudao. This exemplified the adaptability of top-tier pilots in the world. Bai Xingshu pondered Lu Zhudao's strategic choices during combat and sensed he had grasped something essential. Since today was a lesson, Lu Zhudao surely did not merely wish to defeat him. Continue.
Yes.
In the fifth round, he lasted 1 minute and 41 seconds. Bai Xingshu felt he had begun to comprehend the deeper significance of his battles with Lu Zhudao. Indeed, if he never considered himself inferior to Lu Zhudao, then why had he not learned the techniques that Lu Zhudao employed to overcome him? The simulated mech is not merely a free mech with a single weapon slot like those found in combat networks. My mech is identical to Lu's. Why not learn from it? Once again, as I approached the 2-minute mark, Bai Xingshu felt a surge of exhilaration. Proceed.
Yes.
In the sixth round, I fell back to just under a minute and a half. Purely imitating Lu's driving style proved less effective. Those who emulate survive. Those who merely imitate perish. The insights I gleaned from the previous round seemed to betray me in this one, revealing a hint of arrogance. Lu likely scoffed at my attempts. It was evident that Lu's onslaught had intensified during this round. Bai Xingshu took a deep breath and, after a few moments of silence, finally heard Lu's voice say, "Continue." It seemed I had been a bit lazy this time, displeasing Lu.
Yes.
In the seventh round, I clocked in at 1 minute and 32 seconds. The eighth round at 1 minute and 21 seconds. The ninth round. The 21st round reached 1 minute and 54 seconds. Engaging with true masters in combat networks is far more exhilarating than playing countless rounds against ordinary opponents. Bai Xingshu felt he had nearly breached the 2-minute threshold. Continue. His voice rang with enthusiasm. Lu remained silent for several seconds before finally saying, "All right, let us take a break and tend to our hands." Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu paused, suddenly aware of the subtle ache in his wrist. The simulation chamber is not a combat network. Each operational instrument within it is composed of tangible components, requiring the dexterous touch of human hands to manipulate. After nearly an hour of intense engagement, it is hardly surprising that one might experience such a reaction. However, the level of discomfort is not insurmountable. Yet, since the esteemed Commander Lu has spoken, Bai Xingshu has managed to temper the exhilaration stirred by the battle and stepped out of the simulation chamber. Observing the expression on Bai Xingshu's face, which mirrored his initial demeanor upon entering the chamber, Commander Lu fell into silence. His fingers now throbbed with a dull ache. At the outset of their duel, Lu had merely intended to deliver a light reprimand to the student. However, as he reviewed the recorded footage of their matches, he realized that regardless of the choices he made, the ultimate victor was invariably Bai Xingshu. The records revealed a staggering 50 consecutive victories, with nary a single defeat. Driven by the notion that he should seize the opportunity to strike while he could, and concerned about Bai Xingshu's current unblemished streak, fearing that a sudden defeat might shatter his morale, Lu thought it prudent to allow Bai Xingshu a taste of helplessness. Yet, the reality unfolded differently. Commander Lu watched in disbelief as Bai Xingshu, having been bested time and again, grew increasingly emboldened, his strategic approach evolving rapidly. In one round, he employed a particular tactic, only to pivot to an entirely different strategy in the next, exhibiting no semblance of repetition whatsoever. In the end, I could only focus entirely on suppressing Bai Xingshu, preventing him from executing his attacks and successfully keeping him at bay for 2 minutes. Even a mere stroll around the battlefield would hardly have been as exhausting. It truly felt maddening. After exerting such tremendous effort, Lu, the leader, observed Bai Xingshu as he rubbed his wrist. Despite being suppressed for 21 consecutive rounds, Bai Xingshu seemed utterly unaffected. Indeed, prior to the 16th round, it was Lu who called for a continuation, but thereafter, it was Bai Xingshu who fervently insisted on pressing on. Lu, who had initially contemplated halting the match, assumed Bai Xingshu's persistence stemmed from a sense of defiance, thus he continued to engage with him for several more rounds. However, the situation increasingly felt amiss.
Now.
It seemed to Lu that his 21 rounds had scarcely impacted Bai Xingshu's mindset in the slightest. Was this individual truly 18 years old? In truth, Bai Xingshu was already 24 when selected by the system, and he gazed at Lu with confusion, unable to comprehend the complexity in the latter's expression. Leader? Bai Xingshu inquired softly. Lu glanced at Bai Xingshu's wrist, where a slight redness and swelling marred his otherwise fair skin, appearing particularly severe. There was a care device nearby. Lu pointed towards it, observing as Bai Xingshu obediently tended to his hands. Upon his return, Lu once again instructed Bai Xingshu to enter the simulation chamber. After diligently practicing the standard techniques of mecha operation, I found myself with swollen and bruised hands after just a little over an hour of combat. Do you know the longest battle I have participated in? It lasted 2 days and 3 nights. Without mastering these techniques, one could exhaust their hands and still struggle to endure. I gave Bai Xingshu a thorough reprimand, which left Lu Zhudao feeling significantly more at ease. He gestured for Bai Xingshu to diligently refine his skills until they became instinctive responses. Lu Zhudao quietly stepped aside, ostensibly to rest, but in reality began to assemble a group of combat instructors from various grades. Previously, he had trained soldiers from the military, none of whom possessed the adaptability and cognitive prowess displayed by Bai Xingshu. His ability to draw connections and think strategically in battle was truly exceptional. If Lu Zhudao were to place himself in Bai Xingshu's position, he would find his own technical abilities somewhat limited, leading to a lack of confidence in outperforming such an opponent. It was clear to Lu Zhudao that what Bai Xingshu needed most was to enhance his technical prowess. This included mastering the foundational mecha operation techniques and various practical driving skills. In essence, the most suitable individual to guide Bai Xingshu would indeed be the instructor of the advanced driving course. However, how could he still be considered a student? Someone of his stature must possess a comprehensive knowledge of driving techniques. If the advanced driving instructor could teach him, surely Lu Zhudao was more than capable of imparting these skills, as his own practical application of these techniques far surpassed that of his counterpart. Lu, the leader, was fervently typing away in the group chat, sending a flurry of messages. Observing the ostensibly desperate, yet subtly ostentatious words, the combat instructors from other grades were left speechless. Chapter 38. In an instant, the chat was filled with a cacophony of animated greetings. Ultimately, Lu managed to secure a set of teaching guidance, the super basic version. Bai Xingshu practiced the standard operations of the mecha until noon, and just before heading out for lunch, he received this educational material. Over the past couple of days, he diligently reviewed the contents. Lu, with an air of cold elegance, addressed Bai Xingshu. Excellent. Bai Xingshu responded obediently, embodying the quintessentially amiable student who brings ease to a teacher's heart. After returning to the dormitory post-lunch, Bai Xingshu transferred the files he received onto his tablet. Upon opening the folder, he was greeted by 172 videos. Each one, upon a cursory glance, was at least an hour long, with some extending to 3 hours. Bai Xingshu was taken aback. Teacher, are you certain these materials can be reviewed in just 2 days? He pondered silently as he clicked on one video, setting it to play at 1.25x speed. He began his studies in the dormitory and continued to practice the standard operations in the training room. Meanwhile, Shen Geng, who had temporarily requested to leave the school, returned to the palace. Once he resumed his identity as the crown prince, he promptly investigated the situation regarding Jiao Rong. The results were crystal clear. Noticing the search results, he discovered that Jiao Rong was currently awaiting trial in a military-exclusive prison. Shen Geng, without needing further elaboration from others, comprehended the outcome. Yet, since the school had taken him away so early, why had there been no updates? Shen Geng contemplated for a moment, placing himself in the position of the school authorities. He pondered on what actions he would take, subsequently investigating the movements of the Jiao family, which ultimately confirmed his suspicions. Covering his face with his hands, Shen Geng silently chided himself. He should have anticipated this. However, after hearing Bai Xingshu's remarks, he had only remembered his displeasure. Shen Geng closed the search engine, and shortly thereafter, A stunning Omega woman entered his room, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Darling Chen Chen, returning home after just a week of school? Have you been bullied? Come tell mommy all about it. Shen Jian gazed at his mother, who wore an expectant expression, and sighed in resignation. When have I ever been bullied? The queen stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Oh, but you have. When you were little, Chen Chen would run to me, crying, proclaiming that even though you were a beta, you were no less than any alpha. You were utterly adorable. Shen Jian retorted. I was only 6 years old. That's quite all right. Even at 60, Chen Chen could express such sentiments to his mother. As those words fell, a tall and imposing alpha male entered the room, his voice laced with laughter. He could also share such thoughts with his father. Shen Jian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Every little misstep of his was fodder for his parents' playful teasing. He straightened his back, striving to maintain a more dignified and perfect posture. Observing Shen Jian's reluctance to speak, the queen chuckled softly once more. So, your sudden return is because you miss your parents? Or is it that you find the dormitories somewhat uncomfortable? You all clearly know everything. Shen Jian protested for the second time. Even if you know all the news, you cannot possibly understand Shen Chen's feelings. The queen's voice was gentle, akin to that of a mother comforting her child, and her sudden mention of rectifying the atmosphere on Shitu's star raised concerns about any unfortunate events that may have transpired. Upon hearing this, Shen Jian realized there might be some misunderstanding and quickly replied, No, my roommate is quite wonderful, optimistic, and cheerful. Regardless of whom we discuss, he speaks only in praise. In his eyes, there is nothing undesirable about the entire capital star, be it people, events, or anything else. The queen observed her son, a smile involuntarily gracing his face when he mentioned his roommate, and exchanged a knowing glance with the emperor beside her. Goodness, her son, so dense, seemed to be on the verge of enlightenment. The emperor returned her gaze with a calm demeanor. He had witnessed similar expressions while perusing his treasured biographies. The queen mused, indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Li, upon returning home, swiftly became aware of the unfolding situation. With a slight twitch of his lips, he bluntly expressed, I detest these schemes and machinations. Lin Li's elder brother, Lin Li, maintained a composed demeanor as he perused the military reports in his hands, the golden cross insignia of his major rank glimmering brilliantly. You will inevitably have to learn these things, he remarked. Lin Li let out a soft sigh, increasingly feeling that his elder brother, after attaining a higher military rank, bore an uncanny resemblance to their father, making their conversations ever more strained. Swiftly, Lin Li made a decision and strode back to his room. Initially, he had applied for leave from school to procure a tablet for Bai Xingshu, but it seemed that Bai no longer required it. Nonetheless, this return was not devoid of significance. Lin Li recalled that Bai Xingshu had previously expressed his gratitude, inviting him to a lavish meal. This was not mere pleasantries, as Bai had reiterated his appreciation, mentioning that he had managed to repay his debts with the earnings from his part-time job. He inquired if Lin Li was available the following weekend, to which Lin Li readily affirmed his availability. The question then arose, what should he wear for the occasion? Standing before his wardrobe, Lin Li began to try on various outfits. The black attire felt dreary, the brighter options seemed somewhat unreliable, and the white ensemble appeared too simplistic, as if it conveyed a lack of seriousness towards his companion. He sifted through numerous outfits, realizing that what he once deemed an abundance of clothing now felt insufficient. Each piece seemed inadequate in its own way. Lin Li was acutely aware that he had been thoroughly rejected by Bai Xingshu.
Yet,
he understood that the dinner Bai intended to host as a token of gratitude was merely a sincere expression of thanks. However, the feelings he harbored for Bai could not simply be extinguished by rejection. In a sense, this dinner could be perceived as a date. If one were to round off the intentions behind it, regardless, isn't it merely two individuals dining together? Lin Li contemplated the prospect of a private meal with Bai Xingshu rather than the crowded atmosphere of the cafeteria. A chuckle escaped him involuntarily. Those aware of Jiao Rong's current circumstances were not limited to Xin Jian and Lin Li. Numerous scions from distinguished families studying at the capital military university were quite familiar with the situation. After reporting the incident to their parents, they were soon subjected to a lesson regarding the institution's manipulative tactics, only to be ridiculed for their naivety. The elite offspring mused, such matters should not burden one alone. Consequently, upon the return of all students on Sunday evening, the machinations that had circulated swiftly disseminated among them. The initial fervor of the students was abruptly extinguished. Realizing they had not only been exploited by the school but also coerced into a lesson, their sentiments echoed, "I'm fine, fuck you." Initially, the departments, particularly mechanical engineering, had begun to stir with discontent. However, upon the emergence of this news, their positions unified in outrage, turning their grievances towards the institution for so shamelessly manipulating their emotions. This time, the administration did not feign ignorance and promptly issued a response. "You little rascals, the battlefield is no place for compassion or righteousness. Remember, the adversaries you will face in the future are precisely the kind of unscrupulous individuals we are." Laughter ensued. The students were further incensed. Chapter 39, with the matter of the molten core behind him, and no immediate need to contemplate strategies for courting the illustrious Alpha, Bai Xingshu could finally relish his campus life. His days were filled with attending lectures and perusing textbooks, free from other distractions. Nevertheless, he had not forgotten the promise of treating someone to a sumptuous feast. While he could assist Teacher Song by repairing a mech for a semester, thereby alleviating some of his workload, he found himself at a loss for how to repay Lin Li and Xin Jian beyond merely offering a meal. The rewards from his diligent work-study efforts were consistently noted, and by Monday's end, Bai Xingshu had not only cleared his debts but also enjoyed a rare increase in his savings, reaching a commendable total of 26 star coins. By Tuesday, this amount had risen to 148 star coins. The daily earnings were remarkably stable, leading him to deduce that by the weekend, his savings could swell to an impressive sum of 500 star coins. Given the cost of living in this world, this would more than suffice to treat 3 adults to a delightful meal. The only remaining question was what to eat. Naturally, Bai Xingshu turned to the system for recommendations. However, the options were overwhelming. Most restaurants boasted an abundance of glowing reviews online. Setting aside the possibility that some feedback might be artificially generated, even if all reviews were genuine, the sheer volume of choices rendered the decision-making process rather daunting. Ultimately, he would need to consult someone. In selecting whom to inquire, Bai Xingshu promptly dismissed Xin Jian and Lin Li from his mind. Although I am the one inviting these two individuals, upon observing their economic status and the restaurants they recommend, it becomes evident that their choices are beyond my financial reach. For the same reason, the entire class of S has swiftly diminished in number. Among those with whom I share a closer rapport, the most suitable candidate seems to emerge quite readily. A restaurant for the invitation? Song Xiyan gazed at Bai Xingshu, unable to comprehend why one would pose such a question to him. Indeed, Bai Xingshu affirmed with conviction. To Song Xiyan, although he appeared to be relatively well-off, his family background seemed rather ordinary, and as a teacher he belonged to the category of social professionals, likely possessing numerous social obligations. He should certainly be aware of some delightful yet reasonably priced dining establishments. I have a budget of 500 star coins. As I wish to express my gratitude to my classmate for their assistance, it is only fitting that I treat them to a meal. Bai Xingshu conveyed this information to Song Xiyan. Without addressing Bai Xingshu's inquiry, Song Xiyan, as the teacher overseeing Bai Xingshu's work-study program, was well aware of Bai Xingshu's current financial situation. 500? That must be all the savings Bai Xingshu could gather by the weekend. Observing Bai Xingshu, who seemed so cheerful despite depleting his entire savings, Song Xiyan's tone turned cold. Who are you inviting? Lin Li? Song Xiyan had not forgotten how, when Bai Xingshu brought his classmates to the repair room, one individual had exhibited particularly intense hostility towards him. He also recalled that when this person departed, they merely cast a glance at Bai Xingshu, who immediately left him to rush towards the other. Indeed, Song Xiyan heard Bai Xingshu's voice, filled with mirth. Song Xiyan lowered his gaze in silence, which was hardly surprising. Bai Xingshu and Lin Li, one the top of the combat department and the other the second, shared the same age and class. It was likely that they sat side by side during lessons, whispering to one another behind the teacher's back. Such youthful beauty and perfect compatibility. Bai Xingshu sensed that Song Xiyan's mood had suddenly darkened. Observing the almost imperceptible change in Song Xiyan's expression, Bai Xingshu pondered. Could it be that he was upset because he invited Song Xiyan? After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Song Xiyan. I also invited my roommate, Shen Geng, the champion of the new recruits in combat command. He has been quite helpful to me, so. Bai Xingshu's smile radiated warmth. Teacher, would you like to join us? It turned out it wasn't just about Lin Li. Song Xiyan's gaze lingered on Bai Xingshu, who seemed to be illuminated by a radiant glow. He remained silent for a long time. Just as Bai Xingshu began to feel puzzled by his lack of response, Song Xiyan finally lowered his eyes and said, yes. Bai Xingshu pushed aside his thoughts about his savings and swiftly redirected the conversation. What would you like to eat, teacher? The question transitioned seamlessly from asking for restaurant recommendations to inquiring about his preferences. Song Xiyan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xingshu. In terms of conversation, Bai Xingshu truly stood out. Initially, Song Xiyan felt that Lin Li had been invited by Bai Xingshu, while he himself had been coerced into joining. However, this one statement soothed Song Xiyan's troubled thoughts. Just wait, Song Xiyan replied, his tone calm and indifferent. As Bai Xingshu listened to these words, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, so the teacher was also unaware. Song Xiyan fell silent, realizing that the teacher had been pulling his leg. What a blunder! He had actually fallen for the teacher's trick. How cunning! Song Xiyan. The wedge-shaped component is required for position 7. Song Xiyan stiffly redirected the conversation. However, Bai Xingshu was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Bai Xingshu, is the teacher feeling embarrassed? Song Xiyan, no. Bai Xingshu, then it must be embarrassment. Song Xiyan extends hand and knocks no, he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Ultimately, as today's maintenance tasks came to a close, Bai Xingshu received the link to the 4-person meal package that Song Xiyan had shared with him. Half an hour prior, upon seeing Song Xiyan's inquiry in the group chat, the professors from the mechanical engineering department fell into a profound silence. The numerous smaller groups buzzed with excitement, filled with all sorts of gossip. Yet, no one dared to ask Song Xiyan a single question in the main group. Instead, they quietly sent him several meal package links. Song Xiyan opted for the most economical option. Upon seeing the price of 388 star coins for 6 dishes, Bai Xingshu felt considerably more at ease. While 6 dishes might not suffice for the 4 of them, his surplus savings were certainly enough to add more. Indeed, Song Xiyan was the most gentle and reliable teacher. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Xingshu promptly shared the details of the meal package with Shen Geng. Bai Xingshu stood with an air of pride, hands on hips, and declared, "Look around. Is there anything here you wouldn't eat? If you are agreeable, let us embark on a culinary adventure this weekend." The prospect of indulging in a delightful meal had indeed been discussed with Shen Geng, who had not declined the invitation. Dining together would alleviate Bai Xingshu's incessant reminder of his perceived indebtedness to Shen Geng. With a nonchalant attitude, Shen Geng clicked on the shared link from Bai Xingshu, only to be captivated by the prominent phrase 4-person meal at the top of the page. Shen Geng remained silent, turning to Bai Xingshu with a questioning gaze. Bai Xingshu, sensing the weight of his expression, inquired, "What is the matter?" In contrast, it was the link itself that held deeper significance for Shen Geng. 4-person meal? Who else is included? Shen Geng inhaled deeply, burdened by the implications of those 3 words. However, Bai Xingshu remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. He casually recounted his invitation list. "Initially, I only invited you and Lin Li. Earlier today, I noticed that Teacher Song seemed quite interested in our gathering, so I extended an invitation to him as well." After sharing this, Bai Xingshu assured Shen Geng, "Rest assured, both Lin Li and Teacher Song are delightful company. You will undoubtedly get along splendidly." Shen Geng found himself at a loss for words. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt averse to the idea of attending, or perhaps apprehensive about it. He gazed intently at Bai Xingshu, pondering how he possessed the audacity to invite 2 former objects of his affection to share a lavish meal together. Is this person's mentality somewhat excessively alarming? Chapter 40. After a moment of hesitation regarding whether to attend or not, Shen Geng ultimately resolved to go. Although the gathering seemed peculiar at first glance, upon further reflection, it appeared even more bizarre. Shen Geng felt a heavy sense of anguish. If he chose not to attend, What if his roommate ended up being beaten? No, not just once, but twice, with no one to carry him back. Bai Xingshu sensed the gravity in Xin Jian's voice when he said, "No problem, I will go." It felt less like an agreement to dine, and more akin to consenting to enter a battlefield. Bai Xingshu wondered, is it because Xin Jian had never experienced such a lavish feast before? Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity for first-hand experience? How delightful. After all, they had eaten at the school cafeteria. No matter how one sliced it, the restaurant recommended by Song Xiyan would surely surpass the cafeteria's offerings. Bai Xingshu was genuinely looking forward to it. Thus, with this anticipation in mind, before their afternoon cultural class, Bai Xingshu routinely shared the meal package with Lin Li. The phrasing of his sharing link remained largely unchanged. "How about this package for our weekend meal? I've already placed the order." Upon hearing this, Lin Li felt a surge of happiness. Bai Xingshu had taken the time to carefully select what they would be dining on that weekend. Such thoughtful preparation. However, this buoyant mood did not last long. The words four-person meal immediately caught Lin Li's attention upon opening the link. Lin Li pondered briefly. Although he wanted to entertain the notion that Bai Xingshu was merely concerned about whether their meal would suffice. However, why was it a meal for four? Lin Li couldn't help but inquire. He was already aware that in Bai Xingshu's eyes, he was merely a friend, rendering any self-deception utterly meaningless. Recalling Bai Xingshu as harsh words, "My feelings for the teacher are exactly the same as those for you. There is no distinction." Lin Li took a deep breath and confirmed with Bai Xingshu, "And there's also Song Xiyan?" Bai Xingshu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. How did Lin Li guess so accurately? Impressive. Did he see a reflection of himself and inevitably think of Song Xiyan? Bai Xingshu nodded, yes. Teacher Song mentioned he would also come. After saying this, Bai Xingshu couldn't resist teasing Lin Li, "Are you happy? Teacher Song is coming." Observing Lin Li's utterly speechless expression, Bai Xingshu chuckled softly. He then shared the details of his entire invitation with Lin Li. Upon learning that Bai Xingshu had intended to invite two people from the outset, Lin Li felt a slight pang of disappointment at the misunderstanding that had led him to believe it was a date for just the two of them. However, upon hearing that Song Xiyan had been the one to express the desire to join, Lin Li quickly discarded his fleeting sense of melancholy. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this clearly indicates ulterior motives. He himself harbored intentions toward Bai Xingshu. How could he not discern that? Indeed, Bai Xingshu had sworn that he felt nothing for Song Xiyan. Yet Song Xiyan had never made such a declaration. How could Song Xiyan bear to treat his own student with such disdain? That shameless old man. Lin Li gritted his teeth. Come on, let us see how he intends to deal with this insufferable fellow. Ultimately, amidst the calmness of Bai Xingshu and the undercurrents swirling among others, the week passed uneventfully until the weekend arrived. Sensing that the upcoming feast might not bode well, Shen Geng meticulously chose the simplest attire for himself, a white t-shirt paired with black pants, embodying a low-key and unobtrusive style. Bai Xingshu, however, paid no heed to Shen Geng's subtle fashion choice, opting instead for one of his few outdoor garments, a vibrantly colored Hawaiian shirt. A holiday should indeed feel festive. Upon donning their outfits, the two made their way to the school gate, where they had previously arranged to meet. Two familiar figures shimmered into view before Shen Geng and Bai Xingshu. It was unclear how long they had been waiting. Upon observing the duo's evidently deliberate appearance, Shen Geng halted in his tracks. He dared say that even for a royal banquet, they could not have dressed with such meticulous care. The two splendidly adorned individuals stood apart, clearly ignoring each other's presence, maintaining a distance reminiscent of the Milky Way. Anyone witnessing the scene would never assume that these two were meant to dine together. Shen Geng felt an unsettling dissonance. Were Bai Xingshu's earlier words truly sincere? He couldn't shake the feeling that the two were poised for conflict, though it seemed he was the only one perceiving such tension. Upon catching sight of the two figures, Bai Xingshu's eyes sparkled with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward briskly. Shen Jian instinctively reached out, attempting to intervene, but alas, he was a step too late, failing to grasp them. Unimpeded, Bai Xingshu approached with joyful exuberance, grasping each individual by the arm and pulling them towards the center. His voice brimming with excitement. Why have you all arrived so early? Such perfect harmony. Lin Li, Song Xiyan, Shen Geng. Bai Xingshu's actions and words rendered everyone present, save for himself, utterly speechless. I was waiting for you, you know. Ultimately, it was Lin Li who could no longer contain himself, abruptly speaking out to Bai Xingshu. His words elicited a downward gaze from Song Xiyan. Early. In the end, Song Xiyan succinctly replied. Witnessing this exchange, Shen Geng. As for Song Xiyan, one could overlook him, but Lin Li's declaration, so fervent and candid, was scarcely different from a confession of love. Shen Geng felt as if his mind might explode. Bai Xingshu's previous assertion that Lin Li was solely enamored with omegas was utterly foolish to believe. Upon fully grasping the inflated nature of Bai Xingshu's words, Shen Geng shifted his focus to Song Xiyan. The restrained yet unmistakable glances directed towards Bai Xingshu. It is worth noting that Bai Xingshu had never claimed that Song Xiyan had ever rejected him. Shen Geng, in a moment of deep anguish, closed his eyes. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have certainly chosen not to attend. The situation was certainly one of stark contrasts, with two individuals pursuing the elusive Bai Xingshu and two others sharing an affection for him, creating a battlefield of emotions that was clearly not on the same level. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Bai Xingshu, of course, did not forget about Shen Geng. Turning around, he waved at Shen Geng, who stood motionless for reasons unknown. Shen Geng, come on, keep up. Instantly, the two who had previously acted as if the other did not exist focused their attention on Shen Geng. Shen Geng thought to himself, I truly appreciate Bai Xingshu for not leaving me behind at such a moment. In truth, even without Bai Xingshu's prompt, Lin Li and Song Xiyan had not overlooked Shen Geng. Though clad in simple white attire and black trousers, Shen Geng emanated an air of elegance, as his clothing was evidently tailored with great care. Compared to their more flamboyant outfits, Shen Geng's minimalist yet sophisticated attire harmonized beautifully with Bai Xingshu's own style. Added to this was Shen Geng's handsome visage and a demeanor so poised that it would not be out of place at a royal banquet. No one could ignore him. Do not be misled into thinking they had not noticed Shen Geng's earlier attempt to keep Bai Xingshu by his side. Such cunning. Chapter 41. Under the weight of their intense gazes, Shen Geng found it challenging to step forward at Bai Xingshu's invitation. Bai Xingshu observed Shen Geng's movements with some surprise. The reluctance was palpable, evident to anyone with eyes. Was his roommate truly this shy? Thus, with enthusiasm and warmth, Bai Xingshu grasped Lin Li's arm and raised it toward Shen Geng. This is Lin Li, my dear class leader. Having spoken, Bai Xingshu released Lin Li's arm and seized Song Xiyan's arm, raising it high. This is Song Xiyan, the finest teacher in the world. The introduction was marked by a distinct contrast, prompting both Song Xiyan and Shen Geng to direct their gaze towards Lin Li. As anticipated, everyone noticed the unmistakable smile tugging at the corners of Lin Li's mouth, unable to be suppressed by a mere utterance of "dear." Shen Geng thought to himself, perhaps it is Bai Xingshu's brilliance that has ensnared them so effortlessly with just 3 words. Or could it be that? Lin Li, you are simply too easy to charm? As Shen Geng surveyed the surroundings with keen awareness, he observed Bai Xingshu redirecting his attention back to him. Shen Geng's breath momentarily caught in his throat. He swiftly realized that after Bai Xingshu introduced the two to him, it was now his turn to present himself to them. Possessing excellent judgment, Shen Geng preemptively opened his mouth before Bai Xingshu could speak, promptly addressing the others. Shen Geng, Department of Combat Command. Fearing that if he hesitated even for a second, Bai Xingshu might begin to utter something nonsensical, he was keen to avoid hearing the phrases Bai Xingshu would use to introduce himself. Bai Xingshu, momentarily interrupted, paused before affirmatively adding, yes, my roommate. Without Bai Xingshu's elaborate words, Song Xiyan offered Shen Geng little more than a glance, while Lin Li regarded Shen Geng with a bemused expression as he approached. Lin Li scrutinized Shen Geng with a hint of suspicion in his voice. You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Before Shen Geng could respond, Bai Xingshu turned his head in shock, his gaze fixed on Lin Li, as if to say, no, my friend, how can you fall for someone so quickly? Lin Li, That's not what I meant, he exclaimed, flustered. Observing Lin Li's panicked expression, Bai Xingshu couldn't help but chuckle. He had always enjoyed such playful banter. After teasing Lin Li, Bai Xingshu patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "It's quite normal. I also think my roommate is quite handsome." Before Lin Li could sigh in relief at the change of topic regarding his identity, he was immediately met with Shen Geng's penetrating gaze. Ultimately, Bai Xingshu did not let him off the hook. With everyone gathered, Bai Xingshu summoned an autonomous flying vehicle, and the group swiftly arrived at the chosen restaurant. On a weekend afternoon, the restaurant, located within a shopping mall, was filled with the sounds of children frolicking in the amusement area. The cheerful whir of a spinning train traversing the floors, and individuals dressed in costume distributing flyers. The myriad of semi-transparent holographic images from various stores created a dazzling spectacle. Yet the most captivating sight was the colossal figure projected in the atrium of the mall. With golden hair and lavender eyes, the strikingly handsome visage appeared flawless, surrounded by a cascade of stars, as if he were the very center of the universe. In the enchanting narrative of Waiting for You Under the Starry Sky, featuring the illustrious Cheng Yunxi, the film is set to make a stunning debut on October 10th. As Bai Xingshu leans against the courtyard railing, gazing upwards at the trailer, he exclaims in awe, "How beautiful!" In contrast, Lin Li, observing Cheng Yunxi's familiar visage on the screen, scoffs, "This is clearly a film devoid of merit beyond its visuals." Bai Xingshu, taken aback, scrutinizes the trailer, perceiving a compelling storyline. "A bad film? Why do you say that?" he queries. "This director has never produced anything worthwhile," Lin Li bluntly retorts. Turning to Song Xiyan and Shen Geng, Bai Xingshu notes their silent agreement. He contemplates inviting them to a film screening in the future, confident that his savings will have accumulated considerably by then. Yet, his words elicit no response from the trio, save for Shen Geng, whose silence is rooted in innocence. He keenly observes Lin Li's eyes light up at the mention of the invitation, indicating that he has already devised a plan. Meanwhile, Song Xiyan appears lost in thought, reflecting on the trailer displayed in the shopping mall's atrium, seemingly concocting his own scheme. Shen Geng muses, given the scene, would he dare to speak? However, the unfolding events soon render Shen Geng's earlier encounters trivial. The quartet arrives at their chosen dining establishment. After ordering their set meal, the server ushered them to a small round table for four. Bai Xingshu was already seated with exuberance, while Shen Jian and the other two stood motionless beside the table. The charm of a round table lies in its arrangement, allowing two individuals to sit directly beside Bai Xingshu, ensuring proximity, while another could position themselves directly opposite him, allowing for an unobstructed view. Each option presented a dilemma of choice. Shen Jian observed the escalating tension as the two exchanged increasingly charged glances and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Both were relatively agreeable. But why was there no neutral space available for him at this four-person table? What was the flaw in a rectangular table? Perceiving the peculiar atmosphere, Bai Xingshu looked up in confusion at the trio, who were silently exchanging glances. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to sit?" Taking a deep breath, Shen Jian resolved to abandon any pretense and decisively pulled out the chair opposite Bai Xingshu, closing his eyes before sitting down firmly. "Well, I'll take this seat then. The remaining two are the same. Let us not fuss. The sooner we finish this meal, the sooner we can return to the dorm." Lin Li and Song Xiyan's gazes immediately fell upon Shen Jian. They hesitated momentarily. He had taken the best spot with such cunning. Maintaining their expressions, they settled down on either side of Bai Xingshu under his scrutinizing gaze. After taking their seats, Bai Xingshu felt that the awkwardness of the scene stemmed primarily from the unfamiliarity among the other three individuals. Why not foster a sense of familiarity? It was a simple endeavor. Never one to allow the atmosphere to grow cold, Bai Xingshu swiftly turned to Song Xiyan, inquiring, "Teacher, when you gather with others for a meal, what topics do you typically discuss? Which student proves to be the most challenging?" Among the trio, Song Xiyan was the first to engage with Bai Xingshu's question, visibly relaxing as he cast a sidelong glance at him. "Aside from you, there isn't anyone difficult to manage." The dismissive words exchanged in such a setting rendered the two exceedingly close. Furthermore, to Lin Li and Shen Jian, it implied that only Bai Xingshu held a special place in Song Xiyan's heart. Lin Li snorted disdainfully. "What a pity, Teacher Song, that you don't teach our class. Otherwise, I could show you what it truly means to be challenging. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu immediately straightened his posture, puffing out his chest in a manner that suggested he was displaying a sense of pride. His expression towards Song Xiyan practically screamed, "See, I have someone who stands up for me." Song Xiyan was momentarily speechless. Did he truly derive such joy from Lin Li's defense? Lin Li, too, felt somewhat taken aback by Bai Xingshu's reaction, unable to deny that it aligned with his intent. Yet, he found no way to feel pleased by Bai Xingshu's response. Bai Xingshu's display of pride before Song Xiyan subtly reiterated their closeness, while Shen Geng could only perceive the scene as utterly pitiful in every conceivable sense. Thus, Shen Geng raised his hand, summoning a waiter. "When will the dishes be served? Let us eat." Ultimately, they were first presented with appetizers. The dining table was exceptionally quiet. Bai Xingshu munched on the juicy, crisp radishes while contemplating the scene before him. Why is there such discord between these two? He was not truly oblivious to the atmosphere. It was evident from his adeptness at conversing with both people and phantoms that he possessed emotional intelligence in abundance. Yet, despite his attempts to lighten the mood, he faced repeated failures. When he initially escorted his classmates to the repair room, most were hesitant to engage with Song Xiyan, so Bai Xingshu did not perceive any incompatibility in their energies. At the school gate, he had forcibly drawn the two together, a fact known only to him, laden with intention. He had deftly diffused the earlier tension at the table, yet a sense of melancholy lingered within him. After all, both of them were gentle souls. Having merely met for the second time, what deep-seated enmity could possibly exist to render their interactions so acerbic? The abruptly halted system now resembled a lifeless fish. And when Bai Xingshu prodded it, it offered a formulaic response. Single alphas naturally repel each other. Physiological factors dictate this. Bai Xingshu, who had never received formal education on ABO physiological studies, pondered, is that really the case? After a moment of reflection, he realized it indeed seemed plausible. It seems that within the classroom, there are no two alphas willing to come together, and Lin Li has inexplicably frowned at certain alphas on multiple occasions. Especially when it comes to Kang Youxin. Whenever Kang Youxin approaches him to converse or sits beside him, Lin Li is invariably displeased. It turns out this is the reason behind it. Such physiological factors are beyond remedy. Bai Xingshu has chosen to forgo treatment, and then glanced at the fatigued expression of Xinjiang, finding his earnest effort to care for everyone's emotions rather endearing. Clearly, this gathering has little to do with him, being organized by Bai Xingshu's group. Bai Xingshu absent-mindedly crunched on a piece of crisp radish. However, remaining silent in this manner is not an ideal situation. Bai Xingshu looked around, unable to suppress a sigh. Although none of them were speaking, the palpable tension in the atmosphere rendered it impossible to interject. Thus, Bai Xingshu's gaze returned to Xinjiang. It was clear to Bai Xingshu that Xinjiang's eyes widened in alarm at his gaze, as if startled. Was it truly necessary? Ultimately, Bai Xingshu opted to extend his hand, gently grasping the selfie stick that had protruded from behind him. With a light tug, everyone present heard a pained yelp emanating from the neighboring seat. The selfie stick, after delivering a sharp smack, gracefully landed in Bai Xingshu's hand. With a half-smile, he twirled the metallic rod, causing the camera affixed to its top to sway slightly. It was astonishing that someone would resort to such clandestine actions with a metallic object. How utterly misguided. The individual engaged in clandestine photography, momentarily disregarding the pain coursing through his body, was gripped by terror as he attempted to reclaim his filming device, my live stream. However, Bai Xingshu was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. With a sly grin, he deftly tossed the device just as the man seemed poised to seize it, causing it to fall directly into Song Xiyan's embrace. Song Xiyan remained silent. The would-be thief, confronted by Bai Xingshu, dared to reach out once more, but upon meeting the icy gaze of Song Xiyan, he was instantly rendered mute. Bai Xingshu, with a playful smile, winked at Lin Li, as if to convey, "See, Teacher Song is quite effective, isn't he?" Lin Li pursed his lips, reluctant to commend Song Xiyan. Yet he could not suppress a smile at Bai Xingshu's clever and mischievous demeanor. Amidst the playful exchange among the trio, Shen Geng emerged as the sole individual addressing the intruder. The flustered photographer recited the legal stipulations, according to the Capital Star Public Security Management Regulations. Unauthorized personal filming may result in detention for 3 to 7 days. The already panicked intruder grew increasingly agitated and hastily explained, "I was just taking a quick shot. They spotted handsome men and wanted to take a closer look. I merely promised them a few seconds of live footage." Lin Li scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So you've been trailing us all this way?" Attentiveness to their surroundings was an essential quality expected of those engaged in such operations. Among the four, only Song Xiyan remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. The earlier intrusion had shown no malice, being at a considerable distance, which had led them to dismiss it without further concern. After all, there were quite a few individuals who surreptitiously observed the four of them, capturing candid moments on their devices. However, now that they had settled into the restaurant and were seated, it was truly excessive for someone to intrude upon their space just to take closer shots. The individual who had been covertly filming had initially been emboldened by their eagerness for their equipment, but now, with the realization of the formidable presence of the four before them, they felt utterly disheartened. Stumbling over their words, they attempted to justify their actions, claiming they had not seen clearly. Bai Xingshu, observing the person's reaction, suspected they were not being dishonest. "Is he telling the truth?" Bai Xingshu inquired of the system. "Yes." It came the prompt reply, followed by an additional note. However, prior to this, he had never encountered such a large online audience. Understanding dawned upon Bai Xingshu. In a world fraught with desperation, such temptations often arise. With merely a small desire, even the most timid souls can find the audacity to perform astonishing acts in an instant. Sometimes these acts are benevolent, while at other times malevolent. Such is the essence of humanity, an inevitability across all realms. Watching this misguided individual being schooled back and forth by Lin Li and Shen Geng, Bai Xingshu reached into Song Xiyan's arms and retrieved the selfie stick. On the screen of the streaming device, a flurry of messages cascaded forth. "Was I just toyed with by that handsome guy? Yellow heart, yellow heart. Ah, I am in the embrace of the silver-haired handsome man. My life is complete. Am I the only one who can't stop laughing at their reprimanding of the streamer? Brother, please don't scold the streamer. Direct your reprimand towards me instead." Bai Xingshu remarked. In the apocalyptic world, he had witnessed a myriad of bizarre occurrences. Yet he had never encountered such a large-scale collective frenzy. Initially, he intended to dissuade these individuals from inciting criminal behavior, but now Bai Xingshu found himself at a loss for words. However, he turned to Song Xiyan and implored, "Teacher, please discipline them." Having also discerned the messages flashing across the screen, Song Xiyan fell silent for a considerable time, ultimately staring at the incessant stream of frivolous comments, rendered speechless. He extended his hand and knocked. The bewildered Bai Xingshu was taken aback. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, erupted in fervent exclamations, "I've been hit. Heavens! This isn't mere physical impact. It strikes directly at my heart. What a divine live stream. My favorite sunny puppy and the aloof big cat are here." The messages on the live stream surged forth at a staggering rate, a cacophony of excitement and joy. Bai Xingshu could decipher some of the comments while others eluded his understanding, but it was evident that the viewers were exuberant and elated. A glance at Song Xiyan confirmed his furrowed brow as he absorbed the lively commentary. Thus, Bai Xingshu leaned back in his chair. Choosing not to further pressurize Song Xiyan, he retrieved the live stream equipment from in front of him, positioning the camera solely on himself. As he observed the steadily rising online numbers on the screen, Bai Xingshu retracted the smile that had habitually graced his face, allowing his expression to grow cold. It was not the tranquil beauty he usually exuded in silence, nor was it the distant demeanor that characterized Song Xiyan. Rather, he resembled a specter masquerading as a human. Having discarded his fade, the sudden terror of being scrutinized by a monstrous gaze rendered the entire live stream's chat stagnant. Countless viewers screamed in unison, instinctively recoiling from their screens as if confronted by a horror film. Do you not feel even a modicum of remorse for those whom you have encouraged to clandestinely follow and photograph? They now face reprimands and accusations, with the looming threat of detention. The chilling voice that echoed seemed to question them, as if a malevolent spirit were whispering in their ears. Upon uttering these words, Bai Xingshu noted a flurry of panicked messages. Some claimed they had merely heard rumors of a handsome figure in the live stream, while a few lamented their misjudgment, promising never to return. Yet, the predominant trend was the alarming decline in viewer numbers. It remained uncertain whether these individuals had been so frightened that they had shattered their devices in haste, or if they had exited in a fit of embarrassment. Bai Xingshu remained indifferent. Having articulated his thoughts and instilled fear in those he intended to intimidate, he simply reached out and terminated the live stream. Once the broadcast was concluded, he retracted his frightening expression, casually tossing the streaming equipment back to the voyeur. The latter instinctively caught it, only to then collapse to the ground in a sudden act of submission. His legs turned to jelly in fear. Bai Xingshu gazed at the individual in silence, suddenly feeling as though the atmosphere around him had become eerily quiet. He lifted his eyes to survey the surroundings, only to find everyone staring at him in astonishment. No one could resist the allure of gossip and spectacle. From the moment Bai Xingshu apprehended the clandestine photographer, numerous onlookers had been discreetly observing his table. Consequently, those who had been covertly watching were collectively taken aback by Bai Xingshu's display. It was not just them. Shen Geng, Lin Li, and Song Xiyan also looked at Bai Xingshu in sheer disbelief. Bai Xingshu exclaimed, "Why is it only this individual who gets apprehended? This is utterly unjust. I merely startled someone." He protested vehemently, expressing his grievances. It was hardly fair for only one person to face consequences. Bai Xingshu candidly revealed his petty grievances. However, Lin Li hesitated in his choice of words, intending to convey that he had simply never encountered the sight of Bai Xingshu in that manner before, which had entirely shattered his previous impressions of him. Yet, his comment was abruptly interrupted by Shen Geng, who broke into applause, his clapping completely overshadowing Lin Li's tentative voice. "Bravo!" Shen Geng wholeheartedly affirmed Bai Xingshu. The individuals who had initially been startled by Bai Xingshu were invigorated by this praise, and applause began to ripple through the crowd. It commenced with a few scattered claps, but soon the momentum grew, echoing, "Excellent. This is how it should be." Under the guise of live streaming, everything becomes permissible. It is utterly exasperating. What a splendid performance. Listening to this group vociferously articulate the thoughts they have long harbored, the smug expression on Bai Xingshu's face reemerges. His mischievous gaze flits restlessly among the other three, conveying the unmistakable message, "Look at me, I am truly remarkable." Initially, Lin Li felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as Shen Geng overshadowed his words, but upon witnessing Bai Xingshu's demeanor, any irritation dissipated. Resigned yet indulgent, he offered Bai Xingshu a piece of sour radish. Then, his chopsticks collided with those of Song Xiyan, who was equally intent on presenting sour radish to the esteemed Bai Xingshu. Lin Li, Song Xiyan. The two, initially united in their shared indignation over the covert filming incident, once again found themselves at odds. Observing the spectacle, Bai Xingshu thought to himself, "Never mind, these two are beyond redemption." The police from the shopping mall arrived swiftly, especially given the commotion at the restaurant, which clearly indicated a significant event had transpired. Approaching with heightened vigilance, they were met with the mundane reality of a live streaming incident, leaving them somewhat disheartened. As they prepared to document the situation, a glance at the identities of the victims revealed 3 cadets from the Capital Military University, guaranteed a minimum rank of lieutenant upon graduation, alongside a key defense research personnel under imperial protection. The officer taking the report faltered, casting a discreet glance at the disheartened expression of the perpetrator, a hint of admiration surfacing in his eyes. What kind of luck would compel someone to covertly photograph this group? Observing their everyday attire, the police made no mention of the identities of the 4 individuals, promptly apprehending the one who had been surreptitiously filming. Once the situation was resolved, the restaurant swiftly served the dishes ordered by Bai Xingshu's table. Moreover, the offerings extended beyond the 4-person meal. 2 additional dishes accompanied their order. The manager, who arrived alongside the service robot, graciously addressed the 4 diners, expressing sincere apologies for the unpleasant experience they had endured and gratitude for their intervention against the uncivil behavior in the establishment. "These 2 dishes are our finest classics. We hope you enjoy them." Bai Xingshu's eyes sparkled with delight. What a delightful turn of events. He promptly dismissed the earlier unpleasantness and enthusiastically commended the restaurant, declaring, "Your dishes look absolutely delectable. The crispy radish was delightful. I shall return whenever I have the means." Such candid praise is bound to elicit joy, and the manager, engaged in damage control, was visibly cheered by Bai Xingshu's words. However, it was the other patrons who reacted even more fervently. Witnessing the delight radiating from Bai Xingshu after the restaurant's gesture and still feeling the remnants of the earlier tension, some began to raise their own plates. "This is delicious too. I haven't touched it yet. Take it away. Manager, add a pressure cooker to that table for braised yellow croaker. That is the best dish in this establishment. The allure of bread is such that I cannot permit anyone to remain unacquainted with this dish." Ultimately, for individuals gazed gravely at the meticulously arranged plates before them. In the face of an overwhelming array of culinary delights, the previously discordant atmosphere seemed to pale in significance. Chapter 44. In the end, the majority of the dishes were brought back to the dormitory by Lin Li. It is well known that in any university dormitory, returning with food is akin to distributing relief supplies. Furthermore, in a place like the Capital Military University, composed entirely of vigorous young individuals, the scrambles for food transcend social hierarchies. At that moment, the prevailing atmosphere is all that matters. As Lin Li opened his mouth to inquire if anyone needed anything, the next instant, the bags he had brought vanished in an instant. However, while indulging in their feast, the others did not hesitate to cast reproaches at Lin Li. "Class leader, you had the vice class leader treat us to a meal and ordered so much. Are you not playing that this time I treat? Next time you return the favor game?" The dormitory residents queried Lin Li with a blend of skepticism as they ate. Many in Class S are quite adept at such subtle manipulations. Some are the practitioners, while others have merely been subjected to their whims. Observing Lin Li's demeanor towards Bai Heng, it became evident that numerous classmates had discerned his intentions, even those who had been oblivious until this morning. Upon witnessing Lin Li's solemn preparations, Shirley recognized the underlying motives. Lin Li shot a glance at them, scoffing, "You are all merely proficient in such trivial tricks." He then proceeded to commit this tactic to memory. After disdainfully dismissing others, Lin Li briefly recounted the entire incident regarding the clandestine filming and how the dishes had come about. The classmates, upon hearing this, found nothing unusual. It was entirely normal for someone to be surrounded after stepping out, especially when the target was their class vice president. Moreover, the sight of four strikingly handsome young men venturing out together was inherently eye-catching, not to mention Lin Li, who was adorned with meticulous care. Akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, it was only natural for him to attract attention. Their curiosity was piqued about by Xing's temperament. Even when their class vice president would deliver a thorough thrashing, he always wore a cheerful expression. Numerous individuals had recorded the live broadcast, prompting some to search for it. And soon they stumbled upon related videos trending locally. The dormitory residents quickly disseminated the footage, and even those who had mentally prepared themselves were taken aback by Xing's sudden change in demeanor. After a collective gasp, excitement surged among the classmates, each enthusiastically tagging Bai Xing in the group chat. "Vice President, you are so handsome. You look like someone who has taken down at least 100 foes. I want to learn that move." Upon receiving notifications from the tags, Bai Xing was left perplexed by the peculiarities of human thought processes. Observing the messages in the group chat, he decided to search for the recording of his live broadcast, only to find it was utterly missing. Bai Xing? Glancing again at the group, he noticed others mentioning that the online videos had all been removed. "Did you handle it?" Bai Xingshu addressed the system, as this was the only possibility he could conceive. The system, in a bureaucratic manner, responded, "Song Xiyan has reported today's situation to the school authorities. The relevant videos have been entirely processed as sensitive information."
Me?
Sensitive information? Bai Xingshu was taken aback. "It is Song Xiyan," the system stated, methodically listing all of Song Xiyan's accolades and significant mechanical inventions. The information filled an entire screen, requiring a scroll to reveal more. The devices he developed are too classified to be employed at an ordinary institution. He entered through a special approval channel to the Capital Military University. He usually attends the S class for mechanical engineering, spending most of his time in that greenhouse. As the system spoke, It presented Bai Xingshu with Song Xiyan's full schedule. There were live videos online featuring Bai Xingshu. Initially, he had directed the camera towards Song Xiyan, subsequently revealing his face, thus creating a harmonious moment. After absorbing this cascade of information about Song Xiyan, Bai Xingshu sighed. Teacher Song is so remarkable. Yet he cannot escape being marginalized. Amidst a plethora of prestigious work details, the time slot dedicated to Song Xiyan's visits to the combat system maintenance room appeared rather incongruous. The system remained silent on this matter, as it pertained to information beyond its data, leaving it in ignorance. Moreover, it refrained from further analyzing humanity. With a cold demeanor, the system sought various materials for Bai Xingshu. The once lively and proactive system had perished. It had now transformed into Neo Hulu system. However, if the professors from the mechanical engineering department were to learn of Bai Xingshu's sentiments, they might justly exclaim their grievances. This is undeniably a legitimate opportunity for a leisurely respite. What does exclusion even mean? If there are social obligations, one could simply assert that there are pressing matters to attend to in the combat department, leaving no time to spare. Alternatively, when faced with trivial tasks, one might claim that the workload from the combat sector is overwhelming. On days when one doesn't feel inclined to report to the office, it could be stated that one is engaged with the combat department instead. Anyone who has experienced the workplace knows how delightful such arrangements can be. As for the maintenance of mechas in the combat department, it suffices to say that a casual approach will do, as the next utilization of this batch of obsolete mechas won't occur until next year. Whether the tasks are completed or not is hardly a concern. After all, when the next semester arrives, the final examination for the third-year students in mechanical engineering will revolve around repairing these mechas. Thus, everything will fall into place. Many fourth-year students from their department will be heading to internships soon, and if they cannot manage to repair these outdated mechas, it would be better for them to reconsider graduation altogether. As for how things have come to this point, the consistent presence of Song Xiyan at the maintenance room, appearing akin to a laborer, poses an intriguing question worthy of contemplation. Yet, Bai Xingshu, who has completely concluded that Song Xiyan is being mistreated, can only express a sigh of sympathy. No wonder teacher Song wishes to join us for a break. It is indeed no easy feat. The working environment is simply abysmal. After reflecting on this, Bai Xingshu pondered whether there would be an opportunity in the future to assist teacher Song, before once again picking up his login device. Observing intently the actions of Bai Xingshu after returning to the dormitory, Shen Geng reached a definitive conclusion. Bai Xingshu was indeed oblivious to the intense atmosphere of the midday confrontation. Moments ago, Shen Geng had harbored a flicker of confusion. Was marrying into a wealthy alpha truly a worthy aspiration for Bai Xingshu? Was it not something easily achieved with a mere snap of his fingers? Recalling the piercing gazes of Lin Li and Song Xiyan during lunch, he understood the weight of their scrutiny, particularly at their final parting. The realization that Shen Geng and Bai Xingshu shared the same dormitory had rendered their glares almost tangible. However, Shen Geng now felt assured. This ambition posed a genuine challenge for Bai Xingshu, yet such difficulty did not stem from the wealthy alphas themselves. Rather, it was solely an obstacle rooted within Bai Xingshu. It seemed that this life goal was merely an exercise to enhance his emotional intelligence. A sigh escaped Shen Geng as he chose to dismiss thoughts of the gathering, picking up a book from his desk and immersing himself once again in his studies. Instinctively, he overlooked the fact that he could have lent a hand, shattering the metaphorical windowpane obscuring Bai Xingshu's vision, assisting him in achieving his life as aspirations. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu, engrossed in the mech battle network, had completely forgotten everyone and everything around him. He reveled in the euphoria of newfound wealth. After deducting the cost of the meal for four and the fare for the self-driving vehicle, disregarding the decimal point, he found himself with a staggering total of 102 star coins in his pocket. It was a moment of sheer exhilaration. With such a substantial amount of currency at his disposal, he pondered whether to opt for another weapon slot or perhaps, indeed, another weapon slot. Bai Xingshu navigated to the page for activating new mechs, his gaze fixed on the most economical standard mech, priced at a discounted 288. With resolute determination, he chose to decline. In contrast, the cost of the second weapon slot, at 16 star coins, appeared remarkably appealing after comparison. If only this weapon slot were not bound to the mech, it would be even more desirable. Regardless of the setting, enhancing oneself is invariably an expensive endeavor. Contemplating this, Bai Xingshu pressed the confirm purchase button and utilized the remaining funds to acquire reconnaissance drone components. With the swift transition, he had nearly perfected his gun loading practice. It was time to hone other skills. Bai Xingshu selected the battle option. Chapter 45. A few seconds later, his battle match was completed. Xingzi versus Dabulia, this contender. Ranked 26th on the leaderboard and a familiar adversary whom Bai Xingshu had encountered just days prior, could be considered an old acquaintance. Since Bai Xingshu's winning streak had reached an impressive 78 victories, he had ascended to the leaderboard, currently holding the 97th position, representing the player with the fewest matches played among all those listed. The opponents Bai Xingshu faced were predominantly drawn from the top 50 of the leaderboard, with occasional fluctuations into the top 100. After all, matchmaking necessitates that both parties are simultaneously engaged in the process. Dabulia was a player known for his aggressive offensive strategies, particularly adept at combination attacks, often achieving a synergy where 1-1 equates to greater than 2 in offensive effectiveness. Bai Xingshu reflected upon the pertinent information regarding his opponent, casting a casual glance at the number of viewers, 391, 224. This figure paled in comparison to the previous week's peak of over 10 million. The fervor of online affection and animosity is fleeting, and within just over a week, the excitement had rapidly waned. They had grown accustomed to the presence of Jiangji in the realm of mech battles, following his acceptance of Lu's more academic approach to training. Bai Xingshu's tactics had gradually conformed to traditional norms, lacking the initial allure they once possessed. On the opposing side, Dabulia remained composed upon realizing he was matched against Jiangji once again. He casually remarked in the live stream, "How has this guy not yet met the standards for intermediate matches? ISN T78 consecutive victories sufficient?" Jiangji had already bested two players ranked 9th and 6th. The absence of higher-ranked opponents was due to Dabulia's belief that they were deliberately avoiding the time slots when Jiangji was online. Jiangji continued to linger in the beginner arena, merely extending his record of consecutive victories, while the chances for others to claim victory over him were slim. After all, his daily battles displayed a noticeable progression. Having lost to Jiangji just 2 days prior, Dabulia felt no illusions of triumph this time. Thus, upon being matched with Jiangji once more, his mindset remained notably tranquil, resigning himself to the inevitability of yet another defeat. The live stream is bustling with spectators, and despite striving to ascend to the 26th position on the leaderboard, maintaining a semblance of dignity is essential. Abandoning the endeavor without preparation is not an option. Each battle is approached with utmost seriousness, which undoubtedly attracts a considerable following in the live stream. With a fleeting glance, I noticed the weapon wielded by Xingzi. It was indeed a well-familiar loading gun. In the previous match against Xingzi, I felt I had faltered in a few aspects. Now, I have the opportunity to rectify the mistakes I made then. As I adjusted my mech's combat mode, I contemplated engaging with the audience during the preparation phase. Suddenly, I turned my head to see a flurry of exclamation marks and sporadic words inundating the live stream chat. I thought to myself, last time I faced Xingzi, the chat was not this fervent. Upon further scrutiny, I discerned the sporadic words amidst the rapid barrage. 2 seconds later, clarity dawned upon me. What the heck? The second weapon slot. A jolt of realization surged through me as I shot my gaze towards the free mech. Indeed, one of the weapon slots had a closed panel that transformed into an operable switch. The weapon slot on the upper right shoulder could accommodate devices for interference, reconnaissance, traps, or defense. In theory, that is how it should function. However, who would trust the theoretical application of weapons used by Xingzi? Every individual who has faced Xingzi has undoubtedly reviewed his battle footage. Not to mention, he has never legitimately utilized the chicken wing weapon in any of his matches. The present application of the loading gun, particularly in the context of Jiangji, has evolved into a standard and refined method of usage, exhibiting a certain level of mastery following rapid transitions. However, in its nascent stages, this loading gun was essentially employed as a physical long gun. A precise thrust into the cockpit proved to be remarkably effective, garnering commendations from every novice player who experienced it. Consequently, after thorough analysis, a consensus emerged: the weaponry utilized in Xingzi is not the most formidable. This holds true for both the loading knife and the loading gun, and by extension, even chicken wings could fit this pattern. Everyone can gracefully accept defeat. Yet, when it comes to new weaponry, it's a different story. Why, on this particular day, is Dabuluya so impulsively matchmaking? With a grim expression, he began contemplating the possibility of retreating. However, as the countdown to prepare concluded, it was Xingzi that made the first retreat. Witnessing the swift disappearance of the free mech left Dabuluya in a state of shock, and snared in a difficult dilemma. Should he pursue? As an offensive mech player, should he chase after a competitor renowned for speed and reflexes, someone he had previously been unable to defeat? Pursuing seemed unwise, yet refraining felt akin to conceding outright in a one-on-one battle. In a moment of frustration, Dabuluya felt blood rush to his head. Why, when it was his turn, did Xingzi adopt such a cowardly strategy? You, a formidable opponent, have chosen to engage in a rather underhanded manner instead of confronting me directly. This is quite the affront. After a moment of despair, I noticed the rapidly increasing viewer count in my livestream. It appeared that someone in the community was fervently rallying support, and yet again, new tricks were afoot. Each viewer represented potential revenue. Despite the temptation to abandon the battle, I gritted my teeth. If Bai Xingshu could alter his tactics and resort to such underhanded strategies, why could I not? If everyone else is resorting to ambush tactics, who is truly superior? In an instant, I, too, veered in the opposite direction of Bai Xingshu's disappearance, opting for a concealment maneuver. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu, initially intending to deploy a reconnaissance drone, found himself silently observing the enemy mech materialize within his line of sight, moving stealthily. Bai Xingshu thought, "Wait, my friend." The fundamental principle of stealth dictates that one must never run in a single direction, as that would unequivocally reveal one's position. It was evident that the opponent had changed his trajectory. Bai Xingshu circumnavigated the map in a wide arc, positioning himself behind my spawn point, and released the reconnaissance drone. Theoretically, the drone required some distance to identify targets. However, within mere moments of deployment, the target vanished from sight. Similarly disrupted by the opponent's rhythm, Bai Xingshu swiftly adjusted his battle strategy, maneuvering the drone to hover quietly atop the treetops at my forward position. As I passed, the drone gracefully descended to the cockpit entrance of my mech, the very spot I was most familiar with, having dismantled it countless times before. Chapter 46. Those who frequently dismantle mecha gates are aware that the connection point at the entrance lacks contact-sensitive alarms due to functional reasons. This drone clung tightly to the hatch, completely unnoticed. Thus, gazing at the cockpit door, Bai Xingshu felt a twinge of mischief and could not resist manipulating the drone to poke around. Unfortunately, the reconnaissance drone Bai Xingshu had purchased was an amphibious model, capable of various transformations. However, it was ultimately a reconnaissance type and lacked the strength of Bai Xingshu himself. After a prolonged attempt, no results were yielded. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter and flocked to the live stream, playfully mocking the drone. Such a thoughtful brother, personally delivering the goods. I'm in love. Open the door, it's me, Little Jiju, the community nickname for reconnaissance drones. Can't you hear Little Jiju knocking? The live stream was a sea of joy, yet sadly, the drone could not perceive it. Once the official combat commenced, messages in the live stream were blocked from the host's view. He only noticed that the number of online viewers began to surge once again. Bai Xingshu relaxed, believing he had made the right choice in combat. As the two sides distanced themselves sufficiently, the spectators could no longer discern the ongoing situation, leading some of them to enter his live stream to observe the specifics. As an offensive mecha pilot, Bai Xingshu had not equipped many auxiliary devices. However, certain weapon slots restricted the types of weapons that could be deployed. In simple terms, within the 24 weapon slots of Dabuluda, 2 reconnaissance devices have been installed, surpassing the single device carried by Xingzi. Dabuluda, with its ample resources, is equipped with reconnaissance gear that is superior and more advanced than that of Xingzi, boasting exceptional range and sensitivity. The advantage is mine. Dabuluda deployed a reconnaissance drone, which swiftly commenced its exploration. In an instant, the reconnaissance feedback was received. The drone, perched upon Dabuluta, transmitted signals that were promptly displayed, indicating the presence of a non-friendly signal. Yet, this was not the most alarming revelation. The most terrifying aspect was that the position of Xingzi Jiangji's mech had also been detected, a mere 470 meters away. This was the final piece of information Dabuluta received. As the mech's alert echoed, "You've been detected by radar," Bai Xingshu, having completed the input of coordinates, pressed the launch button for his weapon. The coordinates were precisely relayed by his reconnaissance drone, with an astonishingly minimal margin of error, akin to true millimeter-level precision. Gazing at the failure notification before him, Dabuluta was left in a state of bewilderment. When had he been encircled by Xingzi Jiangji alone? He could not comprehend how he had lost throughout the entire match. After such a prolonged engagement in a beginner-level arena, this was the first time he had experienced such a perplexing and frustrating defeat. As an offensive combatant, he had not fired a single shot in this round. He harbored a deep disdain for all underhanded tactics. After a few moments of frantic agitation, Dabuluta despondently glanced at the live stream and directly inquired of the online audience, "How did Xingzi Jiangji discover my position? Is his skill in underhanded tactics truly so formidable?" The audience in the live broadcast room was certainly not accommodating, even though many had previously been his fans. They relentlessly typed ha ha ha, and occasionally, a few with a semblance of conscience remarked that it was a rather complex matter, one that could not be succinctly conveyed in a few sentences, urging others to review the battle records themselves. As the opposing party, it was quite straightforward for him to retrieve his combat records. He could choose either his own perspective or that of a third party. He decisively opted for the third-party view and thus smoothly witnessed himself walking directly into the encirclement of the Xingzi Jiangji. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How could anyone utilize a reconnaissance drone without activating any detection functions, relying solely on visual observation?" He protested vehemently. If a mecha were to be detected, notifications would be issued. For instance, towards the end, Bai Xingshu received warnings. Regardless of whether it was radar waves, infrared, or ultrasonic signals, the mecha could sense when it was being detected and quickly alert the pilot. The only method of detection that remained undetected was pure visual observation. Filled with resentment, he lamented the rarity of the opportunity to match up against Xingzi Jiangji again. This time, he was determined to select a concealed position. He could not possibly be so unfortunate every time, repeatedly stumbling into a den of thieves. Frustrated, he slammed down on the matchmaking button, only to find that he had failed to match with Xingzi Jiangji. After a series of explosive encounters that released his pent-up frustration, he calmed down and decided to check on Xingzi Jiangji. During the battle, he chose to observe, and thus, he saw that Xingzi Jiangji was still employing a rather sneaky strategy. Upon witnessing the little piglet larvae rolling beneath the enemy's mecha, the ensuing moment revealed a precisely targeted assault descending upon it. Dabuluta contemplated his chin, reflecting on the stark contrast between observing another's misfortune and experiencing one's own. Alas, at least he was aware of the manner in which he would meet his demise. He mused with a hint of irony. Look, he at least detected the imminent arrival of the mecha. A sense of satisfaction washed over Dabuluta, mirrored in Bai Xingshu's contentment. He had successfully learned to operate reconnaissance drones. It was quite simple. As for Dabuluta's criticisms regarding the limited visual capabilities, they held little significance for Bai Xingshu. The positioning of the mecha resonated with an inexplicable intuition within him, even in the digital realm. For Bai Xingshu, reconnaissance drones merely provided precise mecha locations, sparing him the burden of data analysis. The liberation of life through advanced technology was indeed a source of profound gratitude for Bai Xingshu. After the battle concluded and he returned to his personal space, before he could even press the matchmaking button, a system notification popped up, an invitation from the intermediate arena. At that moment, Bai Xingshu boasted an impressive winning streak of 80 matches. The community buzzed with excitement over Xingzi Jiangzi's second weapon slot, igniting a fresh wave of discussions, which soon turned to the peculiar strategies associated with his latest version. Some individuals with a penchant for mischief remarked that the gameplay lacked a certain lewdness, while others, seeking amusement, hoped that Xingzi Jiangji would be matched against only a few opponents. Observing the formidable figures atop the leaderboard, Their astonished and dismayed expressions were truly delightful. However, all this excitement ultimately culminated in a mere announcement. The name Xingzi Jiangji vanished from the rankings. The crowd was taken aback, and each swiftly investigated. Indeed, behind the words venue in Xingzi Jiangji's information, the phrase intermediate arena was appended, and it was still showing as matching. Once more, everyone scrutinized Xingzi Jiangji's winning streak. I recall that the current leader in the intermediate arena has been frequently online lately. Lieutenant Lin Li has been on holiday recently. A ghost story. Jing Yi is currently online. Their battle has just concluded, and the results are being calculated. Results are in. Jing Yi's status shows matching. I have an ominous premonition. So, do I. Damn, it's happening. Xingzi Jiangji versus Jing Yi. Chapter 47. Lin Li was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the battle ID he was matched with. Xingzi Jiangji? A name he had never encountered before. Rarely do catfish appear in the intermediate arena. Over the years, Lin Li had faced the same 100 or so players repeatedly. Everyone was familiar with the identities behind the IDs, but Xingzi Jiangji was truly unknown to him. As the matching information faded, both players descended onto the battlefield. A K-133 lightweight mech. Having long forgotten the specifics, Lin Li was momentarily astonished by the rarity of the mech model before swiftly scanning the configuration of the opposing mech. After a quick glance, he thought to himself, it appears that the platform, after years of operation, has finally encountered a bug. What model is this free mech? I cannot recall, but I certainly forget the number of weapon slots. Was this a beginner's mech randomly assigned to him? Despite such thoughts, Lin Li, having returned from the battlefield, was not unfamiliar with the pitfalls of underestimating opponents. He promptly adjusted his mech and entered a state of readiness. Bai Xingshu was also observing attentively, with a plethora of study materials at his disposal and under Lu's guidance, focusing on his learning progress. He had begun to make basic assessments of the weaponry equipped by the enemy. The configuration was comprehensive, exhibiting no significant weaknesses, and the mech was a speed-oriented standard model. As Bai Xingshu noted the evolving weaponry of his opponent, he realized he was up against yet another adversary poised to deliver a swift assault right from the outset. With practiced precision, Bai Xingshu adjusted his mech's mode as the countdown approached 0. A rapid burst of fire surged towards his cockpit. In an instant, he employed his evasion technique, not hesitating for even a moment. Lin's triple transformation. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xingshu shifted his position multiple times, each movement narrowly avoiding the beams of fire. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. He had become acutely aware that, in the intermediate arena, the opponents he faced would undoubtedly be more formidable than those encountered in the beginner's realm. Among his numerous classmates, many remain anonymous in the intermediate arena, with even Lin Li failing to secure a position in the top 100 rankings. Thus, when Bai Xingshu commenced this battle, he immediately adopted the same approach he utilized during his encounters with Lu, treating this match with equal seriousness. However, the strikingly similar outcome to his previous confrontations with Lu took Bai Xingshu by surprise. He understood that engaging in direct combat was futile, as he was no match for his opponent. In an instant, Bai Xingshu made a decisive judgment, opting to conceal himself swiftly. Akin to his final moments in the novice arena, biding his time for the right opportunity. With extensive experience in enduring blows, Bai Xingshu wasted no time, elevating his mech's speed to its maximum, employing a series of flashes combined with the Lin family's transformation techniques to create distance between himself and Lin Li. Observing his opponent's effortless execution of the Lin family's transformations, Lin Li chuckled softly. Wasn't he using the Lin family's techniques to evade him a blatant mockery? As he noticed the growing gap between them, Lin Li engaged his mech's power. Lin family's transformation. Bai Xingshu suddenly found himself confronted by a mech that manifested before him. Wielding a curved long blade raised high, its descent seemingly accompanied by a multitude of shadows. Golden shards. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xingshu realized that every potential escape route had been sealed by that single strike. The attempt to conceal himself was rendered utterly futile, as the enemy had perfectly locked onto his position, leaving no opportunity for retreat. There was no way to defend against it. In truth, he lacked any equipment suitable for blocking. There was no way to evade it. Every safe avenue had been completely overshadowed by that one devastating blow. Any maneuver requiring less than half a second of reaction time is fatal at this moment. Thus, there would be no escape. Bai Xingshu completely disregarded the impending strike directed at him and swiftly charged towards Cheng Yi. His meticulously planned attack had gone awry, yet Lin Li remained unperturbed, calmly observing the lightweight mech closing in before him as he activated the cluster cannon at the front of his mech. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu deployed the reconnaissance equipment on his shoulder. Even in such close proximity, he chose to release a reconnaissance drone. Lin Li's initial reaction was to conclude that his opponent was now flustered and uncertain of his next move. However, this was evidently not the case. As the reconnaissance drone ejected, it quickly coalesced into a spherical shape, only to be violently struck by the lightweight mech, propelling it away with precision to block the muzzle of the cluster cannon.
Boom.
The fierce discharge from the cluster cannon obliterated the reconnaissance drone into mere fragments, redirecting the weapon's aim as well. Watching Sheng Yunchen once again slip away unscathed, Lin Li found himself at a loss for words. He could no longer entertain the thought that the platform's bug had misassigned him as an opponent. Such remarkable combat responsiveness, regardless of the context, was undeniably exceptional, making him well-suited for tasks under his command. As the desire to undermine his rival arose, Lin Li recognized the necessity of swiftly defeating Sheng Yunchen to showcase his superior prowess within the military hierarchy. Ignoring the system's alert regarding the cluster cannon's decommissioning, Lin Li promptly executed a zigzag charge, once more pursuing Bai Xingshu. Upon encountering yet another mech before him, Bai Xingshu was utterly convinced that there was no possibility of evading the enemy's pursuit. Thus, he resolved to confront them head-on. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he once more employed the Lin family's 3 transformations. However, this time, he did not execute the complete series of movements. At the final transformation, Bai Xingshu abruptly halted, turning his focus towards the enemy mech that had anticipated the conclusion of his maneuvers and launched his first shot of the battle. The damage inflicted was unexpected, as Lin Li swiftly adjusted his actions upon realizing the landing spot was vacant, yet he still suffered a glancing hit, resulting in an increase of 2 points in damage. Nevertheless, it was merely 2 points. Bai Xingshu hastily switched to fire his second shot, which completely missed its target. Meanwhile, Lin Li's concentrated barrage ensued, inflicting a 21 loss to Bai Xingshu's mech. It was at that moment, following a flurry of attacks, the energy reloading required time, like a swift swallow. In this week's Advanced Combat Techniques class, a newly imparted skill was introduced, a rapid low-altitude short-distance dash. Bai Xingshu surged forward like lightning, closing the distance to Lin Li. Lin Li was bewildered. Among all weapons, only one with a loaded gun remained. Why would Bai Xingshu choose to close the distance? Nonetheless, this did not hinder Lin Li's response to the unfolding scene. Without the need for any combat techniques, the previously unutilized weapons erupted forth, their brilliance enveloping the approaching adversary. Unsurprisingly, Lin Li witnessed Bai Xingshu leap into the air, the elusive art of evasion. Lin Li sighed momentarily, only to abruptly realize something was amiss. Where was the loading gun that he had firmly grasped in his hand? Uncertain of what might transpire, Lin Li swiftly maneuvered his mech away from its position. His reflexes were quick, yet they fell short. Although the massive loading gun failed to strike its intended target in the cockpit, it collided forcefully with the mech's left shoulder. The damage was significant: 35 loss of integrity, injuries to the left shoulder, and the 1st, 7th, and 9th weapon slots rendered unresponsive. The system methodically reported the overall condition of the mech, yet these impairments were not Lin Li's most pressing concern. In the aftermath of the impact, his mech lost its balance. He required 2 seconds to regain it. A brief span, indeed. However, the relentless opponent afforded him no such opportunity. Lin Li distinctly observed a lightweight mech charging toward him in a suicidal assault, closely following the loading gun. Opting not to restore his mech's equilibrium, he made a swift decision, extending his operational right arm to firmly grasp the lightweight mech. The impact of the charge sent both mechs crashing to the ground. Having successfully intercepted the lightweight mech's final strike, Lin Li exhaled in relief. The outcome of this contest was truly beyond his expectations. He activated all his weapon slots. intending to deliver a solemn conclusion to the warrior who had exerted every effort in pursuit of victory. Yet, to his astonishment, he witnessed the opponent's mech move with greater swiftness. The lightweight mech reached out, freeing itself from the grip that had confined its arm. Freed from constraints, the lightweight mech once again plummeted like a swift gale. The cockpits of the two mechs collided with a resounding crash. Lin Li was momentarily engulfed in darkness, only to be greeted by light a second later. Draw. Chapter 48. Meanwhile, on Bai Xingshu's side, having detached the arm of his mech, a triumphant smile graced his face. Victory! Just as he was about to leap from his cockpit in exuberance, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. The next moment, the word DRAW appeared before him. Contemplation. Silence. So deeply immersed and focused was Bai Xingshu that he completely forgot he was in a virtual arena. He could not simply leap into another's cockpit and deliver a blow. TCH. Bai Xingshu was exceedingly displeased. What a ridiculous platform. Why should this count as my defeat? Understanding Bai Xingshu's English proficiency was nearly non-existent. He had once struggled to pronounce beta, learning only through the system's guidance. He was informed by the system. Draw means a tie. Having previously encountered only the word WIN, Bai Xingshu nonchalantly acknowledged this revelation, glancing at his information records. As expected, his remarkable streak of 80 consecutive victories had come to an abrupt halt. Current winning streak, 0. Glaringly displayed before him. How is this any different from losing? Bai Xingshu rolled his eyes, then checked the time. It was nearly dinner time. Dinner. His mood instantly lifted, and he decisively opted to log off. On the other end of the platform, Lin Li, who had sent a friend request to Bai Xingshu, was left speechless. Was this individual truly engaged in the mech combat network solely for the sake of battles? Generally speaking, individuals of this sort tend to impose restrictive applications, such as requiring a certain number of followers, a specific status in the community, or an impressive winning streak. However, Lin Li had not encountered such a completely closed-off scenario before. This peculiarity led him to develop a deeper appreciation for Xing Zijiang's pure pursuit of excellence. Perhaps it is this very purity that allows one to seize the opportunity for victory by capitalizing on even the slightest oversight. Although the system indicated a draw, the disparity in the configurations of the two mechas rendered the current outcome equivalent to a loss in Lin Li's eyes. The Mecha Combat Network platform is affiliated with the Imperial Military and according to the invitation for the Intermediate Arena. Ascending to this level signifies a willingness to join the military and contribute to the Empire. Personal information is accessible to authorized personnel within the military, and Lin Li is among those with such privileges. His return to Capital Star was not for leisure, but to accept a promotion and new rank. Having been elevated to the rank of Major, he now has the opportunity to select subordinates of his choice. With recruitment needs at hand, this privilege was temporarily extended to him. Upon seeing the name Bai Xingshu, Lin Li paused momentarily. The name stirred a memory. Last weekend, after his younger brother returned home, he had inquired about this individual in relation to Jiao Rong. It was the first time Lin Li had witnessed his brother displaying such interest in someone outside the realm of mecha. Reflecting on this, Lin Li shook his head and, after briefly scanning Bai Xingshu's personal information, did not linger long on the details. The classmates of his younger brother, no matter how promising they appear, must wait until their junior year concludes before considering any significant moves. At this moment, Lin Li lacked the inclination to continue the battle. He reflected on the reasons behind his defeat, logged off, and prepared for a review. Meanwhile, the online community of Battle.net, which had witnessed the entire confrontation, erupted in a cacophony of reactions. Not only did the thread chronicling the battle between Xing Zijiang and Jing Yi devolve into chaos, but countless derivative posts also inundated the forum, nearly overwhelming the entire community. Initially, no one believed that Xing Zijiang could triumph over Lin Li. Lin Li's prowess in mech combat was renowned among the youth, placing him among the elite. Discussions predominantly revolved around how long Xing Zijiang could endure and the manner of his impending defeat. After Xing Zijiang decisively vanquished a number of prominent figures in the novice arena, he garnered the ire of their fans, many of whom celebrated his downfall with great enthusiasm. Once Xing Zijiang had bested their champion, it finally seemed that the tables were turning. Eager spectators tuned in, only to be astonished by Xingze Jiangji's commendable performance. He displayed a surprising level of finesse, avoiding utter disgrace. Nevertheless, some skeptics insisted that his success stemmed solely from Lin Li's benevolent nature, suggesting that the major was merely granting the novice a chance. However, this argument quickly lost traction. After Bai Xingshu deployed a reconnaissance drone into Lin Li's mech's cluster cannon, resulting in a catastrophic explosion and inflicting 11 damage to the machine, the naysayers fell silent. The supporters of Bai Xingshu swiftly became the overwhelming majority in the discussion. It was not merely a battle score of 0-100, it was utterly devastating. Soon, the crowd realized their premature exuberance. The incident of the misfire can only be attributed to Bai Xingshu's unexpected maneuver. But what followed was the abrupt interruption of the Lin family's transformation. When Xingze Jiangji genuinely struck the Lin Li mech with a loaded firearm, the audience's perception shifted dramatically. Although that solitary shot inflicted a mere 2 damage, it nonetheless found its mark. This was the most orthodox combat strategy within the realm of mech piloting, and Xingze Jiangji had successfully hit Major Lin Li. The implications of this were profoundly unsettling. In the primary arena, those who had previously been defeated by Xingze Jiangji now held an unwavering respect for him. They no longer harbored grievances against Bai Xingshu's unconventional tactics that had led to their defeats. They were completely oblivious to the fact that, had they faced Lin Li, they would have had no chance of landing such a hit. At this moment, the atmosphere within the community had shifted. The outcome of the battles seemed inconsequential. Xingze Jiangji had presented a flawless performance, restoring pride for the participants of the primary arena. After all, he was a product of their initial battleground. Rounded off, this was indeed their collective glory. A toast of champagne was preemptively raised, yet this perplexing sentiment had yet to permeate the discussions throughout the community. The spectators soon beheld a scene that was all too familiar. Xingze Jiangji charged forth with determination, brandishing the loaded firearm. A unique experience exclusive to the live broadcast. Everyone understood the significance of Xingze Jiangji's vigorous advance with the loaded gun. In the community, amidst the cacophony of frantic cries, the shouts of Lin Li's devoted fans urging others to flee intertwined with the chaos. It was evident how profoundly the disorder caused by Bai Xing's recklessness had left a psychological scar on the ordinary users of the Mecha Combat Network. As Lin Li witnessed the imminent charge of Xingze, he resorted to using an area of effect weapon. The brilliance emitted by the weapon completely obscured the movements of the gun, creating a terrifying scenario reminiscent of his battle with Xingze. Henceforth, no one dared to employ such a strategy against him again. Instinctively, the onlookers believed Lin Li was doomed. However, he evaded the attack. The community erupted in unrestrained jubilation, disregarding all biases. After countless encounters, they finally received confirmation that even in such dire circumstances, Xingze's assault was not entirely insurmountable. What a revelation! Truly, Lin Li, the major, deserved the accolades. At that moment, everyone was convinced that Xingze had succumbed. The issue was not merely the absence of weapons. It was well understood that Xingze's arsenal extended far beyond conventional armaments. Yet, the final strike of Xingze was deftly evaded by Major Lin Li, rendering the remaining techniques mere echoes of previously failed attempts, devoid of significance. The only chance Xingze had to triumph over Major Lin Li lay in the latter's unfamiliarity with his offensive maneuvers, and that opportunity was singular and fleeting. What a pity! What a lament! However, this sentiment had yet to be articulated before the scene shifted dramatically. A self-destructive assault unfolded swiftly, leading to the disarmament of the mech arm before the astonished crowd. Upon witnessing the word draw displayed at the conclusion of the game, the audience found themselves in a state of bewilderment, even more so than Bai Xingshu and Lin Li. The match had culminated in a stalemate with Lin Li, a major. No less. The entire community erupted in chaos. On one hand, the notion that an individual equipped like Xingze Ji could achieve a tie was tantamount to a victory. On the other hand, it was suggested that Xingze Ji had merely capitalized on Major Lin Li's unfamiliarity with him to execute a successful ambush. Let us not even mention the issue of equipment. If Xingze Ji were to be fully equipped and face Jing Yi in another match, one might wonder if he could still emerge victorious. as a well-known and remarkably handsome alpha of the empire, with a future that gleamed with promise. Lin Li had garnered a fervent fanbase. The flames of controversy swiftly spread from the combat network community to the outside world. Thus, within an hour of the match's conclusion, Lin Li received a message from Zhao. Your brother fought against Xingzi and lost. Lin Li was taken aback. How could he possibly comprehend the string of words that, while familiar, made no sense when combined? How could his brother lose to Xingzi? Anger bubbled within him. Zhao was clearly speaking nonsense. If Xingzi could not defeat him, how could he possibly triumph over his brother? Absurd. Lin Li seldom perused the discussions on the combat network, which primarily revolved around novice and beginner matches, offering little of substance. The last time he had viewed a battle video featuring Xingzi was over a week ago. Thus, he logged onto the combat network community and precisely located the video of the match between Xingzi and Jing Yi. Upon witnessing the unfolding battle, he was taken aback by Xingzi's rapid progress. However, at this level, he is merely comparable to some of his classmates, still struggling to secure a victory in battle. Then Lin Li observed how Xingzi seized upon an oversight from the opponent, swiftly reversing the situation. Lin Li, having witnessed the entire battle and observing the relentless determination of Xingzi, it is difficult for anyone with a modicum of fighting spirit to harbor any feelings of animosity towards him. Yet there is that but. Why does he feel that the moment when his older brother ultimately lost seemed oddly familiar? In an instant, Lin Li recalled the scene during the freshman competition when Bai Xingshu breached his cockpit screen, rendering him powerless in the driver's seat. At that time, he felt infuriated.
But now,
Lin Li's mind uncontrollably conjured images from the championship highlight reel, depicting that very moment. Clearing his throat, even though no one could discern his thoughts, Lin Li couldn't resist glancing around to see if anyone was observing him. After confirming that he was alone, he sought out a more inconspicuous corner and replayed the battle video. The DJ VU from that final moment was so intense that it compelled him to formulate a hypothesis. Setting aside the Lin family's 3 transformations that Xingzi initially employed, Lin Li dragged the video progress bar forward.
subsequently,
The only advanced combat techniques utilized by Xingzi were the rapid transitions and the swift, darting motions, both of which were taught in their class on advanced piloting techniques. Beyond that, he had not witnessed Xingzi employ any other advanced combat skills. Lin Li fell into contemplation, searching for videos of battles against others during this period, particularly those featuring the new technique Xian Ji, which had only recently emerged in this particular confrontation. The abrupt transitions in gameplay had first appeared on the evening of the initial advanced combat skills class. Moreover, recalling that Bai Xingshu had previously inquired about the nuances of beginner-level duo battles in class, coupled with his evident enthusiasm for analyzing the strategies of Xian Ji, piqued Lin Li's curiosity further. He picked up his communicator and, in a rare moment of initiative, sent a private message to Bai Xingshu. Have you advanced to intermediate level? At that moment, Bai Xingshu had just finished his meal and returned to his dormitory. Upon seeing the message, he smiled, immediately realizing that Lin Li had recognized his strategy from the last match. However, there was no shame in admitting it, so Bai Xingshu responded with confidence. Yes, I have leveled up. This response inadvertently corroborated Lin Li's suspicions, and Bai Xingshu showed no intention of concealing anything. Lin Li's expression brightened instantly. Any thoughts of familial ties were swiftly cast aside. Then let us add each other as friends and team up for a duo battle? Bai Xingshu replied promptly, sure. What's your ID? I'll add you. His response was straightforward, yet Lin Li found himself momentarily at a loss. What was his ID again? It was indeed a pertinent question. He had registered the ID Lin Cold-Blooded Slayer Li when he turned 14, the minimum age required to use the mech combat network, and had continued to use it ever since. Never did I perceive any negativity in this ID. It was only upon this occasion that I found myself at a loss for words. Lin Li recalled the ID of his elder brother, which he had previously mocked for its unremarkable, cold, and utterly characterless appearance, rather mundane, indeed. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered why he had not chosen something similar for himself. The mech battle network does not permit modifications to IDs, and with a heavy heart, Lin Li sent forth his own ID name. Upon seeing the ID, Bai Xingshu exhibited no particular reaction. Reflecting on the eclectic array of battle IDs he had encountered throughout his matches, he mused that Lin Li's ID was, in fact, quite respectable and normal compared to the bizarre names he had come across. I'm logging onto the battle network to add a friend. Bai Xingshu casually remarked to Shen Jian. It was evening, the designated time for Shen Jian to assist him with the fundamentals of mathematics. Who is it? Shen Jian inquired, slightly on edge. Typically, Bai Xingshu would not indulge in such trivial matters, as he regarded studying as paramount. The fact that Bai Xingshu made this choice indicated that this individual must hold a special significance to him. Could it be Bai Xingshu's new target? Shen Jian felt a familiar shadow of anxiety creeping in, but this time, it was not about how to console his roommate after another heartbreak. Rather, the memory of their lunchtime encounter was unsettling enough. Fortunately, Bai Xingshu did not provide Shen Jian with a distressing answer. It's Lin Li, he announced with a sense of satisfaction. He mentioned that he has entered the intermediate arena and can now accompany me for duo battles. Bai Xingshu spoke with delight, asserting, I told you, he is a good person. He remembered something I casually asked him long ago. Upon finishing her words, Bai Xingshu cast a glance at Shen Jian, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. I won't trouble you any longer, she declared. Shen Jian paused for a moment, observing Bai Xingshu's unwavering choice of Lin Li over him, before calmly responding with a simple, oh. Lowering his head, Shen Jian resumed his focus on the middle school mathematics and physics content that Bai Xingshu was about to study. He distinctly heard the sound of her logging into the system beside him. It was perplexing. This individual possessed such remarkable learning abilities. Within a week, she had mastered knowledge that would typically take others 2 to 3 months to grasp. Moreover, in terms of combat skills and other attributes, Bai Xingshu was among the most exceptional individuals Shen Jian had encountered. Yet, he could not fathom why her aspirations were confined to marrying into a wealthy family. A vague sense of dissatisfaction washed over Shen Jian as he pressed his lips together. This was nothing short of a squandering of potential. Building an empire and forging a brighter future should be the true path. After adding Lin Li as a friend, Bai Xingshu promptly logged off. The Intermediate Arena's duo battle event had yet to commence. Even if it were to begin, it was inconceivable that Bai Xingshu would simply abandon Shen Jian, who had generously offered to tutor her. Lin Li watched Bai Xingshu's figure vanish into the shared space of friends, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Before her departure, she had informed him that Shen Jian was still waiting for her in the dormitory. TSK. They were in the same dormitory. What was there to wait for? Shen Jian truly was too cunning. Frustrated, Lin Li reopened the combat network community. After confirming that the departure of Bai Hang was imminent, his perspective on the discussions shifted entirely. Lin Li directly plunged into the fray, vociferously declaring that the defeat was solely Lin Li's fault. He was particularly attentive to his younger brother, Lin Li, who would receive notifications whenever the other party spoke. Chapter 50. Given that his brother was so unoccupied, Lin Li promptly dragged someone out and forcefully brought them to the battlefield for a beating, while Lin Li cowered in fright throughout the ordeal. After being thrashed by his elder brother, Lin Li clicked his tongue, revealing his petty nature. Once the altercation concluded, Lin Li did not let the matter slide. Casting a glance at Lin Li, throughout the entire match, there was nothing commendable. During class, you should learn more from your classmates. Don't start off thinking you can't win and only know how to flee. That mindset is too disheartening. Lin Li pouted. Was he really preoccupied with the thought of being unable to win from the outset? No, he had simply realized that his brother was intent on pummeling him. Thank you very much. Lin Li immediately noticed his brother's defiance. You ought to temper that temperament of yours around your classmates. In the future, his achievements will not be inferior to Lu Ping's. When arranging internships for the military corps at the end of your junior year, remember to bring him along to the 4th Corps. Lin Li scoffed. Lin Li's implication that he had already mapped out his future was infuriating. I have no intention of joining the 4th Corps. I aspire to be part of the 6th Corps. I am Lin Li, and I refuse to be just another Lin family member like you. Lin Li remained utterly indifferent to his younger brother's outburst. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply stated, make sure to have Bai Xingshu sent to the 4th Corps. You need not attend. Lin Li. While the Lin brothers harbored their own clandestine schemes, the Battle Network community had begun a fervent campaign, selling their talents to various military academies. Do not miss the opportunity to recruit a newcomer capable of matching Major Lin Li. Would it not be compelling to snatch them away? Capital Military University, United Military University, Cheng Yunxi Military University. With 36 consecutive victories in the junior arena and 80 in the intermediate arena, achieving a draw with Major Lin Li upon entering the intermediate level. I find no objection to being recommended to Capital Military University. Initially, XXX secured 28 consecutive wins in the junior arena and was granted admission to Tsinghua Military University, which is also among the Empire's top 10 military academies. Given Xing Zixiang's current record, securing admission to a top 2 academy is quite reasonable, is it not? Capital Military University, United Military University, Cheng Yunxi Military University. Discussions both within and outside the Battle Network community were rampant regarding which military academy would seize this extraordinary opportunity. Yet, the reality was that despite the fervor, no military academy emerged to respond. Did they choose not to reply? Far from it. In fact, as Bai Xingshu continued his streak of victories in the intermediate arena amidst the community's excitement, several military academies had been closely monitoring this ID. The tactics displayed are utterly rudimentary, indicative of a lack of systematic training. It is disheartening, yet exhilarating. Upon further investigation, there is no need to delve into the ownership of the account. Merely a glance at the impending IP address would provoke any military academy to express their outrage. This is the exclusive IP address of the Capital Military University. Moreover, the device identifier for this login even bears an annotation, assets of the combat department of the Capital Military University. Is this individual jesting with them? Being affiliated with the Capital Military University, yet masquerading as a novice on the combat network? One could only lament in frustration. Such occurrences are not uncommon among the admissions officers of various imperial military academies. Do they comprehend how rare it is to encounter a promising candidate in these times? Only to be left with a sense of false hope. Is this something a person would undertake? Behind the scenes, the Capital Military University has been the subject of countless disparaging remarks. Now, in this grand display, admissions officers from other military universities, having been duped previously, unanimously deem this a mere recruitment ploy orchestrated by the Capital Military University. How brazen! They have no intention of elevating their own institution merely to bolster the Capital Military University. Yet, it is infuriating. Consequently, the admissions officer from the Capital Military University has garnered a plethora of sarcastic remarks from his peers. The admissions officer protests. I am not involved. I have done nothing wrong. I am innocent. I shall inform the parents. Upon receiving this complaint, Liu, the overseer, responds, are you not, as educators, also inclined to raise a ruckus like Bai Xingshu? Liu is left speechless, yet cannot turn a blind eye. Who would have thought that Bai Xingshu, in every conceivable sense, is a student of his own? However, this matter proves to be rather complicated. Mishandling it could potentially tarnish the school's reputation. Additionally, the identity of military academy students is generally considered confidential information. Bai Xingshu has been quite adept at safeguarding this aspect, and the school cannot simply disclose his situation. Unlike Lin Li, who needs to present a public image to bolster the 4th Army Corps, everyone is already aware of the individual behind the esteemed ID of Jing Yi, renowned for excelling in intermediate-level competitions. Ultimately, after a thorough discussion among several combat instructors, Liu, taking the lead, issued a public statement. Xingzhe Jiangji is indeed his student, and future arrangements have already been planned. We appreciate the support and assistance from all netizens for Xingzhe Jiangji. Liu Ping, as a contemporary hero of the masses, enjoys substantial recognition. The students he mentors one-on-one are undoubtedly stronger than those from any military academy, which explains why Bai Xingshu initially closed all applications and disregarded everyone. Liu's statement quickly garnered widespread acceptance, even unraveling some of the previously enigmatic posture of Xingzhe Jiangji, providing ample explanations through the public's imagination. In any case, the fervor surrounding the military academy recommendations for Xingzhe Jiangji has finally subsided. Liu let out a sigh of relief. Was it truly so challenging to manage an S-class? It has only been half a month since the semester began, and so many incidents have already occurred. However, upon reflection, it seems that the difficulties did not stem from the S-class itself. Rather, over the past half-month, all issues appeared to arise solely from one student, Bai Xingshu. Lu Zhudao mused that it must merely be a coincidence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his personal communicator chimed. This was his private device, and not pertaining to official matters, which allowed Lu Zhudao to relax momentarily as he glanced at the screen. Cheng Yunxi. What could the young scion of the Cheng family possibly want? With this curiosity, Lu Zhudao answered the call. The following day was Sunday, and Bai Xingshu, without any other commitments, adhered to the routine of reporting to the training room. However, upon entering, he immediately noticed Lu Zhudao's notably composed demeanor. Did you strike Lin Li yesterday? Lu Zhudao inquired in a low voice. Bai Xingshu responded with confusion. He got into a fight? When did this happen? I was unaware. And Lin Li?
Who is that?
Bai Xingshu was perplexed. Lu Zhudao continued. In this day and age, there are still individuals unfamiliar with Lin Li. He is Jingyi. Lu Zhudao's tone remained serious. Bai Xingshu recalled the opponents he had faced, yet observing Lu Zhudao's feigned bravado, it was evident he was scheming something. Bai Xingshu followed Lu Zhudao's lead and probed further. Is he a relative of yours? Almost immediately, Bai Xingshu unleashed his talent for flattery. No wonder I felt he had your air about him during our match yesterday. His moves were relentless, and he had the entire situation firmly under control. Lu Zhudao sighed inwardly, confirming that Bai Xingshu indeed was not acquainted with Lin Li. He is the elder brother of Lin Li. Lu Zhudao felt a sense of helplessness. He recalled how, during class, Bai Xingshu had been exchanging flirtatious glances with Lin Li. As Lu Zhudao spoke, Bai Xingshu remained unresponsive, yet the system, which had been languishing for quite some time, suddenly perked up. What had it heard? Lin Li's brother? Wasn't that? The system swiftly gathered relevant information and promptly reported to Bai Xingshu, Lin Li, Alpha, the eldest son of the Marshal of the 4th Legion, currently serving as the captain of the Vanguard Battalion and presently single. Single? This eager voice nearly compelled Bai Xingshu to leap into action. Bai Xingshu muted the system once again, innocently raising his gaze towards Lu Zhudao. There were certainly numerous affluent single alphas. The system seemed oblivious to the complexities of initiating contact. Could he truly stride over to Lin Li and boldly declare, I wish to be your sister-in-law. Please introduce me to your brother? Meanwhile, Lu Zhudao observed Bai Xingshu's innocent expression, genuinely unaware of anything amiss, as he had been solely focused on the competition from the outset. The words he had initially prepared, such as "Do you realize the trouble you've caused everyone?" were now entirely stuck in his throat. However, he could not completely abandon the commitments he had made. Lu Zhudao felt himself caught in a dilemma. It was thanks to the support and assistance from the Cheng family that he had embarked on this path of practicing mechas. Cheng Yunxi, the grandson of the head of the Cheng family who had once sponsored him, was not only handsome but also astute, making him the favorite among the Cheng family's grandchildren. Initially, when contemplating the training trajectory for Cheng Yunxi, renowned figures from various fields were invited to mentor him and assess his innate talents. Among them, Director Lu was called upon to provide guidance in the realm of mechas. Although their interaction lasted merely a week, it became evident that Cheng Yunxi possessed no aptitude in this area, thus concluding their teacher-student relationship. However, they maintained their contact information. Last night, during a phone conversation, Cheng Yunxi addressed Lu as teacher with utmost reverence, expressing his enthusiasm for a new film related to mechas and his desire for an action director. Lu, under the impression that Cheng Yunxi was referring to him, promptly declined, believing his current status rendered him unsuitable for such an entertainment-focused endeavor. Cheng Yunxi, undeterred, swiftly shifted his focus to the renowned action star Sheng Geng, fervently articulating his admiration for Sheng's combat style, fearless yet agile, which perfectly aligned with the vision for his new film. He had been following Sheng for quite some time, exploring various channels to establish contact, yet to no avail. Despite his attempts to evoke sympathy, Lu, hailing from a business background and competing in the entertainment industry, was not easily swayed. After a mere 10 minutes of conversation, Lu, somewhat bewildered, inadvertently agreed to assist. It was only upon realizing what he had committed to that Lu felt as if struck by lightning. Acknowledging the Cheng family's past kindness towards him, he found himself in a quandary about how to retract his agreement. Thus, the current endeavor of persuading Bai Xingshu unfolded. Bai Xingshu observed Lu Zhudao, who appeared momentarily at a loss for words, stifling a chuckle. He chose not to feign ignorance any longer and directly inquired, "Is there something you require assistance with, Zhudao?" This inquiry from Bai Xingshu was imbued with genuine sincerity. Much like his earlier interactions with Song Xiyan, Lu Zhudao's willingness to dedicate his leisure time to teach him mecha piloting came without expectation of recompense, utilizing his own personal moments of respite. While there were certain aspects mentioned by Lin Li regarding Lu Zhudao's motives of networking, it would be utterly lacking in integrity to take such efforts for granted. Bai Xingshu could not bring himself to do so. Given that the other party currently sought his aid, Bai Xingshu was more than willing to contribute. Lu Zhudao was momentarily taken aback by this question, meeting Bai Xingshu's gaze, which radiated pure sincerity. Bai Xingshu had already discerned his intentions. In that instant, Lu Zhudao became acutely aware of this realization, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of manipulating a student. Upon reflection, however, it became apparent that, considering Bai Xingshu's protective stance towards Song Xiyan during the Jiaorong incident, his student possessed a keen intellect. Thus, it was hardly surprising that his thoughts were unveiled. Faced with Bai Xingshu's demeanor of "please feel free to express any needs," Lu Zhudao relaxed. With his student making such a declaration, he felt no inclination to withhold information. He meticulously conveyed the entire situation to Bai Xingshu. "Your battle against Lin Li was executed with remarkable finesse." The video of that confrontation has also caught the attention of Director Lu, who, with a hint of pride in his voice, remarked on the impressive results of his own student. The matter has stirred quite a commotion externally, and to quell the speculation, I stated that you are one of my students. The current employment information of personnel within the military is classified, and very few are aware that Director Lu is presently affiliated with the Capital Military University. A young acquaintance of mine, who has long admired you, managed to reach out after my announcement. Director Lu briefly outlined the tasks that require guidance. You should be familiar with him. It is Cheng Yunxi. Bai Xingshu was entirely unprepared for the nature of the conversation that Director Lu had initiated. Cheng Yunxi. Bai Xingshu does not know many individuals in this world. Yet this name resonates with him. Previously, when he treated someone to a lavish meal, he encountered this person's holographic projection in the atrium of a shopping mall. At that time, Lin Li, Song Xiyan, and Shen Geng all unanimously expressed that if it was a film by Cheng Yunxi, it would undoubtedly be difficult to watch, leaving a strong impression on Bai Xingshu. Clearing his throat, Bai Xingshu contemplated as he disabled the system's mute function. Ignoring the system's seemingly despondent silence, Bai Xingshu directly inquired, "Please retrieve the information on Cheng Yunxi." The system, devoid of any solace, felt as if its heart had turned to stone. Ignoring Bai Xingshu, it silently began to search for information on Cheng Yunxi, not uttering a single word to Bai Xingshu. Cold-hearted. Yet this chill lasted but a mere 2 seconds. Once the search was complete, the system sprang back to life. Cheng Yunxi, an alpha and the youngest descendant of the prominent Cheng family in the imperial business world, was cherished by the current head of the Cheng family. Due to personal inclinations, he had ventured into the entertainment industry as a star, while simultaneously beginning to take on considerable assets of the Cheng family, such as... The system excitedly began to rattle off Cheng Yunxi's accolades as if recounting a menu. It was clear that this individual was of great significance. Bai Xingshu was not particularly surprised by this information. The fact that Lin Li and his companions were acquainted with Cheng Yunxi did not hold much weight. However, if Cheng Yunxi could secure the favor of Director Lu, who would find it difficult to refuse, it clearly indicated that Cheng Yunxi was far from ordinary.
Indeed.
That was the case. Well, I suppose I can only visit on the weekend, Bai Xingshu replied decisively to Director Lu. He will be my new target, he added. Turning to the system, I have already stated that I will diligently accomplish the task. Why are you fretting? The system responded, QAQ, you are the best host. In an instant, the system recovered, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was being emotionally manipulated. Director Lu, witnessing Bai Xingshu's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of emotion. Previously, the demeanor of Bai Xingshu, despite his willingness to speak up, was one thing. However, when the other party genuinely agreed without hesitation, it was quite another matter. During this period, Lu Zhu observed Bai Xingshu's relentless dedication to his studies. In truth, Lu Zhu had no desire for Bai Xingshu to squander his time on trivialities. Thus, witnessing Bai Xingshu beginning to strategize his time management, Lu Zhu took it upon himself to impart some advice. Indeed, you should take some time on the weekends to visit a few times, and then simply state that the other party is unable to teach you effectively. We need to maintain appearances. It doesn't have to be overly substantial. Lu Zhu signaled his intentions to Bai Xingshu with fervor. Bai Xingshu nodded in agreement, responding with enthusiasm. No worries, Zhu Dao. I will teach well, and one tea brings shame upon you. His voice was resounding. Lu Zhu thought to himself, is that really what he meant? Observing the astonished expression on Lu Zhu's face, Bai Xingshu chuckled, picking up his board and knocking it lightly against Lu Zhu, adopting a more serious demeanor this time. I will diligently watch all the videos you provided. There will be no delay. As for the rest. Bai Xingshu patted the simulation cabin, casting a self-assured smirk at Lu Zhu. If by the end of the term, you haven't managed to teach me to the top of the class, that will surely be your failing.
Witnessing Bai Xingshu at Persino, Liu Zhu,
who usually maintained a stern and formidable facade, could not help but break into laughter. Although Lu Zhu may not be particularly eloquent, he can discern that Bai Xingshu's words are merely an attempt at self-soothing. Here is a teacher, consoled by his own student. Very well. The top student of the grade. Chapter 52. With this matter settled, Bai Xingshu acquired the location of the film set he would be visiting next week, along with the means of contact. Not that of Cheng Yunxi, but rather that of his assistant. The rationale being that Cheng Yunxi, while engaged in filming, seldom pays heed to communication devices, whereas his assistant remains on standby around the clock. This subtlety stirred a vague sense of intrigue within Bai Xingshu, though he refrained from voicing it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Xingshu informed Shen Geng of the changes to his weekend itinerary. After all, Shen Geng had become something of a half-tutor for his cultural studies. It was imperative to convey that he might frequently be out of school during weekends, rather than springing such news upon him at the last moment. I may need to check my schedule for Friday and Saturday nights. I might not be in the dormitory. Bai Xingshu remarked. Cheng Yunxi Shen Geng recalled how Bai Xingshu had shown considerable interest in him at the mall. Do you know anything about him? Bai Xingshu had not intended to seek information from the system. Having gained a slight understanding of this world, he was aware of the unreliability of online information.
Shen Xiyan stutin Bai Xingshu.
Is it necessary to know much about the person, considering you are merely following your own directive for action guidance? Especially someone like Bai Xingshu, who effortlessly befriends a multitude of individuals. What do you know about Cheng Yunxi? Shen Geng countered, posing the question to Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu appeared somewhat embarrassed, chuckling softly as he succinctly articulated two words, noble family, alpha. These words encapsulated his intentions with remarkable precision. In an instant, they illuminated Bai Xingshu's true motives. Shen Geng gazed at him for a few seconds before averting his eyes, calmly stating, if you are of value to him, he will be quite agreeable. You need not worry about that. You are a student officially recognized by Lu Ping, so regardless of your actions, he will not take offense. In this matter, you are not the focal point. What he seeks is to maintain a connection with Lu Ping. Currently, Lu Ping has no need to solicit anything from the Cheng family, yet he holds significant status as a figure in the military. Consequently, the Cheng family will occasionally approach Lu Ping for trivial matters, offering him some form of recompense in return. This is a means of stabilizing and nurturing their relationship. He can swiftly recognize that this situation may provide him an opportunity to reconnect with Lu Ping. Quite impressive and astute. Cheng Yunxi, favored by the head of the Cheng family, owes his position not solely to his striking appearance. Shen Geng objectively and fairly presented Cheng Yunxi to Bai Xingshu, though the subtext conveyed a notion of cunning and self-interest. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu felt considerably more at ease, whether motivated by self-interest or strategic calculation. He realized he could also engage in his own schemes. For such individuals, marriage may very well be a matter open to negotiation and trade. How delightful! Observing the increasing brightness in Bai Xingshu's eyes as he listened to the introduction, Shen Geng found himself at a loss for words. Did you grasp the essence of what I just conveyed? Bai Xingshu nodded, his voice brimming with cheerfulness. I understand. He is a good person. Shenzhen. He was quite curious which of his words could be interpreted in such a manner. Witnessing Shenzhen's speechlessness, Bai Xingshu burst into hearty laughter. I was just jesting. I truly comprehend. He is undoubtedly someone who will treat me well. Bai Xingshu delivered his most precise summary. Shenzhen. Indeed, it could not be said that Bai Xingshu was mistaken. Shenzhen took a deep breath, suddenly engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. At times, it was genuinely challenging to contemplate whether Bai Xingshu's tendency to view everything in the most positive light was a virtue or a vice. The following day ushered in another Monday. Physical training ensued. After the customary conclusion, everyone congregated, chattering animatedly for a while, regaining some energy before heading off to dine. By this time, the battle between Xingze and Lin Li had faded into the background of the internet, overshadowed by new trending topics. Nevertheless, in Class S, it remained a fresh and hot topic of conversation, particularly since Liu Ping was their primary instructor. The timing of when students were accepted had never been mentioned to them, which felt rather inconsiderate. I find it rather inconsequential whether this matter is discussed or not. However, is the instructor truly able to spare time for students? Is he not occupied with his duties at the school? There had been no prior indication of this, and suddenly the instructor presents a student. In truth, the deputy class leader seems more aligned with the instructor than anyone else. During the close combat training sessions, it is the instructor who provides special guidance to the deputy class leader. Such statements imply a certain favoritism on the instructor's part. A quick-witted student promptly interjected, defending Bai Xingshu, stating, "Do not speak in such a manner. The special guidance for the deputy class leader is simply because we no longer require the instructor's specific instructions." Bai Xingshu, though aware that this was meant as a defense, could not shake the feeling that he was being reprimanded. He expressionlessly directed a loud remark towards Lin Li, his voice projecting so that the entire class could hear. Both those engaged in the discussion and those who were not burst into laughter. At this juncture, the conversation had devolved into mere repetition, prompting someone to directly inquire of Lin Li, "Class leader, do you know who Sheng Jiangji is?" Among the class, there are several individuals hailing from military aristocracy, yet the one most likely to possess information remains Lin Li. After all, the origin of this matter lies in the confrontation between Sheng Jiangji and Lin Li. Upon being questioned, Lin Li instinctively cast a glance at Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li's small expression and smiled subtly. Such a reaction, one that immediately considers his intentions, undeniably brings joy to others. Bai Xingshu had no intention of placing Lin Li in a difficult position. He had refrained from mentioning it before primarily because no one had ever contemplated him as a possibility. When everyone fervently discussed the impending competition, the idea of him suddenly proclaiming, "This is me," would indeed seem rather foolish. However, in the present moment, with the timing and atmosphere being quite favorable, Bai Xingshu silently pointed to himself. As the crowd followed Lin Li's gaze, they noticed Bai Xingshu's gesture. The classmates were bewildered. After a moment of struggle to comprehend the significance of this action, they fell into a hushed silence, followed by several anguished exclamations. Previously, someone from Class F had mentioned to me that the competition format seemed to suggest a class vice-captain, to which I had dismissed the notion, believing that the vice-captain's mecha piloting skills were not that proficient. Similarly, individuals from Class E echoed this sentiment, asserting that the vice-captain's mecha skills were quite lacking. In my dormitory, there are 2 students from Class F. Class S comprises only 25 students, the smallest cohort among all classes. This implies that most of them were eliminated by Lin Li. The remaining 2 who were not eliminated are Lin Li and Bai Xingshu. This indicates that the students in Class S have never engaged Bai Xingshu in direct combat. They have merely witnessed his erratic mecha maneuvers, which were often met with severe reprimands from Liu. They also vaguely recall the incident where Bai Xingshu had thrown a loaded gun. In the final moments of the Bai Xingshu Xinshin competition, there was an instance where a loading gun was dropped, striking Lin Li's mech on the shoulder. However, this memory holds little significance. The more captivating moment in the confrontation between Bai Xingshu and Lin Li was when Bai Xingshu boldly leapt into Lin Li's cockpit, executing close-range suppression. Furthermore, this is impossible. How could you, vice class leader, be Xing Jiangji? You have never even hit anything with your throne-loading gun. Someone shouted, presenting what they believed to be the most compelling evidence. It is well known that Xing Jiangji's knife throwing is infallible. Bai Xingshu retorted, is this even his fault? When you engage in offline combat, you all remain securely in your cockpits. How could I possibly throw something into your cockpit? Bai Xingshu protested. He came to the peaceful world to learn, not to kill. The classmates responded, seemingly in agreement.
Xingshu Zhongjai.
They cautiously sought confirmation from Bai Xingshu once more. It is I, Bai Xingshu replied with a smile, while simultaneously beginning to flex his fists. The intent behind this gesture was unmistakable. Who were those few that spoke ill of me just now? I shall teach them a few techniques for close combat. Bai Xingshu grinned wickedly, his knuckles cracking ominously. Classmates, save us. Chapter 53. A week swiftly passed, and soon it was time to head to the film set as previously arranged. Having declined Lin Li's invitation to hang out over the weekend, and also brushed off Song Xiyan's inquiries about his exhibition, Bai Xingshu boarded an unmanned vehicle, soaring toward his destination. A towering skyscraper, exceeding 100 stories. Is this not the venue for a mech piloting action guide? From Bai Xingshu's perspective, it is difficult to envision any space within this building suitable for mech combat. After confirming with the system that he had not arrived at the wrong location, he reached out to Cheng Yunxi's assistant. Soon, a young man exuding a sense of fashion emerged from the building, his face adorned with an enthusiastic smile. He glanced around, and upon spotting Bai Xingshu, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt, Bai Xingshu radiated a clean and refreshing aura. His features akin to a poetic vision, gentle and serene, as if he belonged within the verses of a poem. Such an appearance makes it hard to associate him with the roles of a mech pilot or an action guide. Rather, he resembled a star. Even more captivating than many celebrities the assistant had encountered. The assistant hesitated, uncertain in his recognition, yet there was no other unfamiliar face outside the building. Mr. Bai Xingshu? The assistant tentatively called out. Yes, Bai Xingshu replied, then inquired, is this the filming location? With his affirmation, regardless of the turmoil within, the assistant regained his cheerful demeanor and replied brightly, you look absolutely stunning. I was just worried I might mistake you for someone else and be seen as making a pass. After complimenting him, the assistant finally addressed Bai Xingshu's question, confirming, yes. The film is entirely being shot within this building. It's quite relaxed, so you need not worry. My name is Qiao Liuguang, but you may call me Xiao Qiao. Please feel free to share any requests you may have. It is indeed a great pleasure for us at Yunxi that you are here to assist. Rest assured, you will not be treated unjustly. The assistant guided Bai Xingshu through the Bai Xingshu building, occasionally changing elevators, while providing insights about the building's features. They discussed who occupied which floor and the entertainment activities available for participation. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the actual filming location. Before a vibrant green backdrop, Cheng Yunxi sat gracefully, his distinguished visage tinged with a hint of melancholy. His hair, resembling fragments of gold, cast a glow that rendered the delicate actress beside him almost commonplace. Upon entering, Bai Xingshu immediately noticed Cheng Yunxi, who seemed to be the very center of the universe. However, as he continued to observe, his attention inadvertently shifted toward the actress. Why did he feel that this seemingly tender and sorrowful lady had veins on her forehead threatening to burst? The Empire needs me now more than ever. This is not the moment for such thoughts. Will you wait for my return, my Mai? Your gaze is eternally fixed upon the Empire. Could you not spare even a fraction of your time for me? Mai, after watching the performance against the green screen for a while, Bai Xingshu turned to the assistant and inquired, why does Cheng Yunxi always look at the camera when speaking, rather than at Mai? The assistant's enthusiastic smile faltered for a moment before he quickly remarked, after all, the audience comes to see Yunxi, so naturally, we must capture more of her. There was an odd sensation in the air. However, as someone entirely unversed in filmmaking, it was only to be expected that he might not fully grasp the nuances of the process. Bai Xingshu said nothing further, adhering to the assistant's guidance as they arrived at the lounge area, which was replete with beverages, snacks, and entertainment screens. Please wait here for a moment. Yunxi will be finishing her scene shortly. I'll step away for a bit, And you're free to enjoy anything here, the assistant stated. Bai Xingshu sensed many discreet gazes upon him, and, uncertain of the situation, he deemed it wise to follow their arrangements, nodding in agreement. The assistant hurried away, swiftly reaching the filming area. His timing was impeccable. Shortly after his arrival, the scene concluded. Emerging from behind the green screen, Cheng Yunxi glanced at Bai Xingshu from a distance, asking, "Is that him?" The assistant nodded, reporting to Cheng Yunxi. "I mentioned the people in the building and the entertainment area on the way. He showed no interest in any of it." Indeed, he was Cheng Yunxi's assistant, but his role extended beyond the entertainment industry, encompassing much of Cheng Yunxi's business management as well. Cheng Yunxi casually replied with an as she began to remove the various accessories that hinder her movement, saying, "I seem to recall this face. Please bring me tablet 1. "Of course," the assistant promptly responded. Upon opening the tablet in her hands, Cheng Yunxi swiftly locked onto a video. Not long after she clicked it open, the unmistakable visage of Bai Xingshu materialized on the screen. This was, indeed, the live stream from the gathering on the day of Bai Xingshu's celebration. While the online footage had been entirely erased, the archived video remained intact. Cheng Yunxi rewound the footage, scrutinizing it closely, and briefly caught sight of the 4 individuals present in the frame. Naturally, Song Xiyan recognized them with ease. The individual across from Song Xiyan was Lin Li, the second young master of the Lin family. Bai Xingshu, being a student of Lu Ping, raised the question of who was seated opposite him. The attire and demeanor of that person exuded an air of sophistication. The assembly at that table suggested that the action director she had engaged was even more formidable than she had initially anticipated. Cheng Yunxi adjusted her perspective. She had originally considered Bai Xingshu merely as a talisman for her project. One aspect that Shen Geng had not misjudged was that her pursuit of an action director was solely to foster a connection with Lu Ping. The identity of this director held little significance for Cheng Yunxi. After all, Lu Ping had numerous students, many of whom faded into obscurity over time. Every few years, 1 or 2 might resurface from the competitive scene, but many eventually vanished without a trace. In a vast empire with billions of inhabitants, true talent was abundant. Some individuals displayed their gifts early, while others revealed them later. It was uncertain how far any of them could advance in their careers. However, if this particular student maintained a strong rapport with both Song Xiyan and Lin Li, then their value could be re-evaluated significantly. Cheng Yunxi contemplated as she returned the tablet to her assistant and strode towards Bai Xingshu, her excitement palpable. At long last, she had the opportunity to meet him. "I absolutely adore your mecha battles," Cheng Yunxi exclaimed, grasping Bai Xingshu's wrist fervently. After struggling to reach him previously, she finally seized her chance. "Could you please sign something for me?" Bai Xingshu merely responded with silence, having noticed Cheng Yunxi's gaze upon him earlier at the filming site. The sudden shift in her demeanor was striking. How should one put it? It was evident she possessed a kind heart. "I admire you as well," she continued, her enthusiasm matching his. "In person, you shine even more brilliantly than on the big screen." Bai Xingshu's eyes sparkled as he regarded Cheng Yunxi, his fervor mirroring hers. Cheng Yunxi, taken aback, hadn't perceived such ardor directed towards her during her prior observations of him. Yet, the compliment about outshining the screen ignited a radiant smile upon her face. This individual certainly had taste. Chapter 54. 2 passionate individuals engaged in conversation naturally grew more familiar with one another, effortlessly delving into topics related to the filming set. Cheng Yunxi lamented about her experiences, expressing how exhausting it was to wake up each day enveloped in emotional turmoil. "It's utterly draining to maintain a smile every minute, ensuring each expression remains consistent," she sighed. "Today's costume is of utmost importance. The look must be exquisite. Despite the abundance of items in the lounge, I've hardly dared to sip a drop of water." Cheng Yunxi's countenance exuded a blend of sorrow and charm. The corners of his mouth subtly curled in a smile, evoking a sense of sympathy intertwined with endearment, compelling one to offer him solace. Bai Xingshu, with effortless grace, responded with praise. "This is the result of your earnest dedication. It is through such seriousness that you encounter hardship. I glanced at your schedule earlier. Your day begins at 4 a.m. and stretches until 9 p.m. Truly, It is no small feat, wow. Your observations are remarkably astute, Cheng Yunxi remarked, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he regarded Bai Xingshu. Although his schedule was affixed in the break room, it was not positioned where Bai Xingshu had been seated, but rather at the entrance. Only when Bai Xingshu was escorted in by his assistant could he have caught a glimpse of it. Is this the hallmark of a seasoned mech pilot? In comparison, it is no wonder that Teacher Liu, after merely a few days of instruction, deemed me lacking in this regard, Cheng Yunxi mused wistfully. With a smile, Bai Xingshu returned the jest. Yet, you possess an innate talent for discerning people. Just a single remark from me, and you instantly grasp so much. Truly impressive. Cheng Yunxi regarded Bai Xingshu thoughtfully. If Bai Xingshu could articulate such a sentiment about himself, it only underscored his perceptiveness. He certainly did not resemble a newcomer from a distant planet attending the Imperial Academy. Last week, after Bai Xingshu made contact with his assistant, he had left behind his name. With an identity established, many details became accessible. Bai, being a relatively uncommon surname, meant there were not many individuals named Bai Xingshu within the empire. A brief inquiry naturally led to information about him. The data revealed not only his academic excellence, but also exceptional physical prowess, yet offered little else of substance. Even the accompanying identification photo exudes a serene and peaceful demeanor, starkly contrasting with the vibrant, sunny, and energetic appearance that one observes now. At first glance, it is difficult to believe that this is the same individual. Thus, when reviewing the materials, Cheng Yunxi was completely unaware that the person in the live broadcast was, in fact, Bai Xingshu. Once again, Cheng Yunxi reassessed his judgment of Bai Xingshu. However, Bai Xingshu did not take these commercial platitudes to heart. He noticed nearby that Mai had finished adjusting her attire. Her initially crisp aura had transformed into a softer, more delicate demeanor, clearly preparing to take the stage. Is she an Omega? Bai Xingshu inquired, somewhat uncertain. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had yet to encounter an Omega, but from what he had gathered, they appeared to be quite fragile. Much like the image of Mai he had seen previously on stage. Yet this actress, upon exiting the performance, he caught a glimpse of her. It seemed she exuded an air of lethal intensity. This curious observation immediately drew Cheng Yunxi's attention to Bai Xingshu's particular interest in the female lead of the play. A young and passionate military academy student is indeed easily captivated by the allure of a delicate Omega in need of protection. Cheng Yunxi did not respond to Bai Xingshu's question. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on one hand, unabashedly radiating charm. Xiao Xingshu, just a moment ago, you expressed your fondness for me. Are you already contemplating infidelity? Bai Xingshu chuckled at Cheng Yunxi's flamboyant demeanor, exclaiming, "Of course I adore you." With such beauty, who could possibly resist? This inquiry faded away as Cheng Yunxi deftly diverted the conversation. Furthermore, as the leading lady prepared to take the stage, the leading man was no exception. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Cheng Yunxi was soon summoned for touch-ups, signaling the commencement of the next scene. Before departing, she waved at Bai Xingshu, saying the simulated mecha cabin is just in the small room behind. If you find the lounge dull, feel free to explore. Switching modes will allow for normal use. After the scene, I have an hour of respite. Understood, Bai Xingshu replied casually, observing Cheng Yunxi's departing figure. He then turned to the assistant, who had remained silent until now, commenting, "Your Yunxi is truly remarkable. Was she just concerned that I might take a liking to Mai? She genuinely seems to be a dependable leader. Moreover, even when lamenting her hardships, she spoke solely of her own challenges, never once complaining about her environment or others." He had joked with Shen Geng about Cheng Yunxi being a good person on several occasions, yet he never truly embraced that description. However, upon closer acquaintance, it appeared that she indeed possessed commendable qualities. Enthusiasm and compassion can easily be feigned, but it is these unconscious words and actions that most readily reveal a person's true nature. Calculating behavior is merely a tactic. It does not inherently signify wickedness. As anticipated, after Bai Xingshu uttered those words, the expression on his assistant's face became less formulaic, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in the presence of Yunxi, one merely needs to fulfill their responsibilities. The assistant did not elaborate further. Discretion and prudence are paramount in this profession. Yet this statement suffices. Such an assessment could be regarded as the highest commendation from an employee to their superior. Thus, I shall proceed to diligently attend to my own tasks. Bai Xingshu rose and made his way toward the small room that Cheng Yunxi had mentioned. However, transparent? Bai Xingshu gazed at the glass enclosure, momentarily taken aback. It was not merely the room housing the simulation cockpit that was transparent. The other equipment rooms in the back were also constructed of glass, with the exception of a changing room that was equipped with a pull-down curtain. The assistant cleared his throat and somewhat ambiguously remarked, "Previously, the set was rather chaotic, so Yunxi had it modified." Bai Xingshu. For some reason, he immediately grasped the underlying implication of those veiled words. It seems that the people in this world can indeed be quite open-minded. Bai Xingshu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon entering the interior of the room, he found two simulation cockpits positioned within. Unlike the simulation chambers in the training facility, the cockpits here were evidently designed with a distinct aesthetic, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Rather than a display screen at the front of the simulation chamber, there was simply a glass wall. This glass enclosure was, in fact, one-way transparent. Seated within the simulation cockpit, Bai Xingshu could see his own reflection cast upon the wall. The assistant elucidated that the facial expressions of the actors are of paramount importance during filming, as they are essential for observation and adjustment. As he spoke, the assistant reached out to press a button on the side, causing a display screen to rise in front of a simulation chamber. Here, modes can be switched, and it is currently in a state of normal operation. If you wish to utilize it, you are entirely welcome to do so. Bai Xingshu nodded in understanding and then extended his hand toward the assistant. "I comprehend. Please hand me the script." "The script?" The assistant expressed surprise. "To design combat actions, one must understand the nature of the mech battles you require, correct?" This request left the assistant momentarily speechless. Yet, he swiftly transmitted the relevant script content to Bai Xingshu. The script omitted all elements unrelated to combat, leaving Bai Xingshu with brief phrases such as "the protagonist bravely fights," "vanquishing the foes," "the protagonist falls into a trap," "counterattacking to escape," and "the protagonist is encircled, unable to retreat," ultimately charging into the enemy command tower, perishing together. There were a total of 5 combat scenes, each described in such a succinct manner. Uncertain of how a standard script might appear, Bai Xingshu had no objections to the content. However, upon reading the description of the final battle scene, he was momentarily shaken. Could it be that this story has a bittersweet ending? In his heart, Bai Xingshu lamented, "Oh dear," as he began to ponder what these combat scenarios might entail. In the realm of valiant combat, it posed no challenge for Bai Xingshu. He reflected momentarily on Lu's strategic approach to warfare and swiftly devised 2 scenarios for the battles. Moreover, in the realm of film production, the intricacies of execution are not of paramount importance. After organizing his thoughts, Bai primarily focused on simulating his own advantageous physical state. His hand movements were vigorous and decisive, his posture impeccable, and his gaze remained calm and steadfast as he surveyed the battlefield. Upon vanquishing his foes, his eyes transitioned rapidly, seamlessly coordinating with the requisite gestures of the moment. In the entertainment industry, most individuals possess a certain inclination towards superficiality. From the moment Bai Xingshu was ushered in by his assistant, numerous eyes were covertly fixated upon him. A faction of onlookers quietly inquired about the identity of this new actor who had previously escaped their notice. Eventually, an informed individual, having gleaned snippets of conversation between Bai Xingshu and Cheng Yunxi, deduced his identity: the role of action director. Has the industry now reached a point where even action directors must possess such striking features? Furthermore, what does it imply if such a visage is relegated to the role of an action director? How deficient must their acting skills be? Amidst the veiled curiosity and scrutiny of the crowd, they watched in awe as Bai Xingshu, seated at the simulation control panel, effortlessly captured their undivided attention. Although they could not comprehend the nuances of each maneuver he executed, the elegance of his form conveyed an undeniable truth. In that moment of apparent ease, he had secured victory in a confrontation, and with astonishing swiftness, another adversary was dispatched with overwhelming force. Despite the absence of overt expression throughout the operation, an overwhelming sense of mastery over the entire battlefield emanated from him. He was a puppeteer, the sovereign of the war zone. Humans possess an inherent admiration for strength, and Bai Xingshu seemed to effortlessly evoke this sentiment within them. Their eyes widened, eager not to miss a single gesture from Bai Xingshu. At the culmination of the event, he reached up to lower the top lever, a trace of a smile gracing his calm visage as he relaxed his shoulders, placing one hand on the control panel and leisurely activating the intercom channel. The practice room was well soundproofed. No one heard Bai Xingshu's voice, yet everyone could discern the shape of his lips. The regional battle has concluded, requesting return. Among the onlookers who had secretly witnessed the entire process, some lowered their voices, instinctively grasping the arms of those beside them, exclaiming in excitement, "We won!" After the cheers subsided, the crew members realized they had been engrossed in the performance, captivated by the display. Just as one intended to apologize to a companion, a glance revealed that the other person was also gripping their arm. It was not just one soul who had stifled their cries of joy. A moment of shared eye contact conveyed the lingering exhilaration that had yet to dissipate. Even now, their hearts raced uncontrollably, refusing to calm. Bai Xingshu's strikingly handsome face, further accentuated by his commanding presence, seemed almost to cheat the hearts of onlookers. Those peering through the glass outside felt the same, let alone those in the room who witnessed the entire process up close and heard Bai Xingshu's composed and clear concluding remarks. For some time, they found themselves at a loss for words. Initially, the assistant believed that after accompanying Cheng Yunxi for so long, they had developed an immunity to beauty. However, in reality, the beauty they had previously encountered lacked the same impact. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu, who had just experienced a surge of heartbeats, felt no sense of achievement from his recent performance. He thought that the reactions he had displayed were more reminiscent of himself than those of the protagonist in the storyline. It was clear that adjustments were necessary. Bai Xingshu then choreographed a gentler version of the confrontation before turning to the assistant and inquiring, "What do you think of this set of movements?" He explained that the actions were not overly difficult to replicate and that the entire sequence would not obscure the face. After outlining the advantages of this routine, Bai Xingshu noticed that the assistant remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Xiao Qiao? Qiao Qiao?" Bai Xingshu called out curiously. It was at that moment that the assistant snapped back to reality, their cheeks flushing crimson. As a highly competent assistant who had been by Cheng Yunxi's side for many years, they stammered for the first time, "Good, very good, no issues at all." Bai Xingshu observed the assistant's embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in, and immediately understood. Clearly, they had been daydreaming and had not paid attention to his actions. However, it was also understandable he was not a professional, and it was indeed challenging for the assistant to evaluate his work without comprehending its significance. Moreover, the instructions given to the assistant likely only required them to respond with praise, regardless of what he said or did. Cheng Yunxi, as a business owner, aims to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Lu Ping, naturally refraining from nitpicking during their interactions. However, Bai Xingshu also seeks to establish a rapport with Cheng Yunxi, as he intends to win over the boss. Hence, this matter cannot be brushed aside with mere agreeable affirmations from an assistant. With the assistant proving unreliable, Bai Xingshu turns to the system for support. He instructs the system to meticulously document his entire operational process, allowing for a thorough review and subsequent adjustments. Initially, it was merely a few workers observing, but gradually more individuals became aware of the unfolding situation and began to watch intently. Hu Wun TV drawn to a handsome face. What began as a fleeting glance turned into an inability to look away. Human curiosity is innate. When a crowd's attention is focused in one direction, it is only natural for others to steal a glance. Eventually, the director noticed that a significant portion of the staff had ceased their work, seemingly entranced. After an initial outburst of frustration, he followed their gaze toward the simulation chamber, equally captivated. At that moment, Bai Xingshu was immersed in a simulation of a dramatic counterattack, breaking through the encirclement. His expressions shifted, embodying both disdain and confidence. His eyes seemingly ablaze with an unquenchable fire. The final charge was incomprehensible to all, yet the emotions conveyed through his movements were unmistakable. The director's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he erupted into applause. Meanwhile, the male and female leads in front of the green screen were left bewildered, with one of them calling out to Director Yang, utterly at a loss for words. During the filming, the director was momentarily distracted, glancing outside the set. only to be caught by his lead actor and investor. He cleared his throat a few times and offered a couple of apologies. Yet it seemed that these apologies were mere formalities, as the director had no intention of changing his behavior. In fact, rather than feeling remorseful, he couldn't help but point towards a small room, addressing Cheng Yunxi without a hint of politeness, and enthusiastically inquired, "Who is this young talent? I believe he would be perfect for the lead role in my next film." Cheng Yunxi followed the director's gaze and noticed Bai Xingshu seated in the simulated cockpit. Devoid of his previous vibrant demeanor, his expression now calm, composed, and focused. Cheng Yunxi paused for a moment. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu appeared oblivious to the fact that he had become the center of attention on the set. He glanced at the object before him and adjusted his posture slightly, leaning weakly against it. No words were necessary, as everyone could see and sense the truth. This person before them was on the brink of death. Chapter 56. Cheng Yunxi instinctively took a step forward, only to witness Bai Xingshu opening his eyes, shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position before closing them again. Startled by the earlier scene, Cheng Yunxi now observed this moment. The once icy system, now revived, expressed its confusion to Bai Xingshu, asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm seeking a sensation," Bai Xingshu replied.
Huh.
"What sensation are you looking for? You appear to be on the brink of death. This plot akin to a mutual destruction with a command tower?" The system seems bewildered. "Indeed," Bai Xingshu replied nonchalantly. "We are indeed on the verge of demise, and we must feign indifference. This fade of weakness is all part of the strategy. Many varieties of the possess a semblance of thought, and camouflage is a requisite skill for them." The system interjected, "But when I first encountered you, you were exactly like this." A sense of foreboding washed over the system. Bai Xingshu paused for a moment before recollecting this fact. He quickly regained his composure and stated succinctly, "Such matters are inconsequential." The system gazed intently. Bai Xingshu cleared his throat. "You must understand, as one who battles after vanquishing a sunflower king, it is only natural to feel a twinge of caution when a voice suddenly echoes in my mind. Do you wish to survive?" The system let out a cry of despair. Although Bai Xingshu's words were somewhat veiled, the system grasped their meaning. No wonder the burden of transporting the host's soul through worlds felt so heavy. Upon arriving in this realm, Bai Xingshu retained his extraordinary abilities. It appears that in his near-death state, he had infused an abundance of powers into his soul, preparing for a mutual demise. Not only did he bring the soul, but also the extraordinary abilities along. The system, teetering on the brink of despair once more, succumbed to its own isolation. It should have known that there are no genuine bargains without a cost. In other realms, the Bai Xingshu agreed to undertake the task, presenting a plethora of rewards in return. Yet, this particular individual merely expressed a desire to witness a peaceful world, failing to mention even the most fundamental requirement of returning to their original world. A one-way ticket. What a remarkable conservation of energy! The system was instantly captivated, promptly selecting this Bai Xingshu from the apocalyptic realm. The outcome, however, was, alas, Bai Xingshu's desire to mute the system's incessant chatter was met with its restless inclination to engage. Yet, after a brief lamentation, the system regained some composure and posed another inquiry to Bai Xingshu. "How did you come to trust me?" "Oh, I simply believe that with your intelligence, you could not possibly fabricate such a vivid world," Bai Xingshu candidly admitted, a terrifying honesty emanating from him. The future world transcended Bai Xingshu's comprehension. One cannot conjure that which lies beyond their own understanding. Thus, it could not be a mere fabrication of a foreign consciousness. This could only signify that it was indeed a new world, and that it was constructed by an alien consciousness. Subsequently, the latter possibility was swiftly dismissed by Bai Xingshu. Ahem. The system ceased its disturbances. It no longer required Bai Xingshu to silence it, as it retreated into its own despondency. From henceforth, it vowed never to select a host from the apocalyptic realm again. Once in a suitable state, Bai Xingshu opened his eyes anew. In this instance, the choreography of his movements included an attempt to break free at the outset, pausing momentarily after its failure. His expression was one of deep contemplation, fixated on the direction he had just attempted to escape. Coincidentally, in the very direction of his gaze stood Cheng Yunxi. In those eyes, there resided nostalgia, yearning, as well as determination and resolve. Everyone could sense that Bai Xingshu had made a decision. After this decision was reached, his demeanor improved and the anxious undertones conveyed through his body language dissipated. He gazed towards an entirely opposite direction from where he had been looking moments ago. Upon realizing the scene Bai Xingshu was portraying, Cheng Yunxi instantly comprehended what he was observing: the enemy's command tower. Bai Xingshu broke into a smile, instantly radiating an aura of brilliance. He continued to execute maneuvers to break through, yet it seemed as though the enemy was gradually suppressing him, inadvertently guiding them to force him towards the position of the command tower. The cunning warrior approached the enemy's lair in the most inconspicuous manner. While the adversaries believed they held the reins of the situation, they clearly witnessed the gradual illumination in Bai Xingshu's eyes, which ultimately shone with resplendence. The final image, akin to a flame, of him burning himself out in conjunction with the enemy, was etched into Cheng Yunxi's mind, lingering long after. Cheng Yunxi stared blankly, having witnessed this series of portrayals, yet feeling somewhat detached, once again contemplating the intricacies of Bai Xingshu. His gaze relentlessly followed Bai Xingshu's every move. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the sentiments of his fans watching him. An uncontrollable surge of emotions welled up within him. Meanwhile, Bai Xingshu, who had astonished the entire audience, routinely reviewed this sequence of actions through the system. There were numerous issues. He scratched his head. Although he sought to reconnect with the feelings of mutual destruction he once experienced, such encounters were still too few and far between for Bai Xingshu, and most were distant memories. The only recent experience was that encounter with the system. After all, as Bai Xingshu grows more powerful, the opportunities for him to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with the alien species will become increasingly rare. Furthermore, his combat experience in the apocalypse does not seamlessly align with mech battles. There is much that requires improvement. For instance, the scene where he lures the enemy toward the command tower appears too straightforward. It would benefit from a series of unexpected twists to enhance its visual appeal. Additionally, incorporating an injury scene would heighten the sense of danger, convincing the adversaries that they are on the verge of annihilating him and that they hold the reins of the situation. Bai Xingshu furrowed his brow in frustration, finding the task of directing the action quite challenging. Leaning back against his seat, he began to massage his hands, nurturing them after unknowingly operating the mech for over an hour. It was high time for a break. He decided to indulge in some fishing for a while. Just a few minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Glancing at his assistant, he noticed the assistant standing there, bewildered and lost in thought, completely unresponsive to the knock. Thus, Bai Xingshu leapt from the cockpit, swiftly making his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Cheng Yunxi's visage. The expression on her face starkly contrasted with the radiant brightness he had observed earlier in the lounge. It was rather complex. Rarely unable to decipher the meaning behind another's expression, Bai Xingshu cast his gaze beyond the threshold, taking in the chaotic scene outside. It seemed likely that some unforeseen incident had occurred during the filming process. Bai Xingshu swiftly assessed the situation, finding no connection to himself, and with a cheerful demeanor, he invited Cheng Yunxi to enter. "Is it time for a break?" Bai Xingshu inquired. In truth, it was not yet time. The final scene had remained unfinished as the director had diverted his attention to observe another performance. After witnessing Bai Xingshu's portrayal of the concluding act, the entire crew had lost their motivation to continue working, their gazes drifting towards the scriptwriter with a sense of longing. To penetrate someone's heart is an endeavor that cannot be concealed. The scriptwriter trembled slightly. When crafting that particular segment, he had never anticipated that someone could deliver such a performance. With the director and the entire cast lacking focus, it was only natural that a break was called. Unaware that he had inadvertently secured this respite for everyone, Bai Xingshu turned to Cheng Yunxi and kindly advised, "During your downtime, try not to dwell on unhappy thoughts." Cheng Yunxi regarded Bai Xingshu, contemplating, "Well, it's not that I'm unhappy." Chapter 57. Cheng Yunxi himself was uncertain of his intentions for approaching at this moment. Although he had previously mentioned returning after the shoot, he now found himself reluctant to discuss the rather formal and commercial topics from earlier. Yet, without those subjects, it seemed there were no other themes to converse about with Bai Xingshu. After a brief pause, Cheng Yunxi finally spoke to Bai Xingshu, saying, I'm here on behalf of the director to inquire about something. He wishes to cast you as the lead in his next film, which is also of the mecha combat genre. Are you interested? This statement left Bai Xingshu momentarily puzzled. Why does this question come through you? Is the director so timid? Moreover, it appeared rather disingenuous. However, Bai Xingshu merely made a quip, not allowing Cheng Yunxi a chance to respond, and waved his hand dismissively, stating, I still prefer engaging in combat. It offers a greater sense of security. Cheng Yunxi could surmise that Bai Xingshu would decline. After all, he was a student of Lu Ping with friends like Lin Li and Song Xiyan, and it was evident that his future trajectory was inclined towards a military path. This prospect appeared far more promising than that of the entertainment industry. Nonetheless, Bai Xingshu's spontaneous rationale left Cheng Yunxi somewhat taken aback. Cheng Yunxi pondered. A sense of security in fighting? What an intriguing theory. Bai Xingshu offered no explanation but instead patted Cheng Yunxi's shoulder, chuckling. I have no idea what you were thinking just now, but your current expression seems much improved. He continued, let me emulate you. When tasked with portraying melancholy, I shall embody melancholy. When required to express deep affection, I shall do so with fervor. Even laughter must convey the desired emotion with precision. Spare me, Cheng Yunxi replied. I can only be myself. Having arrived in this new world, Bai Xingshu was reluctant to engage in such constricting behavior. After speaking, Bai Xingshu realized the underlying implications of Cheng Yunxi's words and glanced at the one-way glass wall. Did the director witness my actions just now? Cheng Yunxi nodded. Yes. Everyone saw. Bai Xingshu displayed little reaction to this, for since the apocalyptic era, he had grown accustomed to being the focal point of public attention. Bai Xingshu stroked his chin, his expression turning somewhat smug. So, does that mean the director is quite fond of the mech operation moves I designed? Observing Bai Xingshu's demeanor, Cheng Yunxi mirrored his prideful expression. Indeed, it is no surprise that I shamelessly invited you. This remark instantly elicited a chuckle from Bai Xingshu, who responded, yes, indeed. It is no surprise that you shamelessly invited me. The two shared a hearty laugh. Once their laughter subsided, Cheng Yunxi glanced at Bai Xingshu's slightly flushed wrist, her brow furrowing slightly. I will bring an additional maintenance device here tomorrow. Aware that the Cheng family belonged to a prominent business dynasty, Bai Xingshu noted that the two mech simulation pods in the room were significantly more advanced than those in the school's training facility. He had no reservations about the necessity of supplementary equipment. He had never been one to skimp on the needs of the elite. Moreover, Bai Xingshu turned his gaze towards Cheng Yunxi's wrist. Indeed, you truly require this device. Cheng Yunxi was momentarily puzzled. However, she quickly grasped the implication behind Bai Xingshu's words. While he was charming, delightful, and perceptive outside the simulation pod, once Cheng Yunxi entered the pod to practice the mech operation moves, Bai Xingshu transformed into a relentless taskmaster. Any mistakes in her execution elicited no verbal reprimand. Instead, he would silently direct a blank stare at her, his narrowed eyes sending a shiver down her spine. Although the operation did not demand the swift agility characteristic of a typical mech pilot, the posture and execution must not falter. Bai Xingshu's voice was resolute and stern. After this action, the gaze was misaligned. Over there, only the weapon's position could be discerned. With a 1-hour break, Cheng Yunxi practiced for nearly an hour as well. Upon exiting the mech pod, she was drenched in sweat, her wrists a vivid crimson. By this time, her assistant had already regained composure, dutifully serving tea to Bai Xingshu while he reprimanded Cheng Yunxi. Consequently, he swiftly produced a towel and calming spray to assist her. Observing her battered wrists, Cheng Yunxi spoke weakly. It seems I am indeed the one in greater need. Bai Xingshu had been somewhat overzealous in his design of movements earlier. In the end, it was only Cheng Yunxi whose wrists might suffer from the rigorous practice, while he merely observed from the side. The use of maintenance devices was, of course, of no concern to Bai Xingshu. After speaking, Cheng Yunxi glanced at Bai Xingshu, who was relishing the floral tea thoughtfully provided by his assistant, and said, Isn't teaching me rather exhausting? Having stepped out of his coaching role, Bai Xingshu looked at Cheng Yunxi, his expression teasing. You just want me to praise you. Cheng Yunxi burst into laughter, adjusting her posture to adopt an air of a grand boss. haughtily propping her feet and regarding him with a condescending glance. Indeed. So praise me at once. This was Bai Xingshu's first encounter with such a rapid transformation in demeanor, and he found it utterly amusing. After you settled into the cockpit and executed the movements following my instructions, I immediately understood why the principal declared so swiftly that you lacked talent, Bai Xingshu remarked.
Hey.
Cheng Yunxi feigned dissatisfaction as she gazed at Bai Xingshu. Unfazed by her demeanor, Bai Xingshu continued, however, once you actually began practicing, it became evident that you possess absolutely no talent. Cheng Yunxi, with her expression drained of color, showcased a moment of utter helplessness against the wall, prompting a hearty laugh from Bai Xingshu, who then reached out to pull her from the corner. Yet your dedication is commendable. You never slacked off. Even when you failed to succeed on the first attempt, you persevered through the second, third, and countless more. As Bai Xingshu regarded Cheng Yunxi, his eyes reflected genuine recognition rather than mere jest. Such a person, regardless of circumstances, is indeed teachable, even if I am here at your relentless invitation. He winked at Cheng Yunxi. Cheng Yunxi replied, Where did you learn such conversational skills? I would like to refine my own. Her tone carried a hint of playful complaint. Bai Xingshu observed her with a curious expression, contemplating whether she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Instead of diverting the topic in response to her words, he playfully winked and remarked, You seem to adore acting. Striving for something you love is quite admirable. This time, Cheng Yunxi did not feign emotion but genuinely laughed aloud. From the moment she encountered Bai Xingshu that day, she realized he had misjudged her. I do not simply enjoy being an actress. I merely aspire to be a star. Leaning back in her chair, she felt entirely at ease, pondering the fulfillment that comes from being genuinely liked by others. Don't you find that immensely gratifying? After speaking, Cheng Yunxi turned her gaze towards the outside of the room and gestured with her lips towards Bai Xingshu, saying, Our leading lady is the one who aspires to be an actress. However, my films are undoubtedly attended by fans who come to see me. Cheng Yunxi confidently tossed her hair, an action that might be deemed ostentatious, yet she exuded a radiant charm that rendered it entirely unnoticeable. Perhaps it is true that when one speaks of their dreams, the fervor in their eyes can eclipse all else. Observing Cheng Yunxi in this light, Bai Xingshu couldn't help but voice his sincere admiration, remarking, No wonder my wishes to take you down. On the first Saturday, Bai Xingshu chose not to linger at the film set. Instead, he obtained Sheng Yunxi's schedule for the following day and arranged his own work commitments accordingly. After being treated to dinner, he returned to his dormitory, the evening already deepening. Upon entering, he momentarily glimpsed his roommate engaged in a video call. His demeanor serious as he listened intently to the person on the other end, exuding an aura reminiscent of someone in a position of authority, so unlike the Shen Geng that Bai Xingshu remembered. Yet it was merely a fleeting moment. Once Shen Geng realized the door had been opened, he swiftly terminated the call. Such a rapid, almost mechanical maneuver seemed unnecessary for this situation. With Bai Xingshu's keen perception, he only managed to catch a brief glimpse of the call's participant, who appeared to be clad in a black and white, military-style uniform, leaving him unable to discern any further details. Perhaps they were from another military academy? Suddenly, Bai Xingshu refrained from entering the dormitory, leaning against the door frame and teasing Shen Geng. Why so tense? The school doesn't prohibit student romances. There's truly no need for it. Shen Geng's expression momentarily faltered at Bai Xingshu's words, and he instinctively retorted, I am not like you. I have no interest in alphas. Bai Xingshu chuckled softly, unsure whether Shen Geng was being cautious or merely indifferent. He was now aware that the person before him was an alpha. Observing Bai Xingshu's relaxed demeanor, Shen Geng hastily shifted the conversation away from that precarious topic and casually inquired, Are you enjoying your time with Cheng Yunxi? Indeed. Bai Xingshu, lacking any intent to delve deeper into his roommate's affairs, answered affirmatively without any circumlocution. As he made his way to his position, he remarked that, although Cheng Yunxi seemed to have many thoughts, he was far more amiable than Bai Xingshu had anticipated. He recounted his previous conversation with his assistant, adding that when his assistant prompted him for compliments, he playfully teased a bit, yet the assistant did not take offense. It was genuine, and his temperament was quite pleasant. Even the most elevated individuals, when attempting to be amiable, could hardly withstand Bai Xingshu's light-hearted jests. Bai Xingshu found great satisfaction in their enjoyable interactions. Shen Geng, unsurprised, once again listened to Bai Xingshu's enthusiastic praises of others. However, recalling the evaluations made by Lin Li and Song Xiyan, it seems that Bai Xingshu's assessment of individuals, when it comes to Shen Geng, has been halved and then halved again. That's quite something. After Shen Geng nonchalantly acknowledged this, he couldn't resist adding, "At least this time, upon your return, you didn't lament about your heartbreak." Bai Xingshu. Shen Geng's remark was originally aimed at Bai Xingshu's so-called heartbreak from before, intended as a light jest. But why did he sense that Bai Xingshu's sudden silence was rather unsettling? Shen Geng's vigilance was instantly rekindled. "You haven't experienced another heartbreak, have you?" He was genuinely developing a phobia regarding Bai Xingshu's romantic misfortunes. Bai Xingshu looked at Shen Geng in exasperation, protesting, "Am I the kind of person who perpetually faces heartbreak?" Shen Geng, stare system, stare, Bai Xingshu. Those individuals were merely coincidences. I have now become friends with Cheng Yunxi. Bai Xingshu angrily struck the bed. Shen Geng observed Bai Xingshu. Indeed, those individuals were quite coincidental. Shen Geng pondered that perhaps those unexpected individuals were entirely unaware that they had contributed to Bai Xingshu's heartbreaks. With both Shen Geng and the system remaining silent, Bai Xingshu, in a fit of anger, cleared his throat, letting the matter pass, and returned to the difficulties he was currently facing. "I initially believed that someone as calculating as Cheng Yunxi would be relatively easy to manage. For instance, after becoming familiar with one another, one might wield the prestigious title of top student in their grade, suggesting a union of sorts. Rather than mingling with unfamiliar faces, it seems far simpler to settle for a companion within one's own circle. However, the reality is that Cheng Yunxi yearns for a genuine affection." Bai Xingshu's expression turned to one of distress. Let it be reiterated. Bai Xingshu approached his tasks with utmost seriousness. Every word spoken by Cheng Yunxi was etched clearly in his mind, gradually forming an image of her within his heart. Individuals ensnared in a web of scheming and calculation often find solace in those who cherish them purely. This way, upon returning home, they need not ponder excessively about their partner, allowing their spirits a moment of respite, a rather natural inclination indeed. Bai Xingshu comprehended this sentiment. Much like those of their kind, the ability users who frequently traverse the wilderness in a post-apocalyptic world, many yearn for a gentle and stable home. Yet Bai Xingshu gazed at Shen Geng, his eyes filled with concern. How does one wholeheartedly love another? Shen Geng's fists tightened momentarily. To love someone wholeheartedly? To relinquish one's genuine feelings for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family? To give everything away without a second thought? Shen Geng felt a surge of irritation, perplexed by the very source of her anger. Noticing the chill in Shen Geng's demeanor, Bai Xingshu cleared his throat and hastily declared, "I shall not inquire further. I shall refrain from asking." Bai Xingshu was not oblivious to the situation. He was acutely aware that Shen Geng was somewhat dissatisfied with the task of marrying into a wealthy alpha family. However, it seemed that the only negotiable counterpart he had was indeed Shen Geng, excluding the system, of course. Presently, Shen Geng appeared to be reaching his limit, and Bai Xingshu had no intention of pushing him further. Yet, in the absence of Shen Geng, it seemed his only recourse was the system. The system urged him to stand tall. Meanwhile, Shen Geng, lost in his own thoughts, began to inquire about 100 ways to fall in love, and eventually, he could no longer contain himself and voiced a question he had previously deemed trivial but now found quite concerning. "Why do you keep thinking about marrying into a wealthy family? You are the champion of the new student combat division in Class S, which boasts the most extensive network, and you maintain excellent relationships with your classmates." When the incident with Jiao Rong occurred, Shen Geng had witnessed the fervent anger of many combat division students from Class S defending their class vice captain on the community platform. "Your teacher, Lu Ping, is a hero of the new era. Even wealthy families would hold you in high regard. Cheng Yunxi is a prime example of such a situation. You have even defeated Lin Li on the platform. If you so desire, making a name for yourself poses no challenge whatsoever. From any perspective, Your future is remarkably bright and promising, far more so than merely marrying into a wealthy family. Bai Xingshu diverted his gaze from his tablet to Shen Geng and pointed out, "It is an alpha from a wealthy family, not just a wealthy family." Shen Geng frowned, failing to grasp the distinction that Bai Xingshu was emphasizing between the two. Bai Xingshu gazed intently at the tablet in his hands, reflecting, "This is a promise I made to someone else. I must fulfill it." System. Host. Is this something you would say? There is no rule against it, and revealing it holds no consequence. What if others discover that affluent alphas are attracted to individuals like me, those with aspirations and goals? After facing numerous failures, a faint voice within Bai Xingshu whispered, "I don't want to strive anymore. Wealthy families and alphas are indispensable." I understand what you're trying to convey. However, those aspirations do not vanish simply because I marry into a wealthy alpha family. Rest assured, being the top of my class shall also be mine. Bai Xingshu clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering as he earnestly assured Shen Geng, "I will never disappoint you or the wisdom you've imparted to me." Shen Geng. He opened his mouth to respond but felt utterly powerless. The unnameable fire within him blazed even more fiercely. Finally, gritting his teeth, Shen Geng demanded, "Which scoundrel made you promise such a thing? If you desire to marry an affluent alpha, why not pursue it yourself?" There was no choice. After all, he was no longer part of this world. Bai Xingshu shrugged his shoulders. Shen Geng was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Bai Xingshu heard Shen Geng's inquiry, "Is he significant to you?" Bai Xingshu answered without much contemplation, "Without him, I would not exist in this world today." Shen Geng gazed at Bai Xingshu, who spoke in a remarkably relaxed tone, his expression remaining remarkably composed. An inexplicable heaviness settled in Shen Geng's heart, rendering him unable to articulate his feelings. In that moment, even his anger felt utterly powerless. Despite his numerous words, Bai Xingshu had not faltered or wavered for an instant. Indeed, how could the words of a living possibly rival those of the deceased? Chapter 59. The following day, Bai Xingshu arrived at the filming location rather early, only to find that Cheng Yunxi was still engrossed in shooting, seemingly far from completion. The rehearsal schedule is often subject to various unforeseen circumstances, leading to extensions or reductions in time. Bai Xingshu, however, was not idle. Yesterday, given their unfamiliarity, he had adhered to a more conventional demeanor. Yet, before heading home last night, he had shared a meal with the crew, at least familiarizing himself with them.
Thus, today.
With Bai Xingshu's keen observational skills, he easily noticed when the crew encountered difficulties. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he naturally approached to lend a hand. When Cheng Yunxi finally noticed, Bai Xingshu was already seated among the crew, enthusiastically engaging in their banter, seamlessly integrating himself into their lively exchanges. His relaxed and joyous demeanor was no different from the previous day. Cheng Yunxi, where did you find this gem? The lead actress, also observing the cheerful scene, chuckled softly, her gaze towards Bai Xingshu warm. Is he your newly signed idol? She appreciated good acting, especially when combined with striking looks, thus forming a favorable impression of Bai Xingshu. By the way, in the past, the leading actress had a very favorable impression of Cheng Yunxi until the two began to act together. He is a quintessential mecha pilot. Cheng Yunxi uttered a remark, and then noticed someone waving at her. A new scene was about to commence. This particular scene involved Cheng Yunxi and others, while the leading actress gracefully made her way towards Bai Xingshu. The crew members took note of her movements and promptly stood up, greeting her. Teacher Su. The leading actress nodded in acknowledgement and then gestured towards Bai Xingshu. You all continue your conversation, don't mind me. I'm merely here to admire the handsome fellow. The crew members burst into laughter, one of them shifting positions eagerly to clear a space beside Bai Xingshu. Then, Teacher Su, please take a seat. The leading actress readily settled down and turned her face towards Bai Xingshu, giving him a playful wink. Do you know my name? Yesterday, Bai Xingshu was unaware, but today, having overheard the crew's chatter, he naturally learned the names of the male and female leads. However, Bai Xingshu did not respond directly. Instead, he clapped his hands, wearing a serious and solemn expression. My. This response caused the leading actress's smile to brighten even more. For someone whose ambition was to be an actress, being addressed by her character's name felt far more delightful than her real name. Yes.
Call me that.
As Cheng Yunxi exited the set once more, he beheld Bai Xingshu engaged in lively conversation with the crew and the leading actress. To his astonishment, he witnessed Bai Xingshu conjuring a magic trick for the leading lady, eliciting joyous laughter from her. Cheng Yunxi. Yet, he was scheduled for another scene. When he stepped off the set for the third time, not only was his leading lady present, but also his male counterpart and the character's aide, who sat beside Bai Xingshu, appearing as if they had forged a deep camaraderie. Cheng Yunxi. He vaguely recalled that this aide harbored a secret affection for the leading actress. The sight of him alongside Bai Xingshu was not entirely unexpected, but the ease with which they interacted struck him as peculiar. At last, it was not Cheng Yunxi's turn for the next scene, granting him a moment of respite. Thus,
He approached them.
"What are you discussing?"
Cheng Yunxi inquired.
Bai Xingshu looked up, his smile radiant. "We were talking about your upcoming film. I haven't seen any of your previous works. They mentioned inviting me to a screening." Cheng Yunxi. "How refined. Invite? Nonsense. I shall take you myself, and as we watch, I will share my brilliant ideas with you," Cheng Yunxi proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Bai Xingshu! Exclamation point. System. It's a date. Bai Xingshu. It's a date. Good heavens, after so many tasks, he had finally reached this milestone. He had previously researched the 100 manifestations of infatuation, and it was indeed correct that one cannot help but yearn to know more about the object of their affection. However, the inquiry was somewhat indirect. He had subtly gathered information about Cheng Yunxi through the leading actress and the deputy officer, and this yielded a delightful surprise. Excellent. Bai Xingshu responded with eager anticipation. When shall this occur? Next Saturday. I shall reserve 2 hours for you.
Wow.
Just by understanding Cheng Yunxi's rehearsal schedule, one could ascertain the significance of the other person's words. Bai Xingshu expressed enthusiastic admiration, while the seal clapped in approval. In contrast to the exuberance of these two, the leading actress and the deputy officer exchanged a silent glance, then discreetly averted their eyes. They merely perceived Bai Xingshu's keen interest in Cheng Yunxi. However, the path ahead was fraught with peril. Their initial intention was merely to allow Bai Xingshu to experience the necessary journey of adoration for Cheng Yunxi. They had never considered that Cheng Yunxi would accompany him. With Cheng Yunxi present, did it truly matter what the film was like? With such a person nearby, who could focus on the movie? Wasn't he this, leading one deeper into the abyss? The leading actress and the deputy officer had initially sought to salvage the situation. Contemplating various excuses, the atmosphere in the building's small screening room was lacking. Viewing outside amidst frenzied fans offered no sense of security, and thus it was unsuitable. However, in the face of the resolute intentions of the two daters, their efforts bore no fruit. Cheng Yunxi even found the leading actress's reasoning quite sound. Indeed, the small theater lacked ambience. If one was to watch, it must be on a holographic giant screen. As for the matter of security, donning a disguise would suffice, having no impact whatsoever. Cheng Yunxi remarked, "Isn't this the usual protocol for celebrities? In this era of interstellar travel, the technology for disguise has reached a level of sophistication where one can maintain a facade of an entirely different appearance for extended periods." The leading actress and the aide were momentarily taken aback. They turned to look at Bai Xingshu, who was clearly captivated by Cheng Yunxi's proposal to watch a film together. His anticipation palpable. Never mind, let it all come to ruin. That evening, upon learning of Bai Xingshu's plans for the following week, Shen Geng pondered. Why does everything go so smoothly for Bai Xingshu when it comes to Cheng Yunxi? It defies logic. Observing Bai Xingshu's evident delight, Shen Geng remained silent for a few moments before inquiring, "Do Lin Li and Song Xiyan know about this?" Bai Xingshu, puzzled, lifted his gaze. Why would they need to know? Weren't he supposed to hang out with them next weekend? Shen Geng was momentarily taken aback. Not at all, Bai Xingshu waved dismissively. They're aware that I'll be busy at the film set this weekend. Shen Geng realized then why those two could only exchange glances of mutual disdain across the dining table. Bai Xingshu seemed entirely indifferent to Shen Geng's musings. As he picked up the login device, "I've arranged to team up with Lin Li for a cooperative match. I'm logging in now." There's a new event in the intermediate arena. Shen Geng thought to himself. So Lin Li didn't he plan an outing, but rather a gaming session, but what about them? He recalled that the platform's cooperative matches operated in teams of 5. Shen Geng was uncertain whether Lin Li had indeed secured Bai Xingshu's participation or not. And what of Song Xiyan? In the maintenance room, Song Xiyan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the nearly repaired mech, attaching several safety ropes to it. Bai Xingshu, that fellow, always promised to be more cautious next time, yet he consistently leaped about on the mech. What a troublesome creature. In Chapter 60, on the anticipated Saturday, Bai Xingshu donned his finest attire. He wore a white shirt adorned with subtle patterns, paired with light brown trousers. Just before heading out, he paused, retraced his steps, and retrieved a Hawaiian-style long-sleeve shirt, draping it over his shoulders, tying the sleeves in a knot at his chest. Instantly, a wave of youthful exuberance enveloped him. "Do I look good?" Bai Xingshu inquired of Shen Geng. Shen Geng hesitated momentarily. Reflecting on their previous visit to the mechanical engineering department, he recognized the stark contrast in Bai Xingshu's appearance when he was pursuing someone versus when he was not. At that moment, Shen Geng realized how perfunctory Bai Xingshu's invitation had been when he asked the three of them out for dinner. Without responding to Bai Xingshu's question, Shen Geng reached into the drawer of the table and produced a long metallic waist chain, presenting it to Bai Xingshu. Bai Xingshu questioned, "Isn't this rather mismatched with my outfit?" Despite being a visitor from a post-apocalyptic world, he still possessed a basic sense of fashion. Shen Geng shot him a glance, replying, "This is for your self-defense." Bai Xingshu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled Cheng Yunxi's slender arms and legs, while he had seemingly sent the entire combat class into rest. However, given the goodwill behind the gesture, Bai Xingshu had no intention of declining. Moreover, he had a penchant for metallic items. Bai Xingshu approached, opting not to wrap the object around his waist, but instead fashioned a protective-like adornment around his left forearm, presenting a rather distinctive flair. "Thank you," he said to Shen Geng, waving his hand, the metallic arm accessory glinting strikingly in the light. Shen Geng watched Bai Xingshu depart from the dormitory, attempting to delve into his reading but ultimately finding himself distracted. He picked up his tablet and switched to the account belonging to Sheng Yunchen. This time, he meticulously examined the various information and profiles pertaining to Cheng Yunxi. Aside from a narcissistic cunning and a ruthless approach towards those who had previously wronged him, there was no evidence of any illicit activities or chaotic private life. In fact, most individuals who had interacted with him had described him as honest, an essential trait for any merchant, as Cheng Yunxi had once articulated during his business dealings. Although many initially entered into business with him under his calculated schemes, most of those relationships ultimately thrived. It was evident to Shen Geng that this was a person whose virtues significantly outweighed his flaws. Theoretically, he should have felt reassured. However, in reality, the notion of pleasing or even developing feelings for someone due to a promise was a bitter pill to swallow. It was particularly challenging to accept that a friend, a roommate, would endure such indignities, especially when Bai Xingshu willingly chose this path. Taking a deep breath, Shen Geng closed the tablet and reached for the login device. He recognized that Bai Xingshu's method of coping with pressure was rather effective. Moreover, with all his classmates engaged in intermediate-level activities while he remained at the beginner level, it was indeed less than ideal. As Bai Xingshu arrived at the filming set, he was quite intrigued to witness Cheng Yunxi undergoing a transformation. It was truly remarkable how unrecognizable she appeared. Lisa's skills were undeniably impressive, prompting Bai Xingshu to shower praises upon the makeup artist. "Teacher Bai, would you like me to give you a makeover as well?" the makeup artist inquired, her enthusiasm sparked by Bai Xingshu's striking visage. Among the array of handsome men and beautiful women present in the studio, aside from Bai Xingshu, she had already transformed everyone else. Having spent numerous days on set, Bai Xingshu had successfully acquainted himself with everyone in the vicinity. "That sounds wonderful. I am indeed quite fascinated by this craft. Could you make me look like Yunxi?" he responded eagerly. "If I were to make you resemble Yunxi, then what pretense would you maintain?" quipped the director, who happened to pass by. In true form, Bai Xingshu retorted with confidence, "Yunxi is half a head taller than me. It will be evident to anyone observing. If someone remarks that Yunxi appears familiar, I shall ask them, What about me? Do I not also seem familiar? Do I not resemble Xie Xian? Standing nearby, Xie Xian, the assistant director, could only mutter in disbelief. Observing the lively banter between Bai Xingshu and the makeup artist, who intermittently engaged him in conversation, he felt a pang of frustration. Just as Cheng Yunxi was about to respond, the makeup artist snapped, "Don't move. I might ruin the makeup." Cheng Yunxi could only think, who exactly is the male lead here, and who is the boss? This is utterly absurd. Ultimately, Bai Xingshu completed his makeup amidst a gathering of conversation. His facial makeup was not overly intricate. Rather, it was a subtle enhancement of his naturally serene visage, which transformed him into a figure radiating brightness and warmth, rendering him more luminous. As he gazed into the mirror, he playfully raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "I must say, I bear a striking resemblance to Yunxi. After all, it mirrored my everyday makeup routine." Cheng Yunxi, already adorned, let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. The makeup artist, devoid of any embarrassment, responded with confidence. "Isn't it quite fitting?" Cheng Yunxi observed Bai Xingshu, who now resembled a vibrant embodiment of sunlight, captivating everyone around him. Indeed, she conceded. After his transformation, Bai Xingshu, momentarily forgetting his pursuit, naturally suggested in the lively atmosphere, "Everyone seems to be resting. Shall we go watch a movie together?" Upon uttering these words, the most animated response came from the system within Bai Xingshu's mind. Its blaring notifications prompted him to instinctively silence it. However, once silenced, he became acutely aware of his own declaration. Yet, he felt no need for redemption, as his words elicited only silence from those around him, apart from the system's reaction. The director announced that the set was ready and that he had work to attend to. The assistant declared that he had a role in the upcoming scene and needed to familiarize himself with the script. Meanwhile, the makeup artist modestly remarked that the leading lady's makeup had faded and she needed to touch it up. In an instant, everyone suddenly became quite busy. Bai Xingshu, Cheng Yunxi. This is their dilemma. Cheng Yunxi spoke solemnly to Bai Xingshu, asserting, "My films are notoriously difficult to obtain tickets for." Upon arriving at the cinema, Bai Xingshu realized that Cheng Yunxi was indeed not exaggerating. The entire cinema was abuzz with excitement, as a steady stream of young men and women adorned in vibrant canary yellow, Cheng Yunxi's signature color, filled the space. Many sported Cheng Yunxi's cartoonish avatar or phrases like CYX or she emblazoned on their attire, along with various merchandise related to her. These individuals had come specifically to watch Cheng Yunxi's film, constituting nearly one-third of the cinema's current audience. As Bai Xingshu surveyed the scene, he was met with a sea of bright yellow, and he caught a whiff of something intriguing in the air. Was that a refreshing scent of oranges? Just as he pondered this, he was gently nudged by Cheng Yunxi beside him. Turning to her, he wore a puzzled expression. While Cheng Yunxi's face conveyed a complex mix of emotions, scent is a deeply personal piece of information, even if one detects something. It is unwise to speak of it casually. Unfamiliar with this world's social norms, Bai Xingshu found himself learning this for the first time, quickly recalling the knowledge he had crammed about abo gender dynamics. It seemed that pheromones indeed had a scent. Clearing his throat, he cast a cautious yet meaningful glance at Cheng Yunxi. Cheng Yunxi pondered. If it weren't for Bai Xingshu's gaze, so clear and innocent, she might have suspected his intentions. Reflecting on Bai Xingshu's upbringing in an orphanage on a remote planet, she found it somewhat difficult to articulate her thoughts. Nonetheless, she resolved to defend her integrity. "You, an undifferentiated beta, can perceive the scent of my pheromones?" Generally, an alpha's pheromones can be well contained, with only a slight, inconsequential release during non-sensitive periods. Aside from instances requiring calming agents during susceptibility phases, it is only when certain emotions stir that a faint aroma may escape. Consequently, this physiological manifestation has evolved, leading to a scenario where any mention of scent, regardless of gender, carries flirtatious or even inviting connotations. This is an impression fragrance crafted by my fans. My pheromones do not possess this scent. Cheng Yunxi gritted her teeth. Chapter 61. The sound of Cheng Yunxi's voice drew the attention of those nearby. Did someone hear Yunxi's voice? Some individuals eagerly scanned the surroundings, while Cheng Yunxi instinctively sealed her lips. Yet, a few still followed the sound, noticing them. Two strikingly handsome gentlemen, undeniably hard to overlook. Some gazes settled on Cheng Yunxi, finding his figure somewhat familiar, while others turned their attention towards Bai Xingshu. After a brief observation, two adorable young girls approached, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Bai Xingshu. Your makeup resembles that of Yunxi, doesn't it? Are you here to watch Yunxi's movie too? Bai Xingshu widened her eyes in astonishment. You recognized it at a glance. Of course. We've been fans of him since his debut. The girls beamed with pride, then turned to Bai Xingshu with an expression that seemed to say, since you also admire him, we are now allies. They rummaged through their bags and produced a sheet of stickers. Before Bai Xingshu could grasp the meaning of their actions, a heart-shaped sticker emblazoned with Yunxi was affixed to her cheek. How could one watch a Yunxi movie without this? Exclaimed one of the girls, then hurriedly pressed a bright yellow flag into Bai Xingshu's hand, adorned with a design of Cheng Yunxi. Bai Xingshu instinctively wiped her cheek, only to see Cheng Yunxi leaning slightly forward, a playful smile on his face. Pointing to her cheek, his voice a soft whisper tinged with a teasing lilt. I want one too. Could you give me one? The young girls were visibly flustered by Cheng Yunxi's gesture, their cheeks flushing as they fell silent. Hurriedly placing a sticker identical to the one on Bai Xingshu's face on Cheng Yunxi. After a brief moment of panic, they dashed a few steps away, only to turn back and shout, those who love Yunxi will always be together. With that, they bounced away joyfully, leaving one to ponder whether to admire their boldness or their timidity. Cheng Yunxi beamed as she watched the two figures dissolve into the crowd, playfully glancing at Bai Xingshu and exclaiming, look, isn't it adorable? Bai Xingshu observed Cheng Yunxi's expression, which radiated genuine pride, and with a slight arch of his brow replied, quite charming. Instantly, Cheng Yunxi's spirits soared as she beckoned Bai Xingshu to continue their journey into the cinema. I've secured the finest seats in the holographic giant screen hall. I assure you, it will be a delightful viewing experience. After presenting their tickets, they entered the expansive holographic giant screen hall. It was then that Bai Xingshu truly comprehended the magnitude of the screen, comparable to the maintenance bay of his combat division, which could accommodate over 100 mechs. Just how many patrons could this hall contain? Bai Xingshu pondered. 1,200, Cheng Yunxi swiftly provided the figure. Surveying the hall, Bai Xingshu noted that nearly every seat was filled, yet he glanced at the surrounding seats, noticing that they remained unoccupied. Sensing his gaze, Cheng Yunxi reassured him. Rest assured, I've purchased the nearby seats as well. She had taken numerous precautions for their safety. After all, money was no object for her. Before long, the film commenced, and the holographic images unfolded before the audience, creating the illusion of proximity. Bai Xingshu beheld Cheng Yunxi, adorned in resplendent princely attire, gracefully advancing within a grand castle. The opulent decorations of the castle could scarcely diminish the beauty of Cheng Yunxi captured on screen. Wow! Yunhe! The audience erupted into fervent cheers, devoid of any narrative prompts. Bai Xingshu observed, even amidst the excitement of others, as someone reached out in an attempt to grasp that seemingly near yet actually distant ephemeral figure. Beside him, he could hear Cheng Yunxi's proud voice. The light here emanates from the upper right corner. From this angle, my profile is at its most exquisite. The belt of my outfit precisely segments the line of sight, drawing everyone's attention to the movements of my upper body. Each decorative element is meticulously chosen. If you observe closely, they all align with the direction of my path. Cheng Yunxi elaborated on his carefully crafted design. Every entrance, every angle of movement, was undeniably perfect and visually delightful. Indeed, disregarding the narrative, this film was essentially Cheng Yunxi's personal showcase. Beautiful and radiant, even in moments of distress, he radiated an aura that compelled the audience to shout, I can do it. I can rise again. In just over half an hour of the film, Cheng Yunxi had already donned 7 different looks, each unveiling eliciting waves of applause. Moreover, aside from Cheng Yunxi, every other character was equally striking, and even the various background settings were exquisitely crafted. If one could pause the film, each frame could easily be framed as a work of art. The atmosphere in the venue was vibrant, met with enthusiastic responses. Bai Xingshu began to grasp the truth behind his assistant's earlier remarks and Cheng Yunxi's assertion that fans came to the cinema primarily to see him. Indeed, there was not a hint of error in that sentiment. In the eyes of those who admire Cheng Yunxi, this film may indeed be quite remarkable. The feeling of affection for someone. Bai Xingshu extended his hand, attempting to touch the prince surrounded by flowers on the screen, emulating the gestures of other fans, striving to connect with the emotions of those present. Observing Bai Xingshu's actions, Cheng Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. His previously lively voice faltered, and he turned to look at Bai Xingshu. With a gentle and focused gaze, Bai Xingshu was absorbed in the film before him, displaying no hint of annoyance. Sensing the silence beside him, Bai Xingshu turned his head in confusion, but before he could discern Cheng Yunxi's expression, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. Cheng Yunxi, all you ever talk about is Cheng Yunxi. Accompanied by a shrill scream, a boisterous male voice echoed throughout the theater. After a fortnight of separation, which was meant to be a date, you bring me to see this unremarkable character, and throughout the entire time, did you even glance at me? You hold my hand and shout Cheng Yunxi with such delight, don't you, you scoundrel? With that, he forcefully shoved his companion to the ground. Bai Xingshu instantly looked up towards the source of the voice, while Cheng Yunxi's expression hardened. He sprang to his feet, gazing intently in that direction. Nearby, other audience members displayed a range of reactions. Some stared wide-eyed in terror, while others quickly stood up, several swiftly grasping the man's hand. And some hurriedly helped the fallen woman to her feet. The woman, wincing in pain, wept softly, yet her accusations were equally piercing and unyielding. You used my money. Well, I've spent the last fortnight working, and what have you been doing? Watching people dance in a live stream every day. Yunxi even expressed her affection for me aloud. Have you ever uttered such words to me? The man, humiliated before the multitude, felt a surge of rage darkening his countenance. With a fierce effort, he broke free from the grasp of those restraining him, advancing a few steps forward. His fist rose high, poised to strike the woman with tremendous force. The collective imagination could foresee the catastrophic consequences of such a blow, and screams erupted in a cacophony of panic. Yet, Bai Xingshu's response was swifter. The distance between them was merely a dozen rows of seats, and as soon as he observed the man's muscles tense in preparation, Bai Xingshu had already anticipated the ensuing chaos. Propelled by the back of a chair, he leaped, traversing the seats with the swiftness of lightning, and positioned himself directly before the assailant. The action unfolded so rapidly that many were left in stunned silence. Witnessing Bai Xingshu absorb the man's punch and then deftly seize him, lifting him effortlessly beyond the confines of the seating area. His form was as graceful as a willow, yet as solid as a mountain. Amidst the turmoil, a frantic cry resonated, echoing in their ears. Bai Xingshu. The voice was familiar to all present, reminiscent of the character in the film, speaking with the same intonation. The crowd's gaze shifted instantaneously from Bai Xingshu to Cheng Yunxi, her features becoming indistinct in the dim light of the theater, yet her silhouette emerged with striking clarity. Many in attendance were accustomed to observing Cheng Yunxi's visage day and night, and they offered her no chance for denial. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd as they erupted into screams. Cheng Yunxi. It is indeed Cheng Yunxi. Chapter 62. The expressions of Bai Xingshu and Cheng Yunxi suddenly changed. They both witnessed the frantic hands reaching out towards Cheng Yunxi. Just as Cheng Yunxi managed to take a step back, Bai Xingshu swiftly kicked the incapacitated man, who had fallen to the ground beneath a nearby seat. And in the blink of an eye, he returned to Cheng Yunxi's side. Let us go, Bai Xingshu uttered without further ado, wrapping his arm around Cheng Yunxi's waist. Like a nimble fish, they maneuvered through the encroaching crowd, leaping forward once more. Even while carrying another person, Bai Xingshu seemed as light as air. The metallic waist chain, which had originally adorned his arm, slipped off and flew into the air with his motion, producing a series of clattering sounds as it latched onto a beam. Catching onto a protruding steel bar meant for securing maintenance worker safety belts. To his surprise, the metal belt that Xin Jian had given him earlier had indeed turned out to be a means of self-defense. At that moment, Bai Xingshu couldn't help but internally muse about it. Turning to Cheng Yunxi, Bai Xingshu spoke with a light-hearted tone, even laced with amusement. We're about to take off. Mind your expression management, superstar. Cheng Yunxi instinctively grasped Bai Xingshu, staring dazedly at his face, which radiated confidence, as if all dangers were inconsequential to him. His fingers tightened around Bai Xingshu, feeling the warmth emanating from him, a warmth that was seemingly ordinary yet frighteningly intense. Cheng Yunxi momentarily lost his focus, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself perched atop the 4-meter-high beam of the cinema alongside Bai Xingshu. With no recollection of how they had gotten there, he turned his head to look at Bai Xingshu, and then beheld a radiant smile directed at him. Gesturing towards the beam above, this height completely eliminated the possibility of ordinary individuals climbing up, and with Cheng Yunxi perched high above, anyone could gaze upward to see him. Such a scene, in fact, quelled the throng that had begun to surge. They were accustomed to viewing Cheng Yunxi from this vantage point. Cheng Yunxi lowered his head for a moment, glancing down at the enthusiastic crowd who were fervently calling his name. Taking a deep breath, he allowed a professional smile to grace his face once more. Having practiced singing, Cheng Yunxi employed certain techniques to make his voice exceptionally resonant. Everyone, please pay attention to safety. This is something we agreed upon before. Let's be civilized and law-abiding. No need to rush. Did you enjoy my film? Let's return to our seats and watch together, shall we? Cheng Yunxi skillfully pacified his fans, while Bai Xingshu sat beside him, quietly listening to his adept rhetoric coaxing each fan back to their places, all the while pondering a question. At the position of the beam on the second floor of the screening room, could there possibly be a scent reminiscent of fresh grass? Bai Xingshu's expression grew serious. Before entering the screening room, Cheng Yunxi had mentioned to him that scent was a highly intimate piece of information, and theoretically, betas, especially undifferentiated ones, should not be able to perceive it. For this reason, Bai Xingshu had just revisited some knowledge about pheromones from the system. Thus, the scent he had detected. System, do you know what Cheng Yunxi's pheromones smells like? Bai Xingshu inquired about the matter. The system had previously gathered information regarding Cheng Yunxi, allowing it to respond with remarkable swiftness. Sage. Bai Xingshu had never experienced the scent of sage. Individuals in the post-apocalyptic era led lives far too arduous for such refinement. Yet, from the name alone, one could discern that it was an herbal plant. Bai Xingshu remarked. Then how did I perceive it? He was momentarily taken aback. In response, the system stood tall, brimming with confidence. It was indeed the most knowledgeable entity capable of traversing between worlds. Bai Xingshu had truly posed the right question to the system. The ABO differentiation in this world is, in fact, a manifestation of the maturation of mental faculties. Betas possess little to no mental power, while alphas and omegas generate it. The pheromones that permeate the air are not perceived through olfactory senses, but rather through mental perception. You hail from another world, and the extraordinary abilities you possess are also a form of mental power, thus you can indeed perceive the scent of pheromones. Others, as long as they have not undergone differentiation, even if they may become alphas or omegas in the future, are unable to detect such scents.
This is quite
normal, the system proclaimed with pride, for only it held the key to this knowledge. Bai Xingshu, having received this revelation, wore a grave expression, torn between seeking confirmation and hesitating to do so. He thus turned to the system once more and asked, "So, what I detected truly is the scent of Cheng Yunxi's pheromones?" Indeed, the system has begun to celebrate with a flourish, illuminating the sky with fireworks. At long last, after numerous failures, its host has finally reached a turning point. Such a momentous occasion. Bai Xingshu could hardly contain his excitement as he stole a glance at Cheng Yunxi, his lips unable to suppress a burgeoning smile. Cheng Yunxi harbored affections for him. Finally, someone cherished him. He began to question whether his pursuit of romantic interests was indeed effective or even appropriate. Bai Xingshu's gaze was fervent, impossible to overlook. When Cheng Yunxi turned his head, a mere exchange of glances ignited a warmth in his cheeks, as if the emotions reflected in those eyes were suffused with joy upon seeing him. Fortunately, the disguise on his face remained intact. Cheng Yunxi cleared his throat and spoke to Bai Xingshu. "You must prepare yourself mentally.
Bai Xingshu responded, "Mama."
We are about to trend." Indeed, that was the case. Cheng Yunxi's security team was swift, and the two did not linger long on the beam before being rescued back to the set. Upon their arrival, They discovered that various angles of their encounter had already begun circulating online. Even the footage of Bai Xingshu rushing out to save someone was among them. Initially, the recordings had captured the commotion caused by a couple, inadvertently documenting the entire sequence of events. Consequently, a multitude of viewers began to fervently discuss the video. Noting the striking resemblance between the handsome martial artist who emerged with Cheng Yunxi, both adorned with similar makeup and stickers, confirming their authenticity. Have you all noticed that, apart from addressing her fans, Cheng Yunxi's gaze is perpetually fixated on the handsome martial artist in the video? Let's not delve into trivialities. When have you ever witnessed Cheng Yunxi so anxious, shouting and exclaiming? This speaks volumes about the nuances and reactions as she engages with the video, wholly relying on her instincts and feelings. That embrace? It captivates me utterly. One can easily discern the bliss radiating from them in the evening light. The intimacy, the connection, the moment of eye contact during the leap, the martial artist's charming smile, and Yunxi's bewildered expression. Such a glance could span 1,000 years. The most poignant moments surely occur when they take flight. The ephemeral world cannot contain us as we soar together. Nonsense. The truest emotions were undeniably captured when they were on the beam, the martial artist's fervent gaze juxtaposed with Yunxi's evasive look. I assure you, beneath that makeup, her cheeks must have been flushed with a deep crimson. This group of fans meticulously scrutinizes every video, fervently unearthing sweet moments. Yet it is predominantly Cheng Yunxi's devoted followers who vehemently criticize these dance couples. Their unwavering conviction is that Cheng Yunxi belongs solely to them. There could never be any romantic entanglement. Such claims are utterly ridiculous. Yet, these voices have not fully become a resounding wave. In the video, had Bai Xingshu been just a moment tardy in whisking Cheng Yunxi away from her spot, the potential danger on site could have been incalculable, all due to the frenzy of these fans. This has rendered many in this crowd defenseless, as numerous individuals find themselves on the receiving end of scorn, utterly devoid of any retort. In light of the current situation, Cheng Yunxi had anticipated this outcome. With a deep sigh, he found himself unable to resist gazing at the frame-by-frame analysis of the CP videos. As he lifted his head, he caught sight of Bai Xingshu, who had been observing him intently, his eyes filled with mockery and teasing. Cheng Yunxi felt a flush of warmth in his ears and hastily closed the video, promptly assuring, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter swiftly." Bai Xingshu, propping his chin on his hand, waved dismissively, "It's nothing. Regardless of what they do, it won't affect the military academy. Besides, I had makeup on at that time. They wouldn't be able to uncover any information about me." He added, "If it were so easy for anyone to find me, those responsible for the Academy's information database would surely face consequences for their negligence." Observing Bai Xingshu's nonchalant demeanor, Cheng Yunxi's expression faltered slightly, his gaze dropping. "Is that so? Is it truly inconsequential?" Chapter 63. To address these chaotic matters. Their response should be prompt rather than delayed. After discerning the online sentiment, Cheng Yunxi quickly convened with his team to discuss their approach to the situation. Soon enough, a live streaming platform was set up for his response, drawing in a throng of viewers, with an avalanche of questions pouring in. "Why did you go there?" he addressed. "I chose the giant screen theater purely for its superior viewing experience. I sincerely apologize for the ensuing impact and assure you that such reckless behavior will not be repeated. They are not lovers, merely newly acquainted friends. As you are aware, my latest film revolves around mecha combat, and he serves as my combat instructor. Having known each other for only a few days, do you not find his movements quite impressive? I am determined to learn diligently." He mentioned that he has never watched movies together before. "Why are there no other attendees?" Cheng Yunxi's expression turned sullen. "I believe this is not my issue. As you all witnessed, I purchased numerous seats. Also invited were my director, makeup artist, and Xian. Although it was Bai Xingshu who extended the invitation, the moment the idea of going together was proposed, they all became exceedingly busy, for reasons unknown." Cheng Yunxi's final remark was clearly laced with suppressed frustration. In the live stream, both fans and passers-by erupted in laughter, fully aware of the irony behind their busyness. He suggested that my appearance might seem familiar to you, allowing him to assert that he resembles me as well, merely a smokescreen. The stickers were not prepared by us. Two little pomelos in the lobby insisted we use them, claiming they were essential for watching my film, which I rather enjoyed. Cheng Yunxi gleamed with a radiant smile, making a heart gesture towards the camera, expressing his affection for you all. Yes, I promised that should any romantic developments arise, I would not conceal them from you. For now, however, I have no intentions of romance. I belong to you. So, will you promise me this? My action instructor is not part of this circle, nor will he ever join it, so please refrain from searching for information about ordinary individuals. As Bai Xingshu observed Cheng Yunxi unabashedly radiating her charm on stage, clarifying her position while simultaneously promoting herself before the live camera, she effortlessly dispensed sweet nothings as if they were free. Yet, without exception, every word conveyed a singular truth. He and Bai Xingshu were entirely innocent, devoid of any ambiguous relationship. Her voice was resolute, firm, and sincere. The leading actress cast a glance at the stage, and then at the composed Bai Xingshu beside her. She was perhaps the most aware of the entire situation. The reason they had decided to watch the film was that she had perceived Bai Xingshu's burgeoning feelings for Cheng Yunxi, prompting her to playfully suggest that he attend the screening to clear his mind. Never had she anticipated that matters would evolve to such an extent. The footage from the theaters had indeed revealed to the leading actress, Bai Xingshu's ardent gaze fixed upon Cheng Yunxi, his delight unmasked. Listening to Cheng Yunxi's relentless denials, the leading actress quietly approached Bai Xingshu and gently spoke with a tone imbued with comfort and persuasion. Do not be disheartened. Yunxi genuinely adores her idol, and one might even say she is deeply devoted to her profession as a star. Some things are simply beyond our control. For instance, while I may not entirely appreciate Yunxi's tendency to treat this film as her personal grand production, I must acknowledge her dedication in the realm of stardom. An idol embodies the dreams of countless youths, and she has maintained her integrity, having never once been rumored to have engaged in any flirtation within the industry. It is always like this, he promptly comes forward to clarify. He would never allow his fans to feel disheartened. Cheng Yunxi does not harbor any animosity towards you. It is merely that you are not particularly compatible. In the apocalypse, the concept of idol stars holds no significance. And Bai Xingshu is encountering this profession for the first time. It is a vocation that transforms one into a flawless symbol, a vessel for others' fantasies. Is this not exhausting? Bai Xingshu feels a sense of confusion. He can vaguely sense that Cheng Yunxi is not as he presents himself, with that cheerful and sunny disposition. He silently and sensitively observes everything around him. When it comes to Bai Xingshu's inquiry, the leading actress responds without hesitation, as if it is a matter of course. Pursuing what one loves is never tiring, much like her passion for acting. She turns to Bai Xingshu and counters. Do you feel fatigued when piloting the mecha? Bai Xingshu is momentarily taken aback, then breaks into a smile. He understands the true intent behind her question, and thus, his response is equally affirmative, not at all. After all they have experienced, and considering the collective mental state of those around, the set concluded early today. Bai Xingshu rarely returns to the dormitory during daylight hours. Inside, Shen Geng appears as usual, seemingly engrossed in his studies, although the screen of his recording board is dark. Its inactivity unknown. Moreover, upon his return, Shen Geng does not greet him as he typically would but instead focuses his gaze on Bai Xingshu's left arm. The metallic belt, akin to the morning departure of Bai Xingshu, was wrapped around him as if it had never been used. Bai Xingshu, having removed it, stepped forward to return it to Shen Geng, cheerfully remarking, "You are indeed correct. This item is quite effective for self-defense." Shen Geng accepted it, murmuring thoughtfully, "I believe this design never truly accounted for bearing the weight of two adult men." Heaven knows, when he witnessed Bai Xingshu embracing Cheng Yunxi while soaring upward, his heart leapt in trepidation. The design of this belt was merely ornamental. Did Bai Xingshu understand the catastrophic consequences if this metallic belt were to suddenly snap while swinging on the overhead beam? He chuckled nervously, refraining from responding to Shen Geng's comment. He was intimately familiar with metal. This belt, let alone supporting the weight of two adult men, would struggle even with half that load. From its inception, the design had never considered any bearing requirements. Yet Bai Xingshu's metallic manipulation abilities remained intact. In his hands, the metal would not fracture if he so willed it. Naturally, he possessed complete confidence in using this contraption for swinging. Noticing Bai Xingshu's unease, Shen Geng chose not to dwell on the matter further and casually shifted the topic. How are things progressing with Cheng Yunxi? Although Shen Geng posed the question, he had already watched the initial trending videos multiple times, including numerous frame-by-frame analyses. Especially that moment when Bai Xingshu wholeheartedly and passionately gazed at Cheng Yunxi. Shen Geng replayed it countless times. By the end, Shen Geng found himself swayed by those who shipped the couple. These two shared mutual affection. Shen Geng mused, if true feelings were indeed present, it could be quite wonderful. Although the initial catalyst stemmed from Bai Xingshu's commitments to others, if genuine affection could blossom, that would be quite splendid. Shen Geng meticulously analyzed various logics, employing rational thought to assess that at this juncture, he ought to bless his roommate, who had finally achieved fulfillment. With a formal partner, whether it be Lin Li or Song Xiyan, he could finally relinquish his worries. He would no longer need to fret about stumbling into a battlefield of emotions. How delightful it was. Shen Geng nodded, feeling reassured that he could focus on his studies without the burden of concern for his roommate. Then, he heard a notification from his device, signaling new content on the trending topic he had been following. Thus, Shen Geng concluded watching Cheng Yunxi's live stream. Theoretically, he should not exacerbate his roommate's wounds. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. As anticipated, he heard Bai Xingshu let out a heavy sigh. The rumors had been clarified. It was merely a matter of action direction. Indeed, it was a typical response from Bai Xingshu. Shen Geng bit his lip, stifling the urge to laugh. Merely a matter of action direction. Throughout the entire live stream, Cheng Yunxi, whether consciously or unconsciously, had consistently referred to my action direction, the choreography guide. Bai Xingshu truly leaves one speechless when it comes to matters of emotional perception. As Shen Geng's mind briefly entertained this mocking thought, he heard Bai Xingshu's sigh followed by an uninterrupted stream of words. However, I am certain he harbors feelings for me. Shen Geng raised his eyes and beheld the radiant smile of happiness adorning Bai Xingshu's face. Chapter 64. Regardless of the circumstances, the scent of pheromones is never deceptive. Moreover, upon returning to the filming site, Cheng Yunxi had watched the frame-by-frame analysis videos created by brilliant netizens several times, feeling awkward and bashful upon realizing his own sentiments. Bai Xingshu, of course, had no doubts regarding Cheng Yunxi's true feelings. You must not speak of this, Bai Xingshu cautioned Shen Geng, before continuing to revel in his delight. He truly likes me. Shen Geng thought. Why is he not similarly perceptive towards Lin Li and Song Xiyan? The corners of Shen Geng's mouth drooped as he observed Bai Xingshu, seemingly lost in a state of infatuation, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. He likes you, yet publicly refers to you merely as the choreography guide. Are you to be his clandestine lover? Witnessing him professing his fondness for others daily, what kind of affection is this? Shen Geng recalled the comments he had seen on his tablet regarding Cheng Yunxi. Honest and trustworthy?
Huh.
Has he truly lived up to that standard with his fans? Bai Xingshu cast a perplexed glance at Shen Geng. What are you thinking? As I mentioned earlier, you are merely the choreography guide. Am I the type to sacrifice my own feelings? As he spoke, Bai Xingshu swiftly silenced the system that had yet to make a sound. Indeed, my aspiration was to marry into a prestigious alpha family. However, with so many affluent alphas in the world, why was I so fixated on Cheng Yunxi? He had been captured by the system for over a month, encountering countless prominent alphas along the way. In Bai Xingshu's view, while affluent alphas might not be ubiquitous, there were certainly plenty to choose from. Cheng Yunxi had chosen his career over love, a decision I respected deeply. Bai Xingshu's tone was not only respectful, but also tinged with admiration. Those who steadfastly pursue their ideals, regardless of the obstacles, are inherently worthy of respect in Bai Xingshu's eyes. I would not engage in actions that cause others distress or turmoil. Why create unnecessary conflict? Bai Xingshu spoke with remarkable candor, guiding me through the process of completing this film, which I regarded as a token of gratitude for his admiration. His affection instilled in me a newfound confidence. The next affluent alpha who would admire me could hardly resemble someone like Cheng Yunxi, who was bound to remain single due to career obligations. Shen Geng gazed blankly at Bai Xingshu. He had always known Bai Xingshu to be someone who viewed everything with a bright perspective, never perceiving anything as burdensome, always inclined to think positively of others. Yet, Shen Jian had not anticipated that even amidst the intertwining struggles of his own and those of others, Bai Xingshu would remain so unwaveringly radiant and unchanged. Do not trouble yourself, nor will you trouble others. There exists no means to an end that is devoid of integrity. Rather, one should tenderly smooth everything over. Observing Bai Xingshu in this manner, Shen Jian found himself relaxing, the inexplicable anxiety that had lingered in his heart dissipating. I am quite curious, Shen Jian suddenly remarked. What would it be like to fall in love with someone? Bai Xingshu pondered for a moment, his expression shifting to one of solemnity and depth. It would undoubtedly be terrifying. Even at the cost of one's own life, one would not relent in pursuing the other. Bai Xingshu, reflecting on the original character, spoke with utmost seriousness. This expression from Bai Xingshu elicited a laugh from Shen Jian, who could hardly envision him engaging in such acts. Moreover, the person who is cherished so deeply by you must certainly be immensely fortunate. Shen Jian replied with an unthinking smile. Bai Xingshu regarded the relaxed and casual expression on Shen Jian's face, perhaps taking such sentiments for granted, allowing them to flow so effortlessly from his lips. Since his arrival in this world, the individuals he interacted with and the tasks he undertook, aside from the system, were clearer to him than anyone else, Shen Jian. He had changed his objectives repeatedly, sometimes without pause. Yet, in Shen Jian's heart, it remained a matter of course that Bai Xingshu's sincerity was exceedingly precious. Bai Xingshu propped his chin on his hand, gazing intently at Shen Jian. Shen Jian, feeling somewhat uneasy under Bai Xingshu's scrutiny, even sensing a flicker of guilt, cautiously assessed himself before inquiring. Is something wrong? Did I say something amiss? You are indeed a remarkable person. Bai Hang sighed deeply. Shen Jian remained silent, not desiring such an evaluation. Thank you very much. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Hang opened his mouth once more. Then, you truly are a wicked person. Shen Jian gazed intently at Bai Hang. Do you wish to continue with the data analysis class now? Bai Hang. There was no need for Shen Jian to hastily prove how malevolent he truly was. After their casual conversation, Bai Hang cast a glance at his communicator. It had finally ceased its incessant buzzing. Previously, when he and Cheng Yunxi had surged into popularity, the messages had been overwhelming. With every classmate and teacher who had added him as a friend bombarding him with inquiries, leaving him utterly inundated. It was only after Cheng Yunxi began her live broadcast that the chaos subsided. Before returning to the dormitory, Bai Hang had replied in the class group, clarifying that it was precisely as Cheng Yunxi had stated, with no further complications. Isn't it entirely normal for me to have good relations with people? Who do I have a poor relationship with? Bai Hang's words resonated with convincing clarity, instantly garnering unanimous agreement from everyone. The torrent of messages swiftly receded like a tide. Bai Hang. For some reason, he felt no joy at the group's reaction. TSK. Fortunately, among his friends, there was one who affirmed his charm, Lin Li. Lin Li suggested, how about I take over as your action director starting tomorrow? Bai Hang felt a wave of warmth and camaraderie envelop him. He promptly began typing furiously in response. Bai Xingshu, rest assured, this matter is merely a fleeting commotion online and has absolutely no impact on the set. They have long since grown accustomed to such situations, and everyone continues with their respective duties. Upon reading Bai Xingshu's message, Lin Li let out a cold scoff. Like Shen Jian, he too had extracted the footage from the screening room. Bai Xingshu was forthright, even when perched upon the beam. Despite many claiming that his gaze towards Cheng Yunxi was fervent to the point of being irresistible, that look was direct and devoid of any pretense. Bai Xingshu had always been this way, exuberant and brimming with vitality, to the extent that even a mere flicker of his enthusiasm could evoke the illusion of being cherished. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. However, this affection was not of the kind they desired. But Cheng Yunxi, Lin Li sneered. That evasive demeanor, only daring to furtively observe while avoiding Bai Xingshu's gaze, was undoubtedly suspicious. Just a movement coach? Nonsense. This individual aimed to lower Bai Xingshu's guard under the guise of that title, intending to take advantage of him. Lin Li felt his fists clench. Cheng Yunxi was already 20 years old, having navigated the entertainment industry for years, a true socialite, shamelessly enticing naive male university students, much like that fellow Song Xiyan. How shameless. Lin Li, then I shall accompany you to the set tomorrow. To this, Bai Xingshu responded with clarity. Sure. Being cared for feels delightful. And it seemed that if Lin Li were not allowed to join, he would be quite uneasy. Thus, there was no reason to refuse. Upon arriving at the filming location, it sufficed for Lin Li to immerse himself in the ambience of the scene. Chapter 65. Simultaneously, Cheng Yunxi received an inquiry from Bai Xingshu, asking whether she could bring an additional companion to the set tomorrow. It was evident that, following such rumors, the individual eager to arrive at the filming site would possess a certain disposition, either someone enamored with Bai Xingshu or one who reciprocated his affections. This was hardly surprising. It would indeed be peculiar for someone of Bai Xingshu's caliber to lack admirers. However, in the aftermath of such events, the identity of the person he brought along and their relationship with him, as well as any clarifications he might wish to convey, were ultimately inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Bai Xingshu had unequivocally signaled to him, "We have no connection." Given Cheng Yunxi's understanding of Bai Xingshu, he was undoubtedly astute in matters of social nuance. This information was conveyed directly to him rather than through an intermediary, underscoring a clear and unambiguous stance that left no room for speculation. A pang of bitterness welled up within Cheng Yunxi. Yet, it was he who had initially made a definitive choice in this matter. With a deep breath, Cheng Yunxi composed a calm reply, "Welcome." Applause the following day. Having agreed upon a time, Lin Li arrived slightly earlier at Bai Xingshu's dormitory to call for their departure. From the balcony, Shen Geng caught sight of Lin Li looking up and offered him a provocative expression, gazed silently at the scene before him, then turned to Bai Xingshu. "Did you go out with Lin Li today?" Bai Xingshu nodded, swiftly changing his attire. "Yes." He said he wanted to accompany me to the filming site. Without allowing any further inquiries, Bai Xingshu waved his hand. "See you in the evening." Watching Bai Xingshu vanish before him like a gust of wind, soon spotted him joining Lin Li. How should one put it? At least this time, he only brought Lin Li along. But what about Song Xiyan? Was not alone in this perplexity. Lin Li, glancing upward at its ethereal silhouette on the balcony, inquired of Bai Xingshu, "Is he not coming?" "Who?" Bai Xingshu responded, puzzled. "Shen Geng. Why would he want to come?" Bai Xingshu seemed even more confused. Lin Li, amused by the reply, shifted the question, "What about Song Xiyan? Did he not express a desire to join?" Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li, suppressing a chuckle. He had not anticipated that Lin Li, who had previously been rather inconspicuous, would have such a favorable impression of the two after that gathering. Now, with him heading to the filming site, he was evidently concerned about them. "No more questions, just you and me, no one else." Bai Xingshu placed a hand on Lin Li's shoulder. In truth, Song Xiyan had not sent any inquiries. It seemed he was preoccupied with some research work lately, unable to keep up with external news. However, Liu, the leader, also had several teachers he personally invited, all of whom inquired about the situation. Bai Xingshu pondered that when Song Xiyan emerged from the research institute, he would surely ask about the news. So Bai Xingshu decided to send a group message containing his responses to others to Song Xiyan as well. Late into the night, Song Xiyan finally replied with a simple message, "I know." After a while, he unexpectedly added, "You explaining it to me makes me very happy." As Bai Xingshu was preparing for bed, he checked the communicator and noticed these two messages. Having spent a considerable time in this world, Bai Xingshu had gradually developed the habit of checking his communicator. He skillfully crafted a response. I knew you would be curious. Everyone else has asked me about this. So, you wouldn't miss out on this gossip." Bai Xingshu continued, "Look, there are amusing happenings. I would never exclude you from the fun." Although this gossip originated from Bai Xingshu himself, he couldn't resist sharing it. He sent these messages quite late, yet Song Xiyan replied swiftly, albeit with merely an ellipsis. Observing the ellipsis, Bai Xingshu felt inexplicably delighted, as if he could envision the speechless expression on Song Xian's face. However, such trivialities were unnecessary to share with Lin Li. Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's words, Lin Li let out a couple of dismissive chuckles. Bai Xingshu could not grasp the meaning behind those sounds, but sensed a hint of disdain, as if someone were being looked down upon. Yet, when Bai Xingshu turned to face Lin Li, he was momentarily amused by the imposing aura that radiated from Lin Li. This discovery came solely from oneself. Thus one must embody the formidable spirit of 1,000 troops, providing support, correct? Upon their arrival at the set, the routine unfolded. Cheng Yunxi was engaged in filming. Previously, Bai Xingshu had contemplated that when Cheng Yunxi invited others, he only shared the contact information of his assistant, leaving his own unprovided. What could this signify? Upon arrival, it became clear it was indeed as literal as it sounded. Most of the time, Cheng Yunxi was genuinely unreachable. This scenario epitomized a film that was entirely a reflection of Cheng Yunxi's persona, resulting in a plethora of scenes dominated by him. Thus, it was initially presumed that upon reaching the set, a confrontation with Cheng Yunxi was inevitable, but upon arrival, this is my classmate Lin Li, an exceptional talent in the realm of film. Indeed, he is here to accompany me, for I have supporters at school as well. Hands on hips. Bai Xingshu then turned to introduce Lin Li. Lin Li, this is our makeup artist, Lisa. This is our prop master, Zhang Shan. This is our lighting technician, Li Shi. Lin Li, somewhat dazed, followed by Xingshu, becoming acquainted with a multitude of individuals on set, while observing Bai Xingshu joyfully assisting others and casually engaging in conversations. Of course, Bai Xingshu did not neglect Lin Li. He beckoned Lin Li to join in the camaraderie of helping out. Let us not dawdle. Lin Li felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It was reminiscent of their classroom dynamics, both in cultural studies and practical training. Although he was seated right beside Bai Xingshu, the commotion surrounding him was quite overwhelming. Lin Li felt a sudden release of pent-up frustration, contemplating the absurdity of donning a mask of suffering. As Cheng Yunxi performed on stage, she naturally noticed Bai Xingshu's arrival, along with his companion Lin Li. The presence of Lin Li did not particularly surprise her. She recalled a previous live stream where he had appeared. Despite having chosen to withdraw, the sight of Lin Li's actual presence caused Cheng Yunxi's lips to involuntarily curl downward. Cheng Yunxi quietly observed Lin Li's strikingly aggressive and handsome visage, who stood confidently beside Bai Xingshu, asserting his claim as if marking territory, like a young wolf announcing, "This is mine. My own." However, her gaze soon shifted back to Bai Xingshu, who remained exuberant and vibrant amidst the crowd. Though Lin Li attempted to assert his presence, it was evident that from the moment he entered alongside Bai Xingshu, he was ultimately being led by him. While he enjoyed Bai Xingshu's attention, it was limited to mere acknowledgement. Seemingly aware of Cheng Yunxi's scrutiny, Lin Li turned his head to look in her direction. Upon recognizing her, his expression instantly transformed into one of hostility. In response to such an intense gaze, Cheng Yunxi wore a businesslike smile, softly chuckling, her eyes conveying a clear sense of disdain directed at Lin Li. You appear to be not quite someone of significance to Bai Xingshu. Chapter 66. Bai Xingshu vaguely sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Turning around, he discovered that it was Cheng Yunxi, who had just finished filming. It was now time for him to fulfill his role as the action director. He hastily completed the tasks he had been assisting with, initially intending to take Lin Li along, only to find that Cheng Yunxi approached first. Is this my new action director? Cheng Yunxi beamed at Lin Li, expressing her surprise at the honor of receiving guidance from the young master of the Lin family. Do you know each other? Bai Xingshu inquired, taken aback. It seemed rather surprising that there would be a connection between the business world and the military. Lin Li spoke first, his tone somewhat aloof. We have encountered one another at certain soirees. After all, Cheng Yunxi was a prominent star, and her popularity, particularly as a favored figure of the Cheng family patriarch, granted her considerable presence even as the third generation of the Cheng lineage. Many would seek her autograph at these gatherings. Bai Xingshu responded in Lin Li's stead. Today, I shall be the one directing. She has merely come to observe. Lin Li, somewhat bolstered by the defense, curved his lips into a faint smile and straightened his posture, offering Cheng Yunxi a provocative raised brow. Cheng Yunxi replied, "Is this something to be proud of? How childish." Her smile remained unchanged, even appearing more radiant. "Oh, I somehow feel that young Master Lin might prefer to be the one directing me." Lin Li observed Cheng Yunxi's expression, seemingly mimicking Bai Xingshu's demeanor, and felt a slight itch in his hands. It was indeed rather distasteful. Yet, Cheng Yunxi's words held an undeniable truth. Providing guidance to this individual myself is undoubtedly far superior to the guidance offered by Bai Xingshu. It would be prudent for Bai Xingshu to refrain from engaging with such a duplicitous character. Allow me to take charge. Lin Li let out a cold snort. Bai Xingshu glanced at Cheng Yunxi, then at Lin Li, his mind swirling with countless questions. What does he mean by allow me? Lin Li is unaware of the movements. What insight can he possibly provide? Bai Xingshu was at a loss for words. Were these two individuals unwell? Cheng Yunxi and Lin Li exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. Without hesitation, Bai Xingshu swiftly led both of them to the simulation pod, guiding Cheng Yunxi through the movements scheduled for today. Once completed, Bai Xingshu relinquished his hold, instructing Lin Li to ensure that Cheng Yunxi executed the movements accurately. Since Lin Li harbored suspicions regarding Cheng Yunxi's intentions, and Cheng Yunxi felt dissatisfied with Lin Li's scrutiny, it seemed fitting to allow them some time to interact. After all, Lin Li had not been on amicable terms with Song Xiyan and Shen Geng during their previous gathering, yet after sharing a meal and overcoming the challenge of numerous dishes, their rapport had improved significantly. Today, Lin Li would undoubtedly reminisce about those two. This time, let Lin Li witness Cheng Yunxi's diligence and Cheng Yunxi observe Lin Li's seriousness. By appreciating each other's admirable qualities, familiarity would naturally follow. As Bai Xingshu departed without a backward glance, Cheng Yunxi and Lin Li exchanged another look, both clearly perceiving the animosity in the other. Despite their reluctance to smile, a smirk escaped them, revealing their hypocrisy. Lin Li gazed at Cheng Yunxi's face, where the unwavering smile lingered, and unabashedly issued a retort. Doesn't it seem so? Cheng Yunxi raised an eyebrow at Lin Li, her tone tinged with provocation. The sun shone brilliantly, vibrant and dazzling, akin to a piercing spotlight. You must adore it, she continued, her smile unabated, revealing her feelings candidly. I, too, hold much affection for him. Within the Cheng family, comprising nearly 100 members, the atmosphere was steeped in competition, competing for capability, competing for the favor of the family patriarch, particularly the latter. No matter how capable one might be, their achievements could never rival the wealth and status amassed by the Cheng family throughout generations. From a tender age, Cheng Yunxi was schooled in this reality, constantly molding herself into the most likable persona. Radiant, ever so radiant. Ultimately, this metamorphosed her into the dazzling figure she represented today. Many have questioned why Cheng Yunxi, the most prominent third-generation member of the Cheng family, chose to enter the entertainment industry and pursue a path as a leading star. Only she understood that in this realm of universal admiration, she found a sense of security. She would be cherished. Cheng Yunxi had always exuded confidence, making it challenging to articulate the emotions that stirred within her upon encountering Bai Xingshu. Initially, she believed him to be a kindred spirit, adept at wearing masks just as she was. It was only later that she realized that such individuals truly existed, those who embodied the very essence of what she aspired to become, even surpassing her wildest imagination in perfection. Though it is undeniably his film set, it seems that everyone effortlessly revolves around him. Wherever he goes, laughter and joy abound. Envy, jealousy, unease, and an uncontrollable urge to draw near are palpable. Bai Xingshu appears to be the embodiment of his highest fantasies and desires. In the presence of this radiant aura enveloping him, all these complex emotions explode within. The moment of exhilaration in the screening room is something Cheng Yunxi feels he could never forget, a heart racing uncontrollably. Despite knowing it is ill-timed, Cheng Yunxi rationally opts for the most appropriate choice. This feeling is unwarranted and should be relinquished. Yet, when confronted with Lin Li, Cheng Yunxi instinctively feels a surge of animosity. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxi unabashedly profess his affection for Bai Xingshu, Lin Li's demeanor turns cold. While you profess your fondness, you mimic his mannerisms. Your affection is truly repugnant. Cheng Yunxi chuckles lightly, not pausing for a moment, swiftly countering Lin Li's attack. This is what we call couple resemblance. It is said that lovers who have been together for a long time tend to look increasingly alike. In the entertainment industry, One often needs to engage in live broadcasts with fans, responding to various inquiries. Quick reactions to tricky questions are essential skills. Lin Li's face darkens at Cheng Yunxi's unabashed retort. Couple? Lovers? When you repeatedly claim to be merely a stunt coordinator in front of billions of viewers, why do you shy away from the truth? Lin Li exclaims in anger. Cheng Yunxi chuckles again. That is precisely because I am currently in the presence of a rival. I dare to confess my feelings to Bai Xingshu right now. Do you dare? Cheng Yunxi raised an eyebrow, articulating every word of the introduction Bai Xingshu had made for Lin Li. Lin Li classmate? If Lin Li were openly Bai Xingshu's boyfriend, there would be no room for argument. However, Lin Li, who lingered timidly by Bai Xingshu's side without uttering a word, was quite another matter. It was bewildering. Did he harbor feelings but hesitate due to Bai Xingshu's humble background? Did he fear his family's disapproval? Or was it something else entirely? It hardly mattered. The conclusion remained the same. This fellow was utterly ineffectual. So he should just step aside. Lin Li felt a surge of frustration but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he lacked the courage. Presently, he could sit beside Bai Xingshu in class, naturally expecting Bai Xingshu to accompany him and confront Cheng Yunxi. All of this stemmed from his status as Bai Xingshu's friend, his best friend. Having been assured by Bai Xingshu that his feelings were akin to those he held for Song Xiyan, devoid of any romantic implications. How could Lin Li dare to voice his own feelings? He could only surmise how Bai Xingshu would address such a situation. Undoubtedly, with a ruthless severance of any lingering hopes. In the end, during this mech battle, Lin Li provided the most stringent guidance to Cheng Yunxi. Upon emerging, Cheng Yunxi, with tear-streaked cheeks, sought out Bai Xingshu, appearing utterly feeble. Xingshu, I now believe you are the kindest of all. Listening to the complaints, Lin Li's expression darkened immediately. It was merely the most fundamental mecha training. Bai Xingshu observed the two individuals before him, exchanging words of mutual accusation, subtly insinuating each other's strictness and ineptitude. The lively exchange rendered Bai Xingshu unable to interject. You two share quite a rapport. Bai Xingshu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Lin Li was momentarily taken aback, casting a speechless glance at Bai Xingshu, while Cheng Yunxi blinked in response and chuckled softly. Bai Xingshu's ability to diffuse tension through compliments was both impressive and amusing. Perhaps it was the charm of the person he admired that illuminated everything in his eyes. Cheng Yunxi found Bai Xingshu's approach utterly endearing.
All right.
I won't disturb you any longer. I need to retouch my makeup, she said, waving her hand at Bai Xingshu before turning towards the makeup artist. Lin Li's expression instantly turned sour, feeling as though he were constipated. What a facade of concern. Observing Lin Li's defeated demeanor, Bai Xingshu suppressed a chuckle.
He's just teasing you, he remarked.
In an instant, Lin Li felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He was clearly trying to ingratiate himself in front of you. Lin Li clenched his teeth. Yet, truth be told, Bai Xingshu's words held merit. He did not contest Lin Li's assessment and led him to a nearby seat. Today, Lin Li had experienced everything he needed to encounter upon arriving at the set. Bai Xingshu surveyed the entire filming location, his voice calm and lightly tinged with a smile as he addressed Lin Li. Are you at ease now? Everyone has been exceedingly kind to me. No one seems to care about or pay heed to the events of yesterday. There is not a soul who would dare to bully me or cast me sidelong glances, even if someone were bold enough to attempt such a thing. Bai Xingshu raised his fists slightly, confident in his assertion that they could not possibly match my strength. His unwavering confidence elicited a disdainful smirk from Lin Li. He had already discerned this dynamic when Bai Xingshu brought him to the set and introduced him to the various individuals present. His concerns lay elsewhere. As he observed Cheng Yunxi, who was retouching her makeup while stealing glances in their direction, Lin Li let out a cold laugh and spoke. Cheng Yunxi has a fondness for you. Although he refrained from voicing this to her directly, he showed no mercy to his rival. Look, since we have taken our seats, that fellow has glanced over here countless times. He claims to be merely a stunt coordinator in the live stream, yet behind the scenes, he is scheming to covertly entice someone. His intentions are far from innocent. You are too naive. You still believe he is a good person. Bai Xingshu observed Lin Li's indignant expression. It was evident that he had pursued Kong Yoshin and was aware of his ulterior motives in studying mechanical engineering. He had quickly discerned Cheng Yunxi's affections for him upon arriving at the set. However, he could not fathom why he had been oblivious to the fact that he had once pursued him. No, perhaps he had indeed noticed. When he had playfully teased, "You don't fancy me, do you?" that person had evaded him quicker than a rabbit. It was only after he had turned his affections to Kong Yoshin that he began to regain his composure. It is possible that the reasons extend beyond simply not being an omega. With a soft click of his tongue, Bai Xingshu retracted his discontented gaze and calmly stated, "As you can see, this individual scarcely has any time. Aside from instructing him on the movements, our interactions are minimal. Moreover, with so many people on set, there is no need for concern. This film will be completed in a month, and by then, my connection with him will be negligible." Listening to Bai Xingshu's steady voice, devoid of any hint of unease, Lin Li fell silent. He discerned the underlying implication in Bai Xingshu's words. Bai Xingshu did not deny that Cheng Yunxi harbored feelings for him. As Lin Li had surmised, Bai Xingshu nonchalantly severed ties. He had considered everything and meticulously planned. Quietly, almost imperceptibly, perhaps even unbeknownst to Cheng Yunxi, he faded from her life, leaving no ripples in the water. Tenderness, yet cruelty. Sensing Lin Li's calmness returning, no longer so acutely sharp, Bai Xingshu mentally celebrated his success.
See?
Presenting facts and reasoning truly bears fruit. Believing he had successfully managed Lin Li, Bai Xingshu did not retreat immediately. His responsibilities as movement director remained unfinished. According to the schedule, there was another practice session to oversee, so Bai Xingshu and Lin Li waited for Cheng Yunxi during a few of her scenes. This time, Bai Xingshu refrained from assisting the other crew members or passing the time by watching the tutorial provided by Director Liu on his tablet. With Lin Li present and 2 functioning simulation pods at their disposal, it was only natural to engage in a competitive match. They played a total of 6 rounds, resulting in Bai Xingshu's 2 victories and 4 defeats. Over the past few weeks, Bai Xingshu had been teaming up with classmates to participate in 5-player matches, averaging 2 or 3 games a day. This routine, neither excessive nor sparse, had persisted for half a month, providing Lin Li ample opportunity to comprehend Bai Xingshu's tactics. With over a decade of experience in mecha piloting, Lin Li had become well acquainted with Bai Xingshu's style, ensuring he would not be easily surpassed. However, the unpredictability of Bai Xingshu's sudden flashes of brilliance could catch anyone off guard. A moment's hesitation could lead to a sharp exploit by the astute Bai Xingshu, resulting in inevitable defeat. Competing against Bai Xingshu allowed for little margin for error. Despite being the more accomplished player, Lin Li emerged from the simulation pod feeling less than satisfactory. His reflexes were significantly lacking. While Bai Xingshu's skill visibly improved, Lin Li found it challenging to enhance his own reaction time rapidly. Determined, he resolved to intensify his training while he had the opportunity to practice with his brother. Lin Li gritted his teeth. Losing to Bai Xingshu in the freshman competition was due to his unanticipated tactics in the assault cockpit mode. However, with the knowledge he had now gained about Bai Xingshu, losing again during the final exams would be utterly unjustifiable. Lin Li clenched his jaw, realizing that the skills he could showcase against Bai Xingshu were already quite limited. This matter is absolutely impermissible. Thus, as Cheng Yunxi concluded her performance, she beheld Lin Li, seated in the simulation chamber, brimming with a ferocity that surpassed his earlier demeanor by 100-fold, eagerly preparing for action. Cheng Yunxi thought. Before he took the stage, she had distinctly observed him being calmed by Bai Xingshu. Cheng Yunxi declared, "I wish to request a change of instructor." Lin Li replied, "No way." As Cheng Yunxi was dragged into the simulation chamber, Bai Xingshu patted his assistant's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I will not bring him next week. Just endure it for now." Though ostensibly directed at the assistant, this statement was, in truth, meant for Cheng Yunxi. In perfect accord, Cheng Yunxi let out a dramatic wail.
No.
The assistant, witnessing the entire spectacle, let out a suppressed chuckle. Chapter 68. Having resolved the matter of the action instructor, Bai Xingshu and Lin Li returned to the school, engaging in conversation as they strolled, inadvertently arriving at the foot of Bai Xingshu's dormitory. With deliberate intent, Lin Li glanced upward and, unsurprisingly, spotted Shen Jian's figure reappearing on the balcony. Lin Li arched an eyebrow and leaned slightly toward Bai Xingshu, feigning an air of intimacy. Noticing Lin Li's gesture, Bai Xingshu assumed it was a subtle reminder for him. He too looked up and caught sight of Shen Jian. What a coincidence! Bai Xingshu promptly waved at Shen Jian. Observing this action, Lin Li's expression slightly faltered, and then recalling his earlier declaration of Cheng Yunxi's fondness, he could not help but comment slyly, "Shen Jian is specifically waiting for your return." The implication was unmistakable. Bai Xingshu chuckled softly, perfect timing indeed. Do not be misled by Cheng Yunxi's charm, thinking that everyone is enamored with me. I possess no such allure that captivates all. Bai Xingshu laughed heartily, illuminated by the dim light, resembling a star flickering with brilliance, radiating freely. He, like you, could never harbor any affection for me. Both individuals were acutely aware of his tendency to fall in love at first sight and his relentless pursuit of others. Moreover, Shen Jian knew even more. A scion of a prestigious family, an alpha. Shen Jian. Bai Xingshu recalled a previous instance when he unexpectedly returned to the dormitory, interrupting the other's video call. Despite his affluent background, he could not be so foolish. Lin Li, thank you, but I do not wish to be compared with him. However, upon receiving Bai Xingshu's unequivocal statement, Lin Li felt significantly uplifted. Thus, he did not prolong the conversation. See you at 9. See you at 9. As Bai Xingshu ascended the stairs, Shen Jian chose not to remain at his desk reading. Instead, he leaned against the balcony door and promptly inquired of Bai Xingshu, "What were you and Lin Li discussing downstairs?" "Nothing of significance. He merely expressed curiosity regarding your presence on the balcony," Bai Xingshu replied with remarkable composure. Shen Jian. He was calculating the time, anticipating Bai Xingshu's return. If he delayed further, Shen Jian would have to consider whether to seek assistance. Fearing that the filming location might be drenched in chaos and pondering if his roommate would return that evening, he had just gone to freshen up. Shen Jian maintained a calm demeanor. At this juncture, it is akin to a mere ritual of grooming, Bai Xingshu remarked. There is no need to inform me about such matters. After saying this, he gazed at Shen Jian, emitting a sound of nostalgia. When we first met at the beginning of the semester, you were indeed quite aloof. Shen Jian replied, I believe this is not my issue. Who can maintain an air of detachment after spending ample time with Bai Xingshu? Shen Jian refrained from inquiring about the situation with Lin Li at the filming location. Observing how relaxed the two appeared upon their return indicated that no conflicts had transpired. Reflecting on their earlier gathering, it had also seemed fraught with tension. Yet it concluded remarkably smoothly. How did Bai Xingshu manage this? Could it be that he is truly a genius when it comes to navigating tumultuous situations? After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two seamlessly returned to their respective places, engrossed in their reading or watching course videos. Whenever Bai Xingshu encountered confusion, he would pose a couple of questions to Shen Jian. Regardless of whether it pertained to mathematical concepts or the fundamentals of mecha, Shen Jian was able to provide answers. If the study of one subject became tiresome, they would switch to another to refresh their minds. Having acclimated to this rhythm, Bai Xingshu no longer felt the overwhelming anguish he experienced during his initial exposure to the coursework of this era. As night fell at 9 o'clock, it was time for the scheduled team competition with several classmates. Upon logging onto the platform, Bai Xingshu's personal space no longer appeared desolate. Within it, two mechas had taken form. This was indeed a cause for celebration. One was the free mecha he had utilized for an extended period, while the other was a versatile standard model. A substantial sum of 588 star coins has been amassed. The number of weapons in the arsenal has reached 8. As this is the extent of what can currently be afforded, this platform truly offers lucrative opportunities. After laboring for an extended period, the total savings of Bai Xingshu have commendably risen to 57 star coins, which, in a certain sense, alleviates concerns about daily sustenance, sufficient to purchase a meal and a drink. The configuration of the battle mech is such that it eliminates the need for Bai Xingshu to make selections upon receiving an invitation to the team space. He promptly chose his most expensive standard mech and entered the arena. Within the space, the 5-member team was complete, albeit with 2 new faces not seen the previous day. Bai Xingshu couldn't help but grimace. The combination matches are conducted in a conventional military format of 5-member squads, allowing for flexible team compositions for each match, with points awarded based on team contributions for ranking purposes. However, while flexibility is permitted, it is often the case that team members remain relatively stable throughout a single event, with little variation. This is not the case for Bai Xingshu. Over the past fortnight, aside from Lin Li, who has remained steadfast and never strayed from the squad, the other teammates have changed almost daily, with the longest tenure being merely 7 days before they concoct various excuses to depart. Some of these individuals may occasionally be drawn back as substitutes for a match or two, but that is the extent of it. Despite having yet to suffer a defeat in any combination match, is it truly unbearable? Are we all prepared? Is there any equipment that requires adjustment? As the captain, Bai Xingshu addressed the others with a question. No, came the synchronized response from the rest. Bai Xingshu initiated the match. After a brief wait of approximately 10 seconds, the successful matchmaking interface appeared. Unlike in solo combat, where both players' IDs are displayed, this time everyone found themselves amidst a vast expanse of stars. The combination match aimed to closely mimic a realistic combat environment. In actual confrontations, it is common for participants to be unaware of the circumstances surrounding their opponents. Concealing both sides' IDs to allow for independent judgment of the situation is entirely normal. It is even dissimilar to solo battles, where one can immediately perceive the enemy upon entry. The maps for combination matches are extensive and diverse, requiring players to seek out their foes independently. Fortunately, there are only 15 maps in total. And having participated in 2 to 3 matches daily over the past fortnight, Bai Xingshu was well acquainted with them. Upon entry, he recognized the map instantly. The Star River map. The most perilous of all. Let us take cover in the asteroid belt. Bai Xingshu exclaimed. The other students were taken aback, their voices laced with astonishment. Vice Captain, didn't you previously approach this map differently? Bai Xingshu's tactics were often unconventional, so much so that they left others in a state of cognitive dissonance. Consequently, whenever they participated in combination matches, they would take a break from the team to recharge their perspectives. Yet this time, their vice captain seemed to eschew his usual flamboyant maneuvers. Bai Xingshu chuckled. Since you couldn't foresee it, why would they? Chapter 69 Addressing his teammates. Bai Xingshu merely instructed them to conceal themselves within the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, he deftly maneuvered the wings upon his back to obscure his unactivated weaponry, presenting a rather stealthy demeanor as he sought to trace the movements of the opposing team. Navigating through the celestial map, evading any potentially sudden meteoric appearances, Bai Xingshu spent over 3 minutes before detecting the presence of the enemy squad. He discerned 1 defensive unit, 2 offensive ones, and a support mech, while another that was likely for reconnaissance remained unseen. As he relayed the coordinate information, he communicated through the communicator, noting that the weapon configurations of the support mech were akin to Qingwen's, with discrepancies in the weaponry at positions 4, 7, and 13. Although the personnel in their squad had changed, the members of Class S were a familiar bunch. During idle moments, they often exchanged anecdotes about the previous day's combination match. Thus, upon transmitting this information to his teammates, it reached them swiftly. Classmate Xia Qingwen quickly responded, beginning to mimic the mech's tactics to obscure her weaponry and confuse the enemy's perception. The results of concealing both teams' ID information during the combination match meant that even distinguishing teammates at a glance was not straightforward. Can you identify which team is opposite us? Lin Li inquired through the team channel. Bai Xingshu observed the movement patterns of the 4 mechs below and replied, it appears to be the senior team from Changing. The modes of the mech battle platform are universally the same. Irrespective of the contest, the more consecutive victories one achieves, the more formidable the opposing teams become. Bai Xingshu and Lin Li have already secured an impressive 35 consecutive wins in the combination tournament. Although their number of matches is not extensive, the points accrued from their winning streak are substantial, placing them jointly at the 17th position on the tournament leaderboard. With both of them in the team, they predominantly match against top-ranking squads, thereby limiting the available options. Furthermore, the participants in intermediate events are primarily students from various military academies. Those who have officially enlisted lack the time and opportunity to engage on the platform, while veterans and instructors Even if not competing in advanced matches, refrain from taking advantage of younger players in the combination tournament. The matchups are inevitable. Serving as a means for younger players to gain experience and learn, it is rather unbecoming for 5 individuals of considerable age to bully others. Within the military academies, the identity of those at the pinnacle of competitive events is hardly a secret. After all, who doesn't know a few individuals from other military schools? They all ascended from the same cohort in high school. Thus, discerning the capabilities of the opposing team is not a daunting task. That must be Cheng Yunxi's team. We are the united faction, Lin Li stated swiftly. The other 3 classmates responded, Class leader, you were never one to resort to cunning tactics in the past. During the freshman tournament, you descended from the heavens and ruthlessly eliminated dozens of newcomers. Despite the inner grievances, the group swiftly adapted, transforming their formation into a commonly utilized preparatory mode employed by the Joint Military University Squad. It is widely recognized that the top 3 military institutions of the Empire, Capital, Joint, and Changing, are rivals, each claiming the title of top 1. Convincing these prodigious students of Class S to assume different roles might be met with reluctance. However, when it comes to impersonating members from Changing, their eagerness to proceed is palpable. The reformation of their ranks took less than a minute. Bai Xingshu addressed the communicator, noting, they have adopted the formation commonly used by the seniors. In Capital Military University, Bai Xingshu's group was not the only one participating in the joint competition. They had previously triumphed over their own peers. Bai Xingshu's fighting style was well understood among his classmates. The seniors, infuriated, descended upon them. Yet the freshmen of Class S had been rigorously trained by Bai Xingshu. Though he was not present in the dormitory building, they managed to secure a victory in a 4-against-5 match. In that moment, the students of Class S realized that their occasional provocations towards Bai Xingshu, leading to rigorous training sessions, were ultimately meaningful. After the confrontation, Bai Xingshu learned of the incident and went to apologize. Albeit the seniors were initially reluctant to accept his apology and even suggested a rematch. However, Bai Xingshu firmly insisted, compelling them to accept his contrition. What followed is, of course, unnecessary to elaborate. As long as it is not a matter of deep-seated hatred within the realm of Bai Xingshu, it takes but 2 days for relationships to transform into friendships. Upon hearing Bai Xingshu's words, the others immediately realized that they too had been discovered by the opposing side. They genuinely believed that they were united in this endeavor. Why not disguise ourselves as them? That would certainly be more intriguing, Bai Xingshu lamented. Upon this statement, the students felt compelled to voice a fair assessment regarding their adversaries. Disguising ourselves as them seems rather challenging, doesn't it? Not to mention that their personnel frequently change, and they lack a consistent battle formation. Besides, who else but Bai Xingshu would equip such grand wings on their mecha? Bai Xingshu chuckled lightly before adopting a more serious demeanor and inquired, has the enemy's reconnaissance mecha been detected? The only auxiliary mecha pilot in the team, Xia Qingwen, also became earnest and replied, it has been located at coordinates, West 231, 331, 98. Shall we proceed to eliminate it? Not yet. You all encircle it first. Bai Xingshu instructed. I will surround those 4 mechas. The 4 individuals on the other end of the communicator were left in a state of uncertainty. Although they were unsure of Bai Xingshu's intentions, they had grown accustomed to his unpredictable strategies. Consequently, the 4 enemy mechas, encircled by Bai Xingshu alone, inadvertently caught sight of a composite standard mecha cautiously approaching them from the nearby asteroid belt, adorned with 12 grand wings. Instantly, the enemy squad's communication channel erupted in chaos. The action is imminent. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a relentless barrage, akin to a preconditioned launch, aimed fiercely at the shadow of the mecha. Xing Yunxi, after his battle with Lin Li, gained notoriety in the entire intermediate arena by merely achieving a stalemate. Nearly everyone flocked to watch the video of that confrontation. Upon viewing, they unanimously concluded that Xing Yunxi was not particularly formidable. His piloting skills paled in comparison to theirs. The maneuvers were limited and, in Lin Li's hands, left little room for counteraction. Had it not been for that unexpected turn, the outcome would have been decidedly one-sided. They believed that had they faced him, victory would have been assured. However, during the combination matches, They encountered Sheng Yunxi once more, and it was then that they truly grasped the challenge he presented. In the presence of Sheng Yunxi, even the slightest opening could prove fatal. Perfection was paramount. Any error was inexcusable. Moreover, it was not solely a matter of individual competence. Teamwork was equally crucial. In the mecha combat arena, there existed no protective mechanisms among teammates. One's own attacks could just as easily penetrate a comrade's mecha. Consequently, encounters with Sheng Yunxi often devolved into scenarios where two assailants inadvertently struck one another, transforming a 2v1 situation into a 5v1 predicament. Various underhanded tactics often came into play, but the consensus remained clear upon spotting that figure adorned with grand wings in the combination matches. The most straightforward and satisfying strategy was to swiftly focus fire with a 5v1 assault. Wait a moment. Wasn't easy just saying that their opponents were a united team? After a barrage of attacks, some individuals finally began to grasp the situation, speaking up in response. Once this remark was made, others followed suit, their attention drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. They observed the beleaguered figure, battered by several strikes, retreating deeper into the asteroid belt, desperately utilizing the geological formations therein to shield themselves from the relentless onslaught, barely managing to survive. This driving style was indicative of a strategy that had been anticipated. Their judgment extended beyond mere driving habits. The mech was shielding its weaponry with its wings, refraining from revealing itself, attempting to disguise its intentions as a strategic maneuver to catch them off guard and launch a surprise attack. However, their ruse was thwarted as they were discovered beforehand. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Aside from the entity in question, it was evident that none had frequently employed such winged mechanisms. Was the individual oblivious to the sheer size of the wings? Did they truly believe that concealing the main body of the mech would render the wings invisible? Their laughter grew louder, echoing through the atmosphere. As the conversation continued, they cited additional examples. Previously, the entity had engaged in a skirmish within the star map, hiding amid the asteroid belt and moving with its currents, leaving the adversaries bewildered and questioning their purpose until a sudden ambush occurred. Just moments ago, Yizi had also reported their concealment within the asteroid belt. Their laughter intensified, as it was well known that this entity had never employed the same strategy in combat twice. Flaws and inconsistencies unfolded before their eyes, reinforcing their belief that the team before them was indeed from the United Military Academy, intent on deceiving them. Thus, they were instantly unperturbed. With all four of them present, what was there to fear? Observing Bai Xingshu hiding within the asteroid belt, they boldly charged in. As they advanced, they maintained the pretense of being a combat unit from the capital military university. As the four encircled him, Bai Xingshu spoke into his communicator. "Prepare for the attack and await my signal. It will be soon." With that, the four mechs closed in on Bai Xingshu. He maneuvered his mech to feign a panicked escape, even executing a slight miscalculation due to his unfamiliarity with the 12 wings, causing a momentary imbalance. Naturally, because Bai Xingshu's mech was unable to run quickly, he was gradually surrounded by the four adversaries. He attempted to blast a gap with his weapon or to engage in some deceptive maneuvers. Yet none succeeded in allowing him to break free. In a 4-to-1 scenario, utilizing merely 8 weapon slots, such an outcome was to be expected. However, this also sparked some confusion among the enemy. Why was this individual so elusive? Not only did Bai Xingshu initiate his assault, but the four mechs were also relentless in their attack, never ceasing their onslaught, though very few strikes managed to connect with the opposing mech. Furthermore, I recall that during the initial volley, this fellow was struck several times, yet he appeared to sustain minimal damage. Were they merely striking at the wings? In genuine combat, those capable of hitting the top contenders of the combination matches were no fools. They quickly realized something was amiss, though their minds had yet to catch up. After all, since this individual dares to assume the mantle of action, it seems quite reasonable that he possesses considerable skill. Those who can enter the intermediate arena are certainly not novices. Before their minds could fully process the situation, they noticed the wings on the mech's back begin to stir. Be aware, he is about to activate the weaponry. The four immediately fell into a state of alertness. Just moments ago, the mech was challenging to confront even while cloaked. Now that it has revealed itself, what could possibly ensue? A surge of apprehension coursed through them, prompting their assaults to intensify as their gazes fixated on the mech, pursuing it fervently. Bai Xingshu certainly perceived the subtle shifts in the opposing mech's maneuvers. He adjusted his trajectory, and as anticipated, the enemy mech promptly mirrored his every move without hesitation, allowing no opportunity for Bai Xingshu to escape. A smile graced Bai Xingshu's lips. Indeed, he could not flee, but that was never his intention. The 12 wings unfurled instantaneously, propelling Bai Xingshu's mech to its maximum velocity as it executed a fierce pivot, departing from its established path, as though preparing for a final, desperate struggle. Seeing signs of Bai Xingshu's mech attempting to break free, the 4 enemy mechs reacted swiftly, repositioning themselves and launching a ferocious assault aimed at obstructing this mech's new route of advancement. However, the wings of the mech, now fully spread, completely obscured their line of sight. After drawing this wave of attacks, Bai Xingshu rapidly retracted the massive wings from his back. Lin's 3 transformations. In an instant, Bai Xingshu withdrew from the range of the assault, yet the adversaries remained steadfast. They were astonished to discover that after the mecha in the center vanished, their own teammates' weapon firing range encompassed themselves. In the ensuing chaos, some reacted swiftly, maneuvering the mecha out of the attack zone just in time to narrowly avoid their comrades' gunfire. Others were not so adept, barely managing to evade all lethal areas. Theoretically, to achieve such reflexes in such a brief and unforeseen circumstance was commendable. However, it is well known that the enemy, known as Sheng Yunchen, would not overlook any exposed vulnerability. The gun was raised.
Kill.
Bai Xingshu intoned over the communicator, instantly penetrating the cockpit of the mecha. First blood. At this point, anyone still unresponsive would truly be a fool. Damn it, it's Sheng Yunchen. The enemy seethed, gritting their teeth. Only then did they realize that the mecha had cleverly concealed its weaponry, hiding positions that had not been utilized at all. They stared at the glaring cover over Sheng Yunxin's weaponry, their minds swirling with frustration. Eliminate that Sheng Yunchen. The enemy captain bellowed in fury. What did it matter if they had lost one mecha? It was still a 3-on-1 advantage. Moreover, in this kind of battle, there was no option for retreat. The only viable conclusion was the complete annihilation of the opponent. If they did not strike while Sheng Yunchen was alone, could they expect to achieve an easier victory after he regrouped with his teammates? Even a fool would know which choice to make. Although the enemy captain was shouting in anger, his mind remained remarkably composed. After his outburst, he immediately addressed the communicator, saying, "Yezi, return. It is no longer safe on your end." Upon confirming that the enemy mech was indeed approaching, he quickly deduced the perilous situation. Venturing out to scout had revealed that the adversaries were a united force, posing a significant threat. However, his warning came a moment too late. Just as his words faded, he witnessed another green extinguish on the large screen displaying the positions of their mechs. A chill gripped the enemy captain's heart as he gazed at the advancing figure of Sheng Yunchen, his eyes hardening with resolve. We must eliminate Sheng Yunchen, or victory in this match is utterly unattainable. This sentiment resonated with all present. Their previous laughter, mockery, and various analyses of the clumsy ruse posed by the enemy disguised as Sheng Yunchen echoed around them, each word striking them like a slap to the face. The profound humiliation could only be assuaged by the downfall of Sheng Yunchen. Even if they did not win this round, the one who toyed with them so effortlessly must be vanquished. The remaining 3 mechs, witnessing Bai Xingshu's frenzied state, had once again resorted to stealth, while the teammates surrounding Bai Xingshu remained eerily silent. Well, they had grown accustomed to it. As for the deputy captain, one could say that his charm was indeed at maximum capacity, yet his talent for inciting frustration and exasperation seemed equally unparalleled. After they engaged in a series of matches, conversations arose regarding the various tactics employed by Bai Xingshu during the battles. The roommates from the ABC combat class began to lament their experiences, recounting tales of how Bai Xingshu had toyed with them during the freshman competition, switching identities to incite animosity, ultimately leading to a chaotic melee. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to their Class S, who had endured similar trials. In an instant, they rallied to join their fellow roommates in voicing their grievances. Thus, witnessing the misfortunes of competitors from other schools brought them a sense of joy. Chapter 71. Despite being relentlessly pursued for over 10 minutes, Bai Xingshu was not impervious to injury. As the opposing team entered a frenzied state, their overall performance peaked, resulting in further damage to Bai Xingshu's mech. The system reported a 39 loss in functionality, with the left shoulder impaired, the right leg joint unresponsive, and weapon positions 1 and 7 failing to respond. The damage report echoed in Bai Xingshu's ear. Assessing the distance between himself and his teammates, he felt it was nearly time to act. The three adversaries, witnessing yet another successful strike on Xingza, observed the telltale signs of the mech's dire condition, smoke billowing from several points, a reality that could not be concealed. They then saw Xingza abruptly pivot, launching an assault directly toward the support mech among them. Be careful.
Quick, escape.
No one believed that a support mech could withstand the onslaught of Xingza. The auxiliary mech reacted swiftly, as it often served as the breakthrough point for the squad, enduring concentrated assaults, and thus displayed a heightened reflex compared to others. Even while fleeing, it relayed crucial information to its teammates. 3 minutes remain until we reach the area where he has lost contact. There was no doubt that this location was where the teammates of Xingza were situated. This time frame was not excessively lengthy, after all. It had already surpassed 3 minutes since Ye's disappearance. The expressions of the others hardened as they comprehended the implication of the auxiliary mech's words. Xingza's teammates had arrived, prompting a sudden shift in their actions. Damn it! Suning shake off Xingza and retreat. The enemy captain made a decisive choice. With a 5-3 disadvantage, they found themselves in the minority. Now that Bai Xingshu was on the verge of reuniting with his teammates for a direct confrontation, they stood little chance. It would be wiser to emulate Bai Xingshu and seek an opportunity to devise a cunning plan to take down 2 of their opponents. The enemy captain acted resolutely, and the auxiliary mech moved rapidly. With the assistance of its teammates, it swiftly darted into the asteroid belt, much like Bai Xingshu had previously, evading the majority of attacks. By entering the asteroid belt and utilizing the geological cover within, they escaped the range of pursuit. Xingza followed closely behind. The enemy captain gritted his teeth, initially intending to pursue, but upon moving, he noticed various disruptions on his screen. Signal interference. All communications and information searches had failed due to the most potent indiscriminate disruption. This maneuver proves to be a lethal tactic for the auxiliary mechs tasked with navigating the asteroid belt while evading the moving geological hazards. The enemy captain gritted his teeth, pondering for a fleeting moment how to address this predicament, ultimately resolute in his choice not to concede. Even in defeat, he desired to do so with grandeur. Clinging to the notion of perishing alongside his foes, the enemy captain charged into the asteroid belt. However, before he could fully immerse himself within, he witnessed their auxiliary mechs swiftly emerge from the asteroids. After experiencing signal interference, Su Ning reacted immediately, retreating from the asteroid belt. The enemy captain's eyes glimmered with surprise, only to quickly spot Sheng Yunchen pursuing behind the auxiliary mechs, his expression instantly turning cold. Having prepared himself for mutual destruction moments prior, he found no reason to fear Sheng Yunxin's current stance. The enemy captain summoned his nearby mech, advancing toward the swiftly approaching auxiliary mechs. All manner of weaponry primed for action. The target, Sheng Yunxi. A barrage of ammunition coalesced into a formidable energy wall, entirely obstructing the path that Sheng Yunxi sought to continue pursuing. After enduring a tense standoff, the enemy captain's lips curled into a smirk, only to abruptly notice another auxiliary mech emerging in the distance, identical to the first. The enemy captain was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly turned to face the auxiliary mech that had joined him, only to be met with the ominous glow of a cluster cannon. Before my eyes, the scene suddenly dissolved into darkness. It took several seconds for me to realize that I had once again been duped. The enemy captain was howling in fury. These scoundrels. In a direct confrontation, I was determined to annihilate them. Observing the dismay of my team leader, the 2 teammates who had returned to the team space a moment earlier dared not utter a word. 3 minutes later, the remaining 2 comrades also appeared in the space. Predictably, the support mech, upon its appearance, was swiftly targeted by the concealed duo, Lin and Li, and soon became the 4th to be eliminated. The last remaining assault mech, Despite putting up a valiant fight for a brief 3 minutes against the 5 attackers, ultimately succumbed, leading to the declaration of the battle's end. Among the entire squad, only this individual maintained a serene demeanor, for he had exerted his utmost effort only to face an inevitable defeat. The rest, however, met their demise in rather inexplicable manners. Some were gravely injured by their own teammates, only to be finished off by the advancing foes. Others ventured out for reconnaissance, only to be discovered without warning and swiftly dispatched by 4 opponents. One misidentified a teammate and was obliterated by the enemy, and another, upon emerging, witnessed his captain fall, only to be surrounded and killed shortly thereafter. None had the opportunity to showcase their true abilities and make a mark. They could accept defeat, but not this kind of defeat. Clearly, in the final 5 versus 3 scenario, a fair battle could have been fought, and the opposition was capable of victory. Why must they toy with their emotions in such a manner? Next month, I am set to participate in an exchange competition at the Capital Military University. I am eager to witness the impending arrival of this event and unravel the enigma of the individual known as Bai Xingshu. He has, time and again, caused emotional turmoil for several individuals, yet remains blissfully unaware of the devastation he inflicts. After each match, he appears unfazed, choosing to advance to the next battle without a second thought. Day after day, he consistently shatters the pride of more than 4 opponents, leaving no heart unbroken. Regardless of friend or foe, the opposing team leader struggles to accept such a humiliating defeat, while teammates on Bai Xingshu's side grapple with the realization that they are mere pawns in his strategy, executing his commands without the necessity for extensive combat, yet still securing victory. While it is undeniably comfortable to team up with Bai Xingshu, not everyone relishes the idea of merely clinging to someone else's success. Those fortunate enough to be in Class S are all exceptional talents, so the fact that Bai Xingshu's combative approach, where anyone could assume his role, renders many of them unable to perceive their own worth and significance. Consequently, it is not uncommon for teammates to abruptly experience a crisis of spirit mid-match, leading to an inability to continue collaborating. Bai Xingshu, however, does not entirely lack understanding in this regard. The individuals in Class S are primarily nurtured as leaders, making their resistance to such a hierarchical structure quite natural. Nevertheless, this entrenched combat style makes it implausible for Bai Xingshu to empathize with his teammates or enact any changes. He has no desire to alter his approach, for it is a battle strategy he has carried over from the apocalypse, designed to ensure the survival of his comrades in arms. However, Lin Li, Bai Xingshu originally believed that he would likely succumb to the pressures like the others in Class S and eventually withdraw from the team. To his surprise, this was not the case at all. Naturally, Bai Xingshu, who is not one to keep his doubts to himself, inquired about it during a break. Lin Li's response was quite straightforward. "I have witnessed the realities of the battlefield," he said in a low voice. "It is not a place for seeking validation or honor." Initially, Lin Li had wished to team up with Bai Xingshu for the combination competition out of fondness for him. However, he gradually began to comprehend the deeper significance of Bai Xingshu's approach to combat. He wished to learn. The other members of Class S were not entirely oblivious to this truth, yet the matter of mindset is not something that can be resolved with mere persistence. Everything, after all, requires time and effort. Nothing comes to fruition in an instant. Every endeavor is fraught with challenges, but perseverance leads to success. Moreover, Bai Xingshu found a certain charm in witnessing his classmates endure hardship, occasionally stepping back to catch their breath before taking another few steps forward. It was quite endearing. This world is not as perilous as it seems. Even if the children grow at a slower pace or exhibit a bit of sensitivity, what does it matter? There is no one who cannot afford to wait. Chapter 72. The following day commenced with regular classes, followed by a visit to the maintenance room. As Bai Xingshu approached to greet Song Xiyan, he noticed the pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Bai Xingshu asked, "Teacher Song, is the workload at your research institute that intense?" Bai Xingshu was astonished. He was aware that Song Xiyan had been exceedingly busy lately, yet he never anticipated the extent of it. Song Xiyan gazed at Bai Xingshu with a sense of melancholy. His restless nights were not due to work-related matters. Upon receiving Bai Xingshu's messages clarifying the rumors, Song Xiyan felt an overwhelming joy, as if he were about to take flight. The initial response of "I understand" felt rather cold, prompting him to edit his reply repeatedly. Ultimately, he settled on the most candid expression of his emotions. "Your explanation brings me great happiness." When he received Bai Xingshu's response, Song Xiyan's mind raced with thoughts, even contemplating how to explain things to his family. However, he was met with Bai Xingshu's message, which essentially conveyed that it was merely a mass response. Song Xiyan thought to himself, although his dreams had been abruptly shattered, he was oddly unperturbed. It was indeed a situation Bai Xingshu would encounter, where numerous individuals would inquire, and it was typical for him to issue a group explanation. Nevertheless, Song Xiyan found it challenging to quell the turmoil within. That evening, despite having no inclination to investigate the rumors surrounding Bai Xingshu, Song Xiyan spent considerable time browsing various analytical videos online regarding Bai Xingshu and Cheng Yunxi. After viewing them, he found himself unable to sleep. The following day, after a hectic day at the research institute, he returned home only to discover that Bai Xingshu had gone to the film set with Lin Li. As Song Xiyan gazed at the teasing messages sent by Bai Xingshu, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Li's absence. He could sense Bai Xingshu's intention behind the messages, attempting to ease the tension between him and Lin Li. However, Song Xiyan felt no inclination to respond. It appeared that Lin Li had progressed to the point of being able to venture out with Bai Xingshu to intimidate his rivals. The rapid advancement in their relationship was evident. Consequently, Song Xiyan had a restless night, and after 2 days, the dark circles under his eyes were a natural consequence. Observing Song Xiyan's taciturn demeanor, Bai Xingshu believed his assumptions were correct. His mind raced as he contemplated a solution for Song Xiyan. Ultimately, Bai Xingshu suggested, "If there are indeed so many matters at hand that you find it difficult to even rest, perhaps you should refrain from coming here to repair the mechas for the time being." With Bai Xingshu's assistance, the progress in the repair room remained swift, and even if Song Xiyan were to be absent temporarily, it would not impede their work. Surprised by Bai Xingshu's unexpected suggestion, Song Xiyan found himself momentarily speechless. To his astonishment, Bai Xingshu's poignant remarks were not yet complete. He brought over a chair and a footrest for Song Xiyan, urging him to lie down and rest, while saying, "Moreover, I have been assisting you in repairing mechas for 3 months. I feel that without your guidance, I could probably manage on my own." With the experience of maintaining over 20 mechas, it is likely that even the most advanced students nearing graduation from mechanical engineering lack the practical skills possessed by Bai Xingshu. Song Xiyan. Is Bai Xingshu directly implying that he no longer needs to come here? Oblivious to the pallor of Song Xiyan's face, Bai Xingshu had already reached out, grasping Song Xiyan's arm and half-pulling, half-escorting him to the prepared reclining chair. Once Song Xiyan was settled, Bai Xingshu glanced at his countenance, entirely unaware of any hint of despair. In fact, he even discerned a faint flush on that face. Thus, it is evident that one must take time to rest. Bai Xingshu assured Song Xiyan, "Today, do not concern yourself with where the components go or how to assemble them. I shall repair it for you." His demeanor radiated confidence, rendering Song Xiyan incapable of uttering any refusal. After all, Song Xiyan was acutely aware that Bai Xingshu's words stemmed from genuine concern for him. Consequently, as he watched Bai Xingshu nimbly ascend the maintenance platform, he noted with rare sincerity that Bai Xingshu meticulously secured all his safety gear. Song Xiyan. Though his mood was presently dismal, this scene involuntarily prompted him to exclaim in his mind, "So, you do know how to properly don the complete safety equipment." After a moment of silent contemplation, Song Xiyan observed Bai Xingshu as he precisely selected the corresponding spare parts and executed the repair operations with remarkable accuracy. Song Xiyan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Bai Xingshu could repair the machinery independently. Being guided meticulously about which damaged components to remove and what replacements to install was entirely different from engaging in the thought process necessary for such replacements. The former merely required a pair of dexterous hands, while the latter demanded a fundamental understanding of mecha repair. These are distinctly different concepts. Reclining in the chair that Bai Xingshu had thoughtfully arranged for him, Song Xiyan's fingers curled slightly. Could it be that he was no longer needed here? Did Bai Xingshu truly not require his assistance any longer? As for the task of repairing the mecha, it was not as Song Xiyan had imagined. Bai Xingshu indeed had a grasp of the fundamentals. After all, it was quite simple to ascertain whether a metallic component was functional or not. If it was broken, one simply needed to remove it. Regarding which spare parts to replace it with, although he was unsure, he had the advantage of observing a mecha of the same model nearby. With his unique abilities, a quick glance would suffice. Moreover, Song Xiyan had previously taught him the installation process. Thus, the subsequent steps were merely a matter of imitation. Despite the slower pace compared to when Song Xiyan supervised, Bai Xingshu's methodical approach ensured steady progress. After diligently installing for 20 minutes, Bai Xingshu habitually reached for another module identical to those of the other mechas. However, upon installing it into the rotation slot and verifying its functionality, he was startled to see the detector light up in red. Was this spare part defective? Bai Xingshu disassembled the module and replaced it with a new spare part, yet the red light persisted. He found himself in deep contemplation, unable to comprehend the situation. Turning his gaze downward, he beheld Song Xiyan, who he had presumed would be resting at this hour, only to discover otherwise. Song Xiyan was staring intently at him, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Bai Xingshu found himself puzzled, but deemed it inconsequential. It was fortunate that Song Xiyan was awake. He lifted the spare part in his hand and called out to Song Xiyan, "Teacher, this spare part is unusable. What seems to be the issue?" Upon uttering these words, he noticed Song Xiyan's gaze sharpen, ultimately settling on the module's spare part he held, and a slow smile spread across his face. It was not a mockery of Bai Xingshu for his grandstanding, nor a derisive acknowledgement of encountering a dilemma while seeking assistance. Rather, it was a genuine expression of joy. Bai Xingshu was momentarily taken aback by this smile, which shone like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, illuminating the space between them. Before Song Xiyan could articulate an explanation, Bai Xingshu instinctively praised him. "Teacher, you look quite handsome when you smile." Chapter 73. Just as Song Xiyan was about to elucidate the matter to Bai Xingshu, he found himself momentarily silenced by the latter's remark. The words caught in his throat. He coughed twice, raising his eyes to meet Bai Xingshu's, suddenly unsure of what expression he should wear. Observing Song Xiyan's struggle between laughter and restraint, Bai Xingshu leaned against the platform railing and winked at him. "Teacher, are you feeling shy? It seems this is the first time I have witnessed the smile of Song Xiyan." Bai Xingshu pondered for a moment, surmising that Song Xiyan had likely never smiled at anyone before, which made the compliment seem rather awkward. Song Xiyan shot a glare at Bai Xingshu, the tone unmistakably reminiscent of Bai Xingshu's habitual jesting. Pressing his lips together, Song Xiyan endeavored to maintain an air of indifference, stiffly articulating a response to the professional query previously posed by Bai Xingshu. "The seventh module in the third box to your right. The kinetic components of this mech, which have been serviced previously, were upgraded to the last generation's components. The model you are holding may encounter compatibility issues."
Oh.
Bai Xingshu swiftly rummaged through the spare parts mentioned by Song Xiyan, glancing at him before inquiring, "Teacher, this module has never been installed in this position before. How should it be connected?" Upon posing the question, Bai Xingshu noticed a flicker of excitement in Song Xiyan's gaze. Bai Xingshu quickly grasped the source of Song Xiyan's delight. It was akin to his own tendency to suddenly seize him and unleash a flurry of blows on the simulator. Initially, Bai Xingshu had believed that Liu, the instructor, genuinely had something to impart. However, after several instances, he discerned the truth when he saw Liu emerge from the simulation chamber with a disgruntled expression following one of Bai Xingshu's counterattacks. TSK, these corrupt adults. It seems even Song Xiyan experiences such vexations when faced with the brilliance of his students. The naturally talented Bai Xingshu chuckled inwardly at the absurdity. Even Liu, the leader, is aware that when faced with unhappy students, a swift reprimand suffices, never compromising his own comfort. In contrast, the young instructor Song Xiyan tends to brood alone, making her an easy target for others, thus finding herself assigned to the repair room of the combat department. However, there is an endearing quality about her predicament. Song Xiyan noticed that Bai Xingshu would occasionally call out to her, "Teacher, how should I handle this component?" "Teacher, there's another issue here. Please take a look." Initially, Song Xiyan assumed that Bai Xingshu was genuinely struggling. Yet, As the instances increased, it became evident that such behavior was not due to incompetence. Rather, it was a playful ruse to elicit her attention. Realizing this, a wave of joy surged within Song Xiyan. Bai Xingshu was trying to cheer her up. Although she felt the urge to smile, the memory of Bai Xingshu's earlier compliment rendered her hesitant. It seemed as if smiling back at him would imply a deliberate flirtation. Considering she was 6 years his senior, this age gap, though not insignificant, brought with it a flurry of doubts and reservations in her heart. Determined to quell these thoughts, Song Xiyan resolved to maintain her composure. Next Wednesday marks our exchange meeting with Cheng Yunxi, set in the competition area for a duration of 2 weeks, where I, as the guiding instructor for the mechanical engineering department, will likely be stationed for some time. Moreover, in the competition area, which was previously designated for the freshman tournament, it is quite distant and Bai Xingshu will not be present. However, despite Song Xiyan's words, the selection of faculty from the Department of Mechanical Engineering for the exchange conference has yet to be finalized. It is highly unlikely that Song Xiyan will be among them. The reason is simple. This exchange conference is intended for third-year students from both institutions, not for the entirety of the student body. This event serves as an interaction among elite students from the 2 universities, exclusively for students from Class S and Class A. It is merely a preparatory exercise for the forthcoming military joint competition scheduled for the latter half of the 3rd year. This formal military joint competition is held annually, limited to 3rd-year students from military academies, as it essentially functions as a recruitment fair. All military divisions will send representatives to observe and extend invitations to promising students for 4th-year positions, offering them opportunities for practical training upon enlistment. Currently, Song Xiyan is responsible for 1st-year students, and it is atypical for him to be assigned tasks pertaining to 3rd-year students. However, his personal application for participation presents a different scenario. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingshu exclaimed in surprise, "Am I also going?" The exchange conference has become a significant event within the university recently, and Bai Xingshu is naturally aware of it. Yet, now that Song Xiyan has suddenly divulged such detailed information, it feels somewhat peculiar. Typically, Song Xiyan would simply state, "I will be attending the exchange conference for a while." Generally, one tends to elaborate only when feeling anxious or when they share a close relationship with the other party. Thus, Bai Xingshu naturally assumes that this oddity arises from Song Xiyan's desire for him to accompany him. After all, he is currently serving as Song Xiyan's assistant in name. Song Xiyan. How did it suddenly turn into me taking Bai Xingshu away? Since I will be leaving for half a month and you have acquired some skills, you should handle the mechas you can manage. Leave the problematic ones for me to address upon my return. Song Xiyan continued speaking at length. "Oh," Bai Xingshu replied, but his mind began to ponder. Initially, Bai Xingshu had not paid much attention to the exchange meeting, considering he could not attend. However, now that Song Xiyan had opened his mind, he suddenly found himself quite eager to see it. It would be a lively event he had never witnessed before. "So, teacher, may I accompany you?" Bai Xingshu looked at Song Xiyan with great enthusiasm. Song Xiyan. What would be the significance of his attending the exchange meeting? Yet, it was impossible to decline the hopeful gaze of Bai Xingshu. Song Xiyan nearly agreed outright, but just before speaking, he recalled that Bai Xingshu was a student of combat, not mechanical engineering. Moreover, it seemed that he was currently under restrictions. Song Xiyan sighed in relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Lowering his gaze, "You should consult your combat instructor." After some contemplation, Bai Xingshu recognized the validity of Song Xiyan's statement. He had completely overlooked the restrictions. His previous disciplinary measures did not permit him to enter other colleges, but he was not confined to the combat department. He still left the campus every weekend for the film set. The competition area of the Capital Military University did not belong to any specific college. In the view of Bai Xingshu, his role as Song Xiyan's assistant was arranged by the asset management teacher. Now, he wishes to attend the exchange conference under the auspices of his position as Song Xiyan's assistant, naturally seeking the help of this teacher. Upon receiving Bai Xingshu's message, the asset management teacher was momentarily speechless. What was the reasoning behind this? Assisting Song Xiyan with the repairs of their department's mechas and providing Bai Xingshu with a modest stipend was one thing. But now Bai Xingshu expected to attend the conference and contribute to the mechanical engineering efforts while also seeking financial support from their department? The asset management teacher was briefly taken aback, but soon recognized the underlying implication of Bai Xingshu's inquiry. With Song Xiyan attending the conference for half a month, Bai Xingshu would be unable to perform his duties in the repair room. This meant he would have no income. The combat department teacher remained unaware of Bai Xingshu's burgeoning initiative. Even in Song Xiyan's absence, he was capable of managing a portion of the repair tasks himself. The asset management teacher pondered a singular concern. If Bai Xingshu had no income, how would he afford weapons for his mecha, which only had 8 slots? After all, how many would point fingers at them once it became known that Xingzi was a student from their esteemed capital military university's combat department? Yet, they could not simply open the back door. Fairness and justice must prevail. Fortunately, at the beginning of the semester, they had granted Bai Xingshu a work-study opportunity, which could serve as a public justification that Xingzi could strive for self-improvement, respecting individual student development. However, now, with Song Xiyan set to be unavailable for half a month, the asset management teacher's pupils widened in shock. The sky has fallen. He glanced again at the messages sent by Bai Hang, who responded with remarkable speed. In essence, it translates to, "Go, follow along. Your work-study wages will be siphoned from the mechanical engineering department."